Chu Feng, armed with the tech tree evolution power, escapes an asylum into the apocalypse. Safehouse. Laughing at disasters? Nope. Zombie Tyrants, Xenomorphs, alien Armadas, knocking. Laser pointer 40M lightsaber. Stealth bomber Mecha fist. Trek's Godzilla's atomic breath. Missile plank cracker cannon. When Earth becomes the cosmic core and gods descend to fix things, Chu Feng flashes his psychiatric papers. Looking for me. Name's Feng, as in mad. Chapter 1. Rebirth before the apocalypse.
What about his parents?
Are you relatives? How long do you intend to keep him hospitalized? We have discussed this. He is severely disturbed and should be locked away indefinitely. It is but a small matter. In the confinement room, Chu Feng, clad in a straitjacket, struggled and screamed. Suddenly, the noise ceased. The chaotic depths of his eyes gradually regained clarity as he gasped for breath, and 10 seconds later, serenity enveloped him. He turned to see someone peering through the small window of the door. The doctor was curious, while the relative displayed disdain. Chu Feng averted his gaze, dismissing these individuals, and closed his eyes in quiet contemplation. I have finally succeeded. Reborn just before the apocalypse. The pain. A sudden, piercing ache surged through his mind and body as memories of the torment from his previous life during the apocalypse flooded back. He could only empty his mind and lie still on the bed. The footsteps outside gradually faded away, and half an hour slipped by in silence. In the darkness, Chu Feng opened his blood-red eyes and resolutely muttered to himself, "Game reset. If there is to be a singular victor, it can only be me." His thoughts began to retrace their steps. In his previous life, Chu Feng was tormented day and night by apocalyptic visions, compounded by the sorrow of losing his parents, which ultimately led to his mental unraveling. 2 months prior, he disseminated rumors of the apocalypse online, resulting in his detainment and subsequent confinement in the Sunshine Mental Hospital in Tianhai City, courtesy of his relatives. When the apocalypse finally dawned, his extraordinary ability, the evolutionary technology tree, enabled him to replicate food, attracting the covetous gaze of survivors. As the challenges of the apocalypse intensified, survivors discovered that consuming those with abilities could grant them a portion of their powers. Betrayed and imprisoned by those around him, Chu Feng was forced to share his abilities. This predicament compelled him to expend millions of apocalyptic points, allowing his technology tree to evolve and create a time wormhole, granting him a rebirth through the realm of the mind. His thoughts returned to the present. In 2 months, I must procure everything necessary. But first, I need to escape from here. Chu Feng murmured to himself, suddenly hearing the sound of vehicles passing outside the iron-barred window, prompting him to listen intently. Outside lay a narrow path where vehicles passed intermittently. The window was square, just wide enough for a person to slip through, and there were no surveillance cameras in the confinement room. He whispered to himself, "What was the initial number of apocalyptic points? I believe it was 20 points, just enough to complete the evolution, but I still need to find a knife." Resolute, he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber, patiently awaiting the passage of time. The following morning, the door of the confinement room swung open, revealing 2 attendants and a nurse. Chu Feng, already awake, leaned against his pillow, a smile gracing his face. A beam of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating half of his visage. The trio, entering the room, paused in surprise. The patient, who had been hysterical the night before, now appeared as ordinary as anyone else, though a hint of strangeness lingered. "You are not to kick or grab at anyone, nor are you to shout otherwise. We will return you to this confinement room." Nurse Ning Xian, donned in a form-fitting blue uniform, approached the bedside, extending her finger as she articulated her demands. Chu Feng nodded in understanding. "Understood. Very well. Take him out for some fresh air." The 2 attendants unfastened his restraints, one on each side, escorting Chu Feng from the confinement room. Ning Xian led the way, her knee-length skirt accentuating her curves, swaying enticingly as she moved. A splendid figure, yet her beauty belied a malevolent heart. She had awakened the ability of healing after the apocalypse. In his previous life, she had incessantly used her powers to prolong Chu Feng's life while he suffered through agonizing torment. Now reborn, he intended to ensure Ning Xian met her demise a bit later in the apocalypse, allowing him to reclaim her body and seize her powers. In the activity hall, one of Chu Feng's hands was freed, and he enjoyed a simple breakfast. He noticed an electronic clock mounted on the wall. "Today is June 30th, 2027. My powers will awaken on July 30th, and the apocalypse will arrive on August 30th, he murmured softly, catching Nurse Ning Xian's attention. Stop with the nonsensical thoughts. If you continue, I will subject you to electrotherapy. Hee, not this month, Chu Feng replied with a sheepish grin. During the allotted activity time, he wandered through the psychiatric hospital. The wall rises to a height of 5 meters, fortified with barbed wire, and guarded by 3 imposing gates. The security is exceedingly stringent, leaving no opportunity for escape. Thus, Chu Feng resolves to bide his time. Over the course of the following month, he diligently engages in his treatment, embodying the very model of a compliant patient. During the allotted activity hours, he remains as still as a statue, seated in the common area, fixated on the clock, refraining from any activity, starkly contrasting with the other erratic patients. At 6 p.m. on July 30th, the asylum erupted into chaos as alarms blared, summoning all patients to gather. A sharp boning knife had gone missing from a kitchen. In the activity hall, the director and other officials wore grim expressions, while a retinue of nurses stood silently in the background. The balding director cleared his throat, casting suspicious glances at each patient. "Let me be clear," he began. "If anyone has taken the knife, I urge you to return it now, and I shall overlook this incident. Otherwise, the perpetrator will find themselves confined here indefinitely." Legs fidgeted, eyes wandered, yet no one responded. "Very well. If you choose silence, once the rooms are searched and the surveillance reviewed, that individual will certainly face consequences." The director seethed, his frustration mounting. He was acutely aware of the potential fallout. A knife incident leading to bloodshed, or worse, could invite scrutiny and expose his prior misconduct. There had been a previous escape, which he had managed to suppress, taking a month to retrieve the patient privately. 10 minutes later, the nurses concluded their search of the rooms and reviewed the footage. "Director, all patient rooms have been inspected and no knife was found. However, there are issues from the surveillance footage that you need to hear." One nurse whispered urgently to the director, gesturing discreetly towards the aloof Chu Feng. The director's fury intensified as he pieced together the situation, his gaze locking onto Chu Feng, who stood quietly in the corner. "That patient, Chu Feng, why did your hand graze the table, only for the knife to vanish?" "Step forward." With an air of confidence, Chu Feng strode through the crowd, calculating the optimal distance for a sudden move. Upon reaching a distance of 3 meters, he lunged forward, seizing the director by the throat. The assault was unexpected, leaving the director gasping for breath, his face turning crimson as he struggled. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the nurses quickly intervened, and together they restrained Chu Feng, while the director was whisked away to the medical room. Throughout the ordeal, Chu Feng maintained an unsettling calm, even as he was forcibly clad in a straitjacket and led toward the isolation room. "Chu Feng, where have you hidden the knife? Are you trying to harm everyone?" Ning Xian demanded, her voice laced with anger. "I have no idea," Chu Feng retorted with a sinister smirk. "After all this electrotherapy, you still find amusement?" Ning Xian remarked, disconnecting the apparatus. He. Chu Feng chuckled, his demeanor unsettling. "You can remain here in your madness. We shall talk again when you come to your senses," she said, turning away with the nurses. A distant murmur followed her until the end of days. The door slammed shut, plunging Chu Feng into darkness, where he closed his eyes, awaiting the moment. At midnight, as the night shift nurse drifted away, the asylum fell into silence. Chu Feng stirred, a thought igniting within him that a mysterious mobile device materialized in midair, projecting a tree-like holographic image. A knife dangled from its branches. "View attributes," commanded the phone, which then displayed an attribute panel. Player, Chu Feng, 24 years old. Ability, evolutionary technology, tree level 1, absorb all, duplicate consumables, item evolution.
Attributes: Strength 8, Speed 7, Perception 7, Mental Power.
With a subtle movement of his right hand, still confined by a straitjacket, Chu Feng turned his palm upward. Consume 15 points to evolve the small knife into a metal cutting knife. Ding! Successfully evolved into a metal cutting knife, effective for 1 minute. A small knife, glowing with a crimson light, pierced through the straitjacket. As he maneuvered his right hand, it gradually sliced through the fabric and bindings. Regaining his freedom, Chu Feng swiftly approached the iron window and used the metal cutting knife to sever the iron bars at their base. Before his departure, he accessed the item exchange interface on his phone, searching for the item he wished to redeem. Consume 1 point to exchange for 1 ton of gold bricks. A ton of gold bricks materialized on the ground, neatly stacked. Leaving behind a note, Chu Feng escaped through the window. Chapter 2. Action. This ton of gold bricks buys you a month's time. Thank you. Ning Xian read aloud the note. A fortnight prior, she had witnessed Chu Feng inscribe those very words. She glanced again at the neatly cut iron window. Director, we should call the police. This matter is exceedingly bizarre. At that moment, the director fixated on the gold bricks on the ground, feeling an intense heat coursing through him, his gaze fervent, unable to suppress a gulp. He raised his hand to halt the actions of those around him. Hold on, everyone, do not move. I shall ascertain their authenticity. The director stepped forward, grasping a gold brick with both hands, weighing it in his grasp. Its radiant luster and substantial weight confirmed it was indeed real gold. The constriction around his neck, previously painful, vanished in an instant. Suppressing his excitement, the director issued orders to those nearby. Until I have verified the provenance of these gold bricks, anyone who discloses this matter shall be dismissed. Subsequently, he fetched a bedsheet to cover the bricks. At an intersection in Tianhai City, Chu Feng had changed into stolen clothes, waiting for someone. His fellow villager, Zhao Taizhu, was driving from 30 kilometers away. 30 minutes later, Chu Feng entered a Honda Civic. Brother Feng, what's the rush? Aren't you in the psychiatric hospital? And why does your phone's caller ID show a question mark? Zhao Taizhu felt uneasy, stealing glances at Chu Feng through the rearview mirror. He was immediately intimidated by Chu Feng's murderous glare and withdrew his gaze. Drive your car. No more chatter. Do you have what I asked for? It's all here. Zhao Taizhu handed a small bag to Chu Feng. Chu Feng inspected it, finding an ID card, a bank card, and a phone, but one item was conspicuously absent. Where's the family portrait? Brother Feng, I couldn't find it. Your room is cluttered with items, and I only managed to locate these things in the drawer before being ushered out. Zhao Taizhu briefly recounted his experience. Chu Feng listened intently and sighed in resignation. I understand now. Zhao Taizhu sensed an unusual undertone and cautiously inquired, Brother Feng, what has happened to your house? Your relatives are renovating it. It is no longer my house. I have mortgaged it to them to raise funds for medical treatment. Chu Feng remarked nonchalantly. This is too excessive, especially coming from relatives. Indeed, Chu Feng lamented, realizing he must retrieve the family portrait himself. He shifted the conversation, his tone earnest. Zhuzi, I can only rely on you now. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taizhu thought there was something amiss and immediately accelerated, finding a parking spot beneath a tree. The car came to a stop. Brother Feng, feel free to share whatever you need without your support. I wouldn't know how far I would have fallen. I will do everything in my power to assist you. Chu Feng turned to him, and the sight of Zhao Taizhu's honest and sincere face stirred emotions long forgotten. Since childhood, Zhao Taizhu had been Chu Feng's loyal companion. After losing his parents in his teens and dropping out of school, he had to navigate life's hardships early on. A few years ago, when a high-speed rail was being constructed in their hometown, Chu Feng's house was unfortunately in the way, resulting in the loss of both home and money. He opened a supermarket in the community and called upon Zhao Taizhu to help manage it. Now, both were orphans, bonded as brothers in adversity. Chu Feng gathered his thoughts and snapped his fingers. A mysterious phone suddenly materialized, instantly capturing Zhao Taizhu's attention. Brother Feng, what is this? It's the doomsday phone. In 30 days, the apocalypse will arrive, and everyone will receive one. I got mine early. Zhao Taizhu took the phone from midair, marveling at its flawless surface. The phone has no ports, a true full-screen design, and that large camera must have 10 billion pixels. Chu Feng smiled and snapped his fingers again. Suddenly, the phone projected an image of a holographic mall. Spend 2 points to exchange for a high-limit black card. Before the words were fully spoken, a black bank card flew out from the interface. Zhao Taizhu eagerly accepted the card, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Could this be the legendary black card with infinite credit? Brother Feng, how much money is on this card? Several billion. I suppose I didn't check in detail. Chu Feng replied calmly. Several billions? Zhao Taizhu stammered in shock. With such wealth, wouldn't that mean soaring to great heights? Yet, he still harbored a hint of doubt. Brother Feng, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? There are banks nearby. Go check for yourself. I'll be here waiting for you. Bring me a bottle of water. Following Chu Feng's instructions, Zhao Taizhu promptly exited the vehicle in search of an ATM. 10 minutes later, he returned to the car, his steps light and his demeanor as if he had lost his soul. Brother Feng, here, water for you. Zhao Taizhu twisted off the cap and handed the chilled beverage to Chu Feng, his teeth chattering slightly. Brother Feng, there are 2 billion, a full 2 billion. Oh, Chu Feng's expression remained impassive. Brother Feng, this is 2 billion. It would take 10 lifetimes to spend it all. Zhao Qiaju's tone was animated, attempting to pique Chu Feng's interest, yet he found the latter's face devoid of any emotion. In the apocalypse, money is of no use whatsoever. What joy is there to be had? Chu Feng's retort plunged Zhao Taiju into deep contemplation. With futuristic technology, a phone had seemingly conjured 2 billion. Brother Feng appeared transformed, as if he had attained profound enlightenment. Could it be that the end of the world was indeed nigh? Brother Feng, isn't the apocalypse just a rumor? Until one sees the Yellow River, one won't give up. You have never witnessed the scenes of the end times, it's hard to believe it will come. Follow me, and how much you comprehend depends on yourself. Leaning back in his seat, Chu Feng opted not to elaborate further. Who among the sane would genuinely believe in such nonsense as the end of the world? Brother Feng, where do we go now? We need to change our attire and then purchase a luxurious residence to serve as a safe haven. Following Chu Feng's directives, Zhao Taiju visited LV, Rolex, and a jewelry store in succession. Subsequently, the two arrived at the Fuding Huayuan community. Chu Feng, clad in sunglasses and a Patek Philippe watch, dressed in full LV regalia, carried himself with an air of confidence and striking charm. He seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. Zhao Taiju, on the other hand, resembled a nouveau riche, his ostentatious attire betraying a hint of rusticity. Brother Feng, isn't this your neighborhood? What if you run into relatives, playing in the shadows, who would suspect I am right under their noses? The two then proceeded to the sales office and entered the VIP room. As Chu Feng had just escaped from a mental institution, he needed to remain inconspicuous, so Zhao Taiju took the lead in negotiations. Chu Feng remained silent, donning sunglasses and a mask. Gentlemen, which house are you interested in? This one, the highest one, Zhao Taiju said nervously, pointing to the model of the community, specifically requesting the penthouse. Upon seeing a significant potential sale, the other salespeople quickly summoned the sales manager. The manager swiftly assessed the two, his gaze unintentionally drawn to the striking presence of Chu Feng. With a professionally courteous smile, he said, "Sir, allow me to introduce you to this property. The total price is 60,700,000. The sales manager continued to elaborate for a minute, finally inquiring about Zhao Tieju's purchasing intentions. Zhao Taiju turned to look at Chu Feng, and the others followed suit, their eyes fixed on him. Chu Feng slightly turned his head and nodded in agreement to the purchase. Receiving the signal, Zhao Taiju promptly declared, "We'll take this apartment. Will you be paying in installments or in full?" The sales manager asked. Once again, Zhao Taiju glanced at Chu Feng, and the others turned their attention towards him as well. Chu Feng produced the black card and softly declared, "I will pay in full. I wish to check in today." As Zhao Taiju accepted the card, he suddenly heard Chu Feng inquire, "How much would it cost to purchase the entire building?" The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions taut, momentarily rendered speechless. The notion of acquiring the entire over 150-meter luxury residence was beyond their comprehension. The sales manager, wiping the perspiration from his palms, approached Chu Feng and spoke with a conciliatory tone, "Sir, there has never been a precedent for such an endeavor in our community, and the company would not consent to it. I sincerely apologize." Chu Feng refrained from further discussion. The dream of transforming the entire building into a bastion against the apocalypse had been extinguished. He lowered his gaze to continue monitoring the order status for purchasing luxury vehicles while perusing the proposals provided by the security company. Unintentionally, through the glass window, he observed that the director of the Sunshine Mental Hospital had arrived. Chapter 3. Don't disturb my preparation for the apocalypse. Chu Feng and Zhao Taiju stayed in the VIP room for half an hour, filling out forms, registering, swiping cards, and collecting keys. They spent 60 million to buy a luxury apartment on the 700th floor of the community. When Chu Feng left, his newly purchased Ferrari was just being rushed to the sales office of the community. He signed for the order and drove the temporary plate Ferrari into the community. Chu Feng stopped beside a building, paying attention to a first-floor apartment. This apartment was once his home. 10 minutes later, a relative brought the dean and nurse Ning Xian to the stairway, and they exchanged smiles before parting. However, as soon as they turned around, both their expressions immediately fell. Something must be going on. Chu Feng seized the opportunity, drove up beside the dean, honked a few times, and slightly rolled down the car window. The dean and nurse Ning Xian approached the car and saw a stranger wearing sunglasses and a mask. "What do you want to stop us for?" the dean asked, puzzled. Chu Feng pinched his throat and spoke in a low voice. "I want to ask something on behalf of my friend." What is it? The dean immediately frowned, wondering if that friend was the escaped Chu Feng. Chu Feng's answer was ambiguous. My friend sent you a ton of gold bricks and borrowed a month's time from you. Why aren't you keeping your promise? His sharp gaze hid beneath the sunglasses, and the dean felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately countered. How do you know about this? He told me. What else did he say? He wants you to keep your promise. That's 1 ton of gold, over 300 million. To keep you quiet for a month, that shouldn't be a problem, right? The dean turned to Ning Xian, subtly signaling her to confirm whether the person in the car was indeed Chu Feng. Ning Xian shook her head, unclear if she hadn't seen clearly or just didn't recognize him. The dean didn't get an answer and turned back, feeling frustrated. If he escapes from the mental hospital and harms someone, we will be in big trouble. You don't need to worry about that. He's busy thinking about how to spend money and doesn't have time to harm anyone. As long as you agree to stay quiet for this month, he won't disturb you. Listening to the stranger's muffled response, the dean fell into a dilemma. He had come to understand the situation regarding Chu Feng's family, but none of the relatives cared about Chu Feng's life or death, and Chu Feng had not shown up. Therefore, he had not mentioned Chu Feng's escape. After all, that 1 ton of gold was too tempting. An escaped patient could be brushed aside compared to that, if it came to light. They could come up with a reason to smooth things over. The dean still had some worries in his heart and needed a definitive answer. How do I know you're not lying to me? I want Chu Feng to contact me personally and make a guarantee. Hearing such a request, Chu Feng squeezed his throat and directly cursed. Don't get cocky. 1 ton of gold is enough to buy your life. He just wants to stay away from these broken people and enjoy a boring and dull month. Why are you so entangled? His voice was urgent and firm, leaving both of them momentarily at a loss. At this moment, Ning Xian suddenly spoke up. Why do you keep emphasizing a month's time? What will happen in a month? I'm not sure. Chu Feng didn't tell me, but he assured me he would definitely show up in a month. Ning Xian bowed her head in contemplation and stopped speaking. The dean then added, what if Chu Feng's relatives come looking for him? You don't need to worry about that either. Chu Feng said his relatives are still busy dividing the property and have no time to deal with other matters. Just don't let anything slip. The dean lowered his Mediterranean-style head, thinking for a while. Gradually, a smile appeared on his face, his eyes squinting as he secretly peeked at the stranger in the car. It seemed he had come to an understanding and let out a relieved laugh. Hee. Then it settled. What problem could a normal person face after leaving a mental hospital, right? Indeed, after you go back. Don't forget to send Chu Feng's rehabilitation certificate to this community. No problem. By the way, Chu Feng hurt your neck. He asked me to apologize to you. It's a small matter, no need to worry about it. Having said this, the dean didn't intend to linger. As long as the person in the car wasn't foolish, they could guess it was Chu Feng. If any problems arose later, it would be between Chu Feng and his relatives, and it would have nothing to do with him. The dean then turned and led Ning Xian away. Just as they brushed past the community sales manager, the sales manager approached the car, handed some documents to Chu Feng, and warmly called out, Mr. Chu. Dean, the person in the car isn't Chu Feng, is it? Ning Xian, hearing some of the conversation, looked back suspiciously. There are many people with the surname Chu. Who cares? The gold bricks are real, and this matter must not be leaked. Everyone who knows will have a share, so keep your mouth shut. Oh, this matter is too strange. Anyway, Chu Feng has money, let them make a fuss. If nothing happens in a few days, just treat it as if this matter never happened. The dean scolded a few words with a sidelong glance and left the community with Ning Xian. After moving into the luxury apartment, Chu Feng immediately contacted the security company. That afternoon, the security company sent a renovation team to the luxury apartment. Chu Feng had given a deposit of 2 million at once. When the head of the security company met Chu Feng, he was extremely enthusiastic, holding Chu Feng's hand and unwilling to let go. Mr. Chu, thank you for choosing our company. We will do our best to serve you. Please tell us your requirements for the safe house. All windows should be replaced with bulletproof glass. Install bulletproof glass skylights on the balcony. Clear out 3 insect-proof rooms. Add solar and backup power systems. Install water storage and purification devices, and modify the main door into 3 security doors, with surveillance cameras installed outside. All of Chu Feng's requests were approved by the community property management. In the following days, the renovation team worked at full speed according to the requirements, and the safe house gradually took shape. Meanwhile, Chu Feng went out daily, hiding his identity, engaging in one activity, shopping. He visited different 5-star restaurants every day, absorbing various dishes with the technology tree. He also contacted weapon shops across the country, ordering various knives and armor. Unfortunately, compound bows were banned and heavily confiscated, so he couldn't buy any. After finishing his shopping during the day, he returned to the community at night in various luxury cars. After the apocalypse, relying on these hundreds of vehicles, he could form a mechanical combat team. Time unknowingly reached August 28th. Chu Feng checked the technology tree again, which was now filled with useful items for survival in the apocalypse, like gasopon capsules. The safe house had been completed. News reported various recently extinct species reappearing, and a global sandstorm was spreading. After sending Ning Xian the survival package for the apocalypse, Chu Feng began to tackle the last task. He first sent anonymous messages to his relatives. Due to relatives plotting to seize property, Chu Feng escaped from the mental hospital to seek revenge, luring the snake out of its hole. In a corner, Chu Feng watched his relatives hurriedly walk into the engulfing sandstorm, leaving the community. He then took the keys and approached the door of his former home, only to find that the key couldn't open the door. The lock had been replaced long ago. A sinister smile crept onto Chu Feng's lips. He would settle the score with them after the apocalypse. He consumed 1 point to evolve the key into a universal key. Beep. Successfully evolved into a universal key, valid for 1 use. The key in his hand flashed with blue light as he turned it, unlocking the door. Everything inside the familiar home had changed. Chu Feng quickly made his way to his former room and picked up the dusty family photo next to the trash can. Hot tears washed away the dust from the smiling faces. His shoulders shook as he couldn't help but start laughing maniacally. He probably truly was a bit insane. Chu Feng lifted his shirt and wiped every speck of dust off the family photo. All right, nothing worth lingering for. He slammed the door and left, braving the storm of sand back to the safe house. On August 29th, the Tianhai City news station broadcasted news of the global sandstorm at all hours, and the news of Chu Feng escaping from the mental hospital flashed by. At 11 p.m., on the balcony of the safe house, Chu Feng focused his gaze on the night view, quietly awaiting the arrival of the apocalypse. Outside the bulletproof glass skylight, a sky full of yellow sand obscured all the lights, and thunder rolled in the sky. He looked at his watch, where the hour and minute hands pointed simultaneously at 12. Ding. The apocalypse game has begun. Current level: global extreme climate, sandstorms, floods, toxic fog. 20 initial points have been issued. This prompt echoed in the minds of over 8 billion people worldwide. At the same time, everyone received a doomsday phone in their hands. Heavy rain began to pour from the sky. Chapter 4. The eve of collapse. This super heavy rain came unexpectedly. Large raindrops mixed with mud poured onto the glass skylight, instantly blurring the view. Chu Feng opened his phone and glanced at the weather information. The entire country was marked with red exclamation marks, all indicating red warnings for heavy rain. There were also trending alerts on various platforms regarding the apocalypse game and the doomsday phone. A storm was brewing. After taking a shower, Chu Feng lay back on his bed, extending his hand and concentrating. The doomsday phone appeared in his palm. The bright screen displayed the main interface. Level 1 Apocalypse. Global extreme climate. Apocalypse start time. 0:00:00:0:30. 56. Remaining players. 8. 132. 378. 839. This number was slowly decreasing. Chu Feng took out his personal phone and brought it close to the doomsday phone. In an instant, the old phone disintegrated into colorful data fragments and was injected into the doomsday phone. The doomsday phone successfully copied all the functions of the old phone. After finishing, he said, "Check attributes." The holographic panel displayed the attributes. Player: Chu Feng, 24 years old. Ability: Evolving Tech Tree, Level 1. Absorb all, copy consumables. Item evolution: Attributes: Strength 8, Speed 7, Perception 7, Mental Power, Doomsday Points, 0. The Doomsday Points would increase by 5 points after 5 days. Currently, he lived in this safe house worth over 100 million, and there was no problem surviving the first level apocalypse. He put away his phone and put on his headphones. Chu Feng relaxedly lay on his bed, not thinking about anything, ignoring the flood outside. Sleep. He woke up naturally, and when he opened his eyes, it was already noon. Comfortable. After waking up, Chu Feng immediately pulled open the curtains. Outside the window, dark clouds filled the sky. Lightning flashed, and the torrential rain blurred everything. He summoned his phone. It displayed dozens of unread text messages from the National Warning Center and the National Security Bureau. The contents were all red warnings about heavy rain and hurricanes, advising to reduce outings and pay attention to safety. Chu Feng checked his missed calls. There were calls from the property management, relatives, and even an ex-girlfriend. He ignored them and returned a call to Zhao Taiju. Brother Feng, I finally got through to you. What's the matter? Chu Feng sat on the sofa, comfortably sipping hot milk. Brother Feng, just as you said, the doomsday alert has appeared, and the rain is pouring heavily. Haha, do you still doubt that the apocalypse is fake? He could hear the chuckles from the other end. Zhao Taiju was standing at the entrance of a welfare home. The yellow muddy water had already submerged the wheels of his car, and he felt increasingly uncertain. Brother Feng, I believe you now. How is your shelter coming along? It's taking shape. I'm contacting friends to prepare for refuge, and I still need to inform some relatives. You didn't say anything reckless about me, right? No, absolutely not. The tone on the other end was sincere, and Chu Feng did not pursue it further. He remembered some events from 20 days ago when Zhao Taiju asked him for some money to deliver supplies to the elderly care home and welfare home. He couldn't stop him. So he asked, you've been acting alone all this time, sending out supplies, right? There's still one welfare home left. You want to help others. I want to stop you, but you must do as I say and survive the first level apocalypse safely first. The shelter is both safe and has food. I have confidence. As long as you have confidence, that's good. Let us leave it at that. Just as Chu Feng was about to hang up, he suddenly heard Zhao Taiju ask, wait, Brother Feng, you said I would awaken magnetic powers. Is it like Magneto's ability? Exactly. When will it appear? In 10 days, so you must hold on and accumulate points to enhance your powers. After the apocalypse, you'll be invincible. I'm looking forward to becoming your little brother, Magneto, in the future. Haha, Brother Feng, you're joking. I'll listen to you. Stay safe. Zhao Taiju replied with a naive laugh. After hanging up, Chu Feng confirmed that Zhao Taiju had already entered the state of survival in the apocalypse. And there was no problem surviving the first-level apocalypse. In the previous life, Zhao Taiju had just awakened his powers and was eager to try them out. But not knowing how to control them, his body turned into a magnet and was crushed to death by an iron window that fell from above. In this life, Chu Feng guided him carefully, and once Zhao Taiju awakened his powers, he would gradually grow into a charismatic Magneto. Subsequently, Chu Feng went to the balcony to observe the situation in the community. Many residents were driving out of the neighborhood. He opened his phone and accessed the item exchange interface. The entire interface displayed various jewels, jade, gold, emeralds, US dollars, and everything related to money. Only at the very bottom row were there a bottle of water and a compressed food chew stick. This was the first trap of the game testing humanity. Who can resist the temptation of money? Doomsday points can be exchanged for money, suddenly becoming rich. People's first thought is to spend. And the heavy rain cannot extinguish the public's enthusiasm for consumption. Chu Feng raised his binoculars and looked far into the distance. Tianhai City was full of high-rise buildings, and the streets were bustling. The flood had already submerged half of the wheels. Yet vehicles continued to come and go, and people were enthusiastic, rushing into stores to spend money like water. When the flood rises, none of these people will escape. He returned to the house and turned on the giant screen television. All entertainment programs had stopped broadcasting, and the TV station was continuously airing emergency news. Flood disasters had erupted in many parts of the country, and emergency rescue operations were underway. Chu Feng opened his phone and found that a certain platform had unexpectedly turned into Doomsday Certain Platform. It had a strong apocalyptic tone. The trending topics prominently featured the apocalypse and the Doomsday phone. He clicked on the hottest video. The protagonist of the video was a group of black men, each carrying a large bag of money, throwing it in front of the New York Stock Exchange in the beautiful country. As for the other trending videos, some people were sleeping on beds made of gold bricks. Others were hugging gold bricks to buy luxury cars. In the slums, people were adorned in gold and jade, dancing with joy. The Dow Jones, Nasdaq, SP, Nikkei, and other indices were all plummeting. The global financial stock market was on the verge of collapse. This world had gone mad. Just then, Chu Feng heard a knock on the door. Who would come knocking at a time like this? The property management or the police? Chu Feng had no doubts, as the social order had not completely collapsed yet. He got up and opened the security door, seeing a familiar figure. His ex-girlfriend, Tao Yuchi. Chu Feng's expression immediately turned cold, and he turned to close the door. Tao Yuchi, seeing Chu Feng open the door, was momentarily stunned. As the door slowly closed, she raised her hand to block it, her tone flustered. Wait, Chu Feng, I have something to say to you. Let go. Otherwise, I'll break your hand. Chu Feng turned his face sideways, glaring at the person outside with disgust. Tao Yuchi tried to calm her emotions, glancing inside the house. She showed a flattering smile and said, "Can we talk about the apocalypse? Just rumors? Let go. You once told me about the apocalypse. You must know something." So that's what she came for. Chu Feng straightened his posture, staring at the person in front of him with a mocking gaze. He opened the door wide and teased, "I'm a madman who escaped from a mental hospital. You look down on me even more as a madman. My words are not credible, so get lost." Tao Yuchi was left speechless, lowering her head in contemplation. 3 months ago, Chu Feng suddenly had mental health issues, and she decisively ended the relationship. 5 days ago, she heard her friend mention Chu Feng's situation. Her friend works at a Mercedes-Benz dealership and saw Chu Feng come in driving a Lamborghini, paying in full with a card within 10 minutes. At first, she didn't believe it, but her friend sent a photo, and she also saw news reports of Chu Feng escaping from the hospital. She braved the rain to come to the mansion and indeed saw Chu Feng. She wasn't drawn to the mansion, she just wanted to have a serious talk. Tao Yuchi raised her tearful eyes, took a step forward, and grasped Chu Feng's arm, pleading, "Can I come in and explain?" But she saw Chu Feng's face crumpled like a wrinkled cloth, every expression written with disgust, his gaze like he was looking at trash. Chu Feng immediately raised his hand to push away her dirty hand, sickening memories resurfacing. In his past life, it was this person who had chained him up, leading to him being devoured by survivors. He coldly said, "Get lost." Tao Yuchi seemed not to hear and was about to take a step forward when a knife was pressed against her chin. Suddenly, the dark sky erupted with a deafening thunder. The power went out instantly. In the flash of lightning, Tao Yuchi saw Chu Feng holding a knife above his head, the blade glimmering ominously. She was terrified and turned to run. The cold light fell, and Chu Feng swung the knife, striking the door frame. He couldn't afford to cause a death right now. To get rid of the annoying person, he turned on the backup power and closed the security door again. Outside the balcony, the world was hazy, and heavy rain poured down like a waterfall. The great flood of the end times had arrived. Chapter 5. The end times flood. Chu Feng observed the situation outside from the balcony. The sound of police sirens echoed in the streets. He vaguely saw that the low-lying areas of the community were already submerged. The property management staff was organizing people to drain the water. But where could they drain the water? The streets in the city were already flooded, with water levels reaching the store awnings. The instantaneous rainfall exceeded the capacity of 5 daunting lakes. Chu Feng checked every corner of the safe house, finding no signs of leaks or seepage. The construction quality of the mansion was still trustworthy. He returned to the house, comfortably lying on the sofa, enjoying some ice cream. He opened a group chat for homeowners on a messaging app to see how others in the community were reacting to the apocalypse. That end times phone is amazing. It actually absorbed my old phone, and now it has stronger functions and can show videos taken by survivors from around the world. And it really turned out an imperial green bracelet worth millions. Are you stupid? The points are so precious, why not exchange them for gold? That's a ton of gold bricks. You're the one who's stupid. A black card has 2 billion inside. Isn't that better than gold bricks? And have you all noticed that this phone doesn't need charging? It has unlimited energy and subspace communication. It can also generate unlimited wealth. Everyone, let us walk towards utopia together. Isn't that end times game alert just a rumor? The government says using this phone is illegal. Laughing to death. Do they think they can dictate what we do? I used it right in front of them. What can they do to me? There's no more oppression and exploitation of labor. Some people are getting anxious now. Yeah, I have a friend who works at a factory tightening screws. He said all the workers quit, one by one going out to shop in the rain, and the factory is in chaos. Good luck. There's no distinction between nobility and commoner. Let us see who can still ride on my head in the future. All right, stop arguing. Who knows when this rain will stop? Chu Feng flipped through the messages and found people's hearts restless. The shackles of human nature had been unlocked. He suddenly sent a shocking message to everyone. Madman, who in the group has a gun? The group immediately fell silent, and a minute later, someone replied. Manager Chun from Property Management. This homeowner, your behavior is illegal, and since you're a high-end resident, I specifically remind you. Madman, what law violates freedom of speech? Is there still a signal for the internet and TV? When will the power be restored? Manager Chun, we are still waiting for official information. The officials say it will be ready soon. Madman, has your brain been soaked by the flood? Madman, the end times phone shows the number of players has decreased by hundreds of thousands. That's the number of people who died globally. Madman, the flood will drown more people. You better be careful. If you fall into the water, you might not come back up. Manager Chun, if you continue spreading rumors and cause social panic, I will call the police to arrest you. Madman, hurry up, you talk too much. Can the police even come now? Madman, does anyone in the group have a compound bow? We can trade food later. Madman, just a reminder. Close your doors and windows and be careful of robbers. Chu Feng put down his phone, feeling that some people were both ignorant and ridiculous. Numerous bizarre events were occurring around the world. Was that not persuasive enough? Super sandstorms, end times alerts, apocalyptic floods, mysterious phones with unlimited energy. Each event could fill a page in human history. Some people still did not believe in the apocalypse. Then they could only pray for their own good. As evening fell, Chu Feng sat at the dining table and snapped his fingers. For dishes from a 5-star restaurant appeared instantly on the table, along with a bottle of high-end red wine. In 5 days, these foods would grow back on the tech tree. Moreover, the tech tree had thousands of dishes hanging, preserved, and kept warm. He was the food god of the apocalypse. While Chu Feng was focused on eating, his relatives suddenly called him via video. They finally found him. The phone floated in the air, the camera pointing down at him, simultaneously projecting a holographic image of his second uncle and his family, both old and young. Sitting in his former home, they were here to interrogate Chu Feng. Come over quickly, we got through. Once they confirmed it was indeed Chu Feng, they immediately gathered everyone together, each with a stern face, adopting a posture of questioning him. The second uncle opened his mouth in anger and questioned. You dare to escape from the mental hospital and even break in to steal things? What do you want to do? Come see me immediately. Chu Feng ignored the noisy voices, picked up a piece of tender Wagyu beef, paired it with a fruit platter, and continued to eat seriously. Something was off. The relatives leaned in, observing Chu Feng's every move. They were puzzled. When did Chu Feng become able to afford such a mansion? The second uncle waited half a minute. Seeing Chu Feng focused on eating, showing no intention of responding, he was so angry that his face turned red, and he scolded sternly. How dare you? How did your parents teach you? Do you dare treat your elders like this? Suddenly, Chu Feng stopped his movements, slowly raised his cold eyes, and stared at those people. Soft murmurs came from the other side, with expressions of disdain and disgust. Someone couldn't help but speak up. Look at him, he looks sick. The second aunt mocked with a sharp tone. Her face was ugly, resembling a shrew. Chu Feng also decided not to endure it any longer and replied calmly. I may be sick, but you all have guilty consciences. The second uncle, seeing Chu Feng finally react, assumed the elder's posture and questioned, What are you talking about? Where have you been hiding? Come see me right now. Why should I see you? You took the house and the compensation. What else do you want from me? Chu Feng coldly retorted. Upon hearing this, the people opposite felt a hint of something wrong. Chu Feng was no longer the weak and foolish person he used to be. His eyes had become sharp, and his logic was clear. The second uncle suppressed his anger and continued in a deep voice. Your parents had an accident. Asking us to take care of you. What's wrong with you listening to us? Chu Feng curled his lips and scoffed. Humph. Nonsense. A bunch of garbage that eats the last of the family. This caused the other side to explode, as if struck at a painful spot, each of them restless. The second uncle angrily pointed and scolded, Enough. You come see me right now, and let the doctor treat you. Heh. You should first treat your own greedy and dark hearts. What do you mean by that? Chu Feng observed the movements of the people across from him. Some had expressions of disgust, while others avoided eye contact. Each person had their own thoughts. It was time to confront them. Giving money to the dean, conspiring to keep me locked in a mental hospital forever, tricking my parents into signing, all to seize the property. How malicious you all are. Upon hearing this, the people across from him fell silent, as if struck by a paralyzing blow, their expressions stiff. They were confident they could deceive everyone, believing they could provide written proof even if the police arrived. But now that the person involved, Chu Feng, had a sudden change in character and exposed the truth, they couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. Look at this little beast. He's seriously ill. Hurry up and send him to the mental hospital for treatment. Scolded any air. Yes, he has gone mad, barging into someone else's house. Once the flood recedes, we'll have him arrested, Anita chimed in. These two heartless women must have whispered in his parents' ears plenty while they were bedridden. Chu Feng gritted his teeth in hatred, wanting to tear their mouths apart right there. But he suppressed his anger. If he caused a death now, his plan to hide in the safe house would be ruined. His eyes gleamed with menace as he sneered. You can have the property. Remember to wash your necks clean. I will come for you. The people across from him felt a chill run down their spines, wondering what this madman was up to. At this moment, his cousin Chu Chang could no longer contain himself. He had always looked down on Chu Feng, thinking him a fool, and now that Chu Feng's family had suddenly become wealthy due to the demolition, he was even more envious. Now, being openly mocked by Chu Feng, Chu Chang shouted angrily, "What are you pretending for? With a phone, you can make money appear. Who cares about your broken house? I'm coming to find you, just wait. You stubborn dead duck, I live in the community. Come find me if you have the guts, don't drown." With that, Chu Feng hung up the phone, no longer wanting to see the ugly faces of these people. The flood would drown the first floor tonight. It would be best if these people drowned. If by chance they survived, he would find another opportunity to eliminate them. Chapter 6. Obtaining a compound bow in the next 4 days. Chu Feng hid in the safe house, continuously monitoring the latest news through his doomsday phone. August 31st. The East African Rift Valley was submerged by floodwaters. The Sahara Desert turned into a vast ocean, and the Darien Basin became a sea. September 1st. The Great Lakes in North America merged into one. The Hoover Dam collapsed, and floods ravaged the central plains of America. September 2nd. Billionaires like Bill Gates, Musk, and Bezos fled to sea on yachts for refuge. September 3rd. A large amount of snow melted in the Himalayas, flooding New Delhi and submerging 1 million square kilometers of land in the Ganges Plain. At 4 p.m. on September 3rd, heavy rain continued outside, and the sky was dark. Chu Feng observed the situation in the community from the window. The low-lying buildings in the community had already been flooded to the second floor. The building he was in had water reaching the entrance lobby on the first floor. The entire community was submerged in floodwaters, which surged violently. Cries and screams occasionally echoed within the community. "Help! Someone save my child! My child was swept away as soon as I turned around. My wife is trapped in the house. Why hasn't help arrived?" No one responded in the entire community, and the residents in higher floors had closed their windows and drawn the curtains. The atmosphere was oppressive and terrifying. For days ago, the community had already lost power, water, and internet, and various disaster warning messages had stopped being sent. No sirens could be heard in the city, and there was no sign of rescue. This place had become an isolated island surrounded by floodwaters. Chu Feng summoned his phone and saw that the number of players worldwide had decreased by several million. He wanted to check the situation in Tianhai City. With a thought, the phone automatically displayed videos taken by surviving players in Tianhai City. One video was a panoramic view shot from a high-rise building. It showed the flood engulfing Tianhai City, debris rushing through every street. Not a single person was in sight. Another video was shot from a mountain. A large group of people huddled together in the pouring rain halfway up the mountain. Suddenly, rocks shifted, and a landslide swallowed everyone. Another video was filmed from a rescue boat. Several rescue speedboats were packed with people when a huge wave capsized the boat, and the video abruptly ended. There were countless tragic scenes. Chu Feng's expression remained calm, unaffected, as he continued scrolling through the videos. His determination to survive grew even stronger. Now that the power was out, the safe house was equipped with backup batteries and a water storage system, capable of lasting for months. However, the buildings in the community were filled with many people seeking refuge, and social order had already collapsed, resulting in constant disputes and friction. These people might inevitably take desperate actions. Chu Feng considered the need to obtain weapons quickly to cope with the impending chaos. Coincidentally, the sale of compound bows had been banned this year, and many had been confiscated. He could only ask if anyone in the group had any hidden. Opening the homeowner group chat, he sensed a spreading atmosphere of panic through the messages. All rescue calls are unreachable. This doomsday phone can only contact people within Tianhai City, and there's no way to reach anyone outside the province. What should we do? Is there anyone with extra food? I'll buy it for money. I've been starving for 2 days. Someone keeps knocking on my door, asking for food. I'm so scared. Someone broke into my house, and I chased them out with a knife. Where are the police and security guards? Why hasn't the rescue team come yet? Madman, does anyone in the community have a compound bow? I'll trade food for it. If you think it's not suitable, you can message me privately. Chu Feng sent a photo. The photo showed 5 KFC meals, along with some milk tea and water. The group fell silent for half a minute upon seeing it. Grandpa Zhang, you have so much food. You should share it with everyone so we can get through this together. Annie, I'll buy it from you for $50. Don't be too selfish. My grandson is starving badly right now. These stubborn old folks were only thinking about taking advantage. If they got a taste of something sweet, they would cling to you completely. Chu Feng ignored them. Obtaining weapons was the priority. Madman, Whoever has a compound bow, please trade with me quickly. Food is running out. First come, first served. Anyway, you young person are being selfish. Don't listen to him. Everyone. Chu Feng sent another photo. The photo showed a table full of self-heating rice and bottled water. Madman, who has a gun? I'll trade these food items for it. Manager Chen from the property management. It's you again. This is illegal. If this phone didn't prevent me from silencing you, I would have done it already. Madman, fool. Closing the group chat, Chu Feng laughed in anger. These people truly had no sense of crisis, still not believing that the apocalypse had arrived. So be it. These individuals were merely numbers displayed on a phone screen. They would soon disappear. Chu Feng checked his phone and approved dozens of friend requests. Instantly, his screen was filled with message notifications. He directly skipped over some requests for food handouts. Doomsday Saints, let them be who they wish to be. Continuing to sift through information, Chu Feng saw someone had sent him a photo of a compound bow. Finally, he found what he was looking for. To be cautious, Chu Feng directly called the person for a video chat. The other side was also a young man, around his 20s. Show me your compound bow. Wait a moment. I'll go get it. Sure enough, it was an old photo, and luckily he had been cautious. In the holographic image, the other person showcased the compound bow and pulled it back for a test shot. After confirming there were no issues, Chu Feng directed the camera toward the food on the table. How about this food? Do you agree to the trade? Can you give a bit more? Or exchange for other long-lasting food? It seemed this person still had some awareness of the doomsday crisis. Chu Feng agreed to his request and gave him more food in exchange for some bows and arrows. After both sides negotiated the terms of the transaction, the next step was how to exchange the items. How do you plan to trade? I can't go out now. The stairwell is full of people, and I'm afraid of being robbed. The rain isn't as heavy now. I'll use a drone to deliver the items to your balcony, and then you can hang the compound bow underneath the drone. All right, when do we start trading? At 7 p.m. tonight. You wave your phone screen on the balcony to signal, and then we begin. Okay. You better not pull any tricks. Chu Feng warned the other side. And just as he was about to hang up, the other side suddenly asked, Wait, your name is Chu Feng, right? I'm Su Ming. Chu Feng's eyes narrowed, staring coldly at the holographic image before him. After more than 10 seconds, he finally spoke. What do you want? I just want to ask. I used to watch your apocalypse prophecy videos. Is the world really coming to an end? Yes. Chu Feng observed the other person's every move. After he confirmed the answer, Su Ming appeared visibly anxious, turning to look out the window. Will this heavy rain continue? What will come next? Next is a toxic fog. Toxic fog? And then what? We're just in a temporary cooperative relationship. I'm not interested in continuing this conversation. Even as Su Ming pleaded not to hang up, Chu Feng ignored him and waved his hand to put away his phone. At 7 p.m., the rain had lessened. Chu Feng, wearing glasses, launched the drone from his balcony to start the delivery. The drone had night vision capabilities and quickly found Su Ming's house in the pitch-black community. After several trips back and forth, he delivered the food one by one, and he successfully obtained the compound bow as well. Chu Feng didn't waste any time. He immediately closed all the windows and continued to send messages in the owner group that night. Madman, who has a gun? I'll trade food for it, quickly, or it will be too late. Manager Chen from the property. Ha ha ha, the rain is almost over now. Manager Chen from the property. I'm going to call the police to arrest you. You can't escape, just wait. This person seemed to be driven by jealousy and was a bit insane. Suddenly, a message in the group sounded like thunder. Xiao Su loves archery. Everyone, look at the community. The flood has disappeared in an instant, and now there's a thick fog outside. Everyone, please don't open doors or windows. It's toxic. Chapter 7 Global Toxic Fog. Chu Feng quickly walked to the balcony, observing the situation in the community through the glass with his night vision goggles. The flood had vanished in the blink of an eye, replaced by dense fog. He shined a flashlight, but visibility was less than 10 centimeters. Chu Feng activated the exhaust system of the safe house, holding the flashlight to check every corner for any fog infiltration. He vaguely heard excited shouts coming from downstairs. Oh, the flood has finally receded. What nonsense about the apocalypse? It's all a lie. When the flood came, you wouldn't even share a piece of bread with me. Those who tightly closed their doors, just wait for me. And those robbers and hoarders, just wait. I'm going to report you all. Come on. Let us go to the police station. Who will lead the way? This fog is too thick. The people downstairs were venting their emotions, their voices angry and frantic. Chu Feng, wearing night vision goggles, observed the situation downstairs through the window. Hundreds of people were successively coming out from the first floor of various buildings, one after another, groping their way forward. But the fog was so thick that every step they took was a struggle. These people were just going around in circles. Chu Feng opened his phone to check for any information related to guns. Unfortunately, all he found were pleas for food. He opened the community owner group. I see the number of players displayed on my phone is still 3 billion, while 5 billion people died globally in an instant. My God, it really is the apocalypse. We all played to the end together. Don't spread panic. The flood has receded. Society will return to normal. Grandpa Zhang. Right? We must trust the government. Everything will pass. Aunt Li. The flood has receded. Does anyone have extra food? Please send it to Building 7. Room 513. My grandson is starving. Ha ha. It's still that madman who sees clearly. You fools still don't believe it's the apocalypse. Hurry up and check with your apocalypse phone. It seems the whole world is shrouded in fog. Xiao Su loves archery. Please don't touch the fog. It's toxic. Shortly after the last message was sent, screams erupted in the community. Help. My eyes hurt so much. My lungs feel terrible, like they're on fire. Help. What is happening? My skin itches so much. It feels like there are bugs crawling on me. Don't step on me. Let me in quickly. The community downstairs was in chaos. The sounds of terrified calls, shattering glass, and banging doors echoed one after another. These people ran back to the buildings, trying to avoid the toxic fog. But as they moved, they stirred up airflow, and the fog chased after them, surging toward the stairs and corridors. Before long, the staircases in all the buildings were filled with fog. Various sounds gradually faded away. The pitch-black community became eerily quiet. Occasionally, the cries of children were forcefully muffled by adults. No one in the owner group sent any more messages. However, Chu Feng noticed new friend requests coming in. To avoid missing any chance of getting a gun, he accepted them one by one. One of the requests read, "I am a police officer." Interesting. Chu Feng quickly accepted the request and directly video called the other side. Both sides were in darkness, but the holographic image projected by the phone was very clear. The other side appeared to be in his 30s, looking righteous, but was already too hungry to stand straight. Chu Feng didn't intend to beat around the bush. He got straight to the point. "Where's the gun? Show it to me. What do you want a gun for?" "I need to be clear. For self-defense, to kill." The other side clearly didn't expect Chu Feng to be so straightforward, momentarily at a loss for words as he stared at Chu Feng's face. "Why does your face look familiar? Are you Chu Feng?" Hearing the other side ask, Chu Feng felt that the person looked familiar too, as if he was the police officer who came to arrest him for spreading rumors. "I remember now. Your name is Hu Yuan. 2 months ago, you were the one who led the team to arrest me, right? You remember too. How could I forget? When you arrested me, you were so enthusiastic. My relatives forcibly took me away, and when I asked for your help, you ignored me." Chu Feng gritted his teeth, his tone filled with hatred, staring fixedly at the other person. "The mental hospital has plenty of talent. I graduated as a model mental patient. Those doctors thought they could see through me, but they were all fooled. Now, I'm a complete madman. What do you really want? Hand over your gun to me. With a gun, my chances of winning this apocalypse game will increase. This is illegal. Ha ha ha." Chu Feng suddenly threw back his head and laughed loudly, pounding the table, laughing so hard he nearly fell over. This person was truly foolish and laughable. You throw your phone out of the window, snap your fingers, and the phone will reappear. The flood that submerges the world disappears in a second, and the toxic fog enveloping the globe. Do you still not believe it's the apocalypse? When those people downstairs were screaming for help, why didn't you go help them? Now their bodies are piled up on the stairs. Do you dare to take a look outside? Look at how starved you are. What are you pretending for in front of me? Chu Feng's 3 consecutive soul-searching questions caused Hu Yuan to lower his head, speechless. He had laughed enough. If the other side didn't want to trade, then forget it. If you don't want to talk, then get lost. Don't waste my time. Seeing that Chu Feng was about to hang up, Hu Yuan hurriedly stopped him. "Wait. I'm willing to exchange." "Okay, you are also a sensible person. But can you just take the gun, without the bullets? Are you messing with me?" Chu Feng angrily slammed his fist on the table, wishing he could directly punch the person across from him. "I'm afraid of the upper management investigating." "The upper management you mentioned, can they still be contacted?" "Haven T, they all fled for their lives. Do we really want to make the exchange?" Chu Feng waited for a few seconds, and after a moment of contemplation, Hu Yuan finally relented. "All right, I will exchange." "Good. But with the poisonous fog being so thick right now, I need to think about how to make the exchange. I have a question for you. You said this fog is toxic. Do you know the inside story? Facing Hu Yuan's question, Chu Feng thought it might be better to reveal some information. This would help put the other party at ease and facilitate the transaction. I know a bit. This fog cannot be in contact for a long time, or one could suffer from poisoning and die, with the body rotting. Gas masks and chemical protective suits can ensure safety. Isn't that essentially impossible to go outside? Hu Yuan asked in surprise. You can stay inside and wait for the fog to disperse, which will ensure safety, but you might starve. So you won't lose out on this deal. When will the fog disperse? I'm not sure. All right. How do you plan to trade? I will contact you again in half an hour. After hanging up the phone, Chu Feng raised the flashlight and walked to the window. Outside, the black fog was swirling, as if living creatures were slowly writhing. Not a glimmer of light penetrated. He couldn't see his hand in front of his face. Unable to determine his location based on light, drones were of no use. Each building, each room had become an isolated island. But he absolutely needed to get that gun. For now, the only option was to brave the poison. Chu Feng had to leave the safe house and venture out himself. Chapter 8. Stealth in Poisonous Fog. Chu Feng went to the cloakroom and took out a set of chemical protective clothing from the tech tree. This suit was a fully enclosed level 1 chemical protective suit, with an independent oxygen supply system, capable of dealing with the pervasive fog. Before leaving, he checked the surveillance outside the door to confirm that there were no other people outside, only a little fog. He opened 3 security doors, and Chu Feng, dressed in the protective suit, looked like an astronaut in a spacesuit. Since the apocalypse, this was the first time he stepped out of the safe house. Chu Feng held the flashlight and cautiously walked down the stairs. With each floor he descended, he carefully checked the corners and hallways, not missing a single spot. Because the high-end residential building he was in had a higher elevation, the fog had not invaded inside the building. The visibility inside the building was clear and open. This building had 10 floors, and he remembered that a few households still lived there. Why was it so silent? Chu Feng clearly remembered that on the last night before the apocalypse, several balconies in this building had their lights on. There were other people inside. When he reached the 7th floor, he indeed discovered something. The camera in the corner of the hallway turned toward him, flashing red light. Chu Feng looked up and met the camera's gaze. The protective suit glowed with an orange-red light, emitting a dangerous signal. This scene in the dark of night appeared particularly eerie. He glanced at the corridor, which was silent, with only a tightly closed door. Chu Feng walked toward the door, and as he got closer, he faintly heard movement inside. Someone was observing him through the peephole. Suddenly, a voice came from the door's sound hole. Who are you? Are you a rescue worker? Can you give me some food? I'm so hungry. It was a woman's voice, her tone already very weak. It seemed she was starving badly. Chu Feng had met this woman a few times after moving into the mansion. He remembered her as extremely beautiful. In this apocalypse, however beautiful one might be, it was merely skin deep. Chu Feng quietly stood at the door, pressed the protective suit visor against the peephole, and knocked on the door. A strange figure in a protective suit attempting to break in during the apocalypse night would unnerve anyone. The woman inside warned Chu Feng, but her trembling tone sounded ridiculous. What do you want? I warn you not to act recklessly. The voice from inside was weak and frightened. Tired of the game of intimidation, Chu Feng let out a villainous laugh. Ha ha. The laughter echoed in the mask, sounding muffled, as if an alien had descended upon Earth. Cloaked in an aura of horror and mystery, the woman inside, unable to see the figure through the peephole, ran to the surveillance monitor to confirm that Chu Feng had walked away. She leaned against the wall, as if deflated, and slumped to the ground. Her delicate, flawless oval face was pale without a trace of blood, and her disheveled hair hung down. She didn't even have the strength to cry. On the other side, Chu Feng continued to descend the stairs, reaching the 1st floor hall. The hall was in disarray, with the glass doors shattered by floodwaters, tables and chairs scattered, and the ground covered in thick mud. Fortunately, there were no corpses. Chu Feng held the bright flashlight, carefully feeling his way through the black fog. Before setting out, he had memorized the route. The destination was in the adjacent building, just 200 meters away. Even so, each step he took was filled with trepidation. The strong flashlight only illuminated 2 meters ahead. He stumbled over the muddy ground, checking his footing with the flashlight. As the light swept over the area near the building, Chu Feng saw a horrifying scene. Corpses lay sprawled across the ground, some toppled into the flower beds. Some bodies were wide-eyed in death, their skin corroded by the poisonous fog, still emitting wisps of heat. In his previous life, Chu Feng had seen even more brutal scenes, his heart calm as a deep well. He summoned his phone and, using the light, took pictures of this terrifying sight. These photos could help those naive ones understand the situation in the apocalypse. The closer he got to the stairway entrance, the more corpses there were, the ground nearly covered with them. The stairway was blocked by bodies. These people were likely not killed by the poisonous fog, but rather crushed to death in a stampede. Chu Feng began to move the bodies aside, clearing a path. Unfortunately, these people weren't killed by him. Otherwise, he could have absorbed hundreds of apocalypse points. Chu Feng stepped onto the staircase. Because the protective suit was heavy, each step made a dull thud. Thud, thud, thud. The entire building echoed with the heavy footsteps. The surviving residents inside dared not breathe, hiding behind doors and in rooms, wide awake. Questions arose in their hearts. Is this some kind of monster? No one thought of heading toward the rescue team. Outside was a deadly poisonous fog. Who would risk their lives to rescue? People had basically accepted that the apocalypse had arrived. Moreover, this monster was alone, stopping for half a minute on each floor. Could it be searching for prey? The monster finally reached the 10th floor, and from the sound of the footsteps, it stopped in front of a particular door. The other survivors inside breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thankful that it wasn't their door being targeted. Turning to Chu Feng, he, burdened by the heavy protective suit, had finally climbed to the 10th floor, bent over and gasping for breath, cursing under his breath. I'm really exhausted. If it weren't for getting the gun, who would willingly endure this suffering? If they dare to trick me, they're dead for sure. After resting for half a minute, Chu Feng held the flashlight in his left hand and a powerful brushless fan in his right, blowing away the poisonous fog in the corridor. Chu Feng stood in front of door 1012, first checking the time. There were still 15 minutes until midnight. Then, according to the previously agreed signal, he knocked on the door 5 times in a rhythmic pattern. A voice came from behind the door. Who Yuan? Who? Food for gun exchange. Chu Feng tried to lower his voice. Hu Yuan looked through the peephole, and with the faint light, saw the visor of the protective suit outside. He had known in advance that Chu Feng would come in a protective suit. As the time for the transaction approached, he hesitated. Honey, I think we should forget it. He doesn't seem like a good person. But he's already at the door, and we only have a box of biscuits left. Husband, I'm so scared, sob. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll go check the situation again. Listening to the voices discussing behind the door, Chu Feng patiently waited. You don't look like someone bringing food. Hu Yuan questioned. Chu Feng didn't waste any more words, raising a bag of food in his left hand and turning on a flashlight with his right. He wanted Hu Yuan to see clearly through the peephole. Okay, I see you. I'll open the door a crack. You put the food inside. Hearing this bizarre request, Chu Feng was furious and scolded in a low voice. Are you messing with me? I came all this way and even blew away the poisonous mist in the corridor. Do you believe I can kick the door open and let the poison kill you, then take the gun from your corpse? The verbal threat worked, and the room fell silent instantly. A minute later, the door opened. Chu Feng walked into the room carrying 2 large bags of food and kicked the door shut. The room was lit by candles. He set down the food and, regardless of Hu Yuan pointing a gun at him, said straightforwardly, Give me the gun, and I'll leave immediately. Hu Yuan and his wife stood 5 steps away, seemingly intimidated by Chu Feng, who looked like an astronaut. What food do you have? 20 boxes of self-heating rice, dry rations, water. Upon hearing this, the couple exchanged gleeful glances. However, Hu Yuan raised the gun again, aiming it at Chu Feng's forehead, and said harshly, All right, put the food down. You can leave. Chapter 9. Conflict. Gun in hand, the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point, with both sides in a standoff. Things were heading in a bad direction. Chu Feng stood still, panting heavily. A muffled sound came from behind his mask. Hu Yuan and his wife fidgeted, both sweating from fear. They thought about how Chu Feng dared to barge into the poisonous mist alone and suspected he had more tricks up his sleeve. Half a minute later, Chu Feng spoke first. I told you, you'd better not mess with me. I know your background well. I'm a madman who can do anything. Stop pretending. You want a compound bow and a gun because you're also afraid of the dangers of the apocalypse. As a police officer, Hu Yuan's analytical skills were naturally strong, and he had already guessed that Chu Feng was the one seeking to buy weapons in the owner-s group. However, since Chu Feng was wearing a mask, he couldn't see his micro-expressions. Chu Feng scoffed in his heart. Not all apocalypse survivors were Na'vi. That's right. I do need weapons urgently now. If you give me the gun, I can pretend nothing happened. Why should I? The gun is in my hands, and everything is up to me, Hu Yuan said, shaking the gun in his hand, radiating confidence that everything was under control. However, He secretly tightened his grip on his wife's hand, a small gesture that revealed his inner panic. Haha, aside from showing off in the house, do you dare go outside? Hu Yuan seemed to be hit where it hurt, his expression becoming flustered as he aimed the gun at Chu Feng, speaking fiercely. Stop with the nonsense, get out now, or I'll shoot. Facing the threat, Chu Feng was unafraid. He wanted to buy some more time. There were 3 minutes until midnight. You really surprised me. You look like a villain when you change your face like that. Aren't you afraid of the higher-ups coming down? I've long lost contact, and even if the apocalypse ends, if the higher-ups come down, I'll just say I shot a robber who broke in with a knife. Hu Yuan had tried multiple times to contact the police station these days without any news, and the information he received from colleagues was the same. The higher-ups were already in chaos, with the military protecting the big shots hiding in underground bunkers. He also saw the situation in other parts of the world through his apocalypse phone. Floods inundated cities, dams collapsed, mysterious poisonous mist, people were dying everywhere globally. They were already living in the apocalypse. Hu Yuan had long thought of countermeasures. There was absolutely no way he would give away the gun. Shooting a couple of schemers posed no pressure for him. Chu Feng naturally didn't expect this person to be so shrewd. After hearing just a few words, he wanted to applaud him. Clap, clap, clap. Wonderful, wonderful. People like you can survive in the apocalypse. Stop flattering me. Get out now. Hu Yuan couldn't figure out Chu Feng's sudden applause, taking a step forward to try to force him out of the room. Chu Feng took the opportunity to raise his hands. Don't act impulsively. I can leave, but what if the poisonous mist rushes in when I open the door? And do you think I have no one behind me? You. Hu Yuan gritted his teeth, unable to speak, his hand holding the gun shaking uncontrollably. At that moment, his wife spoke up in panic. Husband, give him the gun. Let him take the food. Don't argue with him. What do you know? As long as I have the gun, I have food. Only with the gun do I have power. But he said there are others outside. What if the poisonous mist rushes in? What are you panicking about? The couple, one pretending to be calm while the other cried. At this moment, Chu Feng added fuel to the tense atmosphere. Just a reminder, don't think that closing the doors and windows means you're safe. The air you're breathing is also toxic. You're actually being poisoned slowly. The couple was thrown into chaos by Chu Feng's words. You're talking nonsense. Husband, what do we do? This was a delaying tactic made up by Chu Feng. Only by coming into contact with the white mist would one be poisoned. Otherwise, this apocalypse game couldn't be played at all. The tactic worked. The woman's crying grew louder. Hu Yuan also panicked. Unable to tell if Chu Feng's words were true or false, his eyes darting. Chu Feng saw Hu Yuan's attention distracted and suddenly asked, "What time is it now?" Huh? What time? I'm asking for the time. It should be midnight, right? Hu Yuan, not suspecting anything, turned his right wrist, his gaze falling on his watch. The hour and minute hands pointed at 12. The gun no longer aimed at Chu Feng's head. In that instant, Chu Feng silently thought, consume 5 apocalypse points to evolve the dagger into a high-speed dagger. Ding. Successfully evolved into a high-speed dagger, one-time effective. A sonic boom sounded. A high-speed spinning dagger shot out from Chu Feng's palm. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through Hu Yuan's head, bursting like a watermelon, blood splattering on the sofa and ceiling. Hu Yuan's wife was splattered with brain matter. She shivered at first, then screamed as she saw her husband's headless corpse fall. The entire floor echoed with her piercing scream. Chu Feng began to approach step by step. He picked up the gun that had fallen to the ground and looked at Hu Yuan's wife. You, don't come any closer. Hu Yuan's wife cried out, panicking as she stumbled toward the balcony. In an instant, the dense mist surrounded her. She felt a tightness in her chest and wanted to run back. But it was too late. She reached out to Chu Feng for help, but no sound came out, blood flowing from her mouth and nose. There was no saving her. He could only end her suffering quickly. Chu Feng stood in front of the woman, raised his gun, and pulled the trigger. Bang! After the gunshot, the community returned to silence, eerily quiet. Chu Feng tossed the 2 bodies out of the window, closed the window, collected the food, and left the place. Heavy footsteps echoed in the hallway. As he walked, Chu Feng thought about it. This was his first time killing someone, and he felt no ripple in his heart. His initial intention was to trade food for a gun. Even giving more food would have been fine. Making a friend would be best. Business doesn't succeed, but kindness remains. But those 2 were greedy and threatened him first. He was forced to act in self-defense. Chu Feng summoned his phone and checked his personal information. Apocalypse points, 10 points. Why bother making me waste apocalypse points? I'll take your points. He couldn't help but sigh. He didn't want to see this result either. But this was a life-and-death apocalypse game, and the winner could only be him. Now that his goal had been achieved, Chu Feng walked past the scattered bodies and returned to the building where the safe house was located. As he passed the 7th floor, he noticed the corner camera aimed at him again. Chu Feng returned to the door, dropped a box of biscuits, and turned to leave. Soon, this person will come to us on their own. Back at the safe house, Chu Feng checked the messages in the owner group. Most messages were inquiries about the strange person and the gunshots. Did anyone see what the strange person from Building 11 looks like? I was so scared I hid under the bed. Going out to see what he looks like is like courting death. The sound of its footsteps is at least half a ton. It went into my neighbor's house, room 1012, and it really scared me to death. Both of them are dead, and their bodies were thrown downstairs. What was that gunfire about? That family were police officers. They fired back. And in the end, they all died. Damn, what kind of monster can withstand bullets? I opened a crack in the door and took a sneaky photo of its appearance. Take a look. The photo clearly showed Chu Feng in a hazmat suit, passing through the stairway corner in the thick fog. Chapter 10. The hearts of men are in chaos. Chu Feng continued to pay attention to the group chat, not expecting that his actions would cause such a big commotion. Some sharp-eyed members of the owner group had already guessed that he was wearing a hazmat suit. It seemed everyone in the owner group had forgotten their hunger and started a heated discussion. This looks like a hazmat suit. A hazmat suit? Could it be that someone is wearing a hazmat suit to kill that family? How could that be? You heard the gunshots just now. Can he block bullets with his body? I was in the next room and faintly heard them arguing. Then suddenly there were gunshots. It's over. He won't go house to house robbing, will he? I'm so hungry I can hardly fight back. You all should check the item return section on your phones. You can exchange for a hazmat suit for 1 point. Why didn't you say so earlier? I've already used the new points to exchange for compressed food rations. Old man Zhang. Everyone needs to help each other. Can someone bring some food to my house? Aunt Li, there is someone named Chu Feng in the neighborhood. His family runs a supermarket, and they must have a lot of food. Can someone help buy some for my grandson? These old people are really selfish and daydreaming, hiding in their homes and expecting others to bring them food. What a joke. Who isn't starving and seeing stars? If there's food, of course, they would eat it first. Naturally, no one paid attention to these outrageous requests. However, this information reminded others that there was food in Chu Feng's supermarket. Some had already begun to stir, driven by hunger to take risks. Chu Feng anticipated that things would develop this way. Now the supermarket was in the hands of those ignorant relatives. If he were to rob, it would be them. As long as they didn't rob his safe house. What others did was none of his business. Chu Feng planned to add fuel to the fire. Madman, I don't plan to hog all the food. There should still be food in my family's supermarket. Feel free to take it. Are you serious? Madman, of course. Just don't lay a hand on me. I'm going to get food right now. I'm really too hungry. Too late. I see a lot of people in hazmat suits heading out into the toxic fog. Why didn't you say so earlier? Old man Zhang, please bring some food for this old man. Aunt Li, also bring some for me and my grandson. Are you two old folks ever going to stop? Sitting around waiting for food to be delivered every day. Why don't you show the energy you have dancing in the square and fight against the world? The owner group suddenly fell silent, and Chu Feng calmly watched this scene. Now everyone was struggling for survival, with no time to care about others' lives or deaths. Chu Feng placed his phone on the table, waiting for a call to come in. Those relatives should be getting anxious. Sure enough, in less than 5 minutes, his cousin Chu Cheng called a video chat. As soon as the holographic projection opened, he was met with furious shouts from the other side. Are you out of your mind? Luring those people to rob the supermarket. What are we supposed to do? Chu Feng leisurely sipped tea, ate pastries, and enjoyed the impotent rage on the other side. In the holographic image, everyone was soaked, covered in yellow mud, and looked utterly disheveled. The room had a few candles lit, and the furniture was scattered about, wrecked by the flood. A group of people on the other side looked on, drooling with eyes filled with resentment and greed. They were puzzled about how this kid could be living so comfortably. Chu Feng tossed the half-eaten cake into the trash and raised a mocking gaze. It's a pity you didn't drown. I still have to do it myself. Cousin Chu Cheng was instantly filled with rage, cursing loudly. You really are sick, always wishing for others to die. Do you really think no one can deal with you? Don't like it? If you have the guts, come find me now, and I'll give you a taste of my blade. Chu Feng shook his leg, speaking disdainfully, while pulling out a tang knife from under the table. He swung the tang knife left and right, looking at cousin Chu Cheng with a provocative gaze. Upon seeing this, the other side instantly lost their temper, especially the two fierce women, who turned their heads and didn't dare to look directly at Chu Feng. Uncle saw the atmosphere drop to freezing point, forced a smile, and spoke to mediate. Little Feng, if there are any misunderstandings, we can talk it out. There's no need to make it like this. Misunderstanding? You garbage did bad things and dare to say it's a misunderstanding? Chu Feng glared angrily, gritting his teeth as he spat out each word. The people on the other side were intimidated by Chu Feng's aura, and no one dared to rebut. In the end, it was still Uncle who spoke to ease the atmosphere. We are all doing this for your own good. Are we afraid you will spend money recklessly? For my own good? Chu Feng stretched his neck, bewildered, unable to understand how these people could be so unashamed. Isn't this a sickness? Cousin and younger cousin still have to get married. Everyone can live together happily when the time comes. Chu Feng was somewhat stunned to hear this. These people thought everything was a given, constantly making unreasonable demands. How could someone be so shameless? Chu Feng raised a murderous gaze, his tone cold. So you took my parents' handprints while I was in the hospital to hasten their death? Uncle quickly glanced at the people beside him, swallowed hard, his tone uneasy. This was something your parents agreed to. As guardians, we have the right to handle the property matters. Upon hearing such an answer, Chu Feng lowered his head, shaking it repeatedly, feeling both amused and exasperated. Talking to these people was like playing the lute to a cow. They never admitted that what they did was wrong. Chu Feng sighed and asked, how did my parents get into trouble? Hearing this deadly question, the people on the other side turned pale. No one dared to speak. It seemed they had been asked a fatal question. Chu Feng merely suspected these people had done something, but he didn't expect to actually find a clue. He noticed cousin Chu Cheng's panicked expression and evasive gaze. This person had a guilty conscience. Chu Feng suddenly stood up, slamming the tang knife onto the table like a mad beast, roaring in anger. If you refuse to admit it, then I'll go slaughter you now and pry the truth from your mouths. Chu Feng waved his hand to put away the phone, quickly donned his protective gear and hazmat suit. He slung a compound bow over his shoulder and strapped on the tang knife, fully armed as he left the safe house. As he walked through the toxic fog, Chu Feng recalled the past. His family had been relocated a few years ago, and life had improved. His parents, wanting to help relatives, lent money, helped find jobs, and let them live rent-free in empty houses, etc. This led to those people becoming insatiable, borrowing money without returning it, with increasingly outrageous demands. They were like a swarm of parasites. Chu Feng didn't plan to wait any longer. He would eliminate these disgusting people today. He carefully traversed the toxic fog and quietly approached the old house on the first floor, opening the window to let the toxic fog pour into the house. There was no movement inside. Chu Feng arrived at the door and found it ajar, with no one inside. They fled. Indeed, guilty of their crimes. They all died outside in the end. After taking one last look at his former home, he closed the door and left. On the way back, Chu Feng heard the sounds of others in the toxic fog. Someone was shouting through a loudspeaker. Ha ha ha, it's the end of the world, finally. It's time for me to be in charge. In the community, listen up everyone. Each household should prepare food, and I will go door to door. Chapter 11. Humanity in the Apocalypse. Chu Feng hid in the shadows, eavesdropping on the villains' declaration before they committed their crimes. He furrowed his brow and took out a thermal imaging telescope to observe from a distance. That group of bad guys had more than 10 members, and he planned to avoid confrontation and quickly return to the safe house. Just as he entered, his phone rang. It was Zhao Taizhu calling. After such a long time without contact, Chu Feng thought Zhao Taizhu was gone. Hello? What's the matter? Brother Feng, that's great, you're okay? I've been so worried these past few days. After 5 days without contact, the first thing he asked was about Chu Feng's safety. This little brother was worth keeping. I'm safe now, how's it on your side? I'm hiding in the house, I have plenty of food, and I'm doing just fine, Zhao Taizhu replied with a silly grin. Have you encountered anyone trying to rob you? No, we've been hiding in our rooms and haven't heard anyone knocking. Did something happen on your side, Brother Feng? Yes, I've encountered some ill-intentioned people. Then I'll come help you. Zhao Taizhu's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Chu Feng smiled lightly, his tone relaxed. No need, I've already dealt with everything. Brother Feng, do you really not need my help? Zhao Taizhu asked in confusion. I can handle it, but I do have some things to remind you about. Brother Feng, go ahead. Chu Feng paused, thinking that Zhao Taizhu was about to awaken his magnetism ability and he needed to help him grow quickly while also informing him of some things to be cautious about. He briefly said, points are very precious in the early stages. Don't use them recklessly. I understand, I've only used points to exchange for protective clothing, and I haven't touched the remaining points, Zhao Taiju replied. Pay attention to the prompt sound of second-level apocalypse. In 5 days, your ability may awaken then. How can I confirm if my ability has awakened? Try to control metal. If you succeed, use all your points to enhance your ability. Got it. Zhao Taiju, hearing Chu Feng mention second-level apocalypse, was worried that strange things would happen again, so he wanted to know more details. He then asked first, Brother Feng, what will appear in the second-level apocalypse? Toxic fog will disappear, insect disasters will arise, and zombies will awaken, Chu Feng answered. Zombies? You mean the ones from the movies? Exactly. Brother Feng, what should we do? That sounds terrifying. Chu Feng paused for a moment, thinking. After Zhao Taiju awakens his magnetism ability, ordinary zombies will not be a threat, but the sudden insect tide is the most dangerous. Chu Feng said calmly. Remember what I'm about to say? Brother Feng, go ahead. How many floors does your building have? How many people are there? And do you know each other? It's a remote 5-story building, with a total of 5 people, all trustworthy. How long can your food last? A few months is not a problem. After roughly understanding the situation, Chu Feng made his final arrangements. You should put on your protective clothing now, check every room in your building, block the stairway with things. Prepare ropes, and if the situation goes wrong, use the ropes to escape. Seal the doors and windows, throw away useless things, and it's best to sleep in tents. Taking turns keeping watch at night. Once the insect disaster shows signs, put on the protective clothing and immediately kill the insects. You can't let them get on you. Taiju, I know you're kind-hearted, and if someone asks for your help, you'll definitely lend a hand, but I want to remind you to distinguish between good and evil. You must be ruthless when necessary, so you can survive. Zhao Taiju on the other end of the phone felt dry-mouthed and nodded repeatedly. The 4 young men in the same room with him also vaguely heard some of the conversation and looked surprised. After hanging up, Zhao Taiju finally relaxed his tense nerves and took a deep breath to relieve the pressure. Brother Taiju, that person must be Chu Feng, right? Call him Brother Feng. That's really no rule. Zhao Taiju scolded sternly. Oh, the money I gave you all is from Brother Feng. Now you each have food and drink, full of energy. All thanks to him. Zhao Taiju scolded his younger brothers like a patriarch. Is what Brother Feng said true? How could it be false? He warned us about the poisonous fog before. I told you not to go out, or you would be dead like those downstairs. Should we really do as Brother Feng says? I still want to save those points to exchange for gold bricks. Zhao Taiju gave a sharp knock on a younger brother's head and reprimanded seriously. Always thinking about these things. Didn't you see that 1 point can only be exchanged for a thumb-sized chewing stick? Can you eat gold bricks? The younger brothers all chuckled and exchanged glances. If I hadn't stopped you, your points would definitely be used up. Now put on the protective clothing immediately. We're starting to act and clear out the corpses downstairs, turning this building into a fortress. With Zhao Tieju's command, the 5 younger brothers quickly took out their phones to exchange for protective clothing. They then put on the clothing and started to act. Meanwhile, Chu Feng stood by the balcony, drinking hot milk and observing the situation in the community. The thick fog was no longer blocking the sun, and the fog had dropped to a height of 30 meters. A thin layer of moisture hung in the sky. The sun hung dimly like a bathhouse light on the horizon. However, the situation of the survivors in the community was not optimistic. The sounds of shattering glass and banging doors echoed. That group of robbers was already on the move. Shouts and curses were clearly audible. Open the door for me, or I'll break it down and let the toxic fog in to kill you all. The leader, Lu Biao, was showing off in front of a certain house on the first floor with 10 younger brothers. He also announced the robbery in the owner group. And he used to be involved in the underworld, exuding a wild criminal air in his words. Brother, why waste time talking? Just kick the door down and grab the food. So many people have already died. Do we really need to care about these few inside? A younger brother fanned the flames beside him. How could we let them die like that? They used to look down on others. Let's see who the real boss is now. Lu Biao kicked the door twice, continuing to curse. Still not opening the door? Just wait until I get in. I'll make you wish you hadn't tea. After several attempts to break down the door, it finally opened, and Lu Biao rushed into the room with his younger brothers. Female screams were heard, and the door slammed shut. No more sounds came from the community. The other survivors fell silent. The atmosphere of fear was spreading continuously. Chu Feng was thinking of a countermeasure on the balcony. This group of people was too dangerous. Taking advantage of the thick fog, he might be able to wear the thermal imaging device and use a compound bow to take them out one by one. While he was contemplating, a new message popped up in the owner's group. Someone had uploaded a video. It showed Lu Biao and his gang assaulting a girl, and the scene was unbearable to watch. The people in the group were angry but dared not speak out, fearing that the thugs would come for them. By chance, Chu Feng saw that some high-rise building doors were slowly opening. Someone in protective clothing peeked out, looking around. They were carrying large and small bags, preparing to leave the community. The flower of evil had already bloomed. Escaping from here was a very wise choice. Chapter 12. The willing will take the bait. As for the woman being assaulted, Chu Feng wouldn't do anything now. In the future, he could only look for opportunities to take out those insects. He glanced at the owner group. Someone bravely spoke out, condemning such behavior, but very few responded. Everyone wanted to protect themselves. Given the current situation, someone proposed the idea of forming a team, and many began to respond to the call. Most were men, with few women responding. Because women understood that joining these groups, if they couldn't find food, they would have to sell themselves for food. The outcome would be the same. Chu Feng considered finding 2 teammates. By connecting through the tech tree, they could gain 3 times the points. But he no longer dared to trust anyone. Such thoughts were cast aside. In the apocalypse, one could only rely on oneself. If he were to find teammates, they must be people who completely submit to him. As he pondered, a friend request popped up on his phone. The request read, "I live on the 7th floor. I saw you go out last night. Can we talk?" Little Fish had taken the bait. Chu Feng quickly accepted the friend request and sent a message asking, "What do you want to talk about? Can you share some food with me? I'm really hungry. I don't know you. Your life or death has nothing to do with me." Chu Feng's expression turned cold. He received dozens of messages begging for food every day and usually didn't reply to a single word. This woman specifically mentioned last night, indicating she must have something to ask. "No, I know you. Your name is Chu Feng. I'm willing to do anything." "Anything?" Chu Feng became interested. "Yes, as long as you give me something to eat. If you want food, the gang of robbers in the community can satisfy your needs. Why don't you go to them?" Chu Feng deliberately teased the woman opposite him, trying to gauge her intentions. "No, I would rather die." Did she still want to keep her chastity at a time like this? Did she think Chu Feng wouldn't do anything to her? "I'm a madman. I might do worse. Aren't you afraid?" The woman did not reply, and a wicked smile crept onto Chu Feng's lips. If she immediately agreed, he wouldn't want anything to do with her. It was her pride and reserve that stirred his desire for conquest. Chu Feng pulled up his attribute information. It was time to enhance his character attributes. Attributes, Strength 8, Apocalypse points. 10. He allocated all points to increase strength. Attributes, Strength 18, his body also underwent a transformation. His slender limbs and torso became robust, muscles rippling and bulging all over. His back straightened, and he even grew 2 centimeters taller, feeling an influx of strength. Chu Feng glanced below, a wicked smile appearing as he realized that even that aspect of his strength had increased. He went to the mirror and lifted his shirt. The reflection showed him with 8-pack abs and well-defined muscles, exuding a healthy sheen that gave an impression of strength and vigor. He smiled with confidence. Then, Chu Feng took out a compound bow from the tech tree and adjusted its draw weight to 60 kilograms. He went to the balcony and opened a small window. Drawing the bow like a full moon, the arrow shot out like a meteor. The arrow flew over 200 meters, and the bowstring snapped back, causing a buzzing in Chu Feng's ears. This arrow had enough power to pierce through 2 people. It was more than enough to deal with that gang of robbers, though he still needed to practice his aim. Just as Chu Feng was about to put away the bow and return inside, he spotted a girl standing on the balcony of the 10th floor next door. She had a high ponytail, her gaze sharp, even from a distance. She exuded an air of heroism. She still had the energy to pose, so she must not be hungry yet. Chu Feng knocked an arrow and aimed at the girl, then at a nearby flower pot. To his surprise, the girl didn't flinch and stared back at him intently, truly a rose standing tall in the apocalypse. As they maintained their standoff, a dull sound echoed from the ground of the community. Someone had jumped off a building. Chu Feng turned to see a large hole opened in the mist, feeling no flicker of emotion. In the apocalypse, when someone mentally collapses and jumps, it saves them from further suffering. He closed the small window and returned to his room, now waiting to see if the fish on the 7th floor would be willing to take the bait. In the luxurious apartment on the 7th floor, Lu Mingwei lay weakly on the bed, her body extremely frail. She turned over and buried her head in the pillow, her tears long dried, leaving 2 streaks on her sunken eye sockets. She had made all the calls for help, but her family was unreachable. Now her consciousness was becoming hazy, and if this continued, death would be near. Lu Mingwei picked up her phone, her heart in fierce turmoil. Did she have to give herself to that group of thugs for a bite to eat? She could very well be toyed with to death. It would be better to make a deal with the person on the roof. At least Chu Feng seemed more normal. Moreover, Chu Feng appeared to be well prepared for the apocalypse, navigating survival with ease. With a decision made in her heart, Lu Mingyue called Chu Feng via video. A few seconds later, the call connected. In the holographic image, Chu Feng sat upright on the sofa, his expression stern as if examining her. His fingers lightly stroking the compound bow beside him. Lu Mingyue propped herself up, mustering her spirit to ask, "How do I know you're not lying? I want to see if you really have food." Chu Feng said nothing, but merely smirked, pulling out a small cake and a cup of milk tea from under the table. Seeing this, Lu Mingyue's eyes lit up, her mouth watering as she swallowed hard. She watched Chu Feng eat the cake with the milk tea. Chu Feng even teased her, patting his belly and burping. At this sight, Lu Mingyue felt a wave of sadness and wiped her eyes, only to find there were no tears left. "All right, I've seen enough. I'm willing to trade." However, Chu Feng did not agree. He raised a finger and shook it. "No, no, no, this is not a trade. From now on, you belong to me. You must obey me. If you can't do that, then forget it." Lu Mingyue blinked her dry eyes, lacking the energy to think about the implications of his words. Without a second thought, her lips trembled. I agree." "Good. Now let's see your actions," Chu Feng said with a relaxed expression. "Can you bring me something to eat first?" "I can't even walk anymore," Lu Mingyue pleaded. "No. I can't be sure if the stairs are still filled with toxic mist. I'll send you a protective suit with a drone. Whether you can make it to the 10th floor depends on your will to survive," Chu Feng replied coldly, rejecting her request. Lu Mingyue dared not say more and could only nod in agreement. Okay. After hanging up the call, Chu Feng went to the balcony, put on his glasses, and activated the drone. The drone carried a lightweight protective suit and smoothly passed through the small window, slowly descending to the 7th floor. There was still a bit of mist on the 7th floor balcony. Chu Feng controlled the drone to drop the protective suit near the window. Now it was time to wait. Chu Feng settled onto the sofa directly facing the entrance, resting his right hand on the compound bell. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. Finally, a faint knocking sound came from the door. Chapter 13. Checking for danger factors. Chu Feng took out a tablet to monitor the situation in the corridor. There was no one else in the stair corridor. Lu Mingyue, dressed in the protective suit, lay collapsed at the door. Chu Feng pulled out the controller and opened the first security door. He grabbed the compound bow and approached the third bulletproof glass security door, shouting from a distance, "Hurry up and crawl inside." His tone was cold as he commanded Lu Mingyue to enter the house. If Lu Mingyue hadn't moved, Chu Feng would have thought she was dead. Lu Mingyue paused for a moment, mustering all her strength to crawl into the room. Bang! The security door closed behind her. "Take off all your clothes." Chu Feng continued his ruthless orders, intending to eliminate all potential risks. Leaning against the wall, Lu Mingyue took a while before slowly removing the protective suit. Her face was pale, looking at Chu Feng with a frail demeanor. "Didn't I say to take off all your clothes? Didn't you hear me?" Chu Feng still showed no mercy, questioning her harshly. "Why do you have to treat me like this? Why?" Lu Mingyue's lips trembled, wanting to cry but having no tears. Her gaze pleading. She received a cold response from Chu Feng. "If you don't do as I say, I'll shoot you with an arrow." With that, Chu Feng opened the third security door and placed a small piece of cake and a cup of milk on the ground. He then closed the third security door and returned to the sofa without looking back. Lu Mingyue stared dreamily at the food on the ground through the second bulletproof glass door. After several rounds of mental struggle, she trembled as she undid her clothing. 1 minute later, Lu Mingyue covered her important parts with her hands, shrinking her body and not daring to lift her head. Her body was still snow white and flawless, but unfortunately a bit too thin. Chu Feng took out the controller, opened the second security door, and said at the same time, "Go ahead and eat." Immediately, Lu Mingyue no longer cared about modesty, pouncing on the food like a starving wolf. She knelt on the ground, her hands grabbing the cake and shoving it into her mouth, while a cup of milk entered her mouth, making her cheeks bulge. The whole process took no more than 15 seconds. In the end, she even kept sucking on her fingers. It seemed she was truly starving, capable of eating a whole cow. Chu Feng stood up, with his left hand behind his back, retrieving a gun from the tech tree. He walked to the third security door, looking down at Lu Mingyue, who shyly covered her important parts. The moment Chu Feng opened the third security door, he reached out and grabbed Lu Mingyue's hair, pressing her against the wall. He wanted to confirm whether there were blades hidden in her hair. What are you going to do?" Lu Mingyue's lips trembled as she looked at Chu Feng with a sorrowful expression, her eyes once again brimming with tears. She saw ruthlessness and coldness, and caught a glimpse of the gun in Chu's hand. Gradually, she became disheartened, closed her eyes, and gave up resisting. Letting her hands fall to her sides, she allowed Chu Feng to fumble aimlessly above her head. Suddenly, intermittent laughter rang out. Kiki. Lu Mingyue opened her eyes and saw Chu Feng sneering as he stepped back. She felt puzzled, wondering if he wasn't going to do something. Unexpectedly, Chu Feng said something surprising. Hurry up and go wash up in the bathroom, you smell terrible. Suddenly being called smelly by a man, how could a beauty tolerate that? Lu Mingyue pouted in dissatisfaction, and when she saw Chu Feng pinching his nose, she sniffed the smell on her body. It really was quite bad. Lu Mingyue felt energized after eating a small cake and began to move. However, she was a bit skeptical. Didn't they already lose water and electricity? How could she still take a shower? She quickly walked to the bathroom, confirming that the shower head was emitting hot water and couldn't help but exclaim softly in delight. Chu Feng didn't look back, walking towards the balcony to take out his binoculars and continue observing the situation in the community. At this time, people from the high-rise buildings began to appear on their balconies, vigilantly watching their surroundings. They all looked like startled birds. Chu Feng swept the binoculars across, and there were people on every balcony of the tall buildings. There were still quite a few survivors. However, food was already scarce. His gaze moved from the bottom to the top, from left to right, scanning through building after building. He saw a familiar face. His ex-girlfriend, Tao Yuchi, was standing on the balcony, taking pictures with her phone. Suddenly, the camera was aimed at Chu Feng. Oh no! He hurried back into the room. This doomsday phone has 1,000 times zoom, capable of capturing even his hair strands. He estimated that his location information was unlikely to be hidden. Chu Feng did not know when this person moved into the community. As he sat on the sofa contemplating countermeasures, a voice came from the bathroom. Can you help me get my clothes? He frowned and turned his head to look in the direction of the bathroom. He chuckled. Earlier, she had stripped completely, but now she was shy. Chu Feng found a few of his shirts. He wasn't prepared with women's clothes. He could only let Lu Mingyue make do with what she had. Without knocking, he walked straight into the bathroom with the clothes. Lu Mingyue was enjoying her bath when someone suddenly barged in, startling her. She grabbed a towel to cover herself and shyly asked, "Why didn't you knock?" Huh? Chu Feng had a puzzled expression, turning his head to stare at Lu Mingyue hiding in the corner. He thought to himself that this person still hadn't grasped the situation. He needed to be reminded again. This is my home. What door should I knock on? That's not what I meant. Lu Mingyue spoke while stealing glances at Chu Feng. Noticing some anger in him, she nervously tightened the bath towel around her body. Seeing Chu Feng walking towards her, she wished she could shrink into the corner. Chu Feng approached Lu Mingyue step by step, throwing his shirt aside, his gaze fierce as it scanned the beautiful figure before him. Are you having second thoughts? You should know that I'm a madman. He reached out his hand, his fingertips brushing against Lu Mingyue's cheek, lifting her exquisite chin. Her eyes were like stars, her brows like moths, her skin like cream, and her collarbone like jade. What a beautiful woman. Unfortunately, this is the apocalypse, and a beautiful exterior is of no use. Only pleasing to the eye. Chu Feng withdrew his hand, and suddenly, he took off his shirt and continued to approach Lu Mingyue. Cornered, Lu Mingyue blinked her eyes. Her ears flushed red, and she dared not look directly at Chu Feng. Humph. However, Chu Feng let out a light snort and did not take any further action. He turned and walked towards the bathtub, took off his pants, and directly laid down in the tub. Lu Mingyue hurriedly grabbed her shirt and ran out of the bathroom. Chu Feng did not stop her. To subdue this person as a subordinate, he needed to achieve a certain level of loyalty first. In the evening, Lu Mingyue curled up on the sofa, pulling the oversized shirt to cover her body, watching Chu Feng move back and forth with vigilance. She noticed the gun at Chu Feng's waist and did not dare to act rashly. Or rather, she felt there was nothing she could do now. Chu Feng moved back and forth between the kitchen and the living room a few times, and soon brought out steaming hot dishes. However, he only prepared a set of bowls and chopsticks for himself. Lu Mingyue looked at the table full of food, her eyes widening in surprise. And she unconsciously walked to the table. Come here, kneel down. Chu Feng issued a merciless order, raising an undeniable gaze. Lu Mingyue felt a chill run down her spine from his glare and obediently walked to Chu Feng's side, her stomach growling with hunger. Chu Feng pushed the half-eaten chicken leg he had been gnawing on in front of Lu Mingyue, deliberately waving the aroma of the chicken leg towards her. Do you want to eat it? Yes. Lu Mingyue swallowed and nodded seriously. Then hurry up and do as I say. Chu Feng suddenly raised his voice, startling Lu Mingyue, who nervously tugged at her shirt to cover her snow-white thighs. In the end, she put everything down and slowly knelt on the ground. Chu Feng picked up a fragrant chicken leg and held it to Lu Mingyue's mouth, enticingly saying, "Eat it." Lu Mingyue bit into the chicken leg without saying a word, gnawing on it while crying, displaying an expression of happiness she had never shown before. "Is it tasty?" Lu Mingyue nodded vigorously. "You can't betray me, understand? I will. I will." Chu Feng looked at Lu Mingyue's tear-filled eyes and gently stroked her head. Ding. A new team member has been acquired, Lu Mingyue. Listening to the prompt sound in his mind, a wicked smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 14, The Naive Person. As night fell, the entire community returned to tranquility. The night was eerily quiet and infinitely long. Chu Feng pulled all the curtains shut to prevent any light from leaking out. Outside the window, the thick fog had dissipated, and any light could attract covetous eyes. Nowadays, numerous small groups had formed within the community, and they would begin their activities after nightfall. He did not want the Safehouse to become the primary target of an attack. He needed to hold out until at least the day the second-level apocalypse arrived before his location information was completely exposed. Chu Feng adjusted the flashlight to its dimmest setting, just enough to illuminate the path beneath his feet. As he walked, he collided with a soft object. Why wasn't the light on? Lu Mingyue groped and grabbed Chu Feng's arm, complaining. Chu Tian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This woman thinks this is a game. We are in the apocalypse, and she has no sense of danger at all. With the flashlight's light, Lu Mingyue actually walked towards the switch. Wanting to turn on the light, Chu Feng was startled by her actions and hurriedly stepped forward to grab her wrist. "Ah, it hurts." Chu Feng pulled Lu Mingyue into his small room and pushed her onto the bed. The flashlight shone on her fair and flawless face. Lu Mingyue subconsciously turned her head, nervously clutching the quilt, revealing a hint of resistance. She thought it was finally time for that kind of thing, but then she heard Chu Feng's complaints. "Do you want to die? What's wrong? It's just turning on the light. If you dare to talk back again, you'll be hungry for a day." Chu Feng's tone was severe, his eyes gleaming fiercely in the darkness. Lu Mingyue felt a chill at this and sensed that Chu Feng's calmness in the face of adversity was frightening, completely unlike someone experiencing the apocalypse for the first time. I understand." Upon seeing this, Chu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief and took out his phone. He noticed an increase in Lu Mingyue's trust level on her member information. Lu Mingyue trust level 10. It would take more communication to raise the trust level. Taking this opportunity, Chu Feng wanted to learn more about her. He pulled out a chair and sat in the dark, asking, "Why did you ask me for help? Aren't you worried that I'm a bad person? I couldn't contact anyone else. Those I could reach said they couldn't come. You gave me a box of cookies, so I had to turn to you. Who did you contact? Tell me. I can't reach my parents in Kyoto and my classmates in this city. Currently, it's only the first level of the apocalypse. The apocalypse phone can only contact within one city. As for the situation in other parts of the city, there are very few videos uploaded." Chu Feng was quite curious about the situation on university campuses. "Tell me about your classmates. Why are you curious about these things? If you keep talking, you'll go hungry for 2 days." Okay, I'll talk." Lu Mingyue paused for a moment, recalling the events of the past few days. Initially, a temporary shelter was set up at school, and many disaster victims gathered there. Later, the school was also flooded, and after the fog came up, I could no longer contact my classmates. It seemed that all schools were out of the question. Chu Feng lowered his head in contemplation. "Do you want to go to school? When do you want to go?" Upon hearing that they might go to school, Lu Mingyue immediately became interested. Climbing to the edge of the bed with hopeful eyes, through the loose collar of her clothes, Chu Feng vaguely saw 2 beautiful half-moon shapes swaying in front of him. He raised his gaze and met Lu Mingyue's eyes. "It's really a miracle that you didn't die this week. Are you hoping for my death?" "How could I hope for your death if I'm making you my subordinate? I just think you're too naive. Do you think this apocalypse is fun? It's not. I can't just stay here forever." When Lu Mingyue heard Chu Feng say he didn't want her to die, a smirk of joy appeared at the corners of her mouth. Looking at Chu Feng, who was hidden in the darkness, she felt a rare warmth in her heart, thinking, "This person isn't so bad. You really are a fool with foolish blessings. You're the fool." Lu Mingyue pouted with a hint of reproach, twisting her waist, and the atmosphere became a bit more harmonious. Chu Feng was pleased and pointed out the girl's naivety. "You avoided the flood by living on a high floor, stayed in the house without encountering the toxic fog, and then met me, a madman who was just looking for teammates. You still say you don't have foolish blessings? You're the first person I've encountered in these days. If I don't look for you, who else should I look for? Lu Mingyue turned her head arrogantly, showing her discontent. Aren't you afraid that I'll break down your door and do something to you? Lu Mingyue was stunned for a few seconds, her gaze blank, vaguely seeing Chu Feng smiling in the dark. She gently swayed her body, innocently pouting her lips and letting out a soft hum. Didn't you do nothing? That's why I say you're naive. If you met someone else, you'd have died 100 times already. I only have one life. How could I die 100 times? Lu Mingyue retorted, and Chu Feng glanced at his phone, noticing an increase in trust level. Lu Mingyue trust level 20. Chu Feng continued to tease. You almost starved to death, yet you still dare to be tough. The leaves of the plants on the balcony have all been eaten. Were they tasty? How do you know this? Lu Mingyue was nervous, her tongue tying up as he guessed she had eaten leaves. I saw it with the drone. When you just arrived today, your lips were still green. Chu Feng chuckled lightly, recounting what he had seen today. This silly girl would have been a corpse if she had dared to run around. Those leaves weren't tasty, but I was just too hungry. As she spoke, Lu Mingyue recalled that feeling of hunger, her body trembling slightly. You know hunger. Do you think others aren't hungry? Thinking of running out. Isn't that like a sheep entering a tiger's den? Chu Feng raised his voice, needing to scare this naive girl. Otherwise, she might do something foolish. I can ask those kind people for some food. How is that like a sheep entering a tiger's den? Are you going to trade your body for food? That pack of hungry wolves would swallow you alive. Didn't you see what happened today? Chu Feng stood up, slowly approaching Lu Mingyue on the bed like a wall. Lu Mingyue's heart raced, retreating to the head of the bed, pulling the only shirt she had to cover her important parts. She pursed her lips, defiantly squeezing out a sentence. Aren't you the same? The atmosphere seemed to freeze, followed by a burst of laughter. Ha, that's right. Who told me I'm a madman? Chu Feng rushed to the edge of the bed, grabbing Lu Mingyue's delicate wrist, pulling her into his embrace. His strong arms enveloped Lu Mingyue, filled with her soft fragrance. In the darkness, Chu Feng's eyes burned with intensity, gazing deeply at the girl in his arms, his embrace tightening. Feeling the warmth pressed against his chest, heavy breaths filled the air. He laughed wildly. I'm different. I won't force others to do unwilling things, nor will I keep dangerous factors around me. Lu Mingyue felt soft and boneless, her heart racing like a deer, unwillingly turning her head. But before she could anticipate Chu Feng's next move, he tossed her back onto the bed. Now was not the time. Lu Mingyue flailed her limbs on the bed, her heart filled with mixed feelings of surprise. This was how he treated her again. Wasn't this bullying? Did she really have no charm? As the two awkwardly locked eyes, a heavy knocking sound came from the door. Bang, bang, bang. What sound is that? Shoo. The knocking was sudden, and Lu Mingyue's voice trembled a bit, her heart racing to her throat. Chu Feng made a shushing gesture. It had only been half an hour since dark, and these people had found them so quickly. He stealthily approached the door, heading to the monitoring room. Lu Mingyue didn't dare stay in the room, barefoot, cautiously following behind Chu Feng. Now, being beside Chu Feng made her feel a sense of safety. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of kicking the door continued outside. Chu Feng checked the situation outside from the monitoring room. The night vision camera showed only one stranger outside, who had thrown down a protective suit and was messing with the door. There were no other people at the stairway. It was a one-man job, preparing to break in and rob. Through the audio device, Chu Feng could clearly hear the person cursing. Damn, this door is 100 times sturdier than those downstairs. Are rich people really that afraid of dying? I don't believe I can't kick it open. After saying that, the thug kicked the door with all his might, but ended up falling backward due to the impact of the alloy door. Not very bright, it seemed. I don't believe it. I can't open even one door in an entire building. The thug got up, took out a hammer, and smashed it against the door. Bang, bang, bang. The sound was like striking gold against stone, making the dead of night even more terrifying. Chu Feng watched this fool making foolish moves through the monitor. This alloy door was custom-made. Not even a car crash would likely open it, let alone a hammer. Continuing to knock was a waste of effort. After half a minute of banging, aside from knocking off some paint, the door remained intact. Panting heavily, the thug sat against the wall, rummaging through his pockets, and unexpectedly pulled out a walkie-talkie. Hey, boss, the door to this rich people's building is too sturdy. I can't pry it open. Did you hear any movement inside? I didn't hear anything. The room is completely silent. It can't be. I remember there are people living in the building. Some rooms occasionally have lights on. And today I even saw someone on the 7th floor open a window. But the doors won't budge. Those rich people are terrified and hide inside without a sound. You can shout again, scare them by saying there are explosives, and if they don't open the door, you'll blow it open. Where do we have explosives? The villain seems to be a bit slow-witted to ask such a question. It's just to scare them, can't you understand? Oh, I remember there are a few beautiful women living in those mansions. They are not the kind of ordinary goods that can be compared to. It would be thrilling to play with them. Boss, I got it. Hurry up and do as I say. While the villains outside are discussing their schemes, the two people inside aren't idle either. Chu Feng turned his head to look at the trembling Lu Mingyue and asked in a low voice, "Do you still want to turn on the lights? It will only attract wolves or tigers. These people will first target the mansions here, thinking there is more food. They will do everything to break in, firstly to steal food, and secondly to take you women away, ultimately to toy with you until death." Listening to this, Lu Mingyue felt a chill run through her head, her long white legs shaking even more violently. Chu Feng suddenly raised his hand to press on Lu Mingyue's shoulder. His tone calm. "Calm down. They can't get in right now. It's safe here. Then what should we do? He will bring more people next time. Then let them come and go back without a return." Chu Feng's tone was particularly cold, with a hint of eager anticipation for slaughter. Lu Mingyue, seeing Chu Feng laughing wildly in the dim light, couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. This person is really a bit scary. What are you planning to do? Kill him, one by one as they come. Aye. Lu Mingyue's tongue got tied, hearing that they would kill people. She was momentarily speechless, as she had thought they would just drive them away. Chu Feng noticed the fear in Lu Mingyue's eyes and comforted her. "You don't need to be afraid. Just cooperate with me, and I'll handle the killing." After saying that, Chu Feng grabbed the compound bow with one hand and took Lu Mingyue to the living room with the other. However, Lu Mingyue's legs seemed to be frozen. Each step she took was trembling. Chu Feng didn't indulge her, leaning close to her ear and whispering sharply, "If you can't prove your value by staying by my side, I'll throw you out the door." No. I'll listen to everything you say. Don't leave me." Lu Mingyue blinked with tearful eyes, pleading softly. Knowing Chu Feng's style, she realized he wasn't joking. "All right, do as I say. Take this powerful flashlight." Outside the door, the villains were still banging and cursing. Chu Feng continued to explain the next battle plan. "You need to remember every word I say next." Lu Mingyue wiped her tears and nodded in agreement. "Later, tell the people outside to stop banging on the door, that you will open it, and I will secretly use the controller to open the security door. Why let him in? It's not letting him in, it's inviting him into a trap." Okay. When it came to the critical point of the battle plan, Chu Feng emphasized, "The moment the door opens, you stay still and shine the powerful flashlight on that person's face. The next part is my job. Do you remember?" I remember. "Good. Go now, go talk to him." After saying that, Chu Feng pushed the slightly dazed Lu Mingyue, while he himself hid behind the wall. With the right hand holding the security door controller and the left hand gripping the compound bow, Lu Mingyue timidly took a few steps forward, gathering her courage to speak to the person outside the door. "You, please stop banging on the door. I will open it. Can you give me some food? There really are people inside. And it's a girl. Sounds like she's not very old." The villain outside kept kicking the door, his feet already sore, and was about to turn away when suddenly a woman's voice came from inside. He greedily swallowed, an evil smile spreading across his face. This time he really struck gold. Following the boss's actions, watching the live broadcast, and only being able to learn and observe from the side, now it was finally his turn to practice firsthand. The little head quickly controlled the big head. "Open the door. I'm from the rescue team. I have a lot of food here." The villain didn't even bother to ask if there were other people inside, and kicked the door hard. He held a dagger in his hand, filled with confidence. "I'll open the door for you right away. Just wait." After saying that, Lu Mingyue signaled to Chu Feng, who was hiding in the dark, and tightened her grip on the flashlight, her palms sweating. Chu Feng pressed the controller, and 3 security doors slowly opened. The moment Lu Mingyue saw the villain, she turned on the powerful flashlight, shining it in the villain's face. The strong light illuminated the flying dust in the passage, creating a hazy scene. The villain raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light, only to see that it was just one girl. A pair of snow-white long legs glistened enticingly. The villain licked his lips, lowered his hand, and stepped forward with a lewd grin. A sharp arrow whistled out of the darkness. Chapter 16. You are really easy to deceive. The arrow whizzed past Lu Mingyue's ear, creating a whirlwind that made her hair dance wildly. The arrow struck the villain right between the eyebrows. The villain flew back like a rag, pinned against the wall across the door. His eyes rolled back, dead and unblinking. Lu Mingyue screamed and crouched down. The incident happened in an instant, and she didn't even see clearly what had happened. Chu Feng quickly walked out of the darkness, snatched the flashlight, and came outside. The flashlight shone on the villain's face as he reached out to check the villain's pulse. Dead. Taking advantage of the blood not yet spilling everywhere, he needed to quickly deal with the body. Chu Feng turned to the still-shocked Lu Mingyue and shouted, "Hurry up and help." Lu Mingyue hesitated to stand up, seeing the body pinned against the wall, turning her head away in fear. Seeing her shrink back, Chu Feng's eyes turned fierce, and he shouted loudly, "Hurry up." Lu Mingyue, startled, didn't dare to defy Chu Feng's orders and timidly approached the door. Chu Feng took out a cloth bag, covering the corpse's head while pulling out the arrow. "Lift his legs." Lu Mingyue grabbed the corpse's ankles, still feeling the residual warmth on the skin. She turned her head, not daring to look directly at the corpse. Chu Feng threw the body out of the window by the staircase, leaving only the intercom behind. Then he took out a cloth and cleaned the bloodstains on the wall of the passage. Even the hole made by the arrow was stuffed with paper. The security door closed again, and the corridor returned to silence, as if nothing had ever happened. Inside the safe house, Lu Mingyue curled up on the sofa, biting her fingers, still haunted by what had just happened. In contrast, Chu Feng looked relaxed, washing the blood off his hands, wiping his face, and sitting back on the sofa. The two sat opposite each other, staring in silence. "Is it really that scary? You killed someone. Should we just obediently wait for him to kill both of us? And you are an accomplice." "No, I'm not." Chu Feng felt a headache coming on. This woman's thinking was really too naive, and she still couldn't recognize the brutality of the apocalypse. He grabbed the knife that had been thrown on the ground and slammed it onto the table. Lu Mingyue was frightened to the point of trembling. "This is the knife that villain had. If I hadn't killed him, this knife would have been at your throat, tearing your clothes and toying with you." "Whoa." Lu Mingyue was so frightened that she buried her head into the sofa and cried. "No crying. If you cry again, there will be no food tomorrow. If you don't listen, I'll throw you out." Hearing the scolding, Lu Mingyue stopped sobbing, not daring to look directly at Chu Feng. "Look at me." Chu Feng stood up in front of Lu Mingyue, reaching out to grab her chin and forcing her head to face him. Lu Mingyue's gaze darted away, unable to stop her tears. Even if such a teammate was subdued, they would be of no use. They might even become a burden in the future. "Too weak. If you keep this up, after finishing your last meal tomorrow, just leave. You are of no use to me." Chu Feng released his grip, straightened up, and ruthlessly declared the other person's fate. "Isn't this sending her to her death?" Lu Mingyue immediately got up and knelt in front of Chu Feng, hugging his legs and pleading sorrowfully. "No, please don't leave me. I'm willing to do anything." Chu Feng looked down at this woman. He wanted to give her one more chance. If she couldn't pass this test, he would send her away, letting her fend for herself. Chu Feng took out his phone, found the photos of the corpses taken that day, and displayed them in front of Lu Mingyue. Just a glance at the photo made Lu Mingyue immediately close her eyes and turn her head, shrinking beside the sofa. "What a coward." Chu Feng frowned and cursed directly. "It would be better if people like you died now, to avoid experiencing 100 times the pain in the future." No, I don't want to die." "Then are you going to look or not?" Chu Feng sat back down on the sofa, holding up his phone, his expression cold. If she continued to avoid it, then everything would end here. Lu Mingyue felt the person in front of her was like a cold-faced Grim Reaper, raising a scythe to judge her life and death. After a fierce inner struggle, she moved, crawling like a well-behaved puppy. In the end, she knelt properly in front of Chu Feng with her legs together. Chu Feng swiped through the horrifying photos of the corpses on the ground one by one. At first, Lu Mingyue still evaded his gaze, but she gradually adapted and no longer shifted her eyes away from the phone screen. Her psychological acceptance of the horror of death had improved. Chu Feng put away his phone, feeling relieved. His efforts were not in vain. He stood up, helped Lu Mingyue up, and suddenly pulled her into his embrace. "It's all right. It's all over now. I'm here." Lu Mingyue was startled by Chu Feng's sudden action, momentarily taken aback. She felt Chu Feng's strong embrace, trembling hands wrapping around his waist. At that moment, she knew Chu Feng would not abandon her, and her repressed emotions finally erupted. Lu Mingyue bit her trembling lips, crying pitifully. Chu Feng gently stroked Lu Mingyue's head, burying it in his chest. In the darkness, his eyes narrowed into a line, a smug smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. It worked. This woman is too easy to deceive. With this, Lu Mingyue would never betray him until death. Completely under his control. After calming Lu Mingyue down, the two sat facing each other on the sofa. Chu Feng took out his phone to check their attributes. Player, Lu Mingyue, 22 years old. Apocalypse points, 1 point. Attributes, Strength 5, Speed 5, Perception 4, Mental Strength 4. Trust level, 60. Player, Chu Feng. Attributes, Strength 18, Speed 7, Perception 7, Mental Strength. Apocalypse points, 2 points. Chu Feng and Lu Mingyue teamed up to kill that villain, earning him double points as a reward. However, these points were still a drop in the bucket. I have 1 point now. I want to exchange it for food. Wait, don't move around. How to use your points is up to me. But I'm hungry, Lu Mingyue retorted. Chu Feng shook his head helplessly, and with a wave of his hand, a small cake appeared on the table. Sigh, eat it. Is this magic? Can you really conjure food out of thin air? Such a miraculous thing. A hint of surprise flickered in Lu Mingyue's eyes, and Chu Feng's mystery deepened in her heart. She grabbed the cake and began to eat without a word. Right now, we're not short on food. Add your points to your speed attribute. While eating the cake, Lu Mingyue nodded repeatedly in agreement. This was to ensure that if Lu Mingyue encountered danger, she could at least run away if she couldn't fight back. If she had a pair of flying legs, she could assist Chu Feng in the future. After finishing the cake, Lu Mingyue sneaked a glance at Chu Feng and reached out to grab her shirt to cover between her legs, her fair legs rubbing against each other. She looked shy and tentatively asked, "Can you find me some suitable clothes? Your clothes don't fit me." Her gaze was evasive, her eyes filled with emotion. Chu Feng looked at the beautiful scene in front of him, the beauty like jade, springtime about to spill, and a surge of blood rushed to his head. He stepped forward quickly, picked up Lu Mingyue, and took her to the bedroom. In the bedroom, the beauty's eyes were filled with spring, delicate as a flower, her cherry lips glistening with a pink sheen. Chu Feng kissed her directly. There's still the sweetness of the cake. But he pushed Lu Mingyue away, calmly saying, "It's getting late. Go to sleep, and we'll talk about the clothes tomorrow." The door slammed shut, leaving Lu Mingyue blinking, a face full of question marks, confused in her heart. Aren't we going to do anything? Chapter 17 Threats. Chu Feng sat on the sofa, not daring to sleep at all. He feared others would continue to come looking for him. He maintained a half-asleep, half-awake state throughout this long night. During this night, Chu Feng took the walkie-talkie he had collected, set it to silent mode, and it would emit a light every once in a while. The other side, discovering their companion had suddenly disappeared, was anxious. Someone in the community was able to kill a person silently. They must have a powerful weapon. Chu Feng checked the messages in the owner's group. Sure enough, it exploded. Lu Biao, which son of a bitch touched my brother? Lu Biao, don't let me find you. Otherwise, I will definitely tear you apart. Could it be that he was poisoned to death by the toxic fog? Self-inflicted, maybe he fell to his death. Lu Biao, shut up. Or the first person I kill will be you. Lu Biao, whoever knows the news, tell me, and I'll give you a box of instant noodles. The group was quiet for a minute before someone continued sending messages. Self-rescue team Liga. Is there anyone else in the community who wants to join the self-rescue team? Hurry up and sign up with me. Self-rescue team Liga. There may be even more terrifying dangers in the apocalypse. Only by banding together can we survive. Lu Biao, you're pretty bold, huh? Do you believe I'll go rob you today? Self-rescue team Liga. You can gather people to rob. Can't we band together for self-defense? Lu Biao, just wait. My subordinates won't be the ones you killed, right? Lu Biao, speak up. No one in the group paid attention to him anymore. 1, they didn't want to attract trouble, and 2, they were attracted by the idea of forming a self-rescue team. If they could hold on to a strong leg in the apocalypse, their chances of survival would increase. But at what cost? Should we join the self-rescue team? This way we could be safer and have more food. Chu Feng glanced at this naive and silly girl, really thinking that after banding together, they could be safe and sound? Those people are not saints. They want to provide food for free. New members joining the team. The men would have to risk their lives to traverse the poison, while the women could only use their bodies to exchange for food. In his past life, Chu Feng had seen many survival groups in the apocalypse. They used some high-walled buildings as strongholds, continuously absorbing new members, naturally forming a hierarchical system under the apocalypse. They oppressed, enslaved, and punished with cruel means. Faced with swarms of insects, they could still unite and resist. But when faced with a tide of corpses and crazed carnivorous animals, the more people there were, the easier it was to create chaos, leading to heavy casualties. These teams ultimately could not escape the fate of collapse and division. In the apocalypse, it is best to form a strong small group. Chu Feng said nothing, just shook his head at Lu Mingyue, disapproving of such actions. Why? Lu Mingyue pulled out a chair and sat down, looking puzzled. We're not short on food. They have ulterior motives too. In the team, do you think you can hide safely behind others? How do I know if we are short on food? And isn't the team supposed to protect everyone? You're really foolish. Chu Feng raised his hand and swept across the table. And instantly a sumptuous meal appeared on the table. Lu Mingyue blinked. Was she hallucinating from hunger? She had seen Chu Feng conjure up a cake out of thin air before, and now he had created a lavish feast from nothing, which was beyond her comprehension. Lu Mingyue swallowed hard, her gaze fixed on the food. How did you do this? Don't ask too much, just eat. The two of them started to dig in, during which Chu Feng reminded her, remember, you can't tell anyone about the food. If you do, I won't survive, and you will definitely die. Really? Lu Mingyue, still chewing on the delicious food, looked at Chu Feng in confusion. People outside are already starving mad. They'll do anything for food. Once I can no longer produce food, they'll want to eat us. Lu Mingyue paused her chewing, her chopsticks hovering in the air. At that moment, fear welled up inside her, and she realized that Chu Feng might have truly experienced an apocalypse. You know so much. Out of necessity for survival. It's a world where it's either you die or I die. Many people have already died. Chu Feng's tone was cold and ruthless, causing Lu Mingyue to lower her head in despondence as she thought of her family. Then my family. Chu Feng said nothing, calmly sitting there, expressionless as he watched everything unfold. Lu Mingyue turned her head, her eyes filled with expectation, wanting to get an answer from Chu Feng. Do you know what the situation is like in the apocalypse? Will my family be safe? What does your family do? My dad is a commander. Commander? Chu Feng was taken aback. He had intended to find a female teammate but unexpectedly found a hidden powerhouse. He was worried about not having a stronger gun. But now it seemed that if he helped Lu Mingyue find her family, getting an assault rifle wouldn't be a problem. With the protection of the military, your relatives will be safer than anyone. Really? Lu Mingyue was overjoyed and stood up to make eye contact with Chu Feng. Yes, in a while, you'll be able to contact them. Chu Feng nodded in response. That's great. Lu Mingyue smiled with delight, suddenly realizing that she was face to face with Chu Feng. Only a dozen centimeters apart, her ears turning red. The two shared a deep gaze, their eyes exchanging tender feelings. The atmosphere became quite subtle. Lu Mingyue leaned forward slowly, her eyes slightly closed, boldly asking for a kiss. No, 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 your mouth is all greasy. But what she received was a large hand waving in her face as Chu Feng rejected her bold move. Lu Mingyue sat back down, pouting with a look of dissatisfaction. She had been so bold and proactive. Why did Chu Feng reject her? Did he not have feelings for her? Chu Feng walked over to the window, glancing back at the fuming Lu Mingyue, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. He took out his phone to check Lu Mingyue's attributes. Trust level, 80. At that moment, an unknown account called him via video. When Chu Feng answered, he found it was his ex-girlfriend, Tao Yuchi. His face instantly turned cold. Chu Feng. The holographic image of Tao Yuchi looked weak, her eye sockets sunken, her eyes lifeless as she lay in bed. It took her a while to muster another sentence. I'm begging you, help me. I'm really hungry. Ha. Instead, Chu Feng responded with mocking laughter. Chu Feng, don't do this. I was wrong. I shouldn't have abandoned you. Please forgive me. You should be grateful I didn't stab you to death that day. You dare to come looking for me? Chu Feng's words stabbed into Tao Yuchi's heart like a knife, nearly causing her to choke. As they spoke, a beautiful figure appeared behind Chu Feng. On the other end of the video, Tao Yuchi saw the woman in the holographic image and immediately felt a surge of anger. It turned out Chu Feng had another woman, and they were enjoying a lavish meal. Just as she was about to say something, she heard Chu Feng's ruthless declaration. Run away, far away, otherwise, I'll kill you right now. The video call was cut off, and Tao Yuchi found she could no longer call back. She had been blocked. Anger filled her heart, and she suddenly felt a surge of strength as she angrily raked her hair. A fierce desire for revenge ignited within her. I'm not doing well. So you, Chu Feng, won't be doing well either. Tao Yuchi found the photos she had secretly taken before and sent them out in the community owners group, captioning it. On the 10th floor of a high-end residential building lives a greedy person named Chu Feng, who is hoarding a lot of food in his house. Chapter 18. Preparations before the crisis. Chu Feng sat back down on the sofa. Lu Mingyue ran up to him, holding her phone with an anxious expression. It's bad. Look at the message in the group. Opening the group chat, Chu Feng saw a picture of himself holding binoculars, observing 4 times. He snorted with a smile. The picture is pretty clear. What time is it now? And you still have the energy to joke. Lu Mingyue was so anxious she wanted to jump, but saw Chu Feng seemingly unaffected, looking relaxed. Our location has been exposed, and it could attract attacks from others. She was well aware of what hunger felt like. For a bite to eat, humanity and morality could be trampled underfoot. Chu Feng sat on the sofa, beckoning Lu Mingyue to come closer with a finger. Are you scared? Lu Mingyue slowly walked to Chu Feng's side, her head down, avoiding eye contact. She felt a sense of trepidation. Of course I'm scared. I've seen what those people have done. Is it the video in the owner group? Yes, that's right. Lu Mingyue's voice trembled a bit as she recalled the things the thugs had done, hugging her arms tightly, feeling a chill. Evil begets evil. They won't last long. Chu Feng said calmly. Why? Lu Mingyue asked in confusion. They can only show off while the apocalypse has just begun. Once others resist, these evildoers will meet a terrible end. But they robbed many residents. Didn't anyone dare to resist? Chu Feng paused, contemplating a strategy. He had learned that there were two large groups in the community. One was led by Lu Biao, and the other was a self-rescue group. Both groups of robbers were the same. Every day they knocked on doors to rob survivors. A few chose to flee, while most chose to endure. Now that the location of the safe house had been exposed, the robbers would soon come knocking. It's time to get rid of these people. Chu Feng placed his handgun and compound bow on the table, lifting his cold gaze. Seeing this setup, Lu Mingyue suspected Chu Feng was going to take action himself. She timidly asked, What are you going to do? Those bad guys are about to come looking for us, so of course, we need to prepare in advance. As he spoke, Chu Feng picked up the handgun, removed the magazine, and emptied the bullets. There were 7 bullets left. Seeing Chu Feng looking like a villain from a gangster movie, Lu Mingyue felt a shiver run down her spine. Are you going to kill someone again? Chu Feng didn't answer. He suddenly stood up and approached Lu Mingyue. He lowered his head, his face slowly getting closer to hers. Lu Mingyue immediately closed her eyes in fear, her heart pounding wildly. She heard Chu Feng chuckle in response. In the apocalypse, killing a few evildoers is nothing wrong. Come over here. Lu Mingyue opened her eyes, relieved, and turned to see Chu Feng conjuring a pile of exquisite weapons on the table. She moved closer to him. What weapon do you like to use? Chu Feng asked. Weapons? Are we going to fight? Lu Mingyue blinked, looking confused. You need to learn how to use weapons and have the ability to protect yourself. I can't always keep an eye on you. But I don't know how to use weapons. Chu Feng's fingertips glided across various exquisite swords, daggers, and short knives. He finally chose a 30-centimeter long slender sword, the blade tapering to a point on all 4 sides. This sword was designed for piercing. If stabbed, without timely treatment, it would bleed profusely until death. What do you think of this slender sword? Do I have to use it? Lu Mingyue took the slender sword, her eyes showing a hint of fear. Seeing this, Chu Feng nodded firmly. Yes, if you are surrounded by others, and I'm not by your side, you can rely on these weapons for self-defense. Okay, I'll give it a try. Lu Mingyue initially wanted to struggle, but the words were forcefully swallowed back. Subsequently, Chu Feng conjured a set of female agent outfits on the table. Once you put on this agent outfit, you can strap a sword to your calf and catch enemies off guard when danger arises. Seeing this, Lu Mingyue's eyes sparkled. He even specially prepared such clothing. This outfit was tight-fitting, perfectly suiting her figure. Just how much preparation have you made for the apocalypse? Just a little preparation. I just didn't buy common women-esque clothing. Chu Feng shot a teasing glance at Lu Mingyue, recalling the stunning scenes from yesterday. Mentioning this made Lu Mingyue angry. She had worn a loose shirt yesterday, tugging at the hem, unable to conceal a part of her figure, which was akin to running naked. The key was that Chu Feng remained indifferent, and even teased her several times. Humph, how dare you say that? After saying this, Lu Mingyue picked up the agent outfit and went to change in her room. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Feng took out his phone to check Lu Mingyue's attributes. Trust level, 90, a smug smile crept onto his lips. It was time to reap the rewards. He allocated all points to enhance his strength attribute. Attribute, 20, Chu Feng added the newly acquired 2 apocalypse points entirely to his strength attribute. In an instant, he felt a surge of heat coursing through his body. His muscles continuing to grow, joints cracking, and his heart pumping incessantly. He was filled with power. A strength attribute of 20 equated to a punch force of 100 kilograms. Such strength could only be achieved in the apocalypse. Increasing the strength attribute could enhance muscle strength and bone density. Otherwise, excessively strong muscles would break bones. Chu Feng took out a compound bow, adjusting it to a maximum draw weight of 70 kilograms. Gripping the handle, he pulled the bowstring back. He effortlessly drew the compound bow to its full extent. He felt that if he continued to exert force, he could even snap the bow. Loading an arrow, Chu Feng drew the bowstring and aimed at the target. The arrow shot out with a whoosh. The target was ripped in half by the immense force of the arrow. The arrow embedded itself 5 centimeters into the wall. Ordinary carbon-based organisms could never withstand such an arrow. What are you doing? As Lu Mingyue walked into the living room wearing the agent outfit, she saw the arrow fly out at bullet speed, exploding the target. She was astonished. Feeling that Chu Feng's body was brimming with strength, Chu Feng turned his head and saw Lu Mingyue in the agent outfit, her figure accentuated. Long hair cascading down her shoulders with a unique charm. He thought that if Lu Mingyue could learn to use a compound bow, that would also be a good option. Do you want to learn archery? I don't know how to use it. No worries, I'll teach you. Once your strength increases and you have muscles all over, you could shoot down a dinosaur with one arrow. Muscles? Lu Mingyue was puzzled, but Chu Feng wasn't asking for her opinion. He lowered the compound bow's draw weight and moved to Lu Mingyue's side. He was going to teach her how to draw the bow and knock the arrow. Step by step. At a certain moment, their eyes met, and Chu Feng took advantage of her surprise to lift Lu Mingyue up. It was time to test just how much his strength had increased. Lu Mingyue also became a bit irritated. Are you going to mess with me again? Chu Feng smiled wickedly, holding the beauty in his arms, nostrils flaring as he inhaled her delightful fragrance, striding towards the bedroom. That night, the process of life harmonizing lasted 2 hours, and both individuals grew considerably. Chapter 19. Done. Accidentally becoming the center of attention last night, their engagement was quite prolonged, ultimately reaching the balcony, where they unleashed their true natures, culminating in a harmonious union of life. The sounds of the night were melodious and long, rising and falling. The next morning, Chu Feng glanced at the still sleeping Lu Mingyue and gently covered her with a blanket. Lucky you, woman, it was my first time too. Chu Feng walked into the living room, reflecting on the uneventful night. Although the photos had been leaked, they hadn't attracted the imagined dangers. There was no movement outside the door. He took out his phone and saw that the community group had sparked fierce discussions. Who was it last night? Even during the apocalypse, some still had the mind for those things. The drumming sounds last night were quite loud. I could hear them from my bedroom. Was that the last crazy wave before the end of the world? By the way, that guy is really strong. The sound seemed to come from the top floor of the mansion. Isn't that the Chu Feng mentioned in the photos yesterday? I see. No wonder he's rich. Even during the apocalypse, he plays so extravagantly. Looking at the discussions in the community group, Chu Feng sneered. It turned out that these survivors were focused on the harmonious aspect of life. No one dared to think about food, after all. No one knew whether what came out of the mansion's door was a gun or a knife. Moreover, Chu Feng hadn't spoken in the group afterward, shrouding himself in a layer of mystery. At that moment, a different voice emerged in the community group. Aunt Lee. Isn't this Chu Feng just the young guy who runs a supermarket in the neighborhood? He was arrested by the police before. Grandpa Zhang, yeah. I saw him being taken away by the police 3 months ago. Aunt Lee, did he hit the jackpot and move into the mansion? These 2 old folks were still gossiping even in the apocalypse. However, their vitality was quite resilient. They had survived for so long. After all, the elderly liked to hoard food, and they had been asking others to deliver food to them recently. Perhaps they had plenty of food to spare. Truly greedy. Chu Feng planned to tease them and edited a message to reply in the group. Madman, aren't you all complaining about being hungry every day? Yet you still have the time to gossip about me. Aunt Lee, so you are Xiao Chu. Your family runs the supermarket. You must have a lot of food. I'll pay you 300 yuan to send some food to my house. Madman, are you out of your mind? What time is it now? Save your money for firewood. You expect others to deliver food to you? Aunt Lee, you're young, and my grandson has been crying from hunger. You should respect the elderly and love the young. Madman, your grandson used to sneak around my supermarket all the time. How shameless can you be to protect him? You dare to say such things? Aunt Lee, it seems you're an orphan. Your mouth is filthy, and you want to die a good death. Madman, I'm well fed and warm. Who dies first is still unknown. Aunt Lee, you want to die a good death, you brat. Madman, what? You want to come over and bite me? You wouldn't have exchanged your points for gold bricks and can't even get out the door, would you? Chu Feng unleashed a flurry of words, leaving the other side speechless. He didn't want to get too involved with these people. How long they could survive in the apocalypse depended entirely on their own abilities. Seeing Chu Feng speaking in the group, some people became interested. Bro, I've seen your video. Do you know what the future will look like? Yeah. Bro, Give everyone some guidance. Madman, not sure. Just rumors I made up after having a nightmare. Come on, bro, who doesn't believe it's the apocalypse now? Are they all just starving? Exactly, bro. You were preparing a week ago. You must know some news. Madman, I just have a strong sense of crisis. And I'm afraid of dying, so I made sufficient preparations. Chu Feng didn't reveal everything. The information he held was fundamental to winning the apocalypse game. And he couldn't tell these people. Seeing that they couldn't extract any information related to the apocalypse, the group members could only approach the idea of forming a team. Who wouldn't want to cling to someone like Chu Feng, who had ample food reserves? So, bro, do you have any thoughts on forming a team? I can do many things as long as I get something to eat. Yeah, bro. Why don't we team up, join forces, and be unstoppable in the apocalypse? I'm the first to sign up. Don't cut in line. Crazy person. Sorry, I'm not interested. I'm living well on my own, and I won't keep dangerous factors around me. Crazy person. Given the current apocalyptic situation, I'm not even willing to use my full strength. What I fear is people's hearts. Crazy person, and I only look for female teammates. Men can stay aside. Chu Feng rejected these people's team-up requests. These people were being overly fawning for no reason, either treacherous or deceitful. He didn't want to invite wolves into his home. Who knows when he might get stabbed in the back? Among these people, there might be those who could awaken supernatural powers, and once they gained strong abilities, their ambitions would swell. Chu Feng's position would then be at risk. He needed everything to be under his control. When it was mentioned in the group that Chu Feng was looking for female teammates, a flurry of messages suddenly appeared. Beauty shouldn't be defined, brother. I heard you were looking for teammates. What do you think of me? Late love? This handsome younger brother, can you take a look at me? Tong Tong. Chu Feng. Can I come to find you? The group suddenly became lively, with various photos and messages flooding the screen. They were all heavily edited and beautified pictures, showcasing slim legs, slim bodies, and slim faces, with the space distorted. There were all kinds of shapes and sizes, tall, short, fat, thin, terrifyingly diverse. Chu Feng's eyes were dazzled. There was too much information to look at carefully. Some original photos sent via private messages startled him. They were either heavily armored warriors in Lolita outfits or second-hand old cars covering only 3 important parts. It was truly eye-watering. Chu Feng blocked and deleted his friends. The people in the group were annoyed by his actions. Beauty should not be defined. Brother, what does it mean that you deleted me? Humph, scumbag. Love and Twilight. This younger brother, you rejected your sister. You won't have another chance in the future. Tong Tong, why did you delete me? Bro, you have quite the luck with the ladies. After reading the group messages, Chu Feng felt like he had eaten wasabi. It was really eye-watering and quite overwhelming. He couldn't handle such a fortune. Suddenly, a phone call came in, and Chu Feng got up to go to the balcony. Brother Chu Feng, it's Lu Biao. You've seen me in the group. I want to discuss something with you. What is it? Chu Feng frowned, his tone cold. How about you join me? Not interested. Brother, don't be in a hurry to refuse. In the apocalypse, only those with strength can survive, and you know my strength. Oh, strength? Chu Feng chuckled lightly. Let me be clear with you. I am the boss in this neighborhood. I have more than 10 people under me, and I can enter anyone's house whenever I want. So, do you mean to say you want to rob my house too? Chu Feng intentionally teased and responded with a question. Brother, are you joking? I really need a strategist with your intellect right now. How could I possibly take action against you? At that moment, Chu Feng looked through the glass window and saw 2 people fighting in the building next door. He casually replied, I still need to think about it some more. After hanging up the phone, Chu Feng went to the balcony and took out his binoculars. He recognized the girl who had been robbed. He had even aimed his compound bow at her before. Here comes the opportunity to recruit a female teammate. Chapter 20. Teammates are different too. Damn, this kid is quite something, daring to hang up on me. In the security office of the community, Lu Biao slammed his fist on the table, gritting his teeth as he cursed. Then, he ordered the younger brother in front of him. Go to the next room and bring Lu Ji to me, Lu Biao shouted, sending the younger brother away, his fierce demeanor revealing his anger. He thought to himself that since Chu Feng, that kid, refused to drink the good wine and chose the bad one, he shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Suddenly, the door opened and a tall, thin person walked into the room, looking unsteady on his feet. Boss, you were looking for me. Lu Biao glanced at LVG. His brows instantly furrowed together, filled with anger. He lifted his chin and scolded. Look at your useless appearance. You can barely walk on the road. Hey, boss. Lu Zhigong bent over and smiled slyly, showing a flattering demeanor. His pants zipper was still undone, and he had heavy dark circles under his eyes. The group of subordinates he gathered were all debauchers, and Lu Biao sighed and turned away. He laid out the conditions, and his younger brothers immediately agreed without hesitation, eagerly taking on the task to rob the survivors. But what was the result? Some of the younger brothers have captured someone and are hiding in a room, indulging their animal instincts day and night without stopping. In the end, they are so weak that they can hardly walk. No one is able to be of any use. Recently, one of the younger brothers has gone missing. Lu Biao is anxious. If his cowardly little group cannot intimidate others, he will be finished. Therefore, he is eager to recruit someone intelligent like Chu Feng into the gang. One by one, they are all useless. The assistant, Lu Zhijian, noticed the boss, Lu Biao, looking downcast, and hurriedly took out his phone to rush over to Lu Biao. He said with a flattering tone, "Boss, we found a gem. Take a look. She's definitely not someone others can compare to." In the photo, the girl is wearing a kendo uniform, tall and curvy, with a heroic look in her eyes, but also exuding a hint of charm and tenderness. The moment Lu Biao saw the photo, he couldn't help but feel stirred. Her beauty made his anger dissipate. He swallowed hard and asked with a greedy expression, "Is she someone for your little life?" "No, boss, she practices the swordsmanship of Sakura country and also taekwondo. She lives in the neighborhood, and her name is Luo Xuanxue." "Why are we talking about this? I want someone like her to suit your taste, boss. I've already sent someone to her house." Upon hearing this, Lu Biao, whose body was all flesh and whose face was stern, finally showed a hint of a smile. "This is more like it. You're not completely useless after all. Hee. Boss, I'll send you the photo first, and later my brother will bring the person back." Seeing the boss nod in satisfaction, Lu Zhigong bent his body and stepped out the door. After his subordinate left, Lu Biao immediately picked up his phone to check the beauty's photo. The more he looked, the more he felt dazzled, and he groped the screen, showing a lecherous expression. Suddenly, he got heated and posted Luo Xuanxue's photo in the group chat. He then sent a series of messages. "Lu Biao, everyone remember this. This person is mine. Lu Biao, whoever dares to reach out to her, I'll chop off their hand. Lu Biao, don't take what I say as nonsense." Lu Biao was eager to declare his sovereignty, which seemed foolish and laughable to some people. In the safe house, after Chu Feng hung up the phone, he went to the edge of the balcony, where he could roughly see the situation in the neighboring building. A blonde kid was threatening a girl with a small knife. The girl was holding a bamboo sword, her hair disheveled, retreating step by step to the balcony's edge. "You trash! Get the hell out of here!" Luo Xuanxue shouted with the little strength she had left, her hunger making her a bit dizzy. The blonde kid was frivolously shaking his leg, waving the sword in his hand, looking like a small man with success. You don't even have the strength to talk anymore, so just obediently come with me. Get lost, trash." Luo Xuanxue roared again, her shoulders heaving up and down, looking weak and angry. "So what if I'm trash? I have food and drink, and I'm living comfortably. Beast, you're being shameless. If it weren't for the boss saying not to hurt you, I would have had my fun with you and carried you back." After saying that, the blonde's expression turned fierce as he gripped his knife and approached. "Don't come any closer, or I'll make a move." Luo Xuanxue held her bamboo sword with both hands, trembling continuously, whether from hunger or fear, she couldn't tell. She shook her heavy head, her eyes dry and her vision somewhat blurred and dark. Compared to the two, one was well-fed while the other had been starving for 5 days, resulting in a significant disparity in strength. "Make a move? You better not act rashly. If you scratch your face, I won't be able to explain it to the boss." Before the words were finished, the guy with the yellow hair lunged forward with a dagger, but it was actually just a feint. Luo Xuanxue was startled by the feigned movement, panicking and retreating to the balcony, closing the glass window and locking the door. She turned to glance at the over 100-meter drop below, thinking that rather than being humiliated and living in disgrace, it would be better to jump. On the balcony of the adjacent building, Chu Feng's gaze was cold and stern, watching what was happening across the way. "Aren't you going to save her? She looks so pitiful." Lu Mingyue, beside him, pleaded earnestly. "Save her. Why isn't he making a move? She can't be thinking of jumping, right? Wait for the opportunity. Just listen to me now." "All right." Lu Mingyue nodded in response, looking at Chu Feng's resolute profile. "Go change your clothes. Gear up. We're going to save the new team member. Go." Chu Feng turned his head, revealing a confident smile. Watching Lu Mingyue leave, he looked back at the adjacent balcony. That blonde guy was already smashing the glass door, and Luo Xuanxue was cornered at the edge of the balcony. Chu Feng began to draw his bow, aiming the crosshair of his scope at the blonde guy's head. The straight-line distance to the balcony was only about 70 meters. He pulled the compound bow to its full draw, a force of 70 kilograms. If he hit accurately, it would be a one-shot kill. On the other balcony, the blonde guy was still unaware that his death was imminent, relentlessly smashing the glass door with a stool. The glass door had already been smashed open. You're not getting away. As Luo Xuanxue saw the assailant about to rush onto the balcony, she dropped her bamboo sword. Having made up her mind, with her back against the balcony wall, she clawed at the edge with both hands, using the last bit of strength to rise on her toes. The moment the assailant lunged at her, she flipped off the balcony. Here I come. Hearing that seemingly fateful sentence, Luo Xuanxue closed her eyes. Her heart was like dead ash, just as she was about to push off with her legs. A piercing whistle suddenly rang in her ears. Luo Xuanxue opened her eyes wide, stunned by the scene before her. The assailant collapsed with a thud, limbs convulsing, blood spurting from the hole in his forehead. A bloody arrow was embedded in the wall. Luo Xuanxue turned her head and vaguely saw a figure standing on the adjacent balcony, dressed in fitted clothing, holding a compound bow, standing tall. Chapter 21. Rescue. Luo Xuanxue was breathing heavily, sitting limply on the balcony, still in shock. She was saved. Looking up, she saw the steaming brain matter, the smell of blood rushing into her nostrils. Suddenly, her stomach churned, a wave of weakness flooding her body. Both her mind and body were under a double assault. She could finally no longer hold on. Her vision went dark, and her body swayed, losing consciousness. On the balcony of the safe house, Chu Feng was holding a pair of binoculars, not seeing the girl get up for a long time. Did she faint from the scare? He saw that the walls of the house were covered in blood, and the assailant had been killed by his arrow. After waiting another minute, the girl still hadn't stood up. Fainting was the only possibility left. At that moment, Lu Mingyue appeared in a sharp-looking agent outfit. She stood on tiptoe looking at the opposite balcony, not seeing any sign of the girl, anxiously asking, "What's going on? Dead? What? Did that girl die? Didn't you say you would save her? What are you thinking? The bad guy is dead. That girl must have fainted." Chu Feng turned to see Lu Mingyue stamping her feet anxiously, her fitted outfit accentuating her ample chest, bouncing up and down. They really are big. One hand can't even cover them. Lu Mingyue noticed that Chu Feng was staring at her, and she waved her hand, urging him on. "Hey, what are you looking at? How are we going to save her?" Nothing. Chu Feng cleared his throat, averting his gaze, pretending nothing happened. "Do you know how to use a drone?" "I've used one before. Why?" "Having a female teammate like this is quite useful for survival in the apocalypse. In every sense of the word." "Great. I'll go save her soon, and I need your help." "What do I need to do?" Lu Mingyue was secretly pleased to finally be able to help. Chu Feng organized his thoughts and laid out the rescue plan. "Soon, I'll wear a hazmat suit and cross the poisonous mist downstairs to save that girl next door. You will launch the drone from the balcony, using its thermal imaging function to observe if anyone is moving in the mist and report back to me in real time." After saying this, Chu Feng took out the drone and a set of wireless communication equipment, reiterating, "Do you remember everything?" "I remember. But isn't it dangerous for you to go alone?" Lu Mingyue showed a worried expression, nervously rubbing the hem of her clothes. Regardless of the reason for her concern, the feeling was genuine. Chu Feng felt pleased in his heart, his smile confident as he moved closer to Lu Mingyue. He wrapped both arms around her, pulling her into his embrace and softly reassuring her. "It's okay, I'll come back safely, just wait for me." Leaning against Chu Feng's shoulder, Lu Mingyue bit her red lip and stubbornly replied with a hum. Chu Feng gazed at the reflection of the two embracing in the glass, grinning secretly. This silly woman is really easy to trick. After some preparation, Chu Feng opened the safety door, stepping out of the safe house in his hazmat suit. This time he wore a lightweight protective suit for a quick in and out. He was unsure if the assailant's accomplices had noticed. Just in case, he tucked his handgun at his waist, ready to act at a moment's notice if any emergencies arose. He made his way to the first floor without encountering anyone. Chu Feng opened the communication device, asking, "Have you noticed anything?" "No, everything is normal so far." Lu Mingyue's confirming voice came through the earpiece, and Chu Feng took a deep breath, walking into the poisonous mist. The toxic mist was only 10 meters high now, sunlight penetrating the fog, casting a cold light. Using the dim light, Chu Feng quickly reached the first floor of the adjacent building. He discovered that the corpses had not decayed, still retaining their appearance from before death. In a few days, these corpses would rise again, the walking dead, was about to unfold. Stepping over the bodies and through the poisonous mist, Chu Feng arrived at the safety zone on the upper floor. The entire building was locked up, lifeless. He deliberately made some noise to discourage any peepers from daring to stick their heads out. 10 minutes later, Chu Feng arrived at Luo Xuanxue's door. The door was wide open, the lock broken, and 2 hazmat suits were discarded at the entrance. He peeked inside, finding it silent and filled with a strong smell of blood. Chu Feng navigated around the assailant's corpse, not noticing the intercom that had fallen in the corner. Catching sight of Luo Xuanxue collapsed in the corner of the balcony. Her lying posture was so tragic. He took out a protective suit from the tech tree and half-knelt beside Luo Xuanxue, just as Chu Feng grabbed Luo Xuanxue's wrist. She suddenly opened her eyes and swung her hand to slap him. Fortunately, he was quick and grabbed her other wrist. The 2 locked eyes for a few seconds. Luo Xuanxue's body trembled slightly, her gaze wary, her breath faint, twisting her wrist to try to break free. "I'm here to save you. And you still want to hit me? It's not safe here. Those people will come looking for you. Not if you agree to come with me. Shake your head, and I'll leave immediately." Chu Feng presented a choice, not wanting to bring back a ticking time bomb. He needed to eliminate the dangerous factors one by one. Luo Xuanxue's parched lips trembled slightly, hesitating for a moment before nodding. "Here, drink this first." Chu Feng took out a box of concentrated drink, noticing that Luo Xuanxue didn't even have the strength to raise her hand. He helped her up, feeding her the drink little by little. The sweet and sour taste was like spring rain, reviving Luo Xuanxue's withered body. She shakily lifted her hands to grasp the drink box, her throat moving as she drank it all. Tears flowed from her dry eyes once more. Seeing that Luo Xuanxue had regained some spirit, Chu Feng continued, "Remember, you owe me a life, and now you must listen to me." Luo Xuanxue didn't speak, only nodded. "I want you to be my teammate, and you must obey my commands." Luo Xuanxue's chest rose and fell slightly as she blinked her sore eyes. She was almost starving to death and couldn't resist anymore, especially since the person in front of her had saved her life. There was only one option before her. Luo Xuanxue nodded. "Ding. New teammate acquired, Luo Xuanxue." Chu Feng smirked with satisfaction, thinking that even if she didn't agree now, it wouldn't matter. Even if he had to tie her up, he would take her away. "All right, I'll take you away now." After saying that, Chu Feng spread out the protective suit and grabbed Luo Xuanxue's legs, stuffing them into the pant legs. However, Luo Xuanxue grabbed her short skirt with her left hand and swung her right hand to push Chu Feng away. "You're really something," Chu Feng said with dissatisfaction, turning to see Luo Xuanxue trying to cover her beautiful figure with her skirt. She was already starving and looking like a skeleton, yet she still cared about such things. When they returned to the safe house and she regained her strength, he would have to educate her properly. He scolded her unkindly. "What is the situation now? You're nothing but a skeleton. Who cares to look at your bony figure?" Before he finished speaking, Chu Feng didn't care anymore and used both hands to stuff Luo Xuanxue's legs into the protective suit. Luo Xuanxue received a mental blow and stopped resisting, turning her head in resignation. Chapter 22. Impersonation. Chu Feng spent 5 minutes packing Luo Xuanxue up. At that moment, he suddenly heard Lu Mingyue's anxious voice through the earpiece. "Chu Feng, it's bad. 2 people are heading towards your building." "What position are they at?" Chu Feng asked urgently in a low voice. "They've reached the stairway. The enemies are rushing over at full speed. A conflict is inevitable." Chu Feng was worried there might be more people behind them, making it impossible to escape while carrying Luo Xuanxue. "Do you see anyone else behind?" "Not yet. Only the 2 of them have gone up the stairs." "Okay. Keep an eye on the situation downstairs. Be careful." Chu Feng took a deep breath, quickly thinking of a strategy. He took out his compound bow and an arrow. The sudden appearance of the compound bow made Luo Xuanxue doubt whether she was hallucinating. She propped herself up against the wall, unable to do anything but watch everything in front of her. Chu Feng leaned against the door, glancing at the situation outside. He planned to take out one of them with an arrow first, and then quickly kill the other with his gun. It would depend on whether those villains cooperated. Chu Feng turned to Luo Xuanxue and made a shushing gesture, then leaned against the door, waiting for the enemies to arrive. He lowered his breathing and listened intently to the sounds outside the door. 2 minutes later, footsteps echoed in the corridor outside. The 2 were getting closer, and Chu Feng could hear them talking. "You useless idiots. You can't even complete the task that Boss Lu Biao assigned." I don't know what happened. I called on the intercom several times, but there was no response. "Isn't it just to bring that woman here? How hard can it be?" You're all blinded by drink and lust. Hee hee. The person approaching was Lu Biao's assistant, LG, who was reprimanding his subordinates in a mocking tone. The two were now only about 20 steps from the door. There's only one person in there, and she's starving and can't even walk. How can you not catch her? Is your food free? I really don't know. What exactly happened? At this moment, the two sides were separated by a wall. Inside, Chu Feng had already drawn his bow, aiming the arrow at the door frame. Anyone who dared to stick their head in would be shot dead. Outside, the two stopped in their tracks, not daring to move forward. It was too quiet, and the door was still ajar. Something was off. LG and his underling pressed against the wall opposite the door, trying to see the situation inside, but they saw nothing. Let me ask you, when did you realize something was wrong? Zhangxin kicked the door open and told me this woman is beautiful. He dropped the intercom, and after that, I don't know what happened. Damn, that person is the boss. Does he not want to live? LG was furious, unable to believe his subordinate could be so reckless. He stepped forward but then stopped right before the door. Inside, Chu Feng saw a half-foot stretching into the door frame and raised the arrow to head height. That half-foot quickly retreated. The more LG thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Why was there no movement inside? He drew the machete from his waist. LG tilted his head and signaled to his underling to go first. The underling, not daring to disobey, also pulled out a dagger and reluctantly approached the door. But before the underling could get ready, he suddenly received a kick to the rear. Stumbling, he fell into the room, wanting to complain but turning around to see Chu Feng aiming the bow at his head. The arrow flew out instantly, piercing through the underling's head and pinning him to the door. Seeing this horrifying scene, LG turned and ran without a second thought, sprinting away at lightning speed. After killing the first person, Chu Feng drew his pistol and quickly moved outside. Bang bang bang. Chu Feng fired 2 shots in quick succession, one missed, and the other hit from behind. Seeing that man fall 20 meters away, he cautiously approached the body, keeping his gun pointed. Chu Feng shot the corpse in the head to prevent it from reviving. As the gunfire subsided, he vaguely heard sounds coming from some rooms. Chu Feng walked directly to the door and kicked it several times while threatening, "Whoever dares to open the door, I'll kill them." The roar of slaughter echoed through the entire corridor, and every door became silent. Then, Chu Feng took pictures of the 3 corpses, which could be used to intimidate those with ill intentions later. Luo Xuanxue leaned in a corner of the balcony, witnessing Chu Feng smiling as he dragged the bodies and tossed them off the balcony, stuffing the exploded brain matter back into the skulls. She was horrified, especially when Chu Feng, covered in blood, crouched in front of her with a terrifying smile. Luo Xuanxue trembled, her teeth chattering, her expression under the protective suit filled with fear. Even though she was strong-willed and aloof during the apocalypse, looking down on others and unwilling to beg for help. At this moment, she didn't even have the courage to look Chu Feng in the eye, wishing she could shrink into the wall. Luo Xuanxue feared that Chu Feng would kill her too. Seeing her trembling uncontrollably, Chu Feng wondered if she was too cold. He leaned slightly forward, only to find that she reacted even more strongly. Chu Feng reached out and grabbed Luo Xuanxue's arms, causing her to suddenly stiffen and lose her reaction. Oh no! Could she have fainted from hunger? No, I need to get back quickly. Time was tight, and there was no time to clean up the blood. Chu Feng picked up the unconscious Luo Xuanxue and evacuated the area. Because of the previous 3 gunshots, the entire community was eerily quiet. Therefore, the way was unobstructed, and Lu Mingyue on the balcony didn't see anyone rushing over. Chu Feng safely returned to the safe house. Meanwhile, in the security office, Lu Biao sat in a chair, holding the intercom, his right leg shaking nervously as he awaited news. The 3 gunshots earlier had left him restless. The fact that someone was hiding a gun in this community could destabilize his position as boss. He had just organized this small group not long ago and wanted to develop and grow it to become a dominant force in the apocalypse. The gunshots shattered his dreams. Lu Biao was eager to know who had been shot by those 3 bullets, praying it wasn't his underlings. After a torturous 30 minutes, a subordinate wearing a protective suit burst into the office, panting and terrified. "It's bad, boss. Brother L, Zhang San, and Li Si are dead, and that woman is missing." "Are you sure?" Lu Biao gripped the armrest, sitting up straight in tension. "Their bodies were thrown down at that building. I ran back immediately." The 2 sides fell silent for more than 10 seconds. "All right, you can go." Lu Biao feigned calmness and waved his hand to dismiss his subordinates. When the door closed, he slumped in his chair like a deflated balloon, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. The people opposing him had guns, which was the biggest crisis in his apocalyptic entrepreneurship. After some thought, a flash of inspiration struck Lu Biao, and he sat up as if jolted awake from a dying illness. He realized he could play a trick of using the tiger's might. After all, no one knew who actually had the guns, nor had anyone come forward to claim responsibility. The current apocalypse was like a dark forest, where no one knew the true face of darkness. If he impersonated the shooter, the survivors would fear him even more, and everything would fall into place. With this thought, Lu Biao couldn't help but burst into laughter, even feeling a bit impressed by his own wisdom. He took out his phone and sent a message. Lu Biao, you all listen up. Lu Biao, those shots just now were fired by me. Lu Biao, anyone who dares to touch me, I'll kill those 3 people and throw their bodies downstairs. Lu Biao, this is the consequence of defying me. Chapter 23, I don't believe you can tame this wild horse after returning to the safe house. Chu Feng did not take Luo Xuanxue directly into the living room, but instead placed her between 2 glass security doors. He helped her take off the hazmat suit, and then proceeded to conduct a safety check on the unconscious beauty. Why are you doing this to a girl? Lu Mingyue asked, astonished by Chu Feng's actions. What's wrong? It's just a safety check. You experienced it before, didn't you? Chu Feng smirked and glanced at Lu Mingyue, who turned her head away, blushing. Lu Mingyue pouted in defiance. Humph, who believes you? Have you forgotten so soon? You were standing right here, completely naked. Chu Feng uncovered Lu Mingyue's wound. You annoying. Lu Mingyue recalled those humiliating experiences, her ears turning red as she angrily turned and retreated into her room. Chu Feng continued checking on the unconscious Luo Xuanxue. He raked his fingers through her hair, and after 5 fingers passed through, he found no blades or similar items. His fingertips grazed between her peaks. Although there were no hidden weapons, her assets were certainly not inferior to Lu Mingyue's, though they were a bit deflated. In the end, he played a trick of the monkey stealing peaches, finding nothing furry or weapon-like. After confirming her safety, Chu Feng stood up, pondering how to deal with her. In her dazed state, Luo Xuanxue felt something pass over her body. Slowly waking up, she focused her gaze and saw Chu Feng standing before her like an iron tower. Luo Xuanxue pushed against the ground with her legs and leaned back, lowering her head and shrinking her neck, breathing rapidly. Her arms wrapped around herself as her shoulders rose and fell. Why you? Don't come closer. Chu Feng tilted his head, unable to understand what had frightened this woman so much, making her act so fearful. He calmed his emotions and asked, What's wrong? What are you so afraid of? Calm down. Hearing Chu Feng's comforting voice, Luo Xuanxue slowly raised her head and saw Chu Feng's calm face under the light. No longer covered in blood and smelling of gore, Chu Feng finally looked like a normal person. Luo Xuanxue's mood slightly calmed. She glanced around and asked suspiciously, Where's this place? My home. The place you saw on the balcony before. Luo Xuanxue turned her head to survey the area. It didn't look like home at all. What are these 2 giant glass doors? Bulletproof glass doors. I had them specially designed as an isolation room. Chu Feng squinted, observing Luo Xuanxue's every move. Noticing her keen observation skills, she immediately assessed her surroundings. With her arms crossed and legs together, in a state of hunger, her gaze remained vigilant. If she could be tamed, she'd be a valuable ally. Why did you isolate me? Is that even a question? It's the apocalypse now. Although I saved you, I don't know what you're hiding. I'm not a bad person. Who knows? Do bad people wear a sign on their face? Chu Feng looked down at her, his tone pressing, his aura suppressing her. This was the only way to break her psychological defense. Luo Xuanxue raised her thin face, revealing a hint of stubbornness. How can you trust me? I don't want to be locked up here. That depends on your performance. If you pass my test and choose to submit to me, I will accept you. Chu Feng paused. After this exchange of words, he realized she was a tough opponent. Compared to Lu Mingyue, who submitted after a few threats, Luo Xuanxue was full of pride. However, this was to his taste. It ignited his desire to conquer. He continued, Or, you can leave right now and face those people. I won't stop you. The exit is right behind these 2 doors. Chu Feng pointed towards the security door, his tone icy, his gaze stern. Upon hearing this, Luo Xuanxue immediately recalled her tragic experiences, and, no matter what, she didn't want to go through that again. She shook her head, her voice tinged with tears. Very well, you've passed the first safety check. Luo Xuanxue raised her head suspiciously. When did this happen? She recalled being touched while unconscious, tightening her grip with both hands. What did you do to me? Of course, I did everything. Chu Feng shrugged, looking indifferent. You really are no different from those people. Oh. Chu Feng put his hands in his pockets, leaning closer, his handsome face approaching Luo Xuanxue. If I were like them, would I risk my life to save you? If I were like them, you wouldn't be here. You'd be in bed. After saying that, Chu Feng reached out and grabbed Luo Xuanxue's thin chin, forcing her to look him in the eye. Luo Xuanxue struggled to break free, avoiding his gaze. But Chu Feng used brute strength to turn her back. However, I am different from them in one way. I want to force others to do things against their will. After all, a forced fruit is not sweet. Luo Xuanxue understood the reasoning behind this. She knew that some women in the community had been forced to sell themselves for a meal. She also paid attention to the group chat, seeing those unbearable, humiliating videos. And even some with price tags. What could a weak woman like her do? As Luo Xuanxue pondered, a wave of intense hunger struck her. Her stomach let out a growl. She looked up at Chu Feng with a somewhat aggrieved expression, her eyes filled with hope. Chu Feng smirked, trying to suppress his laughter. He didn't forget to scold her again. You're so skinny, you feel as hard as a bone, with absolutely no softness, yet your mouth is tougher than bones. Hearing this ridicule, Luo Xuanxue's nostrils flared, her lips trembling like a telegraph, unable to hold back tears. A wave of sorrow reddened her eyes, but her gaze remained defiant. Chu Feng also got angry. He didn't believe this wild horse could be tamed. You dare glare at me? Do you believe I'll let you starve for another half a day, then use your bony body to play the piano? Those words felt like real harm. Luo Xuanxue instantly suppressed her emotions, stifling her sobs, swallowing her tears. Chu Feng's body shook slightly, his lips pressed together as he tried hard not to laugh. The sight of this wild horse being humbled was just too funny. If it weren't inappropriate to take out his phone in this situation, he would have recorded it. After a while, Chu Feng let out a sigh, dispelling his laughter. He raised his hand, conjuring a small portion of cream cake and a drink. The moment the food appeared before her, Luo Xuanxue immediately wiped away her tears from her cheeks. She blinked, her eyes dazed, extending her hand but hesitating to touch it. Both surprised and afraid, doubting it was an illusion. It's all yours, eat up. Seeing that Luo Xuanxue was unmoved by his words, Chu Feng held out the cake in front of her. But she still didn't dare to eat. It seemed she was truly too hungry to think straight. Like Fan Jin winning the imperial examination, momentarily lost in her thoughts. Chu Feng suddenly spoke sternly. If you don't eat, I'll take it away. His voice was like thunder, startling Luo Xuanxue, whose eyes sparkled with hungry green light. She grabbed the cake and started devouring it, crying as she ate. Chu Feng stood up, satisfied, and opened the safety door. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard Luo Xuanxue whispering her thanks. Thank you, thank you. He turned his face, gently stroking Luo Xuanxue's head, revealing a wicked smile. You should know that everything comes at a cost. Chapter 24. Joining the group after Chu Feng settled everything. He launched a drone from the balcony to observe the situation in the community. Occasionally, some daring individuals in protective suits began to move around, mostly going out to search for food. Hunger drives people to run. He flew the drone to Luo Xuanxue's house. Everything inside was as usual, and no new traces were found. Chu Feng eliminated 3 people, while those behind remained indifferent, surprisingly able to endure the threat of guns. Returning to the living room, he saw Lu Mingyue rushing over. You have to see what's happening in the owner group. What could make her so anxious? Chu Feng looked suspiciously and opened the owner group chat. As he scrolled through past messages, his smile grew deeper, and he finally burst into loud laughter. Ha! Lu Mingyue was puzzled by this and looked at Chu Feng with confusion. She came up behind him to check the contents of his phone. The messages were the same. What are you laughing at? Have you gone crazy again? I just think this Lu Biao is a bit clever. He actually claimed that the gun was his. Isn't that just lying? What a good lie. I didn't want to expose the information about having guns, and now he has taken the initiative to impersonate me. Which is perfect. A sly curve appeared at the corner of Chu Feng's mouth. In the apocalypse, the more mysterious you are, the less others dare to act against you. People instinctively fear the unknown, especially in this apocalypse. No one can guess whether what you pull out from behind is a gun or a knife. With this, Chu Feng doesn't even need to use force. Just talking can scare off the enemy. What's so good about that? In the future, others will fear him. Won't that put us in danger? Lu Mingyue blinked her big eyes, expressing her confusion. Let him attract the firepower. Can't we just hide and develop secretly? But what if they come looking for us? What then? Hearing Lu Mingyue say this, Chu Feng felt somewhat relieved. This silly and innocent thought of hers had finally grown. Unlike before when she only cried. He tried to explain in a calm tone. What if they come looking for us? They can't pry open this safety door. We're absolutely safe here. If they dare to come, I won't be polite and will collect their points, and then we can become stronger. Lu Mingyue lowered her head in thought for a moment, wondering what to do if the bad guys outnumbered them and surrounded the safe house. What if those bad guys stay at the stairs and don't leave? This question had also crossed Chu Feng's mind. If the bad guys had a plan and set an ambush in the stairwell, leaving the safe house might lead to an ambush. Such a situation was indeed tricky. However, as long as they could hold on for 2 more days until the second-level apocalypse arrived. The insect plague and zombie tide would leave these people with no place to bury their bodies. Moreover, Chu Feng still had a gun. You don't need to worry about this. When the time comes, if they dare to come, the zombies and bugs will chew them down to bones. Lu Mingyue was clearly frightened by Chu Feng's words. She thought the apocalypse was just floods and heavy fog. She had only seen bugs and zombies in movies, and she had even covered her eyes while watching. Just thinking about it made her feel nauseous. Bugs and zombies? Is that really true? In 2 days, the corpses downstairs would stand up, and the bugs would rush out from the dark. Chu Feng's expression was serious. He was not joking. Lu Mingyue read the meaning on Chu Feng's face and lowered her head somewhat dejectedly. She had been saved by Chu Feng's hand, but now she couldn't help at all. A question arose in her heart. Will Chu Feng suddenly abandon me one day in the future? You really are amazing. You even know what will happen in the future. But I can't help it all. Seeing her start to cry again. The first thing Chu Feng thought of was to quickly gain points to raise Lu Mingyue's mental strength attribute. Otherwise, if she encountered something more terrifying in the future, she might mentally collapse and mutate. Chu Feng stepped forward, hugged Lu Mingyue, and gave her a warm embrace. It's only fair to say that this silly and innocent girl was too easy to comfort. As soon as he gently stroked her back and head, she immediately quieted down. No matter what actions Chu Feng took, Lu Mingyue did not resist. At that moment, Luo Xuanxue, behind the glass door, turned her head to watch the two embrace. Chu Feng and Luo Xuanxue's eyes met at that moment. A wicked smile crept onto his lips, his gaze charmingly mischievous. He intended to tease this wild horse, Luo Xuanxue. Chu Feng's right index finger pressed against the beautiful curve of Lu Mingyue's back, slowly sliding down until he grasped that round and wonderful object. Seeing this bold behavior, Luo Xuanxue's face turned red, and she shyly turned her head away. In his arms, Lu Mingyue seemed to receive a signal, her eyes hazy as she lifted her head. Her lips slightly parted. However, Chu Feng's actions were unexpected. He suddenly released his hands, wiped the tears from his face, and with the demeanor of a gentleman said, Go. Go, what time is it now? Still thinking about these things? First, go run a few 100 meters on the treadmill. You can't get off until you finish running. Lu Mingyue realized she had been tricked again. She was both angry and annoyed, her teeth clenched in a cute yet funny way. Humph. Lu Mingyue huffed and went to exercise on the treadmill. After sending off the annoying girl, Chu Feng's gaze fell on Luo Xuanxue. He brought a chair and sat down by the glass door. Luo Xuanxue, however, did not dare to look directly at him and averted her gaze. At that moment, a phone call came in. It was Lu Biao calling, starting off with all kinds of bragging. Chu Feng, my little brother. Did you see the message I posted in the group? I have a gun. I'm quite powerful now, right? When did I become your little brother? This person was really too familiar, Chu Feng replied indifferently. You're being too modest. You're the first person I actively recruited. And I've already considered you my brother in my heart. Flattering for no reason. Chu Feng sneered inwardly. He had taken out Lu Biao's 4 subordinates, who were merely one combined enemy. Lu Biao was probably anxious now, wanting to recruit strong subordinates to expand his power. Chu Feng wanted to extract more information. I can't bear such kindness. Chu Feng, my little brother, don't say that. If you join my team, I'll call you little brother, but we'll be equals. How about that? Sounds good, but I don't want to team up with a bunch of useless people, and I don't want to waste food. You can rest assured. My 15 subordinates are very strong, and I also have a gun. Chu Feng's expression was indifferent, unable to help but sneer. To win him over, Lu Biao was willing to say anything. Chu Feng still showed no interest. What you're saying sounds more like a threat to me, and what can you offer me? Chu Feng, my little brother, you're overthinking it. How about this? You must be lonely, right? I'll send a woman over to you. I recently got a rare beauty. Oh, is that so? Before he finished speaking, Chu Feng turned his head to look at Luo Xuanxue, sitting on the floor. Luo Xuanxue had been eavesdropping on the conversation, and she raised her eyes with a look of grievance. Of course, I got her yesterday, and apart from calling you, I haven't had a moment's rest. Chu Feng remained silent for a moment, not intending to continue the conversation. I'll think about what you said. Goodbye. He hung up the phone and leaned down to stare at Luo Xuanxue, coldly asking, You heard that. Do you want to go to his side, or will you obey me? Chapter 25 Crisis approaches Luo Xuanxue, curled up with her hands on her head, buried between her legs, resembling the white bone spirit. A body of stark bones, quietly crying. Chu Feng took out his phone and checked Luo Xuanxue's attributes. Player, Luo Xuanxue, 27 years old. Apocalypse points, 2 points. Attributes, Strength 6, Speed 6, Perception 5, Mental Power 1. Trust level, 5. Her mental state was on the verge of collapse. If this continued, she might become useless. Chu Feng frowned. Her mental power was declining too quickly. He needed to provide more encouragement to help her see hope. What are you thinking? As far as I'm concerned, I don't want you to die. After all, I put in a lot of effort to save you. If you are willing to submit to me, I can guarantee you will have no worries about food and clothing in the apocalypse. At least until the 3rd level of the apocalypse arrives, I can ensure your safety. Luo Xuanxue showed a hint of interest and slightly lifted her head. Moreover, I'm different from them. I won't force you. You owe me a life. Just be loyal to me. Luo Xuanxue replied softly. Earlier in your house, I saw the photos of you practicing swordsmanship. Since you like swordsmanship, you must be interested in these weapons. With that, Chu Feng stood up and raised his palm downwards. With a thought, a large rectangular wooden sword box stood between them. He opened the switches on both sides of the sword box, and the sides sprang open, revealing numerous swords and blades. Katana, Tang Dao, Longquan sword, Tangshi sword. Which one do you like? Chu Feng drew out his favorite sword. A large double-handed sword with a Damascus pattern. He swung it effortlessly in the small space. These swords were all crafted through exquisite sword-making techniques from renowned masters, costing him 2 million, just a small amount. Seeing the exquisite and imposing swords, Luo Xuanxue's eyes sparkled, and she suddenly became spirited. She stood up, wanting to draw a sword, but she was too weak to lift it at all. What do you think? If you follow me and become my teammate, you can use these swords, and you won't have to fear threats from others. Luo Xuanxue stared at Chu Feng, and facing her savior. Her wavering heart slowly grew firm. Furthermore, being ungrateful went against her character. She was strong-willed and would not allow herself to go back on her promises. After thinking for a minute, Luo Xuanxue nodded heavily. I am willing to follow you. Good, very wise choice. Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, raised his hand, and stored all the swords into the technology tree space. Then he came to Luo Xuanxue's side, wrapped his arms around her waist, and forcibly picked her up. She was so thin that she weighed less than 80 pounds. Luo Xuanxue slapped Chu Feng's shoulder, trying to break free. What are you going to do to me? Do what? Of course, I'll do whatever I want. Let go of me. Luo Xuanxue used all her strength to hit Chu Feng, but he held her tighter. She raised her hand, wanting to hit Chu Feng's face, but after hesitating several times, she lowered her hand. Seeing this, Chu Feng teased, what's wrong, scared, or reluctant? Rogue. This was the first time Chu Feng had been called that. But he genuinely had good intentions, wanting to take Luo Xuanxue to the room. He was a gentleman, absolutely without any other thoughts. Can you calm down? If you keep making a scene, I'll throw you outside and call those people to take you away. No, please don't. Hearing this, Luo Xuanxue panicked. Grabbing Chu Feng's arm, her eyes filled with fear. The wild horse finally quieted down. Chu Feng tightened his arms, holding Luo Xuanxue securely. His hand touched a row of bones, and her limbs were so soft that they had no elasticity. He didn't want to touch something that felt so lifeless. Humph. A body of bones, let me touch it, and I still find it uncomfortable. Feeling belittled by Chu Feng, Luo Xuanxue turned her head away, no longer struggling. Chu Feng carried Luo Xuanxue to the door of the room. Suddenly, the wild horse acted up again. Luo Xuanxue reached out to support herself against the door frame. Seeing a large bed inside, her expression instantly turned panicked. What are you bringing me into the room for? Chu Feng was taken aback. But he truly had no other intentions, thinking that this woman was too vigilant. Did Luo Xuanxue have 100,000 questions in her mind? He suddenly straightened his face and sternly threatened, if you keep making a scene, I'll make you sleep on the cold floor. With your bony body. Let us see how you sleep. You think I'll just let you do whatever you want? Luo Xuanxue pouted, tugging at her skirt to cover her thighs. You're so weak right now, and I'm kindly letting you sleep on the bed. Are you still messing with me? Is this ever going to end? After Chu Feng said this, Luo Xuanxue released her grip on the door frame and finally stopped resisting. Chu Feng carried Luo Xuanxue to the bedside and laid her down. He finally sighed in relief, thinking this woman was too troublesome. Luo Xuanxue pulled the blanket over her body, turned over, and ignored Chu Feng. Chu Feng shook his head helplessly and left the room. Later that night, Lu Biao called Chu Feng again, still asking if he was willing to join them. Brother Chu, what are your thoughts on joining us? I don't have such thoughts for now. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Look at the current situation. Multiple groups have secretly formed within the community. It's very dangerous for you to be alone. Dangerous? I don't think so. Chu Feng's decisive reply threw the other side into chaos. After a while, the voice on the other end came back. Brother Chu, you're indeed a clever person. Remaining calm even during the apocalypse. We need someone like you here. But you haven't shown me the value of joining. Why should I join you for no reason? Besides, I'm afraid this is a trap. Hee. Brother, you're joking. To ease your concerns, how about I share some information with you that you might find interesting? Hearing the mysterious tone from the other end, Chu Feng thought that he knew very little about the situation within the community. Just in case, he needed to gather more intelligence. Go ahead, what is the information? Do you remember the self-rescue team from before? I heard some news that someone from the property management found the spare key to the luxury building. Spare key? Chu Feng did not expect this situation. Yes. They plan to go to the luxury area and open the doors one by one to look for food and supplies. How do I know you're not lying to me? Absolutely true. I'm not lying to you. Listening to the voice on the other end, Chu Feng fell into deep thought. He wasn't afraid of bad people having spare keys. The main door had been modified and couldn't be opened without the controller. What he feared was if the bad people used sinister methods. Suddenly, a sound of door prying came from outside. Chu Feng's expression darkened immediately. He raised his phone and coldly questioned the other side. Is someone trying to pry open my door? They wouldn't be your people, would they? They're not my people. Absolutely not. Brother, I swear to God. In the darkness, Chu Feng's eyes glowed red, his tone sharp, every word dripping with killing intent. It better not be. Chapter 26 Deal with the intruders. Chu Feng hung up the phone and quickly went to the monitoring room. Through the surveillance cameras, he saw 3 people outside the door acting suspiciously, whispering about something. Sure enough, after the location of the safe house was exposed, trouble followed. The fog outside was still 7 meters high, with extremely low visibility, and survivors still dared not risk leaving the community to look for food. These high-end luxury houses became the prime target for survivors. They believed there must be more food hidden inside the luxury houses. Hunger drove them to have ulterior motives. Chu Feng continued to observe the situation outside the door. The intruders began to argue when they couldn't open the main door. Why won't this key open the door? I'm sure it's the key for this house. How can it not open? Let's go to the house downstairs first. I don't know what the situation is like in the other houses. Aren't you afraid of dying? I'm afraid of dying. What are you afraid of? If someone comes, they'll just kill them. Our people are guarding the stairs, and now there's no one to take care of it. This isn't good. My cousin is inside. Although I can't stand his sudden wealth, I don't want to cause a death. Oh, you really can act. You used to want to kill him. And now you don't want to cause a death. Why are you carrying a knife? The people outside are actually relatives of Chu Feng. He had imagined that such a thing would happen. After all, both sides had completely torn apart their relationship. These relatives snatched property before the apocalypse. And now seeing Chu Feng living well, they are even more resentful. Since they are armed, Chu Feng won't hold back either. At that moment, Lu Mingyue helped Luo Xuanxue to the monitoring room, anxiously asking about the situation. How is it? Chu Feng didn't answer. Seeing Luo Xuanxue's haggard face, he asked back. Why did you bring her here? She said she wanted to help, so I brought her. The 2 women quickly started chatting, thinking about helping, which is a good thing. However, it doesn't help much in the current situation. Isn't this adding chaos? I can help. Luo Xuanxue released her arm, leaned against the wall, barely standing. Her tone revealing a hint of strength. Chu Feng secretly rejoiced in his heart, but didn't show it. He shook his head and walked in front of them. Without saying a word, he directly picked up Luo Xuanxue and said to Lu Mingyue, you go fly the drone and confirm if there are any other people moving in the community. Lu Mingyue was somewhat reluctant, but still obediently went to prepare. Chu Feng quickly carried Luo Xuanxue to the room. He didn't want to face the enemy while also having to take care of the sick person. I can walk myself. And I can help. Let me down. Chu Feng didn't give Luo Xuanxue a chance to resist and placed her on the bed. His expression was serious, and his tone was solemn. Do you think this is a joke? No, You're sick. It's better not to add chaos. I can handle these few people. But what if something happens to you? What should I do? Luo Xuanxue rarely showed a worried expression. Her sad look was so poignant and beautiful. Next, she witnessed Chu Feng showing a mad smile. She recalled the scenes of Chu Feng moving corpses and felt an inexplicable fear. Hee, just them? They are just delivering points to me, don't worry. I will come back safely. Take out your phone. Soon you'll see the points increase by 3. After saying that, Chu Feng left the room without looking back. Luo Xuanxue was still in shock, lightly touching her chest, feeling immense pressure. Inside the monitoring room, Chu Feng noticed that there was one more person outside. 3 people were working together, 1 was digging the wall, and 2 were prying open the door. Lu Mingyue hurriedly ran into the monitoring room. What's the situation outside? I didn't see anyone else. There are just 3 people outside. 3 people can still be dealt with. Do you remember the previous battle plan? Chu Feng stroked his chin and turned to ask. Lu Mingyue thought for a moment and recalled the previous events. Should I shine the flashlight in their eyes? But there are 3 people outside. Don't worry, just turn the flashlight to the maximum. Lift your skirt up, show your long legs, and blind them. Lu Mingyue's face flushed. And she glared at Chu Feng. I remember. All right, let's move. In the living room, one person was in the light, and another was in the dark. Both on high alert. Chu Feng nodded to Lu Mingyue, signaling that they could start. Lu Mingyue took a deep breath and said to the people outside, Stop prying the door, I'll open it. Why is there a woman inside? The 3 people outside shone their flashlights on each other. How could there be a woman inside? Chu Qing, didn't you say there was only your cousin inside? I don't know. I only saw one person in his house before. Chu Chung retreated behind the 2 and shook his head vigorously. Good. Not only did he not send you food, but he also lives in a luxurious house. Enjoying himself every day. Do you have a grudge against him? Don't mention it. He used to not fight back or curse back. Suddenly, he became rich and started being a playboy every day. I hate him to death. Hee. Then let's go in and rob all his food. And force him to watch the live broadcast. Bang. The thugs said, kicking the door hard a few times, and all 3 took out their weapons. Hurry up and open the door. The 3 people outside spoke loudly, not hiding their malicious intentions. The 2 inside could clearly hear the conversation. Chu Feng's face twitched. Since they were like this, he wouldn't hold back. He nodded at Lu Mingyue, then used the controller to open the door. 3 security doors opened, and bright lights lit up. The 3 people outside raised their hands to block the blinding light, and through their fingers, they saw a pair of long white legs and a sudden shadow rushing in. Chu Feng didn't plan to wait for them to enter before taking action. He drew his bow, aimed at one of them, and shot an arrow. The arrow pierced through one person's palm and head. The body fell silently, and the other 2 were splattered with warm blood. They turned to see their comrade's corpse with an arrow in it, and were horrified, instinctively trying to escape. Chu Feng drew his bow again and shot another arrow, piercing one person's chest and pinning him to the wall. Close the door, stay in the room. Take care of her, and don't come out without my signal. He instructed Lu Mingyue and then rushed out, seeing his cousin desperately fleeing. Chu Feng chased him to the corner of the stairs, fully drawn the composite bow, and shot a powerful arrow. The arrow pierced through his cousin's thigh, causing Chu Chung to fall down the stairs in pain. Chu Feng slowed his pace, cautiously observing the surroundings. His cousin's shrill screams echoed throughout the building. Ah, my leg. Help. I'm your cousin. Don't do anything reckless. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Chu Feng watched coldly, drawing his bow and aiming at his head. I want to spare you, but you're armed and keep saying you want to kill me. Go to hell. By the way, you were laughing so happily at my parents' funeral. Why aren't you laughing now? Chu Qing knew he was doomed and no longer pretended. He laughed loudly and revealed a terrifying secret. Ha ha, die well? That car was tampered with. Too bad you madman weren't in it. Whoosh. The arrow flew out, and everything returned to calm. Revenge was achieved, but Chu Feng couldn't feel happy. The answer he couldn't confirm in his previous life was like this. Chapter 27. Deterrence. Chu Feng threw the 3 corpses down the stairs. The bloodstains outside had already dried and couldn't be cleaned. He didn't plan to waste time cleaning the blood. Eliminating 3 people was something that couldn't be hidden. So it was better to leave a pool of blood to deter others. Back in the house, Chu Feng slumped in a chair, tightly gripping the family photo. Memories flooding back, as if his parents were right beside him. Since the apocalypse began, this was the first time he felt sad, tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, Chu Feng lowered his head, his shoulders shaking, and he began to smile with blood on his face, as if possessed. He couldn't control his throat, constantly making humming and laughing sounds. The laughter was sometimes high-pitched and sometimes low. Perhaps there was really something wrong with his mind. This scene resembled a ghost crying in a horror game, particularly eerie in the dark, scaring Lu Mingyue and Luo Xuanxue in the room into holding their breath. The intense emotional fluctuations made Chu Feng feel a sense of suffocation. He stopped laughing and looked up, quietly staring at the dark ceiling, suppressing his overflowing emotions. 20 minutes later, Chu Feng appeared calm as if nothing had happened, took out his phone, and sent a message in the owner group. Madman, I just heard someone shout for help. Did you all hear it? I heard some sounds. It was really tragic. Xiao Su loves archery. I also heard 3 muffled sounds, like someone jumping off a building. What kind of world is this? 3 people jumped at once. Where's this? Xiao Su loves archery. It seems to be in that high-end residential building. Brotherly from the self-rescue team. Are you sure? Did you see what happened? Xiao Su loves archery. It's pitch black. Who can see anything? I just heard 3 muffled sounds. Brotherly from the self-rescue team. All right. Who dares to act against me? You better step forward and admit it. The group fell silent. No one dared to respond. Although it's called a self-rescue team, they have done many bad things and robbed quite a few survivors. Those who were robbed dared not speak out, and those who resisted were beaten up and forced to join the self-rescue team. Others dared not touch this bad luck. But Chu Feng looked down on it. He continued to send messages in the owner group. Madman, is there a doctor in the group? I have a patient who is too hungry and wants to trade food for an 4-drip and glucose bottle. Antley, please send me some food. My grandson is crying and fussing from hunger. Dr. Chen, I have some at home. I can trade with you. Madman, Dr. Chen, good. Let's chat privately. Brotherly from the self-rescue team. That person named Chu Feng. I confirmed the situation. My men went to your house last night. What did you do? Brotherly from the self-rescue team. Speak. Are you mute? Brotherly from the self-rescue team. Good kid, just wait for me. Chu Feng looked at the ridiculous scene on his phone, frowning in disgust. Once hypocritical villains stop pretending, their methods become even more vicious. Chu Feng edited his message and replied. Madman, what happened? I don't know. Brotherly from the self-rescue team. Don't play dumb. My men had an accident right at your doorstep. Madman, is that so? I didn't dare to open the door. I don't know what happened outside. Brotherly from the self-rescue team. Are you pretending to be stupid with me? My men came to talk to you, and then something happened. Madman, what were they discussing that they lost their lives? Brotherly from the self-rescue team. Yours, you must know something. Madman, let me see what's happening outside. Wait a moment. Chu Feng sat on the chair, amused. He just wanted to tease these people and make them realize a fact. In this dark forest, there exists a terrifying presence. It possesses overwhelming power. He checked the previous surveillance footage, specifically looking for the segment where he was going downstairs in heavy protective gear. He reset the video time to 480. The goal was to create confusion. After a long 20 minutes, new messages popped up in the group. 2 photos of dried blood on the ground and a blurry video of an unknown creature. The group instantly exploded with messages. Isn't this the guy who killed the police a few days ago? There's blood everywhere. Is this thing hiding in the mansion? Sure enough, the rich rely on technology. The video is so blurry. Is this a mech? It feels like it can kill someone with one punch. I'm poor. Even during the apocalypse, I haven't mutated. Madman, there's blood everywhere outside the door. I didn't dare to look too much. I checked the surveillance and found this strange creature. Brotherly from the self-rescue team. How come your house has surveillance? Why didn't it capture my men? Madman, I'm scared to death. I installed a battery at home. When I checked the surveillance, I found this monster. Just got this video out, and then the power went out. Brotherly from the self-rescue team. Madman, I really don't know what happened. I'm not capable of fighting against your 3 men. The messages were a mix of truth and lies, adding an eerie color to the whole situation. Next time someone wants to break into Chu Feng's safe house, they better weigh their own strength first. After doing all this, Chu Feng confirmed that for the next few days, no one would dare to come and pry open the door. Just as he was about to rest, Lu Biao's phone rang again. Hey, Chu Feng, are the things you sent real? The photos were taken by me. They are all real. My God. 3 people were instantly killed. What kind of monster is that? I didn't dare to stay long. After taking the photos, I immediately ran back and closed the door. Chu Feng could tell from the tone on the other end that Lu Biao was indeed scared. He even vaguely heard footsteps. He planned to act the whole way through. Little brother, did you hear any gunshots? Gunshots? I didn't hear anything. If there were gunshots that loud, others would hear it too. Chu Feng instantly understood the implication. Lu Biao was worried about whose hands the gun was in. Also, did you hear any other strange sounds? I heard those 3 people arguing for a bit. Then suddenly it went quiet, and finally I heard the sound of a body being thrown down. This is troublesome. How could there be such a thing in the community? Hearing the panic in the other person's tone, Chu Feng couldn't help but smile. Judging by Lu Biao's performance, he was just a blusterous coward. He looked tough, but was timid and afraid of trouble. Now that it's the apocalypse, what is impossible? With a phone, one can conjure gold bricks out of thin air. A flood, thick fog, and a bunch of people died downstairs. What you said, little brother. How are you considering joining us? I can exchange information with you, but I want to join. It's too dangerous outside. I'd rather hide safely in the house. Chu Feng directly rejected the request to join. There was a pause on the other end of the phone. Exchanging information is fine. At least it's not hostile. All right. If you don't want to, forget it. Remember, I have a gun. If you want to join, come find me anytime. After hanging up, a cold smile crept onto Chu Feng's lips. What a hopeless fool, not even understanding the rules of the game. Yet he wants to recruit him, calling him little brother. Isn't he just coveting the food he has? The conflict between the two sides is inevitable. Those villains better wash their necks and wait. When the time is right, he will harvest the apocalypse points. Chapter 28. Harvest. That night, Chu Feng was half asleep and half awake. The community was as quiet as a dead city. He sat on the sofa, holding his gun, paying attention to the movements outside the door. He remained on guard, spending the night like this. The next morning, as dawn broke, 2 figures quietly approached Chu Feng in the dim light. Chu Feng, wake up. A gentle calling sound rang in his ears, and he felt a light tap on his shoulder. Chu Feng jolted awake, instinctively reaching for his gun, only to find the weapon was nowhere to be found. Don't look for it, it's right here. Lu Mingyue leaned down and handed the gun to Chu Feng, unable to help but chuckle at how ridiculous he looked. Seeing the 2 familiar faces, Chu Feng's mood gradually calmed down. He took the gun and realized he had actually fallen asleep on the floor. Everything in the safe house was normal. He asked, did anything happen last night? No, we didn't hear your signal last night. We stayed hidden in the room. Didn't you say that when you hear my signal, you'd come out? Chu Feng didn't expect that he had relaxed and fallen asleep last night. Fortunately, nothing bad happened. He dusted himself off, stood up, and sat back at the dining table. After you came back last night, you cried and laughed. And then there was no more sound. Who knew what you were going crazy about? Lu Mingyue helped Luo Xuanxue sit down next to the table. Recalling what happened last night, they still felt uneasy. They thought something had happened to Chu Feng and spent the night on edge in the room. It was only after glancing at the owner group's messages in the morning that they dared to come out, only to see Chu Feng curled up on the floor like a baby. Noticing the concerned gazes from the 2 girls, Chu Feng was curious about what he had done last night. I didn't do anything weird last night, did I? 2 girls exchanged glances and shook their heads. That's good. Chu Feng felt a bit relieved. However, the 2 girls were very curious about why Chu Feng was crying and laughing last night. It was hard to imagine what kind of mental state could produce such sounds. Lu Mingyue gently spoke up. Are you okay? What could be wrong with me? I'm in great spirits. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow and replied. But we heard you crying and laughing nonstop last night. It was really scary. So it was because of this. His strange behavior last night was indeed frightening. Chu Feng replied calmly. You can just think I was going crazy. Don't forget I'm a lunatic. Seeing that Chu Feng didn't want to elaborate, the 2 girls exchanged a glance and stopped probing. The atmosphere eased, and Chu Feng suddenly felt a bit hungry. He realized he had been too busy dealing with those bad guys last night that he missed meal times. The table was empty, so Chu Feng snapped his fingers and conjured up 2 servings of breakfast. The breakfast smelled delicious and looked appetizing. Lu Mingyue immediately perked up, her eyes sparkling, rubbing her hands eagerly. Chu Feng handed 1 serving to Lu Mingyue and took one for himself. Suddenly, a sorrowful atmosphere spread. Luo Xuanxue, who had been silent, buried her hands under the table, rubbing her clothing anxiously. Why wasn't she given any food? Why was she being excluded? Was it because she hadn't been able to help? Luo Xuanxue bit her lip, her nostrils flaring as tears threatened to spill from her chest. When Chu Feng saw Luo Xuanxue's mournful expression and Lu Mingyue eagerly eating beside her, he couldn't help but chuckle. At his smile, tears were already welling up in Luo Xuanxue's eyes. Chu Feng raised his hand to comfort her. Don't worry, I'll assess your situation and give you food. Why? I want to eat now, Luo Xuanxue retorted sulkily. No. Why? Am I not your teammate? Why treat me like this? The two faced off, glaring at each other in anger. Lu Mingyue, while eating, observed Chu Feng's expression, thinking he was about to play tricks again. She munched on a bun, watching the unfolding drama with great interest. Chu Feng noticed that Luo Xuanxue could cry and move, showing good recovery. He snapped his fingers, and a box of concentrated nutritional drink appeared in front of Luo Xuanxue. You should drink this first. Your body isn't ready for solid food yet. Luo Xuanxue suddenly froze. Noticing Chu Feng's serious expression, her anger diminished considerably. She looked down at her body, which was so thin that bones were protruding, and some areas of her skin were even injured. She lowered her head in silence. You're too thin right now. You need some glucose first. Otherwise, if you eat solid food directly, your stomach will have problems, Chu Feng continued explaining. Luo Xuanxue drank the nutritional drink and suddenly thought of the messages in the owner group. Chu Feng intended to exchange food for an infusion and glucose bottle. She felt a stir in her heart, realizing that Chu Feng had been thinking of her all along and wasn't actually rejecting her. Luo Xuanxue sipped the drink, a beautiful curve forming at the corner of her mouth. She continued, I really want to eat meat now. When do you plan to treat me? Meat? Chu Feng blinked a few times, thinking it made sense. Luo Xuanxue practiced swordsmanship and martial arts, the type that wouldn't gain weight no matter how much she ate. In her normal state, she had a toned figure, full of healthy strength and beauty. At this moment, Lu Mingyue suddenly chimed in. Chu Feng, hurry up and help Sister Xuanxue. Last night, she was hugging me, starving and talking in her sleep, almost biting my arm. Mingyue, why did you say that? Luo Xuanxue hurriedly scolded, shyly lowering her head, unable to meet Chu Feng's gaze. You were about to eat me. That's how hungry you were. Chu Feng leaned back in his chair, thinking he needed to act quickly. All right, but I must remind you, you can't use your newly acquired doomsday points recklessly. How to use them is up to me. Chu Feng summoned his phone and checked the attributes of the three of them. Player, Chu Feng. Doomsday points, 22. Attributes, Strength 20, Speed 7, Perception 7, Mental Power. Player, Lu Mingyue. Doomsday points, 6. Attributes, Strength 5, Speed 6, Perception 4, Mental Power 4. Trust level, 100. Player, Luo Xuanxue. Doomsday points, 5. Attributes, Strength 5, Speed 6, Perception 4, Mental Power 3. Trust level, 30. Lu Mingyue and Luo Xuanxue also took out their phones to check their attributes. How do we use our points? Lu Mingyue curiously asked. There's no rush. Wait until it's necessary to use them. Right now, there's nothing threatening us. You said that, but when danger comes, you can't leave me behind. Lu Mingyue playfully huffed, lowering her head to fiddle with her phone, happily shaking her head, her legs bouncing, and a smirk on her lips. What does she take me for? I, Chu Feng, have given you my first time. To trick this naive girl and then abandon her? That's not Chu Feng's style. I'm a lunatic, not a bad guy. I'm not as bad as you think. Luo Xuanxue looked at her points, unsure why she suddenly had so many points. Where did these points come from? After you became my teammate, every time I defeat someone, your points will increase. Can I directly use them to increase my strength? Then I can recover my health. Hearing Luo Xuanxue's ignorant idea, Chu Feng quickly stopped her. No, you're too weak right now. Directly increasing your strength would kill you instantly. You can't use them recklessly. Seeing Chu Feng's serious attitude, Luo Xuanxue felt an inexplicable sense of security. She nodded and promised, okay, I'll listen to you. I'm going to exchange with that doctor now. Chu Feng went to the balcony, checked the time. It was time for the transaction. Chapter 29, Conspiracy. Chu Feng called the doctor again. The call connected. Hello, it's time for the transaction. Are you ready? There was silence on the other end, and he couldn't hear what the couple was discussing. Then the doctor named Chun responded. I've prepared what you wanted, but there are some issues now. Chu Feng couldn't guess the implications of the other party's words. It was clearly an urgent moment, yet he encountered someone who spoke in riddles. He turned and looked through the glass at Luo Xuanxue. Luo Xuanxue clenched her fists, her expression somewhat tense. Chu Feng's expression suddenly turned serious as he asked in a deep voice, do you want to go back on your word? Playing with me comes with a price. No, that's not what I mean, Dr. Chen hurriedly denied. Then hurry up and speak. I don't want to waste time. Chu Feng raised his voice slightly, and the other end fell silent again, truly making him anxious. 10 seconds later, my home isn't safe right now. Can you take us to a safe place? What happened? Be clear. Since this morning, someone has been wandering around our building, breaking in to rob, and doing things to women. Chu Feng detected the fear in the other person's words, and now he faced a dilemma. save people or proceed with the transaction. If he conducted the transaction, launching the drone now would easily be discovered since the toxic fog was less than 4 meters high, putting the doctor's family in danger. If he went to save them, he would inevitably encounter danger himself. And where would he place the doctor? After thinking it over, he decided to do both. Anyone who dared to block him would be doomed. The other side waited for a long half-minute before hearing Chu Feng's voice again. All right, I can arrange a place for you. Prepare your things now. I'll come to pick you up. Great, thank you. A woman's voice on the phone sounded relieved. Chu Feng warily asked, who is next to you? My wife is pregnant, so I'm in a hurry to seek your help. Just like before, at that moment, Chu Feng thought about last night when he was holding the family photo. Although he had softened his heart, he still maintained a slight vigilance, not trusting anyone. Chu Feng warned, you better not mess with me, or I will send your whole family to reunite. No, absolutely not. The call ended. In a certain room in the community, Dr. Chun and his pregnant wife were kneeling on the ground, with a shiny dagger resting on their shoulders. Dr. Chun trembled as he said, I've done what you asked. Can you let our family go now? There were 5 people in the room, and the leader wore a suit, stepped in leather shoes, with a cold and grim expression. He had the feel of a suited thug. This person was Li Jun, the leader of the self-rescue group, known as Brotherly. Li Jun stood up and approached the couple, pulling out the dagger from his waist and pressing it against Dr. Chen's wife's belly. He said maliciously, you better cooperate and perform well in this play, or both mother and child will be in danger. Seeing his wife scared and protecting her belly with both hands, Dr. Chen's expression turned panic-stricken, fearing a miscarriage. He cried out, kneeling and banging his head, I beg you, I am willing to do anything, please don't harm my wife. Seeing the intimidation had taken effect, Li Jun stood up with a sinister smile and instructed his subordinates around him. You stay here and watch this couple. Do not let them leave. You 3 come with me. After saying that, Li Jun took 3 subordinates and left the house, preparing to set a trap for Chu Feng. Along the way, one subordinate asked, Boss, that kid is alone. Why bother mobilizing so many people? Li Jun shot a glance at the subordinate and continued. That kid has issues. He has been disguising himself. I suspect he is the one with the gun, not Lu Biao. A gun? How is that possible? Where did he get it? A police officer died in the community before. It's very likely that kid did it. What? Is he going to catch bullets with his bare hands? What background does this kid have? Unclear. After chatting a bit, Li Jun also felt uncertain. He was wary of the gun in Chu Feng's hand, and even more wary of how Chu Feng had gotten the handgun. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Ambushing Chu Feng might end up with him being killed by Chu Feng. Li Jun still pretended to be calm and said, Listen to my arrangements later. Wear protective suits and ambush him in the toxic fog. The group put on protective suits and disappeared into the toxic fog. Meanwhile, in the safe house, are you going alone? Luo Xiwenxue asked anxiously. Chu Feng casually replied, focusing on organizing his protective suit, which had a layer of lightweight armor underneath. Seeing that Chu Feng showed no hesitation, Luo Xiwenxue panicked. She didn't want Chu Feng to take risks for her. She limped forward and grabbed Chu Feng's arm. You shouldn't take the risk. I'm slowly recovering now. What? Are you worried about me? Chu Feng teased. At a time like this, one misstep could cost you your life. How can you still joke around? Luo Xiwenxue was a bit angry, but still didn't let go. I'm serious. So am I. Chu Feng stood up, put on his helmet, slung the compound bow on his back, and tucked the loaded handgun into his waist. Luo Xiwenxue slowly let go of his arm, feeling a mix of emotions. Why was he doing all this for her? At that moment, Lu Mingyue, who had been fiddling with the drone, said, Sister Shui, don't mind him. He won't even let me leave the house, only letting me fly the drone. He doesn't treat me as a teammate at all. Yes, you're right. Chu Feng thought to himself, secretly amused. Do you think I don't treat you as a teammate? I just don't want to be held back in danger. The naive girl is so easy to fool. Chu Feng didn't say much and prepared to take action. On the other side, at Dr. Chen's house, Dr. Chun and his wife huddled in a corner, the yellow-haired thug responsible for watching them rummage through the room, doing his job quite diligently. The couple began to discuss quietly. Honey, aren't we harming that person? There's no choice. These people have weapons. Even if we cooperate with everything, they might not let us go in the end. Hearing his wife's words, Dr. Chun lowered his head and fell silent. At this moment, the yellow-haired thug heard a noise, and he came to the living room with a knife. You two behave yourselves. Suddenly, he changed his tone and looked at the pregnant woman's big belly with an evil smile. A pregnant woman. rare in the apocalypse. Hearing this, Dr. Chen suddenly raised his head, a flash of fierceness in his eyes. He had seen blood and death before, and if pushed to the edge, he could do anything. Unintentionally, a sharp surgical knife slipped out of his sleeve, but his wife pressed it down. Once the yellow-haired thug was out of sight again, the couple thought they must send a message to Chu Feng. Working together might offer them a way out. A short message reading, Self-Rescue Group, their S in ambush, help, was sent to Chu Feng's phone. Chapter 30. Ambush. 3 security doors had already opened, and Chu Feng finally instructed in the corridor. Always report the situation in the community to me. Got it, got it. You've said the important things more than 3 times. Lu Mingyue replied angrily while fiddling with her glasses. What kind of teammates are these? How dare they not listen to the captain? Chu Feng was just about to step out when Luo Xuanxue suddenly said after deep thought, Chu Feng, could this be a trap? A trap? Chu Feng lowered his head and thought for a moment. He seemed to have overlooked some information. He had been so eager to treat Luo Xuanxue that he hadn't considered the possibility of it being a trap. In this dark forest of the community, Chu Feng might also be unable to avoid a hidden arrow. He took out his phone and saw the message sent by Dr. Chen. He. Chu Feng, wearing a mask and helmet, smiled in a gloomy and frightening way. Luo Xuanxue was startled by Chu Feng's reaction, worried that he might go crazy again. She immediately stepped forward and grabbed Chu Feng's arm, advising again, don't go. Chu Feng turned his helmet and saw Luo Xuanxue's hands trembling from nervousness, her slender fingers distinctly visible. Suddenly, he opened his arms. What's wrong? What's wrong? Luo Xuanxue hurriedly let go of her hand, surprised and delighted by the approaching embrace, not knowing what to think. She was pulled into Chu Feng's arms, her heart racing, and she heard Chu Feng's confident voice. Let's help each other. Use the telescope to observe the situation. Wait for me to come back. After saying this, Chu Feng released her and left the safe house. Closing the security door, Lu Mingyue came to Luo Xuanxue's side and urged, Sister Xue, let's go to the balcony and keep an eye on the situation downstairs for Chu Feng. Oh, okay. Luo Xuanxue was still lost in the moment from just now, and it took a pat on the shoulder to bring her back to reality as she took the telescope. Chu Feng arrived at the first floor. Standing in front of the shattered glass door, took down the compound bow, and vigilantly scanned the surroundings. He attached the thermal imaging sight to the compound bow and activated the communication device. What's the situation in the community now? A burst of static came through the earphones, and Lu Mingyue began to report the situation. Chu Feng, don't rush. I'm still flying the drone to check the situation. Mingyue, fly the drone over there, and over there. Make sure to see clearly. Okay, Sister Xue. I'll make the drone fly faster. Don't fly too fast. Make sure to see clearly under the trees in the corners. The 2 girls conversed with a sense of urgency, checking the situation in the community for Chu Feng. A smile curled at the corner of Chu Feng's mouth as he held the compound bow, waiting for news. 2 minutes later, a voice came through the earphones again. Chu Feng, there's no one in the square in front of you. You can continue moving forward. Okay, make the drone fly a bit higher to avoid alarming the snake. After giving a few instructions, Chu Feng began to act. The fog has diminished. With a height of less than 4 meters, and sunlight penetrates the fog, casting a warm orange glow. Visibility is about 2 meters, quickly passing through obstacles. He gradually approaches the building where Dr. Chen is located. The surroundings are silent, yet fraught with hidden danger. Chu Feng, stop, quickly stop, I see people. How many? In what direction? And what are they doing? There are 4 people in total, 2 on each side, crouching in a corner, holding something in their hands. Chu Feng halts, listening intently to the sounds around him, trying to see the situation as clearly as possible. Directly in front of him is a staircase leading down. A good place for an ambush. The weapons the criminals hold are mostly knives. Chu Feng does not dare to take risks and continues to ask, tell me, what is the position of the person closest to me? Don't move, let me confirm again. Mingyu, you have to see clearly, don't make a mistake. Chu Feng waits quietly for the 2 girls to confirm the result. Meanwhile, he knocks an arrow, ready to respond to any sudden situation. Chu Feng, the person closest to you is in your right front, about 15 meters away. Good, keep an eye on the movements of the others. Chu Feng instructed, his gaze cold. Looking towards the right front, he raises his compound bow, and through the thermal imaging sight, he sees a criminal crouching in the grass, holding a 20-centimeter long knife. What a grass-covered Garen. If it weren't for Chu Feng's godlike perspective, he would have truly been ambushed by them. He stealthily retreats, looking for the best shooting angle. He quietly circles to the back of the first criminal, and through the thermal imaging sight, the crosshair aligns perfectly with the temple. Chu Feng steadies his breath and draws the bow. He does not pull the compound bow all the way back. Otherwise, the sound of the arrow would alert the others. At this distance, 30 kilograms of force is enough to penetrate the skull. The bowstring snaps back, and the arrow shoots out with a whoosh. Clean and decisive. The arrow pierces the criminal's head, and the criminal instantly falls into a sleep as peaceful as a baby's. Chu Feng, you hit him. Mengyu, don't disturb him. He will get distracted. Oh, the corners of Chu Feng's mouth curled into a smug arc. These two teammates played a significant role. He would treat them to a big meal when they returned, to reward them well. He pressed further, what about the others? They are still crouching in place. But they keep looking up to check the situation. Okay, now report the location of the nearest person. In your left front, at a distance of 20 meters. What is he doing with his hand under his pants? Shuijia, you look. These people are both bad and lewd. A strange message came through the earpiece. And Chu Feng frowned, raising the infrared sight to aim at the next person. Goodness, that person is amusing himself in the apocalypse. A final shot before death. Not a waste of wandering in the end times. Chu Feng reached the best shooting position, knocked an arrow. One shot sent the self-entertaining person on their way. Because the remaining three were close together, the moment the second person fell, the other two sensed something was wrong. What happened? Li Jun crouched in the most concealed corner, nervously peering out. This is the death of a friend, but the boss is actually hiding behind. Boss, I don't know what is going on. Hey, what are you two doing? Not hearing a response, Li Jun ordered his men to check the situation. The last subordinate reluctantly stood up, stepping through the lush plants, and walked towards the two accomplices. Chu Feng listened carefully to the sounds, and with Lu Mingyu constantly reporting information to him, he grasped the general movements of the remaining two enemies. Chu Feng knocked an arrow, drawing the compound bow to its full extent, aiming at the person slowly walking towards the corpse. He is dead, boss. The arrow shot out, and the sound abruptly stopped. Chu Feng lowered his voice and asked, where is the last person? He ran away, quickly ran up the stairs. Based on Lu Mingyu's location information, Chu Feng raised the thermal imaging sight and quickly scanned, spotting a figure sprinting wildly. He quickly pursued. Chapter 31. Retreating the enemy when Li Jun heard his subordinate shout. He gripped his knife and sprinted upstairs. He ran up to the 5th floor in one breath, but could run no more. Taking off his protective suit and panting as he looked down from the bottom of the stairs. Bang, bang, bang. Li Jun heard Chu Feng's heavy footsteps chasing after him. And upon seeing Chu Feng fully armed, he felt his soul nearly fly away. Chu Feng, dressed in a bomb-proof suit, held a compound bow and was still moving quickly. What is this, a monster? Just as Li Jun looked down, an arrow was aimed at him. At the same time, he threw his long knife with all his might. Instinctively leaning back, the arrowhead grazed his face and embedded itself in the ceiling. It was a close call. Similarly, the long knife Li Jun threw struck Chu Feng's helmet. Footsteps approached again. Li Jun scrambled to his feet, took a deep breath, and continued running towards the rooftop. He thought that as long as he kept running, he could reach the roof and escape through the other staircase. As Li Jun passed the 7th floor, he saw the last yellow-haired subordinate poking his head out of a room, asking about the situation. Hey, boss, what happened? Li Jun glanced back, a plan forming in his mind, and quickly ran towards his subordinate. He intended to divert the disaster. As he passed by Dr. Chen's house, he brushed past his subordinate, not looking back, and ran to the other side of the corridor. The yellow-haired man was filled with questions. Was this fleeing? Turning around, he saw Chu Feng in heavy armor approaching. The yellow-haired man felt something was wrong and immediately hid back in the room. Outside, Chu Feng had been running for a while and was somewhat out of breath. Even with increased strength, running in this bomb-proof suit was still too heavy a burden. Seeing that Li Jun had run far, and it was difficult to hit a moving target with the compound bow, he stopped the pursuit. Right now, finding Dr. Chen and obtaining medical supplies was the top priority. Chu Feng stopped in front of Dr. Chen's house, gathered his strength, and kicked the door open. The three people inside were startled by his appearance. The yellow-haired man, upon seeing Chu Feng raise his compound bow, immediately hid behind the two hostages, threatening Chu Feng with a dagger. I warn you, don't come any closer. If you take another step, I will kill them. Dr. Chen and his wife were huddled together, the knife pressed against their necks, and they dared not breathe. Chu Feng aimed his sight at the criminal's head. Seeing this, the yellow-haired man was horrified. Why was this person not the least bit shaken by the threat? Did he not fear for the hostage's safety? The yellow-haired man pointed the knife at Chu Feng and shouted again, You need to back off right now, or I will really do it. After saying this, the yellow-haired man bent down, hiding his head behind the couple, only his eyes visible to observe the situation. If you kill them, without a shield, I will immediately shoot through your head. After all, I came here just to get some medical supplies. Chu Feng replied indifferently. The yellow-haired man trembled at this statement, realizing that what he thought would be an easy job had turned into a confrontation with a ruthless character like Chu Feng. He had heard others in the self-rescue team mention Chu Feng, but had dismissed it at the time. Now facing him felt like confronting a god of death. What normal person would come out in a bomb-proof suit? It was clear he had made preparations and planned to confront them head-on. Don't do anything rash. Let's talk it out. Just applying a little pressure, the other party's tone immediately softened. Chu Feng did not intend to let this person go, but he wanted to extract some useful information. I ask you, where is the base of the self-rescue team now? If your answer satisfies me, I will consider letting you go. The yellow-haired man's eyes flickered, a glimmer of hope rising in his heart. He had joined the self-rescue team merely to save his own life. If he could survive, he would be willing to lead the way to raid the base. I'll tell you, don't be impulsive. The base is in the office of the community sales hall. How many people are there now? 15 people. And the others are here to exchange food or supplies. What supplies does the self-rescue team have now? Some food and water, as well as gasoline. The yellow-haired man recounted everything he knew in detail. Chu Feng heard some bad news. External forces could hardly break through the safe house, but if fire was used, the situation would be different. If those people sought revenge and poured gasoline to set fire inside the building, the safe house would become an incinerator. It was necessary to find an opportunity to completely destroy the self-rescue team. Chu Feng slightly adjusted his aim and nodded. Since you've shared this information, put down the knife, and I won't make it difficult for you. The yellow-haired man felt a surge of joy upon hearing this, poked his head out, but hesitated to speak. He couldn't see the expression on Feng's face under the helmet, and since that compound bow was still raised, he dared not act rashly. Seeing that the man remained unmoved, Chu Feng pressed further. What's wrong? Don't you want to leave here? How do I know you're not lying to me? You need to throw down the compound bow first. Impossible. You're holding a knife. How could I possibly put down my weapon? Then let's just wait it out. The yellow-haired man remained vigilant, a hint of cunning in his eyes. Fine. My people are almost here anyway. Let's see how long you can hold out. While speaking, Chu Feng observed every move of the yellow-haired man, who was fidgeting nervously with his legs shaking. If he could shoot an arrow into his thigh, it would incapacitate him. Upon hearing Chu Feng mention teammates, the yellow-haired man became suspicious. What about my teammates? He took a breath and said, My people are also on the way. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Hee. With his helmet on, Chu Feng suddenly shook his shoulders and laughed wildly, his laughter hoarse and deep, instantly freezing the atmosphere. The yellow-haired man and Dr. Chen felt a bit breathless, holding their breath as they awaited what Chu Feng would say next. I killed 3 of your people last night, and just now I killed another 3. Your boss ran faster than a rabbit. Your people don't need to come. I will come to find you myself. The 3 immediately felt a chill creep up their spines. The yellow-haired man's hand holding the knife trembled uncontrollably. He was just acting tough to grab some food, but now he was scared to death in front of a ruthless killer. Dr. Chen and his wife felt at that moment that the knife at their necks was not so frightening. The truly terrifying person was Chu Feng. Just as the 3 were stunned, Chu Feng, who had been holding the bow and arrow, acted swiftly, releasing the bowstring. The sharp arrow shot out and pierced the yellow-haired man's thigh. Everything happened so suddenly. Ah, my leg. The shrill scream echoed, and the intense pain made the yellow-haired man drop the knife, collapsing onto the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Dr. Chen and his wife broke free from their restraints and hid to the side. Terrified, they watched as Chu Feng approached the wailing yellow-haired man step by step. He bent down, grasped the man's head, twisted his neck, and the voice abruptly stopped. Chu Feng dragged the corpse and tossed it off the balcony. Turning around to find Dr. Chen and his wife huddled together, their fear even greater than before. Dr. Chen even raised a surgical knife at Chu Feng. No. Please spare us. Chu Feng walked up to the couple, pinched the surgical knife with 2 fingers, and tossed it aside. Prepare the medical supplies. We're leaving here. Chapter 32. Treatment. Chu Feng spent 10 minutes calming the couple down. Dr. Chen helped his wife sit down, worry etched on his face. His wife, having been traumatized, was emotionally unstable, experiencing pregnancy-related depression. Watching his wife cry while holding her pregnant belly, Dr. Chen felt helpless. He had no psychiatric medication, and it was impossible to buy any now. Seeing this, Chu Feng pretended to rummage through his pockets, but actually took out some pills from the tech tree. He handed them to Dr. Chen, asking, "Do you think these pills are useful?" Dr. Chen looked at the pills in Chu Feng's hand and immediately recognized them as prescription medication for mental illness. Where did these pills come from? They aren't fake. Don't ask so many questions. The situation is urgent. But my wife, if you keep hesitating, your whole family will die. I can't care for you anymore. After several battles, Chu Feng was already a bit exhausted, and if the self-rescue team caught up, he would also be in danger. Dr. Chen thought for a long time, then fed the pills to his wife and began to pack their things. During this time, Chu Feng was able to sit on the sofa and rest, suddenly feeling a tingling sensation in his buttocks. He touched it and realized his headphones had fallen inside his protective suit. As soon as he put the headphones on, he vaguely heard the sound of crying. What is happening? The crying stopped, and two girls' excited voices came through. It's Chu Feng's voice. Yes, okay. Really? Chu Feng, what happened? Hearing Lu Mengyue's urgent call, he almost wanted to jump out of the headphones. Chu Feng pulled the headphones slightly away, secretly thinking if this Na'vi girl really needed to be so anxious. He replied calmly, "I'm fine. I just ran too fast, and the headphones fell. When will you be back? I'm already ready. You all fly the drone up and help me keep an eye on the situation in the neighborhood. Okay, hurry back." Chu Feng put the helmet back on, a strange feeling blossoming in his heart. Then, he took Dr. Chen and his wife, risking crossing through the toxic fog, back to the building where he lived. Arriving at a safe spot on the upper floor, Chu Feng did not take Dr. Chen and his wife to his safe house. Instead, he brought them to the 7th floor. He needed to clarify some matters. Chu Feng suddenly stopped, making Dr. Chen and his wife anxious, secretly gripping each other's hands tightly. "Why did you want to harm me?" Asking this question at such a moment felt like a final judgment of fate. The couple exchanged glances, knowing they could not evade the truth. Their fate was already in Chu Feng's hands, and they had to answer honestly. "Dr. Chen calmly said, "Those people knew I wanted to trade with you, so they suddenly came to threaten us, asking us to cooperate in acting to lure you in. Did they have any other plans besides setting a trap for me?" "No, I only heard them say they wanted to take revenge on you. I didn't hear of any other plans." Chu Feng nodded, secretly thinking this matched what he had imagined. He continued to ask, "Do you have any plans of your own? I can't keep providing you with food." The couple exchanged glances, hesitating about whether to tell Chu Feng their plan. After much thought, Dr. Chen revealed the plan. "We plan to leave the neighborhood. My colleague told me some news that a survivor base has been established by a group of doctors at Tianhai First People's Hospital, and we intend to go there. A survivor base in a hospital is not a good place to be. When the zombie tide breaks out, it will be one of the epicenters. These survivors won't be enough for the zombies to have a meal." Chu Feng shook his head. "I advise you not to go. The more people there are, the more dangerous it becomes." "Why?" "My wife's due date is in half a month, and we plan to rest for 2 days before going." Dr. Chen asked in confusion. "The zombie tide is coming. You can't stay in the hospital. Are you saying it's like the zombies in The Walking Dead?" Dr. Chen suddenly became nervous, his palms sweating. He had also worried about such a situation occurring. Along the way, he noticed that the corpses on the ground had not rotted. Suspecting this was a sign of mutation. Stronger and more terrifying zombies, with strength and speed far exceeding that of ordinary humans. "How do you know this?" Seeing the couple's expressions filled with doubt and hope, Chu Feng shook his head and laughed, deciding to help this couple out. He changed the topic. "Where did you two spend the apocalypse points?" "I exchanged 1 point for some money, and used the additional point to get food." "What's wrong with that? Points can be used to enhance one's attributes. Otherwise, when faced with a zombie tide, you won't even have the strength to resist." "Points allocation? Is this really a game?" Dr. Chen has also contemplated this possibility, and after being reminded by Chu Feng, he realized that it indeed exists. You see, only by correctly using points can one combat the apocalypse. Watch closely. With that, Chu Feng took out his phone to check his attributes. Player, Chu Feng. Apocalypse points, 38 points. Attributes, Strength 20, Speed 7, Perception 7, Mental Power. Chu Feng silently thought, increase strength by 7 points. Attributes, Strength 27. In an instant, a surge of power flowed through his body, and his bones, muscles, and skin began to grow again. Chu Feng swung his fist and struck the wall. Bang! Dr. Chen and his wife were left dumbfounded. This punch shattered the wall tiles, and the debris fell down like rain, yet his skin remained intact. You must remember that the difficulty of the apocalypse will continuously increase. You must enhance your attributes in sync, or you will be eliminated from the apocalypse game. After finishing this statement, Chu Feng led the couple into the house where Lu Mingyu once lived. Dr. Chen settled his wife and followed Chu Feng to the safe house on the 10th floor. Just as Chu Feng opened the safety door, a figure rushed out anxiously and collided into him. Lu Mingyu hugged Chu Feng, burying her head deep, and began to cry sadly. I thought something happened to you. Chu Feng was stunned for a few seconds. He had only gone out for a bit, and it felt like a life-and-death separation. After hesitating for a moment, he embraced Lu Mingyu and gently stroked her head. Hey, what can I do with this silly girl? I'm back safe and sound. It's okay now. Chu Feng lifted his head and saw Luo Xuanxue showing a faint smile. Then, Luo Xuanxue slowly closed her eyes and leaned against the wall, collapsing to the ground. Chu Feng didn't have time to think much and directly invited Dr. Chen into the safe house to treat Luo Xuanxue. 10 minutes later, Chu Feng anxiously inquired about the situation. Dr. Chen, how is she now? She's now under 80 pounds, starving to the point of gastritis, and has some muscle atrophy. It was correct that you didn't let her eat solid food immediately. Her body needs to recover slowly. Dr. Chen got up to check the force situation, confirming there were no issues before preparing to leave. Before leaving, he handed Chu Feng a list for dietary and medicinal support. Follow this list, and in about a week, she will recover. Thank you, Dr. Chen. Chu Feng escorted Dr. Chen to the door and expressed his gratitude. We should be the ones thanking you. You saved our lives. If there are any problems, come find me. Watching Dr. Chen leave, Chu Feng thought that there were still good people in the apocalypse. Dr. Chen walked down the stairs, reflecting on Chu Feng's words and actions. Realizing that although he appeared cold and ruthless, there was still a soft spot in his heart. Chapter 33 Preparation Before the zombie tide. Luo Xuanxue woke up from her coma, and upon seeing two familiar faces, she immediately felt at ease. Sister Shui, you suddenly fainted. You really scared me. Lu Mingyu grasped Luo Xuanxue's hand, asking with concern. Let her rest well. She fainted due to emotional excitement. Chu Feng chimed in from the side, only to earn a roll of Lu Mingyu's eyes and a scolding. It's all your fault. You suddenly disappeared into the poisonous mist, and when we called for you, there was no response. We thought something happened to you, and Sister Shui fainted from fear. Luckily, I was here. So it was because of the worry for him that caused the emotional turmoil. How could he go out for a while, earn so many points, and now be put on trial? Chu Feng felt helpless. He was the captain. He glanced at Luo Xuanxue, who averted her gaze. She cast a pleading look at Lu Mingyu, who also coldly rejected her. Oh no, why is everyone venting their frustration on me? Chu Feng thought he had to regain his standing. He pulled out a chair and sat down, sighing as if relieved to have survived a disaster. Seeing this, Lu Mingyu asked worriedly, what's wrong? Chu Feng seized the opportunity to start his performance. Today was really too dangerous. Luckily, no one attacked the safe house while I was gone, or else we would have all been in trouble. Luo Xuanxue realized that Chu Feng had gone out to take risks to save her. She wanted to clarify what exactly had happened. Were you injured? I almost lost my life. With that, Chu Feng took out a helmet that had a dent from a blow and touched the top of his head. Acting as if he was still frightened, Lu Mingyu quietly approached Chu Feng to check if he was hurt. She scolded. It's all your fault for not taking me with you. If I were by your side, I could have helped you. It was too chaotic at that time. You wouldn't have been able to help. When I suddenly couldn't hear you, I panicked and almost got ambushed. Luo Xuanxue recalled calling for Chu Feng multiple times without a response, her heart still aching. We also thought something happened to you. You don't need to take risks for me anymore. Luo Xuanxue looked at him earnestly, while Lu Mingyu was also checking if he was injured. Chu Feng covered his face with both hands and grinned. These two women were really easy to fool. Lu Mingyu suddenly slapped Chu Feng's head, confirming there were no injuries. And she sighed in relief. But she still held a grudge about not being taken out. All right, your head is fine. Next time you go out, I want to go with you. Chu Feng thought to himself that these two were so eager to go to their deaths. When he went out, he had to be fully armed. They were both defenseless. Did they think it was just a game? He frowned and shook his head. For the time being, we need to stay in the safe house. There may be people attacking us. The two girls exchanged glances, realizing it was like facing a tiger at the front and a wolf at the back. Who is it? Those people from the self-rescue group. They have gasoline. And I'm worried they will set the building on fire. Chu Feng expressed his concerns, noticing both girls lowering their heads with worried expressions. The two girls had also seen information in the owner group. The so-called self-rescue group had done plenty of bad deeds and engaged in many dirty deals. Now that the self-rescue group was coming to attack the safe house, they couldn't help but feel frightened. What should we do if we need to leave the safe house? I know a good place. Regarding Luo Xuanxue's suggestion, Chu Feng shook his head in denial. The only places he could think of that were safer than here were a prison, a military base, and a deserted island. For now, let's stay here. If they dare to come, I will take action, and the zombie tide will erupt in 2 days. Zombie tide? The two girls exclaimed in unison. As this was the thing they feared the most. The worst thing they could imagine was about to happen. Lu Mingyue sat back on the bed, rubbing her arms and getting goosebumps all over. With a reluctant expression, she said, "Why do those disgusting things have to appear? I want to throw up." Luo Xuanxue lowered her head, deep in thought, while Lu Mingyue furrowed her brow. Chu Feng gathered his thoughts, realizing it was time to enhance the attributes of the two girls to face the upcoming crisis. He snapped his fingers several times. A round table appeared, with several plates of fragrant high-end dishes and 3 sets of chopsticks. "Wow, it smells so good. I'm coming." The moment Lu Mingyue saw the food, her eyes lit up. She immediately discarded her previous worries and switched to food mode, pouncing to the dining table and sitting up straight, obediently waiting for Chu Feng's command. Chu Feng had a strange expression, thinking that this silly girl must be like a dog. Moreover, this silly girl had been eating well recently, and her body had grown in all the right places. He wondered if her assets had increased again and thought he should find time to verify it. Eat. Before he finished speaking, Lu Mingyue lunged at the food like a hungry tiger, using both hands to earnestly dig in. Luo Xuanxue looked at the 3rd set of chopsticks on the table, a faint smile appearing on her pale face. She swallowed hard, just about to get up, but was stopped by Chu Feng. "You still haven't 4 attached, so don't move around while lying in bed." After saying that, Chu Feng came to the bedside and took out a bedside table from the tech tree. Seeing Luo Xuanxue's eager eyes, he thought for a moment and snapped his fingers. A bowl of bird's nest and white fungus soup appeared on the table. "You can eat this first." Luo Xuanxue smiled and nodded, eagerly taking out a spoon and taking a bite. "It's really sweet." During their meal, Chu Feng asked both of them to take out their phones to check their attributes. Player: Chu Feng. Apocalypse points: 31 points. Attributes: Strength 27, Speed 7, Perception 7, Mental Power. Player: Lu Mingyue. Apocalypse points: 10 points. Attributes: Strength 5, Speed 6, Perception 4, Mental Power 5. Trust level: 100. Player: Luo Xuanxue. Apocalypse points: 9 points. Attributes: Strength 5, Speed 6, Perception 4, Mental Power 6. Trust level: 50. Based on Lu Mingyue's attributes, Chu Feng thought about giving her the compound Bao to make her a female archer. He instructed, "Put 6 points into strength and 4 points into speed." Strength? Will I end up like you, all muscles? I don't want to become like that. Lu Mingyue expressed her reluctance. "If you want to go out with me, then you have to listen to me." "Oh." Lu Mingyue pouted, unconvinced, but obediently raised her attributes. As soon as she finished allocating points, she seemed to be electrocuted, kicked the stool away, and fell to the ground, her body twitching continuously. Intense pain flooded her nerves, and a tremendous force seemed to tear her body apart. Lu Mingyue cried in terror, trembling as she reached out her hand towards Chu Feng. "Chu Feng." Chu Feng hurriedly stepped forward, picked Lu Mingyue up, and held her hand. "Hang in there, it will be over soon." This situation was not right. Why did he only experience a momentary discomfort when he allocated points? Chapter 34. To leave or stay. Looking at Lu Mingyue, who was gasping for breath in his arms. Chu Feng held her hand, his palm sweating. Is this going to ruin everything? Why is her reaction so severe during her first point allocation? Luo Xuanxue, also watching from the bed, was alarmed and asked anxiously, "Chu Feng, what's wrong with her? Could allocating points be life-threatening?" It might be because it's her first time allocating points. Her body is undergoing a sudden change and needs time to adapt, Chu Feng thought anxiously while considering countermeasures. At this moment, Lu Mingyue moved slightly. Her breathing gradually stabilized, the redness on her face faded, and she slowly opened her eyes. "Chu Feng, I'm fine now." Lu Mingyue pushed herself off the ground, stood up, and stumbled like a baby taking its first steps. She raised her hands and clenched her fists. Feeling a wonderful sense of strength, she joyfully asked, "Chu Feng, is there any change in me? Your muscle and bone density have both improved." Your strength is now comparable to a man's. You might even win a medal if you participate in the Olympics. Man, Lu Mingyue furrowed her brows, her tone flustered. As she began to check her body, she touched her lower body, rubbed her upper body, and lifted her shirt to reveal her abdomen. Everything was in place. What should be perky was perky, what should be prominent was prominent, and she even had a defined waistline. Chu Feng watched this strange scene and couldn't help but chuckle. It's just that your strength and speed have improved, you haven't mutated. You can try this compound bow. He handed the compound bow to Lu Mingyue, but she made a playful expression. Really? Let me hit you once to see. Chu Feng was taken aback for a few seconds, his eyes flickering. What a strange request. But he didn't refuse. Go ahead and hit me. After saying that, Chu Feng puffed out his chest and struck a relaxed pose. Seeing this, Lu Mingyue turned to look at Luo Xuanxue, who shook her head to signal her not to mess around. She pouted and smiled. Who wants to hit you? Just give me the bow, and I'll go practice outside. Lu Mingyue took the compound bow and left the room. Only Chu Feng and Luo Xuanxue were left in the room. This was their first moment alone together. Luo Xuanxue looked uneasy and quietly asked, How should I use my points? You should save your points for now. Chu Feng raised a scrutinizing gaze, his tone cold. You might need to leave here. These points could come in handy at a crucial moment. Is he trying to push her away? Luo Xuanxue's eyes flickered, and she awkwardly smiled. I have no intention of leaving here. After you recover, aren't you going to look for your family? Chu Feng asked the critical question. If Luo Xuanxue really intended to leave, then they could treat each other as strangers and cut off ties as soon as possible. Luo Xuanxue furrowed her brows deeply, lost in thought. 2 days after the apocalypse began, she had lost contact with her family in other cities. And the idea of going out was blocked by the poisonous mist. As food ran out, she was powerless to resist and almost fell prey to evildoers. Luo Xuanxue lifted her head and gazed at Chu Feng. It was Chu Feng who saved her life. How could she go back on her word? I owe you a life. There are some things I shouldn't rush you on, but I want to ask if you will leave here in the future? Missing her family and knowing how to repay kindness, Chu Feng thought he hadn't chosen the wrong person. He sighed and replied calmly, Here? We can only hide for a while. The difficulty of the apocalypse will only increase, forcing people to go out. How do you know all this? Luo Xuanxue was once again intrigued by Chu Feng's words. She felt that Chu Feng could always foresee future events and prepare for them, living cautiously in the apocalypse. If I could die beside you, if that day ever comes, I might tell you the secret. Chu Feng didn't say it directly but threw out a strange assumption, meaning that he wouldn't reveal the secret even in death. Luo Xuanxue didn't press further and asked, If I want to look for my family in the future, can we go together? Of course, the key is whether your family is still alive. When the time comes, I will decide whether to go or stay. And you cannot resist. Luo Xuanxue thought for a moment, then raised her head with a determined gaze, having already made up her mind. Okay, I promise you everything. Chu Feng took out his phone to check Luo Xuanxue's attributes. Trust level, 60. A satisfied smile appeared on his face as he stood up and said, You should rest for now. We'll talk about allocating points after you recover. As Chu Feng turned to leave, he noticed Luo Xuanxue looking awkward, pulling at her clothes to cover between her legs. What's wrong? I drank too much soup and can't hold it anymore. I need to go to the bathroom. Damn, just don't wet my bed. Without saying another word, Chu Feng came to Luo Xuanxue's side and picked her up. Hey, no, I can walk by myself. Luo Xuanxue was very resistant and tried to push Chu Feng's arms away with all her might. Don't poke me with those bones. You feel like a stick of ribs. I'm carrying you to make sure you don't leak all over the bed and floor. Chu Feng nagged a few times and forcefully carried Luo Xuanxue out the door. Luo Xuanxue was so angry that she pursed her lips, but in the end, she stopped resisting, blushing and turning her head away to let him handle it. She glanced up and saw Chu Feng's mischievous eyes. Luo Xuanxue couldn't help but think, what is he going to do to me in the future? The next day, Dr. Chen came early to find Chu Feng. These medicines are for you. They will help that girl with her illness. Chu Feng took the medicines, doubting whether the couple had listened to his words, as they still insisted on leaving. He asked, Are you guys planning to leave? You'll die? It's fine. We've prepared ourselves mentally and still decided to join the main group. Dr. Chen replied calmly. Aren't you afraid of being attacked by zombies? I believe in what you said. Since there is a zombie tide, I will remind others to transport the corpses, reinforce the walls, and work together to survive. It's better than staying here. Seeing that Dr. Chen was determined to go, Chu Feng no longer tried to persuade him. Everyone has their own ambitions. One can only accept their fate, especially in the apocalypse. Okay, before you leave, I want to give you something. Follow me. Chu Feng led Dr. Chun to the first floor. At this moment, the poisonous fog outside had dropped to less than 2 meters in height, and the concentration had weakened significantly, with a visibility of about 5 meters. Chu Feng, dressed in a chemical protective suit, walked into the poisonous fog. He took an off-road vehicle from the technology tree and loaded it with plenty of food and water. Afterwards, Chu Feng handed the vehicle to Dr. Chun, bidding farewell to the couple. Back at the safe house, Chu Feng went to the balcony and took out binoculars to observe the situation in the city. At this time, the streets of Tianhai City were mostly visible. Luo Xuanxue was hanging on in 4 drip, basking in the sun on the balcony after a long time. Lu Mingyue was practicing archery with a compound bow beside her. In the distance, on the balcony of a building in the community, Lu Biao was taking clear photos of the safe house's balcony with his phone. He immediately connected the recent events. It turned out that Luo Xuanxue had been rescued by Chu Feng, and his men had also been killed by Chu Feng. He had foolishly thought he could win over Chu Feng. Chu Feng had pulled a trick on him. Lu Biao put down his phone, gritting his teeth in anger. Unable to swallow this humiliation, he had to take revenge. Chapter 35. Conspiracy and Deal. Lu Biao turned around and began to gather all his subordinates, each armed with knives, giving off a hint of gang vibes. Suddenly, 2 younger brothers rushed over. Boss, I've confirmed the situation. Boss, something happened with the self-rescue team. Lu Biao impatiently pointed at one of them. You speak first. Yes, boss, I went downstairs to check those corpses. Some were shot dead, and some were killed by arrows. Are you sure? I'm sure. Hearing the information from his subordinate, Lu Biao's expression immediately darkened. Now, he had confirmed one thing. Chu Feng not only had a compound bow, but also the gun he had been coveting. If Chu Feng only had the compound bow, he could use his numerical advantage to suppress him. But once the gunfire started, his group of ragtag subordinates would scatter like birds and beasts. At that time, he would be left to face the bullets alone. However, Lu Biao had previously boasted that he would take down Chu Feng, which made it difficult for him to back down now. Seeing his boss standing still for a long time without moving, another subordinate asked, Boss, should I continue? Lu Biao came back to his senses and regained his authoritative demeanor. Speak. All right, 4 people from the self-rescue team died, and I heard they were all killed by that madman named Chu Feng. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue. Lu Biao nervously swallowed and suddenly felt a bit dizzy. He continued to ask, Where did you hear this? I have a friend in the self-rescue team. I heard that it's a mess over there, and many people are afraid of retaliation and have already fled. Lu Biao thought to himself that this must be true. Chu Feng had repeatedly struck, causing the self-rescue team to lose morale. After all, the so-called team was merely a loose organization. Lu Biao went alone to a room and slumped into a chair. Facing Chu Feng, he felt uncertain but couldn't swallow this anger. Lu Biao took out his phone to check his attributes. Attributes: Strength 8, Speed 7, Perception 5, Mental Power 6. Apocalypse points: 4 points. These 4 points were newly acquired after he mistakenly pushed 2 old people off the building. This meant he could gain points by killing others. A secret he had kept to himself, as he didn't trust anyone else and had no so-called teammates. However, it was only a matter of time before this secret was exposed. Lu Biao had recently heard that points could be used to enhance personal attributes. He planned to give it a try. Perhaps he could use this to challenge Chu Feng. So he allocated all points to his strength attribute. In an instant, Lu Biao felt as if his body was on fire, his bones growing and muscles bulging. He knelt on the ground, nearly gasping for air. Fortunately, Lu Biao often exercised, so he had relatively good physical conditioning and recovered after a minute. So this is what strength feels like. He clenched his fists and punched the wardrobe, directly breaking through the wooden door. He then swung a knife at the desk, cleanly cutting it in half without feeling any pain. Lu Biao raised his fist, breathing increasingly heavily, with madness gradually showing in his eyes. He then summoned his subordinates, armed with weapons, and rushed towards the self-rescue team's headquarters. 10 minutes later, in the community sales hall, 2 groups of people were at a standoff. Lu Biao, what do you mean, bringing so many people to my territory? Lin Jun's face was dark. He had nearly been killed after a failed ambush, making him extremely wary. Seeing the 10 people in front of him, although they were empty-handed, he didn't dare let his guard down. No worries, I just want to catch up. Catch up? You better not have any bad intentions. Lu Biao's smile carried a hint of conspiracy. Li Jun sensed that the visitors were not friendly. Come on, Just tell me what you found out. Lu Biao tossed his cigarette, but to the ground, and stepped on it triumphantly. I heard you guys tried to take down a guy named Chu Feng and got beaten badly. Li Jun's face twitched. Wasn't that rubbing salt in his wounds? Moreover, he had a group of younger brothers behind him, which made it hard for him to save face. If there's nothing else, just get lost. I'm in a hurry to find supplies. Lu Biao, seeing that Li Jun didn't want to hawk further and was about to leave, called out to keep him. Hey, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I have a grudge against him too. If you tell me some intel, I can help you take revenge. Li Jun suddenly stopped, turning back with suspicion. Really? Of course, he took my people and killed my subordinates. Upon hearing this, Li Jun immediately showed a gloating smile. So you guys also fell into that madman's hands. If you want to take revenge on Chu Feng, that suits me just fine. What information do you want to know? That guy is a madman. He really knows how to kill. What's it to you if he's crazy? Just tell me what methods he used. He killed my people in the fog using a compound bow. He probably has thermal imaging equipment. Lu Biao lowered his head, pondering for a moment. If that is the case, everything would make sense. He could stealthily navigate through the fog, using thermal imaging to first identify the enemy's position before drawing his bow and eliminating them one by one. Lu Biao couldn't help but feel a chill. He continued to ask, is there anything else? Seeing Lu Biao's worried expression, Li Jun guessed he was scared by what he had said. He thought if he could use Lu Biao's hand to eliminate Chu Feng or have both sides suffer, that would be even better. He revealed all the information he had obtained. That madman was wearing a bomb suit, running very fast, and rescued a doctor from us. A doctor? Yes. He previously said he wanted to exchange medicine to save people, and he had another person with him. Lu Biao recalled what he saw on the balcony. He indeed saw Luo Xiwenqiwei hanging on a glucose drip. However, he had seen 2 women in total, so it seemed Li Jun only knew this information. Lu Biao sneered internally. It was time to wrap things up. All right, old Li, I still want to borrow something from you. Li Jun immediately became alert. Borrow something? It can't be that simple. Lu Biao noticed this and quickly raised his hands, signaling the other side to relax. I mean no harm. I just want to borrow some gasoline. That guy is hiding in a mansion, so I plan to use fire to flush him out. Fire attack? Li Jun stroked his chin, realizing this was indeed a good strategy. However, you guys better fight it out with that madman until both sides are severely weakened. The final winner will be me. Li Jun suppressed a smile and nodded in agreement. All right, follow me. But just as he turned around, he heard Lu Biao make another request. Old Li, wait, I also want to borrow something else. What is it? Lu Biao, unbeknownst to Wen, secretly drew out a dagger from his waist, a murderous intent rising in his eyes as he shouted. That would be your lives. He suddenly threw the dagger in his hand. Fortunately, Li Jun reacted in time and pulled a little brother in front of him. The little brother was stabbed in the head and died instantly. Li Jun saw Lu Biao swinging his knife wildly like a madman. He thought to himself that this was serious. Usually, Li Jun just used the knife to scare people and had never really killed anyone. Realizing that the situation was not right, he turned and ran. Suddenly, the scene was in chaos, with Lu Biao chasing after people, killing one child with each strike. Lu Biao's little brothers trembled in fear, watching their boss perform alone. Chapter 36. Testing the waters. Lu Biao's madness lasted for 10 minutes. And there were 12 corpses lying in the hall. All had died with a single blow. Finally, he could no longer swing his knife and found a chair to sit down. Lu Biao was covered in blood, and instead of looking exhausted, his face showed a strange kind of ecstasy. He immediately took out his phone to check his apocalypse points. Apocalypse points, 12 points. Seeing this, he laughed even more crazily, scaring the little brothers hiding nearby into silence. These little brothers had never seen such a scene. They were good at fighting, but had no courage to kill. They had initially planned to cling to someone powerful for food and drink, but if they ran away now, they would be the next to die. Lu Biao suddenly turned to his little brothers and shouted, "Come here." A group of people remained unmoved. "Come over quickly, or I will kill you all too." Under Lu Biao's threatening roar, the little brothers, trembling in fear, came to stand in a line in front of him. At this moment, Lu Biao seemed like a different person, his expression exuding a kind of wicked fire, as if a beast had been unleashed. He scanned each little brother and ordered, "You all go and empty the supplies. Keep an eye on each other. If even one person is missing, you know the consequences." Behind him were bodies scattered everywhere, and the little brothers, smelling the strong scent of blood and being threatened by his words, felt their legs go weak. They dared not disobey, and all obediently followed his orders. Lu Biao leaned back in his chair. thinking about how Chu Feng had dared to mock him and even took his woman. Now, he was no longer the same. A surge of anger rose within him. He dialed Chu Feng for a video call. On the balcony of the safe house, Chu Feng looked at the phone screen, lost in thought. At this critical moment, Lu Biao suddenly called. It seemed some things could no longer be hidden. He moved to a secluded corner and answered the call. The moment he saw Lu Biao's holographic image, Chu Feng felt a bad premonition. Lu Biao was covered in blood, laughing maniacally and exuding a sense of vengeful fire. "Chu, you really know how to put on a show," Chu Feng said, his face cold and his lips curling into a faint, mocking smile. "Interesting. This person has mastered the art of changing faces, revealing his malice without reservation. What's wrong? Are you scared silly? Speak." Chu Feng suddenly frowned, feigning an innocent and confused expression. "Brother Lu, weren't you trying to recruit me before? What's with the ketchup on your face today? You little bastard. Are you still pretending with me?" Lu Biao was furious, his face contorted with rage, as if he wanted to eat Chu Feng alive. "You want me to spell it out for you before you'll admit it, huh? Tell me what I've done." Chu Feng showed a strange smile, eagerly anticipating the answer. "Sure, you've got guts. The little brother I sent to knock on your door was shot and thrown down by you with a compound bow. That woman named Luo Xuanxue was saved by you, and you even killed 3 of my men. Do you really think that the gods don't know what you're doing?" Chu Feng sat down on a chair, watching Lu Biao on the other side as he recounted his crimes bit by bit. Compared to the animated figure on the screen, his own smile deepened, forming a shape full of wrinkles. Lu Biao stopped speaking, feeling a jolt in his heart, and clenched his fists tightly. At that moment, he was frightened by Chu Feng's smile. Chu Feng's calmness exceeded his expectations, making him seem like a mad clown. "I really underestimated you. Others say you're a madman. I didn't believe it, but now you've truly opened my eyes." Chu Feng remained silent, crossing his legs and deepening his smile. "A madman, huh? I'm crazier than you now. Just wait, I'll come find you." Seeing that the other person was still not responding, Lu Biao had no choice but to start making threats. Suddenly, he saw Chu Feng covering his face with his hands, bowing his head, his shoulders shaking as he burst into wild laughter. "Ha! A madman? Looking for me? With just you?" Chu Feng laughed wildly, standing up and inching closer to the floating phone, stretching his neck to look at the camera. At that moment, the call was hung up. Lu Mingyue and Luo Xuanxue noticed something was wrong nearby. Luo Xuanxue even heard Lu Biao call out her name. Could it be he was coming for her? Lu Mingyue approached Chu Feng, tugging at his clothes, asking with concern, "Chu Feng, have you gone crazy again? Do you need some medicine?" Chu Feng quickly suppressed his smile and stood up, walking into the room. "Come with me. Someone is coming to attack the safe house. We need to prepare." As he passed by Luo Xuanxue, she anxiously asked, "Are they coming for me? Is it dangerous?" Chu Feng shook his head, dismissing it. "They're just buzzing insects." In the room, the 3 of them sat around the table. Chu Feng recalled Lu Biao's state just now. He had likely discovered that he could kill to gain points. Moreover, Lu Biao might have already gained a considerable number of points, and if he invested them all in strength and speed, he would become a killing machine. Now that the enemy was hidden and he was exposed, Chu Feng had to be cautious. He didn't want to be crushed by a meat-egg war machine. Chu Feng turned to Lu Mingyue and asked, "Are you comfortable using the compound bow?" "Yes. I can easily draw the compound bow now," Lu Mingyue nodded. Chu Feng was not worried about whether she could draw the bow, but whether she would dare to shoot at someone. So he asked, "If I go out with you later and we encounter danger, would you dare to draw your bow and shoot at someone's head?" Lu Mingyue suddenly trembled her hands and clenched them into fists. She understood that Chu Feng didn't let her leave the safe house to protect her, allowing her to be willful all this time. Now, just as they were about to take that crucial step, she felt a surge of fear. Chu Feng noticed Lu Mingyue's expression and thought it might not be the right time yet. "If you're scared, just stay in the safe house for now." "No. I want to go with you. I can help you." After much thought, Lu Mingyue finally spoke, deciding she could no longer hide behind Chu Feng. Seeing her determined gaze, Chu Feng nodded in agreement, also having other thoughts. Since Lu Mingyue wanted to follow, whether or not to shoot arrows would no longer be her decision. Then, Chu Feng looked at Luo Xuanxue. "I can help too." Luo Xuanxue was the first to speak. "That's right. We do need your help this time." Hearing that she could finally be of assistance, Luo Xuanxue was overjoyed. "What do you want me to do?" "You stay in the house and control the drone to scout the situation in the neighborhood, reporting information to us at any time." "Okay." After explaining the action plan, Chu Feng put on a lightweight protective suit and Lu Mingyue changed into a competent agent outfit. The two of them stepped outside the safe house. This time, Chu Feng did not plan to wait for the enemy to come. After all, their methods were unclear. They had to take the initiative and strike first. Lu Mingyue hid in the blind spot as instructed by Chu Feng. Chu Feng donned a protective suit and went to the first floor. It was already evening. He hid in a corner, waiting for the enemy to arrive when suddenly he heard Luo Xiunshue's voice in his earpiece. They're here. There are 6 of them. And I don't know what they are moving. Chapter 37. Strike first. Sure enough, he saw 6 people, each carrying a cylindrical object. After careful observation, Chu Feng had a bad premonition. Could it be a gasoline barrel? As he approached, he noticed those people suddenly stop in their tracks. He looked up. The fog had risen to head level, allowing him to see the tall buildings clearly. The fog could no longer conceal their figures. He guessed that someone must be observing his every move from a distant high-rise. Chu Feng retreated to the first-floor lobby. Realizing his plan for a sneak attack could not be implemented, they had become clever. He decided to stay on the first floor. As long as he could prevent them from starting a fire, the building would remain safe for now. The voice of Lu Mingyue came through the earpiece. How's it going? Chu Feng? You stay up there and hide. You must not come down without my signal. Oh. After reminding Lu Mingyue to continue hiding, Chu Feng took out his phone to check his attributes. Apocalypse points, 31 points. Attributes, strength 27, speed 7, perception 7, mental power. He had intended to save the points for a necessary time, but now he had to allocate them in advance. Strength increased by 11 points. Speed increased by 10 points. Perception increased by 10 points. Attributes, strength 38, speed 17, perception 17, mental power. Chu Feng allocated all his points at once, feeling a powerful force surge into his body. It took him half a minute to adapt to the changes in his body. He felt that now he could punch a cow to death and run 100 meters in 9 seconds. Having made these preparations, Chu Feng took out his binoculars to observe the situation in other buildings. Sure enough, he spotted Lu Biao, who was also observing him at that moment. This guy is going head-to-head with me. I thought he was a brainless fool, but now he is playing tactics. Suddenly, the voice of Luo Xiunshui came through the headset. Chu Feng, for some reason, they left with their things again. They're planning to play a war of attrition. The other side has the advantage in numbers, coming over to harass occasionally, waiting for me to let my guard down before they make their move. The only option left was to strike first. You fly the drone to track them and confirm the location of their base. Okay. After that, Chu Feng notified Lu Mingyue to put on her protective gear and prepare for action. 20 minutes later, it was already dark. Based on the information obtained, the two of them cautiously made their way to the outskirts of Lu Biao's base. Chu Feng stealthily approached the window and could hear Lu Biao and his men talking. If this time is not successful, you guys go again in the early morning. I don't believe he can hold out on the first floor. But boss, a barrel of gasoline is too heavy. It's exhausting to move back and forth, one of the younger brothers complained. Are you afraid of exhaustion or afraid of death? If you don't cooperate, I'll kill you right away. Boss, I beg you. I'm willing to do anything. Now you 6 go to the warehouse and guard those gas cans, and the remaining 3 stay here. Ever since discovering that he could plunder other people's points, Lu Biao had been using death as a threat continuously. This tactic worked every time. None of the younger brothers dared to run away, all obediently following his orders. Chu Feng also picked up some clues from outside the window. This method of intimidation could not win people's hearts. He could use fear to create chaos and sow discord before taking action. Suddenly, Chu Feng felt a strange sensation from beside him. Lu Mingyue was tightly gripping his thigh. This naive girl was purely a hindrance. Chu Feng lowered his voice to ask, if you're so scared, why did you come out? I'm not scared, just nervous. Lu Mingyue retorted, but her hands were still trembling. Using the light of the oil lamp, Chu Feng observed that only 4 people remained in the room. The other 6 had gone to the warehouse. He took Lu Mingyue's hand and began to move. They followed behind those 6 people, reaching the outskirts of the warehouse. Chu Feng turned to Lu Mingyue and instructed, make sure to stick close to me. When I tell you to shoot, you must not hesitate, or we will both be in danger. Okay, I understand. Although Lu Mingyue said this, Chu Feng still felt somewhat uncertain. The two continued to advance. Chu Feng peered through the window to observe the warehouse. This warehouse was a large storage room on the first floor, with several iron-barred windows at the front and back, and the main door tightly closed but not locked. Chu Feng and Lu Mingyue stealthily approached the main door. Just then, a group of people inside were complaining incessantly when the door was suddenly kicked open. The 6 people turned around to see 2 beams of gunfire. 2 gunshots shattered the silence of the night. 2 of them fell to the ground. The remaining 4 were thrown into chaos, realizing it was Chu Feng coming for revenge, and immediately grabbed knives to hide in dark corners. The gunfire scared them out of their wits. All they thought about was begging for mercy. Please, don't hurt us. We were forced. Yeah, it was Lu Biao who wanted to harm you. It has nothing to do with us. Please let us go. Chu Feng ignored their pleas for mercy and took out a powerful flashlight. He quietly instructed Lu Mingyue behind him. Anyone who pokes their head out, shoot. The bright light illuminated the entire warehouse. Chu Feng advanced with his gun, but the clutter inside the warehouse made it difficult for him to confirm the enemy's positions. Moreover, there were only 2 bullets left in the handgun, so he had to be cautious. As Chu Feng approached, he suddenly heard a voice from the corner. Since we're all going to die anyway, let us fight him. At the same time, a snow cone flew toward Chu Feng. He sidestepped to avoid the flying snow cone and saw a figure rushing out, bent over. Without hesitation, Chu Feng pulled the trigger. The gunshot echoed, igniting the survival instincts of the other 3, who all grabbed miscellaneous items and threw them at Chu Feng. The warehouse was too cluttered, and Chu Feng could only dodge left and right. He saw 3 heads peek out. He shouted, "Quick, shoot." Lu Mingyue was still guarding the door, pulling back the bowstring, her hands sweating nervously. Upon hearing Chu Feng's command, she immediately released the bowstring. Unfortunately, the arrow missed its mark. Seeing Lu Mingyue reloading her bow, the remaining 3 rushed out from different directions. Chu Feng aimed his gun at one of them and pulled the trigger. Another gunshot rang out. The remaining 2 seemed to hear the death knell and desperately ran toward the door. The clutter in the warehouse was too much for Chu Feng to maneuver. After putting away his handgun, he leaped toward the lagging person with all his might. Chu Feng tackled the person down and swiftly broke their neck. As he looked up, he saw the last person was only 5 steps away from Lu Mingyue. He shouted, "Quick, shoot him." Lu Mingyue hurriedly pulled back the bowstring, not aiming, and randomly shot an arrow at the incoming person. The arrow struck the man's thigh, causing him to stumble forward, howling and cursing. "Damn, that hurts, you filthy woman. How dare you shoot me? I'll kill you." With that, the man threw a dagger at Lu Mingyue with all his strength. Thanks to her earlier attribute enhancement, Lu Mingyue narrowly dodged the flying dagger by pressing against the door panel. At the same time, the howling stopped. Chu Feng had his right hand around the man's neck, fingers digging into the flesh, lifting him up to stand before Lu Mingyue. The man was drooling, flailing his limbs, unable to make a sound. Chu Feng coldly said, "Draw your bow and shoot him." Lu Mingyue was trembling in fear. With Chu Feng's eyes glowing red on one side, and the stranger's bloodshot eyes and tongue hanging out on the other, she hesitated for just a second before hearing Chu Feng's furious roar. "Do it." Lu Mingyue shuddered all over and involuntarily raised her bow. She turned her face and released the bowstring. Everything returned to calm. Chapter 38. The First Encounter, The Wailing of the Dead. Chu Feng tossed the body aside and quickly made his way to the corner of the warehouse with the flashlight. All the gasoline barrels were neatly stacked together. He raised his hand and absorbed all the gasoline barrels into the tech tree. At that moment, Chu Feng heard faint footsteps from 50 meters away. His perception has been enhanced, and at night, his hearing is extremely sharp. There are a total of 4 people surrounding the warehouse from different directions. Chu Feng quickly approached the startled Lu Mingyue, softly comforting her. "Calm down, it's over now. New enemies are coming here. You need to pull yourself together." Lu Mingyue took a few deep breaths to calm herself. She wiped her tears and nodded in response. Chu Feng led Lu Mingyue to the stairway entrance, where one person stood on each side, ready to face the enemy's attack. Chu Feng remained calm and attentive to the subtle movements around him. He noticed that the 4 people had stopped at different locations, hesitant to advance further. There was 1 person on the right side of the corridor, 2 on the left, and 1 outside the warehouse. After determining the general locations of the enemies, Chu Feng prepared to act. He instructed Lu Mingyue to stay still while he quietly moved forward. Chu Feng climbed through the window into the adjacent room of the warehouse and could already hear the enemy's conversation. "Boss, what should we do? It's pitch black inside the warehouse. Should we go in?" "Useless. Of course we should go in. But they have guns, and we only have knives. We can't fight them." There was a pause in the conversation. "No, wait. Why did he only fire 4 shots? He must be out of bullets. A standard pistol only has 8 to 10 rounds. I don't believe he can conjure bullets out of thin air." "Boss, is that true?" "Of course it's true. Hurry up. Take the flashlight and go check the situation inside the warehouse." But get going. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Clearly someone was kicked out and forced to step forward. Chu Feng hid in the room, watching through the window as the flashlight flickered and the footsteps drew closer. He took out a tang knife from his tech tree. The blade glinted coldly, incredibly sharp. At that moment, voices echoed again in the corridor as they communicated through the intercom. Do you see anything outside? No, boss, I only saw a body. It seems to be one of ours. How many bodies? 3. No, it seems like 4. Useless, you're of no help at all. Lu Biao cursed angrily and continued to ask, what's the situation on the other side of the corridor? I don't see anyone. All right, keep moving forward. Although Lu Biao had given the order, the younger brothers outside the warehouse and those on the other side of the corridor didn't move at all, secretly cursing that only a fool would go to their death. Chu Feng did not hear any movement from the two in the room, confirming they had not acted. Only the younger brother in the corridor was being pressured by Lu Biao to move forward, step by step, to the warehouse's main door. Suddenly, a gasp of astonishment escaped the younger brother as the flashlight in the corridor flickered wildly. Oh my God! Lu Biao stopped using the intercom and shouted loudly. What is going on? How's the situation inside the warehouse? BB boss, they're all dead, all 6 of them. The younger brother stammered. How did they die? I saw a head with an arrow in it. Lu Biao, hiding at the end of the corridor, smirked. Just as expected, they were out of bullets. Now they had the numerical advantage, blocking the only stairway, and Chu Feng was trapped. Lu Biao drew a large machete from his waist and continued to issue orders. Keep moving forward and see if there's anyone in the adjacent room. The younger brother dared not disobey the order, slowly moving along the wall, seeing nothing. Boss, the doors and windows are all closed. I can't see anything. Can't you just open the door? Chu Feng was already poised and ready in the room. He stepped forward, crouched low, gripping the tang knife at his waist like an arrow ready to be shot. The doorknob was twisted. Chu Feng suddenly kicked back hard, gripping the knife with both hands, and thrust it toward the door. The steel blade pierced through the door, impaling the man's head. The sound of a flashlight dropping echoed outside. Chu Feng immediately raised his leg and kicked the entire metal door open, slamming it against the opposite wall. Bang! The fallen flashlight illuminated Chu Feng as he stepped outside, bloodied tang knife in hand. In the distance, Lu Biao's heart sank as he turned on the flashlight to shine on Chu Feng. Chu Feng, clad in lightweight armor and wearing a helmet, swung his knife, leaving a trail of blood on the wall. Lu Biao instinctively took a step back and grabbed the intercom, shouting, the remaining 2 come in and surround him. But the intercom only emitted a continuous static sound. After hearing the loud sound of the door being kicked open, the remaining 2 younger brothers had already thrown away the intercom and fled. Better them than me. Boss, hold on. Buy us some time to escape. Lu Biao tossed the intercom aside, cursing, a bunch of useless trash. Then, gripping a dagger in his right hand and holding the flashlight in his left, he cautiously looked toward Chu Feng. You're a madman, Chu. Today I've witnessed your terror. Chu Feng removed his helmet, unfastened his gas mask, and smiled disdainfully. Oh, is that so? Too bad you've only seen a part of it. Don't think I'm afraid of you. I've used the apocalypse points to enhance my attributes. In a real fight, I might not lose to you. As he spoke, Lu Biao suddenly hurled the dagger in his hand with all his might. Facing the sneak attack, Chu Feng remained calm, raising a nearby door panel to block in front of him. Using the door panel as a shield, he slowly advanced. Lu Biao, meanwhile, took off his backpack and kept pulling out daggers to throw with all his strength. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Feng felt the daggers striking the door panel with considerable force. Lu Biao must have gained quite a few points, boosting his strength attribute to a terrifying level. Facing the approaching Chu Feng, Lu Biao was out of daggers and suddenly exploded with fierce determination. Damn it, I'll fight you to the end. I don't believe I can be suppressed by this madman forever. Lu Biao pulled out a 50-centimeters machete from his waist and charged forward like a madman. Chu Feng pushed the metal door with all his might, slamming it toward Lu Biao. Lu Biao lifted his leg and easily kicked the metal door open. Just as expected, Lu Biao's strength was on par with Chu Feng's. In the narrow corridor, Chu Feng couldn't fully utilize his tang knife and devised a plan. He took out a bow and arrow, silently thinking, consume 1 point to evolve the arrow into a sonic arrow. Suddenly, a piercing whistle rang out. The arrow spun and shot out at high speed. Lu Biao remained alert, and as soon as he saw Chu Feng raise his hand, he immediately stopped in his tracks. What is that thing? Survival instinct kicked in, and he turned his head with all his might. The flying arrow grazed his face, tearing his ear. Damn, my ear. Lu Biao didn't have time to check his injury. He caught sight of Chu Feng rushing toward him at high speed. Panic set in, and he decided to run away. He threw the machete horizontally with all his strength, trying to block Chu Feng's advance. The tactic worked. Faced with the flying machete, Chu Feng was forced to halt, raising the tang knife overhead. With all his might, he swung down, splitting the machete in half. The broken blade flew off to either side, embedding itself in the wall. When Chu Feng lifted his head again, Lu Biao was nowhere to be seen. Just as he was about to pursue, a roar of zombies erupted from the community, and a warning sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Level 2 apocalypse has arrived. Biological proliferation chaos. Zombie tide is coming. Superpower awakening. Ding! Local channel has been opened. Chu Feng cursed inwardly. Why did the Level 2 apocalypse arrive ahead of schedule? Chapter 39. Level 2 apocalypse arrives. Chu Feng opened the window to take a look at the community, adjusting the flashlight to a lower brightness. The toxic fog had dissipated, and in the distance, groups of figures could be seen swaying. Level 2 apocalypse, indeed, arrived early. Suddenly, Chu Feng heard Lu Mingyue's cry for help. Chu Feng, help! He thought to himself, this is bad. There are still a few corpses in the warehouse that haven't been shot in the head, and they have already revived. Chu Feng ran toward Lu Mingyue's location with his knife in hand. Two zombies were already closing in on Lu Mingyue. She raised her flashlight and compound bow, aiming an arrow at the head of one of the zombies. Before she could draw the bow again, another zombie had already pounced on her. Chu Feng. Fortunately, Lu Mingyue had upgraded her attributes in advance. She grasped the zombie's neck with both hands, preventing it from getting closer. The zombie's eyes glowed green as it opened its mouth wide, gnawing at the air and making clattering noises with its teeth. From a distance, Chu Feng saw the zombie knock Lu Mingyue down. In less than 3 seconds, he rushed behind the zombie, grabbed its hair, and pulled it away. A knife pierced through the zombie's head. When Lu Mingyue saw that it was Chu Feng, she immediately struggled to get up and threw herself into his arms. Chu Feng. I'm so scared. It's okay, I'm here. While comforting her, Chu Feng didn't forget to check if Lu Mingyue had been bitten. He examined her limbs and shoulders back and forth. I'm fine. I wasn't bitten because I was wearing protective gear. Chu Feng was still worried. He took off Lu Mingyue's helmet and unfastened her protective suit. He lifted her hair to check if her neck had been bitten. After confirming there were no marks, he felt relieved. He took Lu Mingyue and headed for the second floor. Aren't we going back? Shoo, don't speak, just follow me. The two quietly made their way up to the second floor, crouching as they advanced down the hallway, where the low growls of zombies echoed from below. Chu Feng noticed a door slightly ajar and carefully led Lu Mingyue inside. After closing the door, he moved a desk to barricade it and drew the curtains. Confirming there was nothing unusual in the room, Chu Feng took out a rechargeable desk lamp from the tech tree and turned it on. The two sat around the table. Seeing that Chu Feng looked troubled, Lu Mingyue couldn't help but ask softly, how are we going to get back? The situation is too dangerous right now. It's not safe to move. We'll hide here for a while. Didn't you say the zombies wouldn't wake up until tomorrow? Why suddenly? I'm not sure. This is a special situation that I didn't anticipate. Chu Feng lowered his head, lost in thought. Taking Lu Mingyue out this time had helped her grow a lot. But now returning had become a problem. If he were alone, he could clear out the zombies and stealthily make it back to the safe house. He didn't want Lu Mingyue to be in danger. He had to come up with a foolproof plan. Lu Mingyue sensed Chu Feng's gaze and understood that his hesitation was because of her. She felt guilty and lowered her head, saying nothing, even thinking that Chu Feng might leave her behind to escape. 2 minutes later, Chu Feng suddenly spoke. Take out your phone and prepare to upgrade your attributes. Okay. Lu Mingyue didn't hesitate. She immediately took out her phone to check her attributes. Apocalypse points. 8. Attributes. Strength 10, Speed 10, Perception 4, Mental Power 5. Increase each attribute by 2 points. Then try this sword. With that, Chu Feng first stored the compound bow in the tech tree and took out a dragon spring sword. Lu Mingyue immediately added points as Chu Feng instructed, her body feeling as if it had been electrocuted. Tears streamed down her face from the pain, but she understood that she couldn't always rely on Chu Feng. She had to become stronger. Hang in there. I'm fine, I can do it. Lu Mingyue trembled all over, slowly raising her head, her forehead covered in sweat. Seeing this, Chu Feng smiled slightly, thinking that this outing had been quite rewarding. Suddenly, there was a commotion from downstairs. Chu Feng quickly got up and walked towards the balcony. And he heard Lu Mingyue's voice behind him. Where are you going? To the balcony. You won't leave me behind, will you? Chu Feng turned back in confusion, wondering what this naive girl was thinking. No, why would I leave you behind? I need to confirm the evacuation route. All right, you go ahead. The light was too dim for Chu Feng to see Lu Mingyue's expression clearly, leaving him feeling puzzled. When he reached the balcony, he slowly poked his head out and took out his night vision goggles. He also activated the communication device to call Luo Xuanxue at the safe house. Hello. Can you hear me? Hey, Chu Feng, we finally got in touch. I thought something happened to you. Luo Xuanxue responded happily. We're hiding right now and are safe for the moment. But we need your help to scout the situation in the community so we can return to the safe house safely. Okay, tell me what to do. Wait a moment. Let me confirm the situation in the community. You must not go outside no matter what while you're in the safe house. Understood. After hanging up, Chu Feng lowered his breathing, raising the night vision goggles to observe the situation inside the community. At that moment, there were at least hundreds of zombies wandering aimlessly in every corner of the community. Only a few survivors dared to come to the balcony to look down and assess the situation. It was a big problem that the dark night obscured the path. Zombies could rely on their keen hearing to locate their prey. They needed to create noise to lure the zombies away. Chu Feng had already prepared for this by equipping the drone he bought with a loudspeaker. As for the remaining scattered zombies, he would have to clear them out one by one. Without hesitation, Chu Feng opened the communication device again. Hello, can you hear me? Yes. What do you need me to do? Fly the drone over the community and turn on the loudspeaker to circle around, leading the zombie horde out of the community. Is that feasible? Of course, just do as I say. Chu Feng raised his voice, responding seriously, then looked up to closely monitor the area above the community. 30 seconds later, a drone with flashing lights flew to the center of the community. Accompanying it was a sharp alarm sound. The zombies in the community immediately reacted, stretching their necks and raising their hands to grasp at the air, letting out a series of low growls. Zombies that were farther away rushed toward the sound, ignoring obstacles, falling and getting back up. The zombies in each building shattered windows and fell from the balconies. The alarm, the zombies' roars, and the sound of breaking glass created a chaotic symphony. Lu Mingyue heard the noise and rushed to the balcony, anxiously asking, "What happened?" "Shu, be quiet, get ready. We're returning to the safe house now." With that, Chu Feng took out a night vision helmet and put it on Lu Mingyue. "Do we not need to wear the protective suits anymore?" "No, the toxic fog has dissipated." Just as Chu Feng explained, he suddenly heard a series of footsteps coming from the stairs. It was zombies pursuing prey. "Help!" Chu Feng hurried to the living room and turned off the small lamp. However, the person being chased saw the fleeting light and ran toward the room where Chu Feng was. Bang, bang, bang. "Open the door, please, save me." Chu Feng quickly moved everything he could find to block the door, standing indifferently behind it. The screams from outside lasted a few seconds before they were drowned out by the roars of the zombies. Finally, there were the sounds of zombies feasting. Chapter 40. Facing the zombie-tide, Chu Feng quietly approached the window and lifted a corner of the curtain. He caught sight of more than 10 zombies in the hallway, enjoying a feast and blocking the corridor completely. With no way to leave through the front door, they could only go to the balcony. Chu Feng returned to the balcony and gestured for Lu Mingyue to be quiet and not speak. He crouched down to carefully check Lu Mingyue's protective gear, even specifically tying a neck guard around her neck. There was no room for error in the upcoming situation. Even a small bite would mean certain death. Lu Mingyue gazed at Chu Feng's serious expression, feeling a sudden tightness in her heart, and lowered her head. Noticing Lu Mingyue's unease, Chu Feng quietly asked, "What's wrong? Can we get back safely?" "Of course. With the current situation, I can bring out my full strength to deal with it. Hee, I believe in you." Lu Mingyue suddenly smiled. This naive girl, crying and laughing, was making Chu Feng a bit confused. He continued, "Don't get distracted. Let's prepare and leave this place soon." "Okay." The two quietly waited on the balcony for 10 minutes. Chu Feng took out the night vision goggles and occasionally peeked to observe the situation inside the community. Most of the zombies in the area had been attracted away by sounds, but there were still a dozen stubborn zombies that refused to budge. Chu Feng estimated that it was about time he could handle the remaining zombies. He took out a rope from the tech tree and placed it on the lawn of the first floor. Just as the two of them were about to climb down the rope, a sudden sound of shattering glass came from behind. A zombie squeezed through the broken window and crawled into the room. Hearing the noise from the balcony, it immediately began to roar. The other zombies, as if receiving a hunting signal, frantically slammed against the door, and soon the door became deformed from the impact. Things were looking bad. Chu Feng took out a compound bow and handed it to Lu Mengyue. He instructed, "You climb down from the balcony now, and if you see a zombie, don't rush to land. What about you?" "I'm fine, just a few small zombies. They'll give me some points." Chu Feng revealed a confident smile while drawing the tang knife from his waist. Before Lu Mengyue could respond, Chu Feng had already charged into the room with the knife drawn. 5 zombies had entered the room, and the moment they saw Chu Feng, they immediately lunged at him. Chu Feng swung his knife horizontally, decapitating one of the zombies. Then he kicked another zombie, sending it flying, the force of his kick caving in the zombie's chest. The remaining 3 zombies continued to push and shove as they came at him. Chu Feng raised his hand again, slashing with his knife, and the heads of the 3 zombies rolled onto the floor. At that moment, the door was completely broken through, and the zombies in the corridor began to pour in. Just in time, Chu Feng swung his knife to shake off the blood, feeling excited as he moved forward. One zombie opened its bloodied mouth and jumped towards him. Just as he was about to attack, an arrow flew by, hitting the zombie squarely in the forehead. Chu Feng glanced back to see Lu Mengyue drawing her bow behind him. He said nothing, quickly flipped over a table to temporarily block the incoming zombies. Chu Feng swiftly swung his knife, decapitating several zombies. Those that broke through the blockade were shot down by Lu Mengyue, one arrow after another. The process lasted for 2 minutes, and Chu Feng was covered in zombie blood. After piercing the last zombie's head with a knife, he gasped for breath. Not daring to relax for a moment, a rumbling sound of footsteps came from downstairs. The earlier commotion had attracted more zombies. Just after resting for less than half a minute, a zombie peeked in, saw Chu Feng, and immediately called for its friends to rush into the room. Chu Feng realized he had to stop the zombies' advance, otherwise they would both be finished. He raised his hand and said, "Consume 5 doomsday points to evolve the iron mesh fence into a multi-layered iron mesh fence." Instantly, a 9 square meter green iron mesh fence appeared in front of the zombies. Then, one after another, fences appeared, densely intertwined, filling the entire living room. This layer of iron mesh was at least 50 centimeters thick, completely isolating the zombies on the other side. "We are finally safe," Lu Mengyue said, putting down the compound bow, her expression one of relief. "Not yet safe. And it was the right choice for you not to go down just now. I was worried something would happen to you, so I didn't leave." Chu Feng approached Lu Mengyue, smiling. This naive girl completely couldn't hide her thoughts. He shook his head and said, "Enough of this. We need to prepare to leave here." Chu Feng took Lu Mengyue to the balcony and glanced down. Only 4 zombies were guarding below the balcony, staring passionately at Chu Feng, while the other zombies had run off elsewhere. Chu Feng extended his hand over the balcony, focusing his thoughts. An off-road vehicle appeared out of nowhere, falling from a height of 4 meters and crashing down on the 4 fortunate zombies. Using the rope to descend would waste too much time. Chu Feng directly picked up Lu Mengyue and jumped off the balcony. With a loud thud, they landed safely on the roof of the car. This height was a piece of cake for him at the moment. The noise attracted the attention of nearby zombies, and Chu Feng could faintly hear zombies rushing in from the shadows. "Get in the car, we're leaving." The 2 quickly entered the vehicle, closed the doors, and fastened their seatbelts. Chu Feng pressed the gas pedal, causing the front of the car to lift up at a 20-degree angle, like an angry mechanical beast. The headlights illuminated the road ahead, and the off-road vehicle charged into the night. On the way, Chu Feng activated the communication device to ask Luo Xuanxue about the situation. "Hey, how is it going over there?" "Very well. I've led the zombies away." "Enough of that. Quickly fly the drone back and help us check the situation ahead." "What position are you in now?" "When you fly up, you'll see. We're racing in an off-road vehicle inside the community." "Ah, all right. I'll help you check the situation right away." Hearing Luo Xuanxue's surprised tone, Chu Feng smiled. Only he dared to race in a zombie-infested area. Chu Feng pressed the gas pedal again, crushing the zombies that were in the way. Following Luo Xuanxue's guidance, he drove the car, avoiding the areas where zombies were gathering and dodging the zombie blockade. 5 minutes later, he successfully arrived at the bottom of the safe house. Behind them, a group of sprinting zombies followed, each one eager for a meal. Chu Feng assessed the surroundings and instructed Lu Mengyue, after getting out of the car, "Don't look back. Run towards the safe house." "Okay." Lu Mengyue nodded in response, but just as she was about to open the door, a zombie lunged from the darkness, crashing against the car door. Seeing the situation was dire, Chu Feng didn't hesitate at all and pulled Lu Mengyue out of the passenger seat. The 2 got out of the car, and Chu Feng swiftly dealt with the lunging zombie. He glanced back to see at least 200 zombies rushing towards them. He pushed Lu Mingyue and shouted, "Run." Lu Mingyue removed her helmet, glanced back at Chu Feng, then immediately turned and ran into the building. Chu Feng drew his tang knife, stood still for a few seconds, then turned and followed. In the lobby on the first floor, he stood at the stairs, witnessing the horde of zombies smashing through the glass doors and windows. In the next moment, Chu Feng made a decision. He raised his hand. Consume 50 points to evolve the blade spike net into a multi-layered blade spike net wall. Instantly, circles of circular blade spike nets appeared like toxic thorns, intertwining and spreading, quickly filling the entire first-floor lobby. This elastic-spiked iron net blocked the onslaught of the zombie tide. Seeing this, Chu Feng supported himself on the ground, feeling powerless as he slumped onto the stairs. Chapter 41. The different survivors of the apocalypse. The next morning, Chu Feng released Lu Mingyue, who was nestled in his arms, pinching her cheek. Looking at her sweet sleeping face with a pout, he felt a surge of anger. Lu Mingyue had cried in his arms as soon as she returned last night, not thinking about food or tea, claiming she was mentally devastated. Well, you're mentally devastated, so I have to comfort you physically. Last night, Chu Feng had been forced to feed Lu Mingyue for 2 hours, but he was almost exhausted. It was really not easy to kill zombies and farm all night. Chu Feng went to the balcony, stretched out his hands, and reminisced about last night's sensations. It was indeed as he had guessed. The meat was growing in the right places, and whatever he ate grew well. It was really big. The noise from the zombies downstairs was still ongoing. The zombies that had gathered downstairs last night had dispersed to various places in the community. It used to be eerily quiet, but now it was frighteningly noisy. Chu Feng took out his binoculars to observe the situation in the community. He saw many survivors appearing on the balcony, cautiously peering down. The toxic mist had dissipated, and the sky was clear for the first time in a long while. The streets were crowded with zombies, a truly desperate situation. Suddenly, Chu Feng heard someone crying. "Woo-woo. When will this end? I can't hold on any longer." The crying immediately attracted the attention of the zombies, and they all turned to look at the crying woman. The zombie horde seemed to receive a signal and immediately began to move towards the staircase. Seeing this scene, someone poked their head out from the balcony to advise quietly, while others cursed. Stop crying, you'll attract the zombies. Can you please stop crying? You'll get our whole building killed. If you want to die, just jump down and end it quickly. Being eaten by zombies is worse than death." Just as the noise faded, a sudden sound of something falling to the ground echoed. In the community, there were only the low growls of zombies clustered together. With a blank expression, Chu Feng thought to himself that this was just one less number. He took out his phone to check the messages in the owner group. "Hey, another one jumped. Still from my floor above. I don't know what to say. Can't hold on anymore. Who can you blame? Better to die early and be free. Last night, with a kitchen knife in my right hand and a pot lid as a shield in my left, I took down 4 zombies. Compared to the toxic fog, I feel like the second level apocalypse is much simpler. Talk big. You charged into the zombie horde like a hero. You wouldn't believe it. But last night, I really saw someone going wild in the horde, driving an off-road vehicle and crashing through the zombies. Most of the dead zombies downstairs were taken out by him. I saw it too. The car finally stopped at that mansion. A horde of zombies chasing after him. That's right, it seemed like he went to save someone when he got out of the car. He pulled that person out like a chick. Then he drew his dual knives and charged into the horde, chopping them down like vegetables. You're not talking about that Chu Feng, are you? If not him, then who? He.'s the only one living in that building now. The other rich people have long since fled. Haven't seen him in a while." Seeing this, Chu Feng felt that this group of people who frequently spammed the chat would probably live longer in the apocalypse. They had an optimistic mindset, actively seeking various apocalypse information, and trying to find ways to survive. Even if the apocalypse level increased in the future, they could face death with calmness. It wasn't that they didn't fight against the apocalypse, but that they simply couldn't win. Chu Feng sent a message in the group. "Crazy, need something from me? Wow, boss, you're alive again. As expected of the boss. Calm in a crisis. Please take me with you." "Take me with you." 1. Chu Feng chuckled, thinking that this group's ability to find joy in hardship was quite commendable. However, at this moment, when someone is being overly attentive, there must be something they want. "Crazy. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving." "Wait, boss. Can you tell us the specifics of this second-level apocalypse?" "Yeah, this apocalypse game. If it increases level by level, what does the highest level apocalypse look like?" "Crazy. There might be 10 levels. I'm guessing Don't take it seriously, I'm not sure about the specifics. Chu Feng had only experienced the 5th level apocalypse in his last life, and he was unclear about the higher levels. Moreover, he was afraid these people would spread the information, bringing him unnecessary trouble. Boss, you're being modest. I don't want to know what a higher level apocalypse is like. I just want to survive the zombie siege. My white moonlight is still waiting for me. I think the same. I really don't want to be eaten by zombies. Crazy, as the name suggests. Boss, I really don't understand. How do you explain biological proliferation? Crazy. It means organisms keep reproducing and appearing in groups. Chu Feng thought this wasn't too hard to understand. Did one need to experience it personally to get it? At the same time, he looked up at the bulletproof glass skylight on the balcony and noticed there was no damage. For now, he didn't have to worry about insect invasions. Boss, what if a giant wasp nest appears on my balcony? Isn't that dangerous? You're really carefree. Why don't you run? Are you waiting for the wasps to sting you to death? Crazy. Anyway, all sorts of organisms are starting to reproduce wildly. And the threat from various poisonous insects is the greatest. No wonder I saw a lot of spiders suddenly appearing in the community garden. And all kinds of bugs flying around in the trees. I found dozens of centipedes under my bed suddenly. Luckily, I discovered them early. Enough. I'm confident in dealing with zombies, but these things really exhaust me. To prepare for the insect disaster, Chu Feng had already thrown away all the plants in the safe house. He worried that there might be various insect eggs hidden in the soil, which could suddenly hatch and reproduce wildly one night. If he slept too soundly, his limbs might be eaten down to the bones. Therefore, he deliberately left a few empty rooms. Boss, what should we do? Those insects and poisonous creatures are everywhere. How can we defend against them? Crazy. Use points to exchange for insecticides on your phone, hide in a sealed environment, and enhance your own strength. Boss, we all know about exchanging for insecticides. Are you referring to attributes when you talk about strength? If I add points to my attributes, I feel like I've become a different person. Crazy. As the apocalypse level increases, if you don't enhance your attributes, you won't survive. Just as I thought, killing zombies grants points, and then using those points to enhance attributes. Isn't that just like a game? Crazy. That's why it's called an apocalypse game. If you view it with a player's mindset, you'll discover its playability. As expected of the boss, I've learned a lot, really a lot. When the first level apocalypse arrived, most people were still in a daze. After 10 days of experience, people had a basic understanding of the apocalypse. When the second level apocalypse arrived, the game truly began. Just as Chu Feng was about to put away his phone, a message suddenly popped up. Failure. Boss Chu Feng. Does spinning web count as a superpower? Crazy, yes. That is a nice superpower. Failure. So I've become Spider-Man. But I have a question. Crazy, what question? Failure. Is it normal to spin webs from my butt? Chapter 42. The insect disaster arrives. This message was astonishing. And Chu Feng almost spat his drink all over the place. It was his first time hearing about such a bizarre superpower. And he thought he had to encourage this guy, or he would really worry about him. Crazy, brother, believe in yourself. You are the failure of the apocalypse. Failure. Thank you for the encouragement, Boss Chu Feng. I understand now. The subsequent group messages were a bunch of confused emojis. Putting away his phone, Chu Feng wandered around the balcony again, checking every corner. He didn't see any poisonous insects, but he noticed that the seams of the glass skylight weren't tight. Insects might crawl in. So he opened a small window and flew up a drone. With glasses on, Chu Feng first flew the drone around the rooftop to check the surroundings of the safe house. Then he flew the drone down to the first floor of the building. He saw zombies wandering around the entrance, with blades and nets hanging on them, catching more than a dozen motionless zombies. Various insects were crawling all over those corpses, and a horde of rats was gnawing at the flesh and blood. Chu Feng felt a bit nauseous looking at it. If those two girls saw this, they would probably scream in the safe house. He needed to give them a heads up in advance. Chu Feng first went to Luo Xuanxue's room. Thanks to your help yesterday, otherwise it would have taken us a lot of effort to get back. This is what I should do, after all. You've helped me before. At this moment, Luo Xuanxue's face was rosy, a significant improvement from before. Chu Feng couldn't help but admire. As expected of someone who practices swordsmanship and martial arts, her physical condition is strong. She recovered to a good state in a short time. The next thing might be a bit tricky. Zombies. They shouldn't be able to attack this floor, right? Luo Xuanxue suddenly being found by Chu Feng made her wonder if there was another issue, and she felt a bit worried. The zombies are within the community. They can be cleared slowly, but there might be danger invading the safe house. and you need to leave here temporarily. Chu Feng still looked calm. Invading the safe house? Are you telling me to leave? Didn't we agree on this? Luo Xuanxue sensed a hint of wanting to drive her away and furrowed her brows, asking in confusion. Did he still not want to accept her? It seemed like he had been thinking about leaving all along. Chu Feng suddenly spoke in a somewhat cold tone. Noticing the change in his expression, Luo Xuanxue appeared a bit anxious. She quickly denied, "No, that's not what I mean." Chu Feng stood up and approached the bed. Getting closer to Luo Xuanxue, he asked in a low voice, "Then what do you mean? Are you just going to use me up and throw me aside? What good is it to keep you around?" The atmosphere of the conversation took a sharp turn, leaving Luo Xuanxue somewhat stunned. Why did he suddenly want to drive her away? She replied somewhat unwillingly, "I have clearly been trying to obey your orders. Why are you treating me like this?" Chu Feng suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist, narrowing his eyes as he stared into her eyes. His words carried a hint of harshness. "I don't want to keep dangerous elements around. If you can't trust me wholeheartedly, you'd better leave here." Luo Xuanxue felt a surge of her past competitive spirit due to Chu Feng's actions. She struggled with all her might to break free from his grip, but found she couldn't move an inch. She lifted her leg to push Chu Feng away, but he simply lifted her up. "What are you going to do?" Luo Xuanxue asked in a panic. Chu Feng pressed her against the wall, pinning her arms down, and her legs were held firmly in place. She looked completely helpless. "I told you before, everything has a price, and you should know what that price is." After saying this, Chu Feng's gaze swept over Luo Xuanxue's slender body, and he slowly leaned in closer. Luo Xuanxue remained silent, glancing at him with a complicated expression before biting her lip and turning her head away. Chu Feng brought his face closer to her cheek, revealing an evil smile. "I don't like forcing others to do unwilling things. If you have concerns and can't fully comply with me, you can just leave." Luo Xuanxue turned back to meet his gaze directly. She defiantly asked, "Don't you have Mingwe? Why are you doing these things to me?" Chu Feng smirked and shook his head slightly, saying, "It's the apocalypse now. Who would complain about having more? Who doesn't like a gentle, tall, beautiful, invincible, strong big sister?" Luo Xuanxue felt her thoughts become chaotic from his words, frowning and blinking repeatedly. She watched as Chu Feng's face drew closer to her neck, her body trembling slightly as she closed her eyes. But instead of any movement from Chu Feng, she heard a strange remark. "And you smell terrible." Luo Xuanxue's eyes flew open, seeing Chu Feng with a furrowed brow and slightly flaring nostrils. She never expected him to say such a thing. Showing such a look of disdain, Chu Feng released her and stepped back, as if he had been driven away by the smell. "I ask you, have you not showered for a week?" Luo Xuanxue felt her ears turn red with anger, her fists clenched tightly. She recalled that the last time she had showered was 7 days ago, after which she had gone hungry, injured, taken medicine, and relied on glucose water. She had no time to care about such matters, having been in the room and not daring to ask Chu Feng. She lowered her head and sniffed. Realizing she too had a look of disdain, Luo Xuanxue looked up to see Chu Feng stifling a laugh, and she glared at him angrily. All right. Go take a shower. The bathroom is fine, there is hot water, and you will definitely be satisfied." Watching Luo Xuanxue storm off, Chu Feng finally couldn't hold back his laughter. This sister is really easy to fool. This trick works every time. No woman can stand being told she smells bad. Chu Feng returned to the living room to wait for the outcome, but then he heard Luo Xuanxue scream, Chu Feng, there are bugs." Chu Feng thought to himself, "Oh no, could a bug infestation have invaded the safe house?" He rushed to the bathroom, where he saw Luo Xuanxue pointing at the sink. A basin of dark water was filled with wriggling little bugs. Chu Feng quickly opened a bottle of mineral water and flushed the black water down the drain. Then he went to the location of the water tank on the balcony. Before he got close to the water tank, he smelled a foul odor and heard the sound of bugs constantly banging against the metal tank. He had underestimated it. The water tank was not completely sealed, and there might be bug eggs in the water. The entire tank had turned into a paradise for flying insects, breeding freely inside. Just as Chu Feng turned to leave, he heard Lu Mingyue scream, Chu Feng, a lot of caterpillars are crawling out of the gaps on the balcony." He looked up at the glass skylight and instantly felt his scalp tingle. Groups of caterpillars were crawling out of the gaps, and soon they would cover the entire balcony. Spiders and centipedes were also appearing on other windows. Chu Feng looked up, and the sight before him made his pupils constrict. The sky above the community was filled with flies, wasps, cockroaches, and various bugs, a massive dark cloud. Chapter 43. Avoiding the bug disaster. Chu Feng immediately took out a box of insecticide from the technology tree and turned to assign tasks to the two trembling girls behind him. Come here, grab the insecticide and spray these bugs. Lu Mingyue and Luo Xuanxue huddled together, still in their skirts. If those long, white legs were crawled on by bugs, the swelling and itching would be unbearable for them. At this moment, Chu Feng already had a bottle of insecticide in each hand, spraying wildly at the caterpillars. After some internal struggle, the two girls also joined the fight. Each took a bottle of insecticide and went to the edge of the balcony to clear the bugs. After more than 10 minutes of battle, the three of them temporarily cleared the bugs from the balcony. Lu Mingyue looked at the thick layer of bug corpses and felt a shiver run through her. She said in disgust, "Why did these bugs suddenly appear in droves? This is biological proliferation chaos. Initially, various bugs breed like crazy in a short period. You can see it in the community," Chu Feng said, pointing down at the wriggling bugs, which were everywhere, filling every corner of the community. Different bugs were gnawing at each other, competing for survival in their populations, all trying to outnumber the other. Strangely, the bugs did not attack the zombies that could still move. They only gnawed at the corpses. The two girls dared not look too closely. Just catching a glimpse of the wriggling black shadows made them feel physically ill. Luo Xuanxue looked up at the glass skylight and noticed more bugs appearing. She said nervously, "We aren't safe here either." After killing one wave of bugs, another wave is coming. They're being attracted by something. Chu Feng's expression turned grave as he contemplated a countermeasure. The bugs were small and could get into almost any crack. Once they gathered in groups, most people would be helpless. Moreover, this wave of bugs was 10 times more terrifying than any he had seen in his previous life. He turned and said, "Bugs are attracted to light, and we emit heat and odor that attract them. They will keep tracking us until they eat us." The collective movement of the surrounding bugs created a creepy rustling sound. Coupled with Chu Feng's words, the atmosphere suddenly filled with urgency. The two girls couldn't help but feel a shiver in their hearts and exchanged glances. They were already feeling uncertain and were waiting for Chu Feng's answer. "What should we do?" Luo Xuanxue asked. Chu Feng thought for a moment. They had to hide and survive this short-term bug wave. He had intentionally left some empty rooms, which would finally come in handy. He turned and said, "Follow me. We need to hide and wait for the bug wave to pass." "Hide? How long do we need to hide?" "At most 4 or 5 days, at least 2 days. Just come with me." After saying this, Chu Feng walked into a room, with the two girls closely following behind. As soon as they entered the living room, they heard a chirping sound coming from the room. Lu Mingyue was so frightened that she ran to Chu Feng's side and clung to his arm. She asked in shock, "Are there bugs in the room too?" "Shu, be quiet. The bugs are still in a silent state. Don't disturb them." Chu Feng gestured for the two to be quiet and bent down to signal them to follow. The three of them quietly arrived at an undecorated area. The hall had only been coated with putty, tiled, and the windows were tightly closed, with no furniture in sight. Lu Mingyue curiously looked around and asked in confusion, "Are we staying in this house?" "We'll stay in this room for now." "What are those 3 rooms for?" "If this room is breached by bugs, we can hide in those 3 rooms." Chu Feng led the two to 3 iron doors, which were surrounded by a square glass enclosure. He opened the glass door and then the iron door. The 3 rooms were equally empty and interconnected. Seeing this, Luo Xuanxue glanced at Chu Feng secretly, feeling a sense of wonder. She thought that Chu Feng must know something about the apocalypse. Otherwise, how could he have prepared so much in advance? After following Chu Feng for a few days, she noticed that everything he did corresponded to the apocalypse events. Compared to the mystery, Luo Xuanxue felt more of a sense of security. Chu Feng then conducted a detailed inspection of these empty rooms. He squatted down and checked every door gap. Seeing Chu Feng's comical posture, Luo Xuanxue quietly approached him from behind. She curiously asked, "Is it really necessary to check so carefully?" "Of course. Didn't you see that terrifying scene outside just now?" Chu Feng didn't turn around and continued to check with his head down. "If one runs in, we can just eliminate it, right?" Luo Xuanxue said. Chu Feng stood up, clapped his hands, and replied jokingly, "You have a sense of crisis, but it's still not enough." "What do you mean?" Luo Xuanxue smiled faintly. "You must have moments of distraction, especially at night, when the bugs breed secretly in corners you can't see. By the time you open your eyes, they might have crawled into your mouth." Saying this, Chu Feng stretched out his hands, wiggled his fingers, and made a scary gesture. Luo Xuanxue's eyes moved slightly, and she chuckled softly. "Hiki, what, are you not afraid?" Chu Feng frowned and asked in surprise. "Not afraid, Luo Xiwenxue shook her head. It's no wonder you're good at swordsmanship and martial arts. Your mental fortitude is indeed strong. But when the bug tide comes, let us see if you can hold back without screaming. Aren't you here? Hearing the last sentence, Chu Feng noticed a strange sentiment in Luo Xiwenxue's eyes. One of trust that seemed to see through him. This gaze was somewhat intense. Could it be that she wants to eat me? Chu Feng felt a bit awkward being looked at like that, so he deliberately changed the subject. All right, let's leave it at that. This place is temporarily safe. I still need to conduct a check. Chu Feng waved at Lu Mingyue, signaling her to come over. What is up? Do I have something? Lu Mingyue raised her hand, pointed at herself, and walked towards Chu Feng with suspicion. She felt a bit anxious and slightly fearful, worried that something was wrong with her. You went out with me before. I'm afraid there might be bug eggs hidden in your hair. Bugs? That is impossible. Lu Mingyue panicked and covered her head, while Chu Feng pulled her close and carefully checked every inch of her scalp and every strand of hair, confirming that there was nothing hidden in Lu Mingyue's hair. Chu Feng turned to Luo Xiwenxue and beckoned her with his finger. Do I need to be checked too? Luo Xiwenxue showed a hint of resistance. Come here. Chu Feng ordered mercilessly. Luo Xiwenxue had no choice but to obediently step in front of Chu Feng, her eyes revealing a hint of grievance. She felt Chu Feng's fingertips brush over her cheek and touch her scalp, and instinctively closed her eyes. Suddenly, she heard Chu Feng's teasing words. Even the aloof big sister knows how to be shy. You hum. The pleasant atmosphere didn't last long. Chu Feng's hand suddenly stopped as he felt around. Granule-like object. Luo Xiwenxue struggled slightly, and he immediately commanded sternly, don't move. Chu Feng lifted her hair and saw several egg-like objects stuck to Luo Xiwenxue's scalp. Chapter 44. The disaster of poisonous bugs. Luo Xiwenxue was startled and grabbed Chu Feng's wrist, trembling uncontrollably. What is on my head? Don't move. It's bug eggs. I'll clean them up. Bug eggs? How could it be bug eggs? At this moment, Lu Mingyue also came to Chu Feng's side, nervously watching his every move. Chu Feng took out small tools like tweezers from the tech tree and carefully examined the state of the bug eggs. These bug eggs have already embedded into the scalp. Quick, help me get rid of them. Hearing this, Luo Xiwenxue couldn't help but clench her fists, thinking that she might have contracted them in her own home. At that time, when she was almost starving, she had no mind to check for these things. Don't move. I'm slowly cleaning them. Chu Feng used the tweezers to remove the bug eggs one by one, crushing them individually. After 10 minutes, he finally cleared all the bug eggs and checked again to confirm there were no remnants. He let out a long breath and said, All right, everything is cleared. Thank you. Luo Xiwenxue reached out to touch her head, excitedly expressing her gratitude. Good thing I was cautious. Otherwise, while you were asleep, the bugs could have eaten your scalp. Chu Feng's expression was very serious. He was not joking. Right now, all the bugs are controlled by a mysterious force and can hatch and grow rapidly in a short time. In less than 10 minutes, your head could be crawling with blood-sucking pests. Luo Xiwenxue fully believed Chu Feng's words, and even though he said he had removed all the bug eggs, she still repeatedly checked her hair, without giving the three any time to relax. A buzzing sound of bugs flapping their wings and the sound of shells rubbing against each other came from outside the door. The noise was continuous and dense. Chu Feng quietly approached the door, peering through the peephole to observe the situation outside. The scene before him made his pupils constrict. The living room was already filled with cockroaches, flies, and various unknown flying insects. For someone with a phobia of clusters, this was simply a nightmare. Chu Feng, what do you see? Lu Mingyue leaned close to Chu Feng's ear and asked. Chu Feng raised his hand to cover the peephole and shook his head. Don't look. I'm afraid you'll have nightmares tonight. All right. Lu Mingyue understood that Chu Feng was looking out for her, so she didn't say much. Chu Feng retreated to the center of the house, still able to hear the sound of swarms of bugs crawling over the walls with a rustling sound. He turned his head and asked, How is the inspection going? Luo Xiwenxue put her hands down, trying to calm her emotions, and nodded in response. I'm fine now. Good. Now let us all put on the protective suits. After saying that, Chu Feng took out 3 sets of lightweight protective suits from the tech tree, and the 3 of them put them on one after another. In the center of the house, the 3 of them sat on chairs, not daring to breathe, enduring the heat. So hot, Lu Mingyue said, drenched in sweat. Hold on. It's better than being bitten to death by poisonous bugs. Chu Feng continued to pay attention to the movements at the door, watching the edges and corners. During the renovation, he had requested that the doors be well sealed. but there would always be some gaps left at the edges. The poisonous bugs could crawl in through these gaps. As afternoon approached, the noise at the door grew louder, as if 1,000 bug legs were crawling over it. The sound was unsettling, like nails scraping against a blackboard. Moments later, Chu Feng saw 2 tentacle-like objects probing out from the door gap, swaying left and right as if searching for the location of prey. He recognized at a glance that these were centipedes, with the heads the size of a pinky finger. The bugs are coming in. Be careful. After saying that, Chu Feng immediately stepped in front of the door and sprayed insecticide on the centipede. With the first centipede dying, the swarm outside became restless, the shells rubbing against each other, producing sharp scratching sounds. Chu Feng pressed his ear against the door and even heard faint sounds of metal being gnawed. No way. Can they even bite through a metal door? The sound continued, and suddenly, another centipede head poked out from the crack in the door, quickly wriggling out and falling to the ground. Chu Feng raised his foot and accurately stepped on it, splattering its foul-smelling juices. He turned his head and saw a large group of centipedes emerging. Sensing the human scent, the centipedes twisted their bodies and scattered. Chu Feng hurriedly shouted to the 2 people behind him, "Quick, step on them." With Chu Feng's command, the 3 of them began to lift their legs and stomp, killing one centipede after another. The foul-smelling juices splattered, staining the white walls with mottled red and black. The sound of crushed shells continued incessantly. Lu Mingyue raised her legs continuously for over 10 minutes, feeling weak as she leaned against the wall, panting and asking, "Is it not over yet? There are too many of these bugs. Don't relax. You 2 alternate resting, and watch your backs. Make sure no centipedes crawl on you." While speaking, Chu Feng didn't stop moving his feet, the continuous action making him feel a bit exhausted as well. However, the centipedes kept wriggling out from the crack in the door, and they were getting bigger. A few centipedes crawled onto Chu Feng's body, but fortunately, he was protected by a hazmat suit, and he quickly shook them off and stepped on them. Chu Feng continuously stomped for 20 minutes, feeling a bit unsteady from exhaustion. He turned to look and saw the 2 girls already bent over, supporting themselves on their thighs, unable to speak. The corpses of centipedes were scattered across every corner of the room, with some still struggling towards the edge of the wall, piling up into a small mountain of bodies. Chu Feng thought this wasn't a solution. It was time to retreat to another room. Just then, a sudden scream from Luo Xiwenxiwei pierced through the air. "Chu Feng, it's bad." A big centipede bit Snow's calf. Lu Mingyue shouted anxiously while raising her hand to slap off the centipede on Luo Xiwenxiwei's calf and crushing it underfoot. "Wait. We need to move to another house right now." It was precisely at this moment that trouble arose, and Chu Feng was also frantic. He took out a gasoline spray gun from the tech tree, ignited the flame, and circled around the house. The spraying flames burned through the corpses of the centipedes, incinerating those that were still alive. In an instant, the room was filled with the stench of burning flesh. Finally, Chu Feng raised the gasoline spray gun and set the front door ablaze, hearing the sounds of the poisonous insects fleeing outside. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Feng cleared a space in front of the glass door and opened it. "Quick, help her take off the hazmat suit and bring her to the room inside." Lu Mingyue supported Luo Xiwenxiwei and entered the first room. Chu Feng followed closely behind, shutting the glass door and the metal door. Inside the room, Luo Xiwenxiwei's face was pale, her expression pained, lying helplessly on the ground. Chu Feng lifted Luo Xiwenxiwei's calf to examine it and found that the wound had turned dark purple, with the toxin spreading. Without any hesitation, he went straight to the point, sucking out the toxin from the wound bit by bit. "Chu Feng, you." Luo Xiwenxiwei wanted to speak to stop him, but the words got stuck in her throat, and her raised hand fell again. Faced with the excruciating pain, she chose to accept the reality. Chapter 45, Swarm Attack, Part 1. As Chu Feng sucked out the toxic blood, Luo Xiwenxiwei's calf regained a bit of color, and the pain subsided significantly. With Lu Mingyue's support, Luo Xiwenxiwei managed to get up, immediately expressing her gratitude to Chu Feng. "Thank you, Chu Feng. Wait, don't move around too much. It will cause the toxin to spread quickly throughout your body. Lie down." "Ah, my leg." Sure enough, within 5 seconds, Luo Xiwenxiwei began to moan in pain. She realized that half of her body had lost sensation, and a severe nerve pain filled her body. The next moment, she suddenly collapsed to the ground, her pupils dilated. Unable to breathe, and unable to speak, Chu Feng observed Luo Xiwenxiwei's reaction. This was a symptom caused by nerve toxin. "Chu Feng, quickly save Snow," Lu Mingyue pleaded, her expression anxious and tearful. Chu Feng's expression turned serious as he recalled the scene of hell he had just witnessed. He hadn't expected things to develop this way. The centipede that bit her was as thick as a baby's arm. It had eaten the corpses of its kind, rapidly growing to that size, and in the chaos, it had bitten Luo Xuanxue. The bitter taste still lingered in his mouth. The centipede's venom might be very potent, and he couldn't take the risk. The situation was urgent. Leaving him no time to think, Chu Feng took out an antidote serum from the tech tree and said, spending 300 points to evolve the antidote serum into a special antidote serum. In an instant, the serum in Chu Feng's hand emitted a glowing green light, filled with the essence of life. He immediately injected the antidote serum into Luo Xuanxue. After waiting for 2 minutes, Luo Xuanxue's breathing became steady. The stiffness in her face regained some color, and finally, a faint smile appeared. Snow, you scared me to death. I was really worried about you. Lu Mingyue, seeing that Luo Xuanxue had finally awakened, hugged her tightly, tears streaming down her face. It's okay. It's all thanks to Chu Feng. Luo Xuanxue gently patted Lu Mingyue's back, signaling that she was fine. She looked up and saw Chu Feng's expressionless face. All right, everyone pull yourselves together. This isn't over yet. Chu Feng had no mood to empathize with the two sisters. He turned and approached the door, peering through the peephole to observe the situation outside. At this moment, the glass cover outside was already crawling with centipedes, making it hard to see anything else. Due to the good sealing of the glass cover, the centipedes had been unable to break through. Withdrawing his gaze, Chu Feng rubbed his dry eyes and finally let out a sigh of relief. What's the situation outside? At this moment, Luo Xuanxue limped over to Chu Feng's side and asked about the situation outside. The effect of the special antidote serum was remarkable. She could already move normally. It's fine. The centipedes outside can't break through the glass door for now. We're safe here, Chu Feng responded calmly. I vaguely heard you spent 300 points just now. Is that okay? Luo Xuanxue couldn't wait to ask about this. It's fine. What will you do if you use so many points at once? There are plenty of points. I can earn more later. Saving lives is the priority. You don't have to worry. Luo Xuanxue silently lowered her head. Chu Feng smiled smugly, though it was a forced smile. He was just pretending not to care, but inside, his heart was bleeding. Those 300 points were earned by him after going in and out of the zombie pile 7 times. When he took out his phone to check his attributes, his hand couldn't help but shake. Apocalypse points, 23 points. He felt numb. His entire body went numb. Chu Feng quickly took out a chair and sat down, thinking he needed to take it slow. Points were scarce now. He had to treat everything with caution from now on. In the evening, Chu Feng once again observed the situation through the peephole, and he was scared to a cold sweat. The walls of the outer hall were covered with centipedes, and the mass of centipedes on the floor was about 10 centimeters thick. They were tangled together, slowly wriggling and gnawing at each other. Some centipedes were even as thick as arms. It was simply a hell of centipedes. Night fell. The room was pitch black, and the 3 of them sat quietly together, listening to the creaking sounds of centipedes rubbing against each other outside the door. Suddenly, a gurgling sound from someone's hungry stomach broke the silence. Chu Feng felt someone kicking his leg with the tip of a shoe. What's the matter? Speak quickly. I'm hungry. I'm actually a bit hungry too. All right. But we need to eat quickly to avoid attracting other flying insects with the smell. Got it. Chu Feng quietly got up and approached the window to confirm that there was no unusual situation outside. Then he took out a small table lamp and produced 3 chocolate bars. Hey, only chocolate bars. That's not enough to eat. Lu Mingyue complained. Oh my goodness. Keep it down. There are man-eating bugs outside. Just make do with this for now. There will be better food later. Hurry up and eat. Remember that. By the dim light, Chu Feng's expression was serious as he reminded the 2 of them. The 3 of them quietly and quickly gnawed on the chocolate bars, like hamsters eating. Suddenly, a loud crashing sound came from outside. Chu Feng's nerves immediately tensed up, thinking that despite being cautious, he still attracted other bugs. Chu Feng quickly turned off the desk lamp and, based on the direction of the sound, swiftly confirmed that it was coming from the vent. Before the apocalypse, he had asked the decorators to install wire mesh over the vent and bulletproof glass on the small window to fend off flying insects. He tiptoed to the area below the vent, holding his breath to listen to the movements outside. Again, there was a crashing sound, followed by the buzzing of flapping wings. Chu Feng bravely opened the curtains to look outside, and in the faint moonlight, he saw a dark swarm of wasps, each about the size of a thumb. His actions seemed to disturb the wasps outside, and the swarm began to stir, relentlessly crashing against the wire mesh of the vent. The noise was as loud as a firecracker explosion. This layer of wire mesh had been reinforced and could withstand regular-sized wasps. However, Chu Feng saw that among the swarm were wasps as big as a fist, numbering in the hundreds. If these large wasps began to act, the wire mesh wouldn't hold up against a few impacts. As a last resort, he would have to block the vent. For now, it was better to take precautions and hide. Chu Feng quickly retrieved 3B protection suits from the tech tree, turned on the desk lamp, and urged, "Hurry and put on the B protection suits. These wasps are too terrifying, and the vent won't hold for long." The two girls showed no hesitation. Lu Mingyue quickly put on her B protection suit, while Luo Xuanxue, still recovering and weakened by poison, moved more slowly and needed Chu Feng's help. Once Chu Feng confirmed that both of them were wearing the B protection suits, he opened the door to the second room. "You go in first, I'll be there shortly." However, Luo Xuanxue hesitated. She saw that Chu Feng wasn't wearing a B protection suit and thought it was dangerous. "Chu Feng, what about you? What will you do?" "I'll be fine. I'll hold off this swarm of wasps for a bit. You go in first." Chu Feng had no time to explain further and forcibly pushed her through the door, closing it behind her. He needed to buy more time. Because the three rooms were interconnected and all had vents, the wasps would break into each room one by one, trapping them in the last room. By then, it would be a dead end. Chu Feng turned on the desk lamp, put on the B protection suit, and took out a gasoline flamethrower. He adjusted the nozzle to the maximum and aimed it at the vent. Chapter 46, The Swarm Attack, Part 2. "Chu Feng, you must be careful. If things go wrong, signal me, and I'll open the door for you," the two girls called out from behind, concerned. Chu Feng knew their situation well. They couldn't help him, so he had them hide in the room. He needed to focus to deal with the impending insect disaster. Crack, crack. Waves of wasps crashed against the wire mesh. Finally, at one moment, a crack appeared at the edge of the wire mesh and quickly turned into a huge opening. The moment the wasps broke through, flames erupted. The flames from the nozzle engulfed the entire vent. The first wave of wasps charged into the fire, their fragile wings burned away. One wave fell, and another followed. Insects inherently fear flames, but now, faced with the raging fire, all the wasps began to charge in a suicidal frenzy. Before long, a small mountain of wasp corpses piled up below the vent. Chu Feng glanced at the flamethrower. The entire barrel had turned bright red from the heat. Wasps continued to pour in without end. At least 10,000 had burned to death, yet it felt like a bottomless pit. Chu Feng stood on his tiptoes to look into the vent. Inside, the charred bodies of wasps lay piled up, slowly falling down. This couldn't go on. Chu Feng set down the flamethrower and took out a ladder from the tech tree, slowly climbing up to the vent. Without the suppression of flames, the vent spewed out black debris. In less than half a minute, tens of thousands of wasps flooded into the room. The entire room was dark with swarming wasps, their wings buzzing together like the sound of helicopter rotors. The relentless wasps continued to surge from the vent, crashing against his headgear. Chu Feng couldn't see clearly. He grabbed a blanket and fumbled to stuff it into the vent. He confirmed that the vent was securely blocked, preventing wasps from entering for the time being. He jumped down from the ladder, and as he landed, a wave of wasps surged toward him like a tide. Chu Feng nearly got toppled over. He could feel the wasps gnawing at his B protection suit. The critical issue was that the mask was crawling with wasps, obscuring his vision. No, he had to act quickly. The vent would soon be breached again. Plus, there could be fist-sized wasps mixed in, and the protection suit might not be able to withstand their stingers. In the neighboring room, Lu Mingwei peered through the peephole and saw Chu Feng surrounded by wasps, her heart racing with anxiety. In a moment of impulse, she wanted to open the door to go out, but Luo Xuanxue raised her hand to stop her. "No, going out will only cause him more trouble, but he hasn't moved. I'm worried something happened to him. In this situation, there's nothing we can do. He had us hide here to protect us. Trust him. What does he plan to do? I don't know. Who knows what strange things he can conjure up." Lu Mingyue was reluctant, looking back at the peephole. Suddenly, a burst of orange-red flames filled her view. At that moment, Chu Feng was holding the horn-shaped flamethrower, and the nozzle was spewing out a massive flame. He spent 10 points to evolve the ordinary gasoline flamethrower into a giant flamethrower. Lifting the nozzle, Chu Feng adjusted the flames to the maximum. The raging flames covered the entire ceiling, and wherever the flames passed, the charred and curled bodies of wasps fell. He turned the flamethrower around, and every wasp in the air fell victim to his fiery assault. A fervent smile curved on Chu Feng's lips. Burn you all. He continued to sweep the flamethrower from top to bottom, left to right, scorching every corner of the room. He directly incinerated the wasp corpses on the ground. The oxygen in the room was rapidly consumed, filling the air with a stench of burning, making him feel somewhat suffocated. 5 minutes later, he raised his hand to swat the last wasp dead, leaning weakly against the wall and looking down. The floor was covered with a thick layer of wasp corpses, at least 10 centimeters deep. Outside, more wasps were trying to find a way into the room. Chu Feng looked up at the vent. The torn cloth was slowly being dragged. Why are so many bugs coming at me? Is it because I have powers? He buried this question deep in his heart and dragged the flamethrower toward the second room. Open the door quickly. The door opened with a creak. The 3 aliens in B protection suits met again. There was no time for pleasantries. Chu Feng immediately instructed, hurry to the third room and hide. The wasps will break in soon. Are you okay? Why don't you come hide with us? Lu Mingyue asked with concern. I'm fine. You all go quickly. Someone needs to hold off this swarm of wasps, or we'll all die. Chu Feng didn't want to explain much. Shoving both of them toward the third room and shutting the door behind him. Removing his helmet, he was drenched in sweat, with beads of sweat dripping from his hair. Now he finally had time to rest a bit and think of a strategy. He couldn't imagine the scene of encountering these bugs outside. The number of wasps was incalculable, conservatively estimated to be in the hundreds of thousands. Moreover, some of the wasps had already grown to a massive size and even exhibited a certain level of intelligence. In less than 5 minutes, the buzzing of flapping wings echoed again. Through the peephole, Chu Feng saw wasps streaming in from the vent like a floodgate being opened. Bang, bang, bang. The noise on the door startled Chu Feng, causing him to step back a few paces. It sounded like someone was punching the iron door. He risked getting closer to the cat's eye and saw several fist-sized wasps continuously crashing against the iron door. One even raised its stinger and aimed it at the peephole. This was too crazy. No matter how high his attributes were, encountering this group of wasps would mean death. Chu Feng stopped thinking too much and immediately took out a ladder and insecticide spray, spraying it fiercely at the ventilation hole. Today, either the wasps would be poisoned to death, or he would suffocate. Chu Feng sprayed dozens of bottles of insecticide until he could no longer see the wasps flying around. After 20 minutes, the smell of the insecticide became overwhelming, and he felt his sense of smell had failed. He approached the peephole and pressed his ear against the iron door, listening intently to the sounds outside. He could only hear the sporadic sound of wings flapping. It was pitch black outside, and the wasp corpses had inundated the desk lamp. Chu Feng did not open the door. He quietly observed the situation in the room. He didn't want to open the door only to have a few fist-sized wasps rush in. The wasps had stingers 5 centimeters long that could easily pierce through B suits. After a long wait of 30 minutes, Lu Mingyue's voice came from behind. Chu Feng, are you okay? I'm fine, but you all should hold off on opening the door for now. It's still not confirmed safe. Oh, Chu Feng put on the B suit again, feeling anxious, and opened the door. Instantly, the wasp corpses poured into the room like sand. He turned on the flashlight to look outside, and the scene before him shocked him. The pile of wasp corpses was over a meter high, emitting an astonishing amount of heat, and those few wasps that had survived would also be cooked by this heat. After closing the door again, Chu Feng felt a sense of relief and walked towards the third room. Open the door. Everything's fine. Chapter 47, The Insect Plague Abates 1, in the third room. Chu Feng took off the bee suit and retrieved a rechargeable lamp from the tech tree. Turning on the lamp, he saw 2 aliens standing quietly in front of him. Silent, Lu Mingyue and Luo Xuanyue had finally obeyed, hiding as instructed and not doing anything unnecessary. Okay, you both can take off the bee suits now. Be a little quieter, Chu Feng whispered. The 2 followed his command, carefully and slowly removing their bee suits. Lu Mingyue slowly approached Chu Feng and checked him for injuries. Unable to suppress her emotions any longer, she hugged Chu Feng and sobbed softly. Woo-woo, I thought something had happened to you. I was so worried. A slight touch came from her chest as Lu Mingyue tried to stifle her cries. Chu Feng couldn't help but empathize. The past few hours had been fraught with danger. He gently stroked Lu Mingyue's head. It's okay. I'm fine. Those bugs don't have the ability to take my life. Woo-woo. Seeing this, Luo Xuanyue stood calmly to the side. Feeling a ripple in her heart, a sense of loneliness and helplessness, she organized her thoughts and asked, Chu Feng, what is the situation with those wasps outside? It's temporarily resolved. There might still be a few scattered outside, but they are no longer a threat. Chu Feng went to the door and pressed his ear against it, listening intently. The two girls also approached the door. So we should be safe here, right? Chu Feng shook his head, his expression serious. The current situation couldn't be considered safe at all. The three of them were trapped in this room. If another wave of poisonous insects emerged, they would surely die. There's still danger. We don't know when the next wave of the insect plague will hit. Another wave? First centipedes, then wasps. What other poisonous insects could there be? Luo Xuanyue's heart jumped to her throat, recalling the terrifying scene of the insect tide, making her shiver. Moreover, Chu Feng had no strength left to deal with the next wave of the insect tide. Chu Feng walked to the window and looked outside through a small opening. Under the moonlight, various flying insects swarmed in the air. Poisonous insects, all kinds of poisonous insects, mosquitoes, lice, bedbugs, fleas, etc. The two girls felt goosebumps all over. If these insects crawled onto them, they would rather die quickly. Lu Mingyue rubbed her arms vigorously and tugged at Chu Feng's clothes. Chu Feng, stop talking, it's disgusting. What if those insects rush into the house? Chu Feng took out a flashlight and checked around the room. The 3 rooms had been disinfected beforehand, and he confirmed there were no signs of insect invasion. Don't worry about these things. Those centipedes and wasps actually helped us. Why? Lu Mingyue asked, puzzled. The centipedes blocked the hall outside, and the wasps blocked the first room. The insects compete and repel each other, so other insects won't dare to invade. You could say this is a blessing in disguise. The centipedes are clustering and reproducing in the hall. Any insects that intrude will become their food. The meter-high pile of wasp corpses emits an astonishing amount of heat, making it a dead end for any other insects that try to come in. Moreover, Chu Feng heard some other noises coming from the first room. Several large wasps were gnawing on the corpses of their kind. The wasps had lost their numerical advantage and couldn't break through the ventilation hole. But we've been trapped here the whole time, right? Lu Mingyue continued to press. Being trapped here is better than being eaten. There will always be a way out. What if the insects never disappear? Lu Mingyue's words reminded Chu Feng of the insect plague he experienced in his previous life. In his last life, the scale of the insect plague was just ordinary. Survivors hid in their homes and continuously cleared away the invading insects, and the plague ended after 3 days. He thought of a possibility. The more severe the insect plague, the shorter its duration. He voiced his guess. The insect plague might end soon. What is your basis for that? It's just a guess. What are you going crazy about? As she spoke, Lu Mingyue poked Chu Feng's arm hard, feeling like he was still joking at such a time. Chu Feng glanced at the two girls, his eyes revealing a hint of confidence. After tonight, we'll know. Do we need to do anything? Luo Xuanyue asked after a moment of thought. You both should rest. I'll keep an eye on the situation outside. Luo Xuanyue glanced around the empty room, thinking it was time to lie on the floor, and the temperature in the entire room was continuously rising. She asked, Chu Feng, do you feel the temperature in the room rising? It seems a bit hot. Chu Feng thought about the second-level apocalypse continuing extreme weather, and the world was warming up. He took a thermometer from the tech tree and measured a high temperature of 40 degrees. The piles of wasp corpses in the room emitted heat, causing the room's temperature to keep rising. Yeah, Chu Feng, I'm already so hot that I'm almost soaked. Lu Mingyue tugged at her collar, constantly fanning herself to cool down. If it's hot, just take off your outer clothes. I can't conjure up a fan or air conditioning, and there's no backup power here either. As soon as Chu Feng said this, the two girls exchanged glances. Lu Mingyue didn't show much resistance, but out of pride. She hadn't acted in front of the two. Luo Xuanyue immediately became nervous, clasping her hands tightly, her expression troubled, avoiding Chu Feng's gaze. She hesitantly said, that might not be good. I think we should just forget about it. Chu Feng revealed a sly smile, teasing, I'll see you eventually anyway. Why are you shy? Luo Xuanyue recalled what Chu Feng had said to her before, her expression a mix of embarrassment and anger. She retorted angrily, Chu Feng, why are you talking nonsense at a time like this? Oh, do as you wish. I can't stand the heat anymore. Saying this, Chu Feng turned around, revealing a mischievous smile of triumph. In fact, he was lying. There was a fully charged small fan hanging in the tech tree. But he intentionally didn't take it out. This opportunity was too rare. Even without conditions, he had to create them. In a confined survival space, with handsome men and beautiful women, they would face each other honestly. Chu Feng thought about the waves and the scene of white bodies, and he couldn't help but drool. The fantasy time ended, and he felt a bit hot. It was genuinely hot. The thermometer showed a high temperature of 43 degrees. Chu Feng took off his shirt, revealing his chiseled upper body with perfect muscle lines. Luo Xuanxue immediately turned her head shyly upon seeing this, but couldn't help but glance back a few times. At that moment, Lu Mingyue, unable to stand the heat, shouted out, "I can't take it anymore. It's too hot." With that, she quickly stripped off her clothes, wearing only her underwear, and lay down on the cool tiled floor. Feeling the chill on her back, she looked relaxed. "Ah, so cool." Chu Feng smiled and stole a glance at her. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The alluring black lace was something he hadn't noticed before. Upon noticing Chu Feng's sneaky look, Luo Xuanxue immediately scolded him. "No peeking, turn around. Who would want to look at you, skinny thing? You." Luo Xuanxue's tone was playful, but she was at a loss for words. She glared at Chu Feng, who was trying to suppress a laugh, feeling a mix of anger and embarrassment. All right. I'll turn off the light. You two rest, I'll take the night watch." With that, Chu Feng turned off the lamp and listened attentively. In the darkness, he could vaguely hear the sound of clothes being shed. He felt a sense of joy. The beautiful, aloof, invincible, and strong Sister Xue finally lowered her guard. Chapter 48. The Insect Plague Pauses, Part 2. In the deep night, Chu Feng sat alone at the door, in a half-asleep, half-awake state. He could faintly hear the sound of wasps flapping their wings, from those few giant wasps. At that moment, the two sides were separated by a room, coexisting peacefully. Suddenly, he heard soft footsteps behind him. "Aren't you going to sleep? You're already tired enough. Let me take over the night watch." Luo Xuanxue asked softly, observing Chu Feng's condition. She had dozed off for a few hours, waking up a few times to find that Chu Feng had not slept at all, so she wanted to help. "Are you concerned about me?" Chu Feng asked quietly in return. "No, what nonsense are you talking? I just want to help you," she replied. Hearing Luo Xuanxue's flustered tone, Chu Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He appreciated her kindness, but it had to be him on night watch to handle any emergencies. "I'm fine. You should go rest. The situation is stable, and I'll rest soon." "Well, okay then. Don't tire yourself out. Still saying you aren't concerned about me. I won't bother with you." Luo Xuanxue huffed and turned her back on Chu Feng. She couldn't sleep, unsure if it was the heat or her suppressed emotions. The night was silent, only occasionally disturbed by the sound of wasps flapping their wings. Chu Feng, too tired to keep his eyes open, lay down to rest. In the community, the chaotic swarm of insects from the day had vanished. Zombies wandered through the neighborhood, stepping over the corpses of insects, making a series of creaking sounds. Some zombies had flies buzzing around their heads, causing them to lose their way and leave the community. The number of zombies in the community was reduced by half. Outside the community on the streets, hordes of zombies moved aimlessly, resembling a tide, their low growls echoing. Where the swarm had passed, vehicles were overturned. Telephone poles were knocked down, and the bones of survivors were crushed underfoot. In the buildings on either side of the road, some survivors shared a room with the corpses of insects, not daring to breathe. Any sound could attract the attention of zombies, and some survivors had already lost their lives because of it. The atmosphere was desperate and suffocating. A night passed peacefully, and Chu Feng was unaware of how long he had slept. The room had become cooler. He lay on his side, feeling a warmth on his lower abdomen and a sticky sensation on his back. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he opened them wide to see. What the hell? Lu Mingyue was lying on her stomach, her big butt in black stockings twisting and rubbing back and forth, enjoying herself. She wore an expression of bliss, lost in a beautiful dream. "No, Chu Feng, hold on, you must hold on." Chu Feng took a deep breath, constantly reminding himself that it was not the right time. He turned his head to look at his back. Why was she pressed against me? At that moment, Luo Xuanxue was also lying on her side, both of them back to back. Didn't they feel hot? Plus, their sleeping posture was really unattractive, sleeping so soundly. Weren't they afraid of being eaten by insects? Chu Feng shook his head helplessly, trying to cool down his body and thoughts. After 2 minutes, he first scratched his bony waist and then gave Lu Mingyue's round butt a slap. The two girls reacted, and Chu Feng quickly got up, turning his back to them and putting on his shirt. "You guys are up, sleeping so soundly." Hearing Chu Feng's voice, Luo Xuanxue immediately rubbed her sleepy eyes and saw that he was already at the door. She quickly woke Lu Mingyue, who was still groggy. The two quickly put on their outer clothes. At the door, Luo Xuanxue came up behind Chu Feng and questioned him. "Last night, you didn't take the chance to do anything to us, did you?" "Huh?" Chu Feng turned his head, revealing a strange expression, thinking what kind of question was that. "I'm asking you." Luo Xuanxue's expression suddenly became serious. I'm a gentleman. I never take advantage of others' misfortunes. It's you two who did something. What did we do? Luo Xuanxue and the still sleepy Lu Mingyue exchanged anxious glances. They had slept too soundly last night, worried that something strange had happened. So the two of them checked their bodies from top to bottom. Stop looking. You slept so soundly last night. If there were really insects invading, you'd have been taken away by them long ago. Chu Feng replied, then opened the door and went to the second room. After waking up, he didn't hear the sound of wasps flapping their wings. The 3 rooms were silent. To be safe, he climbed up to the vent for a look. In the first room, he could no longer see the wasps flying around, and a continuous breeze came from the vent. Should we really open the door? I'm a bit scared, Lu Mingwei asked worriedly. The insect plague is over. Don't you want to see what happened last night? Chu Feng turned around, his eyes confident, piquing the 2 girls' interest. Seeing them nod slightly, he opened the door. As the door opened, the corpses of wasps surged into the second room, resembling a granary unloading grain. Seeing this, Lu Mingyue quickly pulled Luo Xuanxue's arm back. Both girls looked terrified. The pile of wasp corpses was over a meter high, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Sister Xue, look at those wasps. They're bigger than my fist, Lu Mingyue said, her finger trembling slightly. After checking, Chu Feng found that all the wasps were dead and noticed nothing unusual. Turning back, he said, "This is why I didn't let you out last night. No matter how strong you are, facing those wasps means certain death. Their 5-centimeter-long stingers deal both physical and magical damage." The 2 girls nodded vigorously, fully agreeing. Luo Xuanxue recalled being bitten by a centipede, which cost Chu Feng 300 points to save her life. If she had been stung by these wasps, it might have cost tens of thousands of points to save her. After thinking for a moment, she urged, "Let's go quickly." "No hurry, I still have something to do." Chu Feng shook his head, indicating he wasn't in a rush, and then walked directly into the pile of wasp corpses. "What are you doing?" The other girl was sweating for Chu Feng. If there were any live wasps left among them, it would be troublesome. Just as her voice fell, Chu Feng raised his hand and said, "Absorb all the wasp corpses." The corpses of the wasps were drawn in as if by a vacuum cleaner. Before long, Chu Feng had absorbed all the wasp corpses into his tech tree. However, he only kept the larger wasps, discarding the normally sized ones through a small window. The 2 girls had only seen Chu Feng take things out of thin air. This was the first time they witnessed him absorb objects. Lu Mingyue curiously asked, "How did you do that? What are you collecting these wasp corpses for?" "This is my superpower, a human vacuum cleaner. I can evolve these wasps into zombie wasps later." Chu Feng made up a few words. "Really? That's amazing." Lu Mingyue held on to Chu Feng's hand, examining it up and down, a trace of admiration flashing in her eyes, envious of Chu Feng's special abilities. Seeing this scene, Luo Xuanxue chuckled to herself, naturally skeptical of it. She thought about the hints regarding the awakening of abilities in second-level Apocalypse. When would her ability awaken, so she could help Chu Feng then? Chapter 49. I've become the passive party. The 3 of them put on protective suits and stood in front of the door leading to the hall. Chu Feng turned back and reminded them, "When you see the situation outside later, you need to hold it in. Don't throw up inside the suits." The 2 girls behind him nodded. Chu Feng steadied his emotions, turned the doorknob, and opened the door. In an instant, a thick, dark red liquid flooded into the room. This was the bodily fluid that flowed out after a centipede died, seeping through the gaps in the glass cover. The glass cover at the door and the entire hall were smeared with dark red. When Chu Feng opened the glass door, the scene before him made him stop dead in his tracks. He nervously said, "Don't move around. I'll check the situation first." The hall had turned into a hell of blood plasma, with centipede remains scattered everywhere. In the center, there were more than a dozen centipedes as thick as a wrist, entwined together in a ball. This scene was the centipedes embracing their eggs. "Chu Feng, are these centipedes alive or dead?" Luo Xuanxue asked anxiously, recalling her experience of being bitten. "You hold onto the glass door. If something feels off, open it for me at any time." "All right, just be careful." Then Chu Feng took out a composite bow from the technology tree and knocked an arrow. He adjusted his aim, targeting one of the centipede's heads. The arrow flew and hit the mark. Is it dead?" He shot another arrow, and the centipede he hit remained motionless. Chu Feng slowly approached the centipede ball and kicked it gently. There were no signs of activity, so he kicked it with all his strength a few times. The bundled centipede corpses were split apart by the external force, falling to the ground and revealing a nest of centipede eggs the size of goose eggs. He turned and said, "It's fine now, you can all come out." The two girls cautiously stepped forward, each step seeming like they were treading through mud. They didn't dare to move closer, hiding behind Chu Feng. Are these eggs alive? Luo Xuanxue asked. They look like they are, after hatching new centipedes. They will use these big centipede corpses as food. These eggs are comparable to goose eggs. Wouldn't the centipedes that hatch be larger than pythons? You're right. When the third-level apocalypse comes, a large number of prehistoric giant insects will appear. Luo Xuanxue was momentarily speechless. She had seen some documentaries about prehistoric animals. If what Chu Feng said was true, there would be giant spiders, giant centipedes, giant dragonflies, and other giant insects. After that, Chu Feng drew his tang knife and destroyed all the centipede corpses and eggs. 10 minutes later, the three of them returned to the living room of the Safehouse. Seeing the situation in the living room, they couldn't help but frown. The floor was covered with a layer of insect corpses, cockroaches, spiders, caterpillars, etc. The thickness of the insect corpses was at least 5 centimeters. Stepping on them made a crunching sound, like stepping on a pressure board. Chu Feng, hurry up and use your human vacuum to suck up all these insects. Lu Mingyue pushed Chu Feng with both hands, urging him to clean up the insect corpses quickly. Do you really think I'm just a tool? Chu Feng said irritably. Isn't it true that with great power comes great responsibility? I'm supporting you mentally. Saying this, Lu Mingyue increased the force of her push, unable to stand in the pile of insects for even a moment. Luo Xuanxue watched this scene and found it very funny, unable to help but laugh. Haha, you guys. Stop messing around. You go clean the bedrooms, and I'll clean the living room. With Chu Feng's command, the three began to divide their tasks. He walked through every corner of the living room, absorbing the insect corpses into the technology tree, conservatively estimating. The weight of these insect corpses was at least 4 tons, enough to drown a person. The two girls took garbage bags and entered the bedrooms to clean. The windows and doors of each bedroom were closed beforehand, so there were fewer insect corpses inside, and they quickly finished cleaning. 30 minutes later, Chu Feng went to the balcony, took out binoculars, and observed the situation in the community. The ground of the community was also covered in a thick layer of insect corpses. Spider webs covered the grass and trees. And who knows how many spider eggs were hidden beneath the webs. The good news was that the number of zombies in the community had decreased, and some survivors were starting to act. Great. The number of zombies has decreased. That means we can go out. Luo Xuanxue came to Chu Feng's side. Glancing at the distant city, the oppressive emotions dissipated, and she felt a long-lost sense of relief. Chu Feng didn't reply immediately. He took out another pair of binoculars from the technology tree and handed them to Luo Xuanxue. Look at the streets of the city. Luo Xuanxue took the binoculars and looked into the distance, her gaze landing on the roads of Tianhai City. Her face twitched a few times, shocked beyond words. The roads were packed with zombies, aimlessly wandering, and some high buildings were even filled with zombies. The zombies blocked the roads completely, and their numbers were estimated to be in the millions. That's right, and the number is still climbing. Chu Feng nodded. On the phone, we can already exchange for bows and armor. Survivors will start to take action to hunt zombies and gain points, Luo Xuanxue said. Chu Feng turned his head and glanced at Luo Xuanxue, thinking that this person had clear logic and a keen awareness of how to deal with the apocalypse. However, her understanding was still not comprehensive enough. He reminded her, the biological proliferation hasn't ended, and zombies are not static. Are you saying that other biological disasters will occur, and zombies will also evolve? Luo Xuanxue asked in surprise. Chu Feng's eyes moved slightly, revealing appreciation. With just a little hint, Luo Xuanxue immediately grasped the meaning behind it. She was indeed very smart, unlike some silly sweethearts. Chu Feng nodded and said, that's right. In a few days, you'll see groups of tigers, lions, wild wolves, venomous snakes, and plants growing wildly. The city will return to a natural state. Luo Xuanxue lowered her head and thought for a moment. Realizing that biological proliferation referred to all living things in nature, except for humans. She continued to ask, then how will zombies evolve? Some zombies will evolve to have speedy legs and run extremely fast. Some zombies will evolve sharp fangs and claws, becoming highly aggressive. Some zombies will evolve hard, chitinous shells, which can only be destroyed with heavy firepower. The most terrifying are the tank zombies that reach 5 meters tall and the self-exploding zombies that spit venom. Chu Feng spoke for a full minute, listing the types of zombies he had seen in his previous life. Luo Xuanxue listened, and couldn't help but clench her fists. Just listening to Chu Feng's description made her feel a chill down her spine, But she saw that Chu Feng remained calm. Aren't you afraid, Chu Feng? Just a small challenge. There are ways to deal with it. I will be the winner of this apocalyptic game. Chu Feng turned his head, smiling confidently, with a hint of madness in his eyes. Seeing this, Luo Xuanxue's emotions stirred slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. I believe in you. Aren't you afraid? Chu Feng asked back. Aren't you here? You trust me this much? Why? While the two were talking, Luo Xuanxue quietly approached Chu Feng, her eyes smiling. Because of this. Saying this, Luo Xuanxue leaned in close, lifted Chu Feng's chin, and kissed him. Chu Feng instantly froze in place, his emotions surging. Sister is forcefully kissing him. He liked it. However, isn't this a bit reversed? He had become the passive party. Chapter 50. Sister Xue, you are very assertive, but I don't like being passive. After cleaning up the safe house, Chu Feng consumed dozens of barrels of water to replace the contaminated water, and everything in the safe house returned to normal. Chu Feng sat at the table and took out his phone to check his attributes. Apocalypse points, 46 points. Ability, Evolution Tech Tree, Level 2. Attributes, Strength 38. Speed 17, Perception 17, Mental Power. He noticed that his points had actually increased. It turned out that killing those large wasps could also earn points. Now that he had gained new points, Chu Feng didn't plan to allocate them immediately. He needed to save them. Suddenly, he heard Lu Mingyue's voice from behind. What are you looking at? 46 points. I have more points than you. You don't need to exchange anything. Just distribute the points evenly among the attributes. If I listen to you, then I'll be stronger than you. Stronger than me? Then you'll have to do more work. All right, from now on, I'll protect you. A gentle voice came from behind, and Chu Feng suddenly sensed that two soft objects were pressing down on his head. They were elastic and had considerable weight. Lu Mingyue kept moving around, wrapping her arms around Chu Feng's neck. It's too heavy, it's hurting my neck. Sit down and let's talk business, Chu Feng said irritably, but inside he was overjoyed. I'll keep pressing on you. Lu Mingyue leaned forward and attacked Chu Feng again, finally sitting happily on the left side of the table. At this moment, Luo Xuanxue also came to sit on the right side of the table, smiling as she looked at Chu Feng's face. Her eyebrows were like feathers, her eyes sparkling with a hint of affection. Chu Feng shivered all over, blinked, and quickly avoided Luo Xuanxue's alluring gaze. He felt a sense of dread. It's over, I'm going to be eaten by the big sister. He quickly checked Luo Xuanxue's attributes. Player, Luo Xuanxue. Doomsday points, 77 points. Attributes, Strength 5, Speed 6, Perception 5, Mental Power 8. Trust level, 99. 99. What is going on? What is wrong, Chu Feng? Noticing that Chu Feng was in a daze, Luo Xuanxue felt secretly pleased and teased him. She tilted her head, revealing a charming smile. Chu Feng felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that this woman might pounce on him at any moment. He coughed a few times to feign calmness. It's nothing. Let us confirm the point situation. Before he finished speaking, Chu Feng felt something brush against his calf. He didn't dare look under the table, but caught a glimpse of Luo Xuanxue, grinning mischievously down there. Chu Feng, can I allocate my points now? I'm waiting for your command, Luo Xuanxue asked softly. Wait a minute. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. How do you know whether my body has fully recovered? Do you want to check again? Hearing Luo Xuanxue's counter-question, Chu Feng thought to himself. Check. He didn't dare. The aloof big sister was truly frightening when she took the initiative. Every word felt like a trap. After deliberating for a few seconds, he replied calmly. I'm judging based on experience. I might be wrong, don't mind it. Hearing you say that, I also feel like my body hasn't fully recovered. I might need you to check again tonight. After saying this, Luo Xuanxue propped her head up with her left hand and covered her chest with her right, pretending to look unwell. She caught a glimpse of Chu Feng's slight panic but quickly regained her composure. A subtle smile curved her lips. Seeing this, Lu Mingyue thought Luo Xuanxue's old illness had recurred. She anxiously asked, Sister Xue, are you okay? Do you want to rest first? No need, the weather is hot. And I suddenly feel a bit suffocated. Tonight, I might need Chu Feng to help me check. After saying this, Luo Xuanxue secretly glanced at Chu Feng, noticing his fluctuating emotions as he coughed softly. All right, Chu Feng, tonight you help Sister Xue check her condition. Let us talk about the points first. Chu Feng didn't respond directly, but shifted the topic. He felt a foot sliding up his pant leg, gently rubbing against his calf. He raised his leg to dodge. But before long, that foot was back at it again. Trying to maintain his composure, he said, from now on, The points you gain will be allocated by yourselves. I won't intervene anymore. Should we allocate all of them to attributes, or use them to exchange for items? Lu Mingyue asked. You can allocate them to attributes. For now, there aren't any items worth exchanging. Chu Feng had previously checked the item exchange interface on his phone. The interface had added various weapons like bows, long knives, and spears, as well as full-body armor and even medieval Western armor. The points required for exchanging items were substantial. All right. I'll evenly distribute the points to my attributes. Lu Mingyue nodded in agreement. Luo Xuanxue had a mischievous smile as she looked at Chu Feng. Her foot's movements not stopping, constantly stretching and teasing. She teased, Chu Feng, I want to allocate the attributes. Can you teach me how to use them? Chu Feng pursed his lips, feeling both angry and annoyed as he saw Luo Xuanxue chuckling to herself. He kicked that restless leg under the table hard. All right. You can slowly handle the points from now on. Everyone is hungry. Let us eat. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hoping Chu Feng would quickly conjure up delicious food, Chu Feng raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and instantly, 6 dishes and 3 bowls of rice appeared on the table. Roasted chicken, steak, large pork knuckle, palm-sized abalone, oyster sauce vegetables, and a fruit platter. It was a feast for the eyes and the palate. With Chu Feng's command, the 2 girls began to eat heartily. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but frown, not moving his chopsticks for a while. Did I encounter 2 starving ghosts? Lu Mingyue had roasted chicken in her left hand and steak in her right, stuffing her mouth with greasy bites. Luo Xuanxue was even more ruthless, devouring a large pork knuckle in 4 bites, 2 bites for an abalone, accompanied by vegetables and fruits. Consuming it all in a storm. Noticing Chu Feng's strange expression, Luo Xuanxue wanted to tease him again. She looked at Chu Feng, deliberately pouted, and slowly brought a piece of vegetable to her mouth, licking her oily red lips with her tongue. In the next moment, she suddenly reached out toward Chu Feng. You have a grain of rice stuck to your face. Chu Feng didn't know whether it was true or not. He only felt Luo Xuanxue's fingertip brush against his face. Then he saw Luo Xuanxue put her finger in her mouth, savoring it. Chu Feng's heart sank. Tonight he was afraid he wouldn't escape this fate, likely to be thoroughly consumed. As night fell and silence enveloped the room, Chu Feng hid in his bedroom, anxiously lying on the bed. Suddenly, the door opened slightly, and he instinctively tightened the blanket. A tall and graceful figure entered the room, and a wave of fragrant body wash hit him. Mingyue is already asleep. It's your turn to help me check my body. No need. You're very healthy, really. No need to check. Chu Feng shook his head repeatedly, showing strong resistance. Oh, is that so? That is not up to you. Luo Xuanxue turned on the orange bedside lamp and quickly jumped onto the bed. She pounced on Chu Feng, grabbing his wrist and pinning it down. Chu Feng was shocked to find that he couldn't break free. What else with your strength? Heh, I added 40 points to my strength. It's painful, but it's worth it. Added 40 points all at once. Chu Feng was horrified, thinking this woman must be crazy. Luo Xuanxue sat on Chu Feng's stomach, twisting her waist and looking down at him, her long hair brushing across his face. I was wrong. Don't do this. Who told you to bully me like that before? Didn't you say you like strong sisters? I like it. I like it very much. Then I'll show you how strong I can be. Chu Feng tried to move, only to find he couldn't budge. He made a request. Wait, Sister Xue. I like your strength, but I don't like being underneath. Luo Xuanxue smiled wickedly and refused. No way. Then she bit down. Chapter 51. Cleaning up the invading zombies. Last night's battle was intense. Chu Feng was restrained for 2 hours, and in the end, the 2 fell asleep in each other's embrace. The next morning, Chu Feng lay with his head resting on scattered long hair, his face buried in soft warmth, holding her waist, so fragrant and soft. Suddenly, he felt a fingertip brush across his face, and a gentle voice rang in his ear. Are you awake? Almost done. Let me hold you a little longer. Saying this, Chu Feng rubbed his face forward again, inhaling that wonderful body fragrance. Luo Xuanxue saw this, her eyes filled with tenderness. A smile on her face, and she wrapped her hands around Chu Feng's head. She suddenly asked, You were talking in your sleep last night, crying and laughing. Why did you say you had died once? Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's body instantly stiffened, and he unconsciously tightened his arms around her slender waist. Luo Xuanxue noticed Chu Feng's unusual reaction and softly inquired, Is there a problem? Chu Feng did not answer but quickly got up and went to the window. After standing still for more than 10 seconds, he said, Maybe I had a nightmare. Don't worry about it. Last night you were holding me, crying and laughing. Are you sure there's nothing wrong? Luo Xuanxue leaned against the head of the bed, pulling the blanket to cover her body. You know I have a mental illness. Sometimes I can't control my emotions, and the same goes for when I dream, Chu Feng said with a smile. Humph. Who believes you? Believe it or not. It's up to you. As the two were talking, Chu Feng heard the sound of glass shattering through the window. The sound came from the first floor. The blade net only blocked the main entrance stairs. This building has multiple entrances, and someone or a zombie might have broken the glass to enter the building. Hurry, prepare. Something has broken into the building. It could be dangerous. After 10 minutes, the three of them gathered in the living room, all wearing full protective gear. Luo Xuanxue had her hair tied in a high ponytail, looking spirited and heroic. Lu Mingyue had soft, wavy long hair cascading over her shoulders, looking gentle and lovely. Chu Feng took a composite bow from the technology tree and handed it to Lu Mingyue. Take this. If you encounter human invaders, you know what to do. No problem. If I meet bad people, I will shoot arrows directly, Lu Mingyue confidently replied. Then, Chu Feng took out several imposing long swords and knives from the technology tree. I'll take this katana. It feels comfortable to use. Luo Xuanxue chose a 15-meter-long katana. Drawing the sword from its sheath, its blade was incredibly sharp, glinting coldly, with intricate Damascus patterns that were mesmerizing. Not a bad sword, Luo Xuanxue couldn't help but exclaim. Of course, it's crafted by a master at great expense. Definitely not an ordinary item. What should we do next? Luo Xuanxue asked. Chu Feng stood in front of the safety door, turned to the two, and instructed them on the battle plan. We need to clear the entire building, whether it's malicious invaders or zombies. We mustn't go easy on them. Later, we will leave the safe house. I will scout ahead, and you two will cover me from behind. We will clear from the 10th floor down. Okay. The two girls replied in unison. Chu Feng opened the safety door, holding a tang knife as he stepped into the corridor. The corridor was silent, and there were no signs of anyone at either end. He quickly approached the stairs and looked down. He didn't see anything, but he could faintly hear the low growls of zombies. Sure enough, zombies had broken into the building. This building was not fully enclosed, and they could always find an entrance. Chu Feng turned to the two behind him and made a shushing gesture. Try to keep your footsteps quiet. Don't attract the zombies downstairs. Follow me. He crouched down and led the two to the emergency exit on the 10th floor. Through the glass on the door, he could see the general situation of the exit passage. Inside, zombies were banging against the wall, moving very slowly. Chu Feng couldn't determine whether these zombies had evolved. It would take the three of them working together to deal with them safely. He turned to Lu Mingyue and said, You stay back 7 meters. We'll open the door and let the zombies out one by one. Remember, aim for the head and don't panic. I remember. Lu Mingyue half squatted and retreated, drawing an arrow and preparing to shoot. She nodded at Chu Feng, signaling that she was ready. Chu Feng turned back and confirmed with Luo Xuanxue. Later, we need to move quietly and open the door to let one zombie out first. What if they all rush out at once? Luo Xuanxue asked. Then we both strike simultaneously, quick knife to the head, and we mustn't hesitate. Okay. Luo Xuanxue nodded seriously. Then, the two of them each grabbed the doorknob, holding their breath as they slowly opened the door a crack. Immediately, the low growl of zombies came from within, and one zombie noticed the unusual situation and approached with heavy steps. The door opened just enough for one person to pass. The zombie noticed Lu Mingyue and immediately became aggressive, rushing out through the crack. Chu Feng and Luo Xuanxue quickly closed the door. At the same time, Lu Mingyue stood up, quickly pulled back the bowstring, and aimed at the zombie's head. The zombie quickly closed in, and the arrow shot out with a whoosh. It hit the target perfectly. With a thud, the zombie fell to the ground, its face crashing down, and stopped moving. Then, Lu Mingyue revealed a confident smile and gave Chu Feng a thumbs up. Chu Feng nodded in response, thinking that her strength had improved from all that meat she ate. He breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, Continue. The two pulled the doorknob again and slowly opened it a crack. The remaining 3 zombies turned in unison, looking at the sudden light, and approached the door crack with disordered steps. Chu Feng lifted his head and looked through the glass on the door. He cursed inwardly. It was bad to attract 3 zombies at once. It wasn't that he couldn't handle it, but he was afraid of making too much noise and attracting all the zombies from downstairs. There was no time to hesitate. The 3 zombies approached the door. The moment they saw Lu Mingyue, they rushed out. The zombies slammed the door open, knocking the 2 of them back. Chu Feng was shocked. The zombies had evolved such strength in such a short time. One zombie pounced on Luo Xuanxue, pinning her down, its mouth gnashing as it made clicking sounds. Luo Xuanxue, unable to get up in time, frantically stabbed the katana into the zombie's chest, one hand gripping the zombie's neck. Chu Feng quickly got up and thrust his knife, piercing the head of the zombie attacking Luo Xuanxue. Suddenly, he heard Lu Mingyue's cry for help. Chu Feng, save me. The other two zombies charged at Lu Mingyue. One was shot by her, and the other rushed forward and knocked her down. She raised her left hand's protective gear to block the zombie's mouth, her right hand struggling to hold on. The protective gear was creaking under the zombie's bite. Seeing this, Chu Feng rushed in and got beside Lu Mingyue. He didn't dare swing his knife recklessly for fear of accidentally hurting Lu Mingyue. Luo Xuanxue quickly ran over, and Chu Feng simply kicked the zombie away. The zombie staggered back a few steps and was killed by Luo Xuanxue with a knife. Chu Feng helped Lu Mingyue up and quickly checked her injuries. She had only been bitten through the protective gear. Without giving the three any chance to rest, a dull roar came from the first floor. Roar, Chu Feng warned. Be careful. It seems there's a mutated zombie downstairs. Very dangerous. Chapter 52. Mutated zombie. How could a mutated zombie appear in the building? Luo Xuanxue asked anxiously, her heart racing with fear, a deep-seated terror resonating within her. Chu Feng went to the stairs to peek down, not seeing any signs of a large number of zombies rushing in. Based on his experience from his previous life, mutated zombies would drive away ordinary zombies. The ordinary zombies had already made it to the higher floors. He needed to confirm the situation with the mutated zombie. If possible, they could handle it, but if not, he would have to take the two back to the safe house. Zombies were constantly evolving, and they always found a way to sneak into the building. Now I need to confirm the situation with this mutated zombie. Follow me. With that, Chu Feng collected the 4 zombie bodies on the ground into the technology tree and quietly led the two to the emergency staircase. He launched a drone to check the situation on each floor. As the drone slowly descended, he indeed saw some situations on other floors. How is it? Are there many zombies downstairs? Luo Xuanxue asked. There are 3 zombies on the 9th floor, 2 on the 8th floor. And I didn't see any zombies on the other floors. Let me take another look. Chu Feng continued to maneuver the drone downwards, searching for the mutated zombie. The drone flew around outside the first floor window and discovered the mutated zombie in a bathroom. Upon seeing the appearance of the mutated zombie, Chu Feng couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't this the old 8 from the toilet, squatting right in the center? Wait, why is it squatting? Chu Feng flew the drone closer and marveled at whether the zombie had practiced frog skills. Its legs were incredibly strong, with well-defined muscles, the thigh diameter reaching 30 centimeters. Ripping its pants apart, it noticed the drone and turned its body, spreading its legs apart. Not good, Chu Feng involuntarily said. What's wrong? Is it very dangerous? Luo Xuanxue nervously asked, her palms sweating. This mutated zombie looked just like a frog. While speaking, Chu Feng controlled the drone, but it had barely flown a short distance before losing signal. The last thing he saw was the zombie jumping like a frog. A terrifying roar echoed from downstairs again. Lu Mingyue, who had been on lookout at the corner, rushed over anxiously, her tone frantic. Not good. The zombies downstairs heard the roar and are coming up to the 10th floor. Don't panic. Grab your weapons and prepare to fight. There are only 5 zombies downstairs. We can handle them. Before she finished speaking, they could already hear the rumbling sound of the zombies running. The 3 quickly dispersed. Chu Feng and Luo Xuanxue stood on either side of the stairs, while Lu Mingyue retreated to the back, drawing her bow at the stairway entrance. The low growls gradually approached the 10th floor. Soon, 5 zombies charged up the stairs like students rushing to the cafeteria at mealtime. The moment Lu Mingyue saw a zombie peeking around the corner, she immediately shot an arrow. However, due to the zombie's speed, the arrow only struck one of the zombies in the throat, failing to stop its advance. Seeing this, Chu Feng quickly shouted a reminder. Don't panic, quickly switch arrows. We will block the zombies. With that, Chu Feng stepped forward and swung his knife at the first charging zombie. He severed the head of one zombie with a single strike. Luo Xuanxue also moved in response, gripping her knife with both hands and slashing at the oncoming zombie. The zombie's head was split in half by her strike, but she was knocked down by the immense impact. Chu Feng quickly pulled Luo Xuanxue up while simultaneously swinging his knife to kill another charging zombie. He kicked the zombie's body down the stairs. The two retreated to a safe position, waiting for more zombies to charge. Subsequently, Lu Mingyue shot accurately, and Chu Feng swung his knife to kill the remaining 2 zombies. The stairwell fell silent in an instant. What should we do next? Luo Xuanxue asked. Let me think. That mutated zombie is too strange. If we don't eliminate it, our building won't be safe. Chu Feng tightened his grip on the knife and thought deeply. Could that zombie attract other zombies? Yes, and it would attract even stronger zombies, making the safe house no longer safe. Chu Feng was now caught in a fierce internal struggle, unable to decide. If he didn't take the opportunity to kill this mutated zombie now, allowing it to continue evolving, it could kick the safety door off. But he worried that the two girls would encounter danger because of it. The two girls stood beside him, waiting for Chu Feng's command. At that moment, a series of loud bangs suddenly echoed from the stairs, sounding like something bouncing. Chu Feng immediately thought of the mutated zombie. He urged, hurry, we need to get back to the safe house. Chu Feng pushed open the emergency exit door, letting the two girls run ahead while he followed closely behind. The loud banging noise reverberated throughout the stairwell. For the first time, he felt that the journey back to safety was incredibly long. At one moment, Chu Feng turned his head and suddenly realized that the mutated zombie was squatting at the stairway entrance, legs spread wide, gathering strength. Alarm bells rang in his mind, and he shouted loudly, "Get down!" Chu Feng lunged forward, pressing the two girls down under him. The mutated zombie shot past them like a cannonball. He looked up and saw the frog-like zombie land 20 meters away, crouching down, hands on the ground, legs pushing off to gather strength. Chu Feng couldn't help but curse under his breath. Could this zombie have once been a fire cloud evil god? He quickly pushed the two girls to the sides of the passage and took out an explosion-proof shield from the tech tree, consuming 10 points. He evolved the shield into a giant explosion-proof shield. As soon as he finished speaking, the mutated zombie kicked off the ground and charged at Chu Feng. The explosion-proof shield in Chu Feng's hands shone with a white light, its shape beginning to grow larger and thicker. Bang! A dull sound rang out. Chu Feng and the shield were kicked away by the zombie, the shield slipping from his grasp as he rolled backward over 10 meters. He felt dizzy and lost consciousness for over 10 seconds. If it weren't for his enhanced physical attributes, he would have been left with broken bones. In a daze, Chu Feng felt a pair of hands choking his throat, pinning him against the wall, making it hard to breathe. Chu Feng. He heard the two girls calling him, and he suddenly opened his eyes. The scene before him became clear, and he saw a gaping mouth ready to bite him. Chu Feng quickly raised his arm, using his protective gear to block the zombie's bite. The grating sound of teeth scraping resonated. Chu Feng lifted his legs and kicked fiercely at the zombie. At the same time, he saw an arrow strike the zombie's arm. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Luo Xuanxue charging in, stabbing angrily. The sharp blade pierced through the zombie's abdomen. Ugh! Chu Feng was choked and couldn't speak, letting out a whimper. The zombie, in pain, released its grip on Chu Feng's throat with its right hand and slapped Luo Xuanxue away, sending her flying 5 meters. Roar! The zombie roared in anger. Another arrow flew in. The zombie was caught off guard and was pierced in the throat. The zombie twisted its neck, slightly loosening its grip on Chu Feng's throat. A breath of fresh air filled his lungs, and a fierce look crossed Chu Feng's face. If the zombie kept bouncing around, he wouldn't stand a chance. Now that the zombie was right in front of him, having previously gained enough points from killing zombies, the opportunity was too good to miss. Simultaneously, he took out 5 daggers from the tech tree, consuming 100 points to evolve them into supersonic daggers. A series of sharp sonic booms erupted as the 10 daggers spun rapidly and shot out at supersonic speed. The mutated zombie sensed the impending danger and desperately tried to escape by kicking off the ground. However, it was too late. The supersonic daggers pierced through the zombie's body in the blink of an eye, tearing through muscle and bone. Bang! 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 A series of dull thuds echoed as the daggers embedded deep into the wall, splattering the wall with foul-smelling blood. The zombie's body was reduced to a mere skeleton, clinging to flesh, slowly sliding to the ground. Who? Chu Feng gasped for air, ignoring the pain in his body as he picked up the fallen katana. He first stabbed through the remaining half of the zombie's head, then chopped off its long legs to prevent it from getting up again. After doing all this, he finally collapsed in pain. Chu Feng, are you okay? The two girls rushed to his side, asking with concern. I'm fine. Quickly open the safety door. There may be other zombies coming. Okay, I'm on it. Lu Mingwei replied and turned to run to open the safety door. Here, let me help you up. Luo Xuanxue half-crouched down to support Chu Feng. Chu Feng glanced at the corpse of the mutated zombie, thinking he couldn't leave it here, otherwise it would attract other zombies. He raised his hand and absorbed the zombie's body into the tech tree. All right, let's go. The safety door closed again, and the corridor returned to silence. The moment they entered, Chu Feng hurried the two girls away, leaving himself inside the space between the two glass doors. Chu Feng, what are you doing? Yeah. Why are you locking yourself in? Luo Xuanxue and Lu Mingyue knocked on the glass door, anxiously asking, while keeping a close eye on Chu Feng's every move. In his heart, Chu Feng hoped that he wasn't bitten. Inside the glass compartment, he quickly removed his protective gear and checked his arms for bite marks. He tore open his shirt and found a red-purple bruise on his chest, a wound from the impact. The blast shield absorbed most of the force. Otherwise, he could have been kicked to death by a zombie. His tense nerves finally relaxed, and with his last bit of strength, Chu Feng opened the glass safety latch before falling unconscious. When he opened his eyes again, it was already evening, and he heard joyful voices. In front of him were two familiar faces. Chu Feng, you finally woke up. Yeah, I'm okay for now. Chu Feng leaned back against the headboard, checking the injury on his chest. The bruise was faintly painful. Does your wound need medicine? Luo Xuanxue asked with concern. No need. These injuries can recover with points. No medicine required. Will it hurt a lot to recover with points? Can you handle it? Chu Feng shook his head, indicating that he was fine, while taking out his phone to check his attributes. Apocalypse points, 566 points. Attributes, Strength 38, Speed 17, Perception 17, Mental Power. Seeing the points, he couldn't help but feel restless. What did he kill to earn so many points? Suppressing his excitement, Chu Feng began to enhance his attributes. He increased his strength attribute by 10 points. In an instant, his body felt electrified, and he began to convulse violently, especially the area where he was injured. His muscles were twitching as they healed themselves. He once again experienced the pain of muscle tearing. 10 minutes later, the pain subsided, and Chu Feng could move again. The three of them sat around the table, still feeling uneasy. Chu Feng spoke first. I didn't expect such a sudden situation. Chu Feng, what mutation did that zombie undergo? Luo Xuanxue asked. It mutated to have a pair of extremely strong long legs. One kick could kill a person, and in the future, it could even kick open a safety door. I knew it looked like a frog. Thanks to you. Otherwise, we would all be in danger. Chu Feng recalled the moment he was choked by the zombie and pinned against the wall. It was thanks to the two girls' timely help that he found an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Because you acted in time, I could successfully sneak attack. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to defeat that mutated zombie. At that moment, I saw you being grabbed and felt anxious. I missed my shots with both arrows. If I could have hit the zombie's head, that would have been great, Lu Mingyue said apologetically in a low voice. Thanks to your two arrows. The zombie's attention was diverted, allowing me to free my hand to take out my dagger. Lu Mingyue thought of those 5 daggers that looked like bullets and couldn't help but feel curious. By the way, why did your dagger suddenly become so powerful? That's a special ability of my superpower, the human vacuum cleaner, which can shoot objects at high speed. Chu Feng made up an explanation. I find that hard to believe. I must see for myself how you did it next time. Lu Mingyue eyed Chu Feng suspiciously, not believing him. She also saw Sister Xue sneaking a laugh, which made her even more certain of her suspicions. Chu Feng thought it was time to create zombie troops to cope with the increasingly tricky apocalypse challenges. Do you want to see? There's a perfect opportunity right now. Really? I want to see. Lu Mingyue showed great interest. Just a reminder, don't cry from fright. Follow me. Chu Feng went to the balcony, and both girls wanted to see what miraculous items he could turn into. When they saw that the items he produced were a zombie corpse and a wasp, the two girls immediately pinched their noses and stepped back. Seeing this, Chu Feng couldn't help but chuckle. I warned you, if you can't bear to see it, just go back inside. Humph, I want to see. You can't hide it from me. Lu Mingyue got a bit angry, determined to see how Chu Feng performed his magic trick. Suit yourself, you can see it clearly. With that, Chu Feng raised his hand and aimed at the pile of corpses on the ground. Absorb, consume 500 points, evolve the ordinary zombie into a zombie warrior, and evolve the wasp into a zombie soldier wasp. The corpses on the balcony were enveloped in a green light, then melted and decomposed, forming a green liquid light ball. The shapes of several objects gradually appeared inside the light ball. 10 seconds later, the light ball burst, and the green light dissipated. A zombie soldier, towering at 3 meters tall, with black-green muscles, weighing 500 pounds, slowly stood up. There were also 2 zombie soldier wasps, glowing green, hovering in the air. In the distance, the 2 girls were so shocked they couldn't speak, even gripping their weapons tightly. Lu Mingyue's voice trembled as she quietly asked, Chu Feng, what are those things? Are they dangerous? Don't worry, they all obey me. Chu Feng looked at the zombie warrior, mentally controlling it to walk in front of him. He simultaneously directed the two zombie soldier wasps to fly around the balcony a few times. Then, Chu Feng led the zombie soldier and the zombie soldier wasps in front of the two girls. The zombie creature's eyes glowed green, while Chu Feng's eyes glowed red. This scene was extremely oppressive, like the appearance of a villain. Quick, put them away, they're too scary. Scary? With them around, other zombies won't dare to invade here. I'll finally be able to sleep well. Chu Feng didn't put the zombie creatures into the tech tree, but left them on the balcony to guard the night. He returned to his room to rest, as he was exhausted from the day's events. In the middle of the night, his door was opened. Voices from the two girls came from the entrance. Chu Feng, I'm scared, can I? The zombies are right outside. Actually, I'm a bit scared too. Hey, don't act impulsively. Don't do anything reckless. I'm scared too. Before he could finish, Lu Mingyue directly jumped onto the bed, burrowing into Chu Feng's arms. Chu Feng turned his head and caught a whiff of Luo Xuanchue's unique fragrance. He thought to himself, this is bad. He was definitely going to be in trouble tonight. Chapter 54. Local chat channel. The next day, the sun was high, and Chu Feng was exhausted from a night of work, so all over. He turned his head and saw that he was sandwiched between two girls. One had buried her head in his arms, while the other hugged his waist from behind. Both still fast asleep. Chu Feng cursed inwardly. You're scared, so you make me comfort you with my body, and almost killed me in the process. He moved slightly, but found that the girls held him even tighter, so he decided to stay in bed and continue enjoying the moment. Chu Feng took out his phone and opened the community owners group chat. After yesterday's bug disaster, he wondered how the survivors in the community were doing. I'm so hungry right now. Seeing the bug corpses makes me a bit tempted. Are you crazy? Do you know if those bugs are poisonous? They're all high-quality protein. Just cook the bugs over a fire, and they'll be edible. Eat bugs? I'd rather starve. The bites from the bugs on me are still itching. ISNT, there a pharmacy in the community? You can go check. You'll definitely find some medicine. I killed quite a few big bugs yesterday and gained over 20 points. I plan to go gather food and supplies. Anyone want to join? I've been keeping an eye on the local chat channel and found that quite a few survivors are already taking action. Ah, what a pity. I haven't seen the great Chu Feng. He might have already. Chu Feng read through the messages one by one. Most survivors remained optimistic. It seemed the bug disaster they faced wasn't that severe. However, when he glanced at the number of people in the owner group, he noticed a few hundred fewer. These people were already dead, and all information recorded by the Apocalypse Mobile had vanished. He edited a message and sent it to the group. Madman, what scale of bug disaster have you encountered? Great one, you finally survived. Seeing you fills me with strength. Thank you for your reminder. I found a closed place to hide in advance, otherwise I would have been eaten by bugs until nothing was left. Madman, let us get to the point. No beating around the bush. Did you encounter a lot of bugs yesterday? Yes, there were quite a few. The room was packed with cockroaches and centipedes. But I managed to cope since I was wearing a protective suit. Me too. I stomped all night and my legs are a bit sore now. Those centipedes were huge and terrifying. Madman, looks like we're all in the same boat. Boss, the situation seems a bit different. On the night of the bug disaster, I saw a large swarm of wasps flying outside your house. Some of them were bigger than a fist. Chu Feng, what else did you see? The walls outside were covered in centipedes. Chu Feng contemplated the details of dealing with the bug disaster. The bugs had been relentlessly pursuing them. Could it be that they had something special about them? Chu Feng immediately thought of his ability, Evolution Technology Tree, which he had also encountered in his last life when being hunted by various creatures. Perhaps the ability had a special attraction for bugs. He continued to pay attention to the chat messages in the group. Boss, what happened next? How did you deal with those bugs? Madman, used hands and feet. Burned them with a flamethrower, and then hid away. No wonder you're the boss. That's really impressive. Madman, did you guys encounter that many bugs? Then, Chu Feng posted 2 photos in the group. The photos showed wasp corpses a meter high in the room and centipedes as thick as an arm clumped together. This stirred up a huge reaction. The group began discussing vigorously. What the hell? So terrifying? Boss, did you fight these bugs that night? There must be a million wasps. They could drown a person. Why are these centipedes so big? One bite and your arm would be useless. I thought the bugs I encountered were a lot, but compared to the boss, they're nothing. Boss, have these bugs evolved? Madman, that's right. There will be even bigger bugs appearing in the future, but not in such large numbers. Then I need to hunt more zombies to earn points and level up my attributes. Madman, zombies are also evolving. Don't let your guard down. I thought so. Today when I went to clear the zombies outside the door, I have 50 points in strength attribute. But I still got knocked over by a zombie. Luckily, I reacted quickly. Damn, is it targeting me? The zombie horde temporarily retreated, not because they had weakened, but because they were gradually evolving. The zombie tide seemed aimless, but it was actually sweeping through the survivors along the way, advancing towards large survivor gathering areas. During this process, some powerful mutated zombies would emerge. This information would soon spread. Just as Chu Feng was lost in thought, he felt a movement in front of him. A smooth thigh was forcefully wedged between his legs, and a hand kept groping downwards. He felt a sudden squeeze and was startled, thinking wasn't last night enough? He quickly pushed that arm away. At that moment, someone in the group sent a message to Chu Feng. Failed. It turns out I'm not the only one who encountered so many bugs. Chu Feng, the boss, also faced the same. Then came a photo showing spider corpses 10 centimeters high in the room, and even giant wolf spiders. No way. Brother, you also encountered them. Although not as many as Chu Feng, the boss. I'm curious how you survived. One bite, and you'd be done for. Failed. I emptied the fridge. Poked a few holes in the door, and hid inside. Failed. Boss Chu Feng, why are so many spiders chasing me? Failed. Wherever I go, they follow. Madman, you've awakened your ability. The spiders probably think you smell good and want to eat you. Failed. So, Boss Chu Feng, have you awakened your ability to? Madman, no, it's just that the food I eat smells too good, and the bugs have taken a liking to me. Boss, the ability you mentioned, I've seen it in the local chat channel. Now all the survivors in Tianhai City have flocked to that channel. With over 10 million people. I saw it too. Some can control wind, some can control metal, and many are preparing to ally with the ability users. Madman, that's what abilities are. Pay attention to any changes in your body. You might have awakened. Exiting the group chat, Chu Feng glanced at the number of survivors displayed on his phone. Remaining players, 6, 122, 798, 524. In just over 10 days, 2 billion people had died. And this number was still decreasing. Now that the apocalypse difficulty had increased, humanity's survival instincts were awakened. And the remaining people were trying every means to fight against the end times. Faced with the apocalypse, humanity was not so fragile. In the process of survival of the fittest, many strong survivors would endure. As Chu Feng pondered, a jade-like hand brushed against his waist, gently curling around his fingers and slowly reaching down. Damn, why are you here too? Why are both these women like this? He pushed that hand away and turned to see someone calling him. It was a call from Zhao Taizhu. Chapter 55. The message from Zhao Taizhu. Chu Feng wanted to get up, but found himself entangled even more tightly by the two women. He suspected that they had both added all their points to strength attributes, given their strength. He decided to enjoy this moment a bit longer. Chu Feng answered the call. And Zhao Taizhu's excited voice came through immediately. Brother Feng, great. You're fine. Of course I'm fine. Are you hoping something happened to me? How could that be? Brother Feng, I'm just too excited. Just tell me what's up. Chu Feng asked calmly. Brother Feng. The food you told me to stock up on was eaten by the bugs, so I have to go out to find food. Why are you telling me this? I don't have much food left either. Hearing Zhao Taizhu's response, Chu Feng frowned, and his tone turned cold. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but he was afraid that once he helped once, there would be countless times after that. In the end, he wouldn't be able to help at all. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Taizhu anxiously explained. Brother Feng, that's not what I meant. You misunderstood. I've taken in quite a few people here, and I have to go out to find food, while also looking for a suitable base. I see. So what's your plan? I want to go to the community where you are and turn it into a survival base. What do you think? Chu Feng stopped speaking. Wasn't this just creating trouble for him? A large number of survivors flooding into the community would conflict with the original residents, ultimately threatening his safe house. Faced with a large number of starving survivors, he didn't have complete confidence. He replied coldly, if you want to come, I can't stop you. But I remind you, if it threatens me, I want to show mercy. I want to, Brother Feng. I would never do that. I already have the ability to protect myself. I just want to find a relatively safe base to strengthen my team. I'm confident I can control my subordinates. Zhao Taizhu vehemently denied any possibility of threatening Chu Feng, sincerely explaining his true intentions. Chu Feng smiled, thinking Zhao Taizhu was still the same, fundamentally kind-hearted. Now Zhao Taizhu spoke with more confidence, which should be due to his ability awakening. Chu Feng continued, I heard about you in the local chat channel. You're the Magneto of Tianhai City, right? You've discovered me, Brother Feng, Zhao Taiju replied with a simple smile. What is your ability like? Tell me about it. I'm quite interested. I can control metal and other objects. As I continue to use points to enhance my ability, my control over metal has been increasing. Oh, what is the specific situation? Chu Feng thought Zhao Taiju was quite perceptive, figuring out he could use points to enhance his ability. At first, I could only control a spoon and fork, but now I can control a car. Zhao Tieju's tone carried a hint of pride. Is your progress really that fast? You're doing great. Keep it up. Chu Feng couldn't help but praise. Zhao Taiju has made rapid progress, and becoming Magneto is just around the corner. Zhao Taiju felt a bit embarrassed by the compliment, but didn't he forget to flatter Chu Feng a bit? Hee, it's all thanks to you, Brother Feng. I haven't forgotten what you said about accumulating points to upgrade my abilities at the first opportunity. Keep it up, and you'll be my big brother then, Chu Feng joked. Brother Feng, you're joking. I have something not so good to tell you. Zhao Tieju's tone suddenly changed, sounding a bit serious. Go ahead. There's a group of bikers forming a zombie hunting team, preparing to loot neighborhoods one by one. They might reach your neighborhood in a while. How many of them are there? Hundreds. They've looted many neighborhoods, and their leader has a gun. Chu Feng paused for a moment, contemplating for 10 seconds. These so-called bikers are indeed a significant threat. With their large numbers and weapons, if they besiege the safe house, it would indeed be tricky. He needs to prepare countermeasures as soon as possible. Thank you for the information, I understand. Brother Feng, should I come over now to help you fend them off? Zhao Taiju asked. You don't need to worry about these things. I know what I'm doing. Chu Feng declined. These bikers are eager to send him points, which is perfect. Just then, two women suddenly started moving around, their hands not behaving properly, occasionally letting out soft moans. The atmosphere became awkward instantly. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Taiju fell silent for a few seconds, cleared his throat a few times, and spoke gently. Brother Feng, I'll listen to you. But survival in the apocalypse is not easy. Take care of your health and don't overexert yourself. You brat. Laughter came from the other end of the phone before it was hung up. Chu Feng threw down the phone, feeling as if he was being suffocated by the embrace. The soft sensations on his chest and back made it feel as if they were about to stick together, fingers gently tracing over him. Chu Feng shrank back and jumped up from the bed, casting a disdainful glance at the two on the bed. Messing with my focus. Thinking about countermeasures for the upcoming crisis is the top priority. In the living room, Chu Feng opened his phone and entered the local chat channel. This is a new feature of the Apocalypse phone, where all survivors in Tianhai City can enter the channel. He opened the channel, and a giant holographic projection appeared before him. A large amount of information was scrolling by. Most of it was about finding shelters, missing persons, requests for help, and exchanging supplies. And everyone was using real names. Chu Feng also saw quite a few image posts, all related to survivor bases. There were gyms, stadiums, hospitals, detention centers, high-rise buildings, etc. These buildings all had sturdy outer walls. As long as the key exits were blocked, these places would be very safe. Some of the survivor bases were even maintained by the government, showing that the country's power was still at work. Seeing this, Chu Feng shook his head. Such bases organized by the remnants of official power could not last long. With food shortages and zombies lurking, if there was a breach, it would be a disaster. He saw that these bases were maintained by police, with anxious survivors filling the area and survivors continuously pouring in at the entrance. Continuing to browse the information, Chu Feng saw a video filmed by survivors. The video showed the army in combat, with tanks and armored personnel carriers clearing the streets of zombies. Where's this? Chu Feng continued to search for information, confirming that the video was shot in the suburbs of Tianhai City. The army couldn't possibly stop a tide of zombies of this scale. Just as he thought, the subsequent video showed zombies rushing in like a tide, with the army retreating with the wounded, without rescuing any survivors. Unfortunately, the army didn't leave behind any rifles. Chu Feng's plan to obtain stronger weapons still seemed far away. Suddenly, the sound of motorcycles revving echoed through the neighborhood. Chapter 56, Zombie Hunting Team. Spider-Man Chu Feng quickly went to the balcony and took out binoculars to observe the situation in the neighborhood. Other survivors also came to the balcony to peek at the commotion. The motorcycle engines continued to roar, circling around the various buildings in the neighborhood. Chu Feng saw a group of bikers riding their motorcycles quickly in circles around the neighborhood. A large number of zombies, hearing the noise, began to emerge. They were organized and knew how to use noise to attract zombies. He continued to raise the binoculars to observe. The scattered bikers in the neighborhood revved their engines to the max and soon attracted a large group of zombies. Seeing the opportunity, the bikers twisted the throttle and weaved between the buildings. Each motorcycle was followed by a large group of running zombies. Finally, the bikers headed towards the neighborhood gate in an orderly manner, leading a large number of zombies out of the neighborhood. Some survivors in the neighborhood cheered for this. Cheering? You will regret it later. Chu Feng returned to the house and quickly instructed the two to put on protective gear and take weapons. 20 minutes later, the three gathered on the balcony. Chu Feng took a set of heavy bomb-proof suits from the tech tree and put it on the zombie warrior. Chu Feng, what are you doing? Lu Mingyue asked timidly from a distance. I'm putting protective gear on the zombie warrior. This will enhance its defense. Are you going to make this zombie fight? What if it suddenly loses control and attacks us? Of course not. This is my manufactured zombie warrior. It only acts according to my will. Chu Feng controlled the zombie warrior to lift its legs and put on a full set of bomb-proof gear. The bomb-proof suit fit perfectly, and when the zombie stood up, it exuded the aura of a zombie tyrant. Chu Feng operated the zombie warrior to walk around the balcony. The zombie warrior weighed 500 pounds, and after putting on the bomb-proof suit, it made a rumbling sound as it walked. Then, he raised his hand and absorbed it back into the tech tree. Chu Feng, what is the use of these two zombie bees? Luo Xuanxue approached the two zombie bees and even boldly reached out to touch them. The zombie bees obediently lay at the edge of the balcony, their bodies trembling slightly, emitting a faint green glow. They can be used as scouts or for ambush. Don't underestimate their combat power. What will happen if they sting someone? Their stingers contain a powerful neurotoxin that can instantly kill an ordinary person and then turn them into a zombie. Saying this, Chu Feng walked up to the two zombie bees and raised his hand to absorb them into the tech tree one by one. He planned to evolve these two zombie bees again and create spirit ball bees to give to the two girls for self-defense. Consuming 60 points, he evolved the zombie bees into spirit ball bees. Why are you doing this when your points are running low? Seeing Chu Feng's actions, Luo Xuanxue asked in confusion. 5 seconds later, Chu Feng completed the evolution, and 2 egg-sized capsules appeared in his palm. He handed one capsule to Luo Xuanxue and the other to Lu Mingyue. These spirit balls are for you. When you encounter danger, you can throw the ball to summon the zombie bees to help you. Spirit balls? Let me try. Lu Mingyue curiously took the spirit ball. She was somewhat familiar with the Pokemon game and found it fascinating, immediately going to the side to try it out. Luo Xuanxue took the spirit ball, looked at Chu Feng, and showed a worried expression. Is this okay? Your points are almost gone. What if you encounter danger? Points can be obtained again. If something happens to you, there won't be another chance. If there's danger, I'll retreat behind you, Chu Feng joked. Luo Xuanxue looked at Chu Feng with sparkling eyes, her brows and eyes blooming with a charming smile. She tightened her grip on the spirit ball, raised her face, and displayed a spirited demeanor. All right, next time I'll stand in front of you. Just as the two were talking, a figure suddenly flew past outside the balcony. Something was unusual. Chu Feng quickly approached the edge of the balcony. He saw a figure darting back and forth between several tall buildings, soaring up and down. He could vaguely hear cheers. Did you all see that? Someone is flying in the community. Chu Feng raised his hand and pointed outside to ask. Yes, I saw it. It's Spider-Man. I saw it too, but why is this Spider-Man upside down? Both girls cast puzzled looks at Chu Feng. Chu Feng rubbed his eyes, trying hard to see the figure that was flying around the community. Sure enough, the figure was indeed continuously shooting out webs, swinging between the buildings in the community. However, the place where the webs were coming from was a bit strange. It's coming towards us. Luo Xuanxue pointed at the swinging figure with a panicked tone. Chu Feng quickly took out a zombie warrior from his tech tree, pulling the two behind it. The figure was getting closer and closer, finally swinging in a large arc and flying over the balcony from below, disappearing on the rooftop. Be careful, the newcomer might not have good intentions. Chu Feng quickly took out a tang knife, keeping a vigilant watch on the movements on the rooftop. Suddenly, an inverted figure began to descend slowly, very similar to how the real Spider-Man descends. But why was the web coming out from his backside? The person wore a Spider-Man mask and slowly descended, tapping on the balcony's glass. Chu Feng, it's me. I chatted with you in the group. Chu Feng anxiously approached the window, opening a small window to examine the person in front of him from head to toe. Sure enough, it can only be that person. Are you the one from the group who failed? Yes, Chu Feng, I'm Lu Quan. After saying that, Spider-Man pulled down the mask to reveal an ordinary face. Around 20 years old, he was hanging upside down, his face turning red. Chu Feng awkwardly smiled and made a circular motion with his hands. Haha, hello. If you don't turn right side up, I can see that you're looking uncomfortable. No need, Chu Feng. I'm getting used to it. After a while, it will be fine. Alright. What do you need from me? Chu Feng's expression twisted, trying hard to squeeze out a smile. I'm here to thank you. Not only did you encourage me to recognize my powers, but you also taught me how to use points. You are my benefactor, Lu Quan said excitedly. It's nothing. Just a small effort, don't worry about it. Chu Feng, if you have any questions in the future, just let me know. I'll definitely do my best. Chu Feng vaguely noticed that there was a hole in Lu Quan's pants, revealing his backside. He suppressed his laughter, thinking that Lu Quan must have rushed over in this state for another reason. He held back his laughter and asked, Great. I'll definitely come to you if I have questions. Do you have anything else? Chu Feng, I saw that group of motorcycle gang members has returned. And they brought bows and knives. They might be bad people, so be careful. Oh, I'll remember that. Then, Chu Feng, I'm leaving now. If there's any situation, I'll come to notify you. After saying that, Lu Quan put on the Spider-Man mask again, grabbed the web, and disappeared onto the rooftop. As he saw Spider-Man swing away, Chu Feng finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. He turned to see the two girls still frozen in place, their gazes dropping. He suddenly asked, Can you also shoot webs from your backside? Come on, let me check. Noticing Chu Feng's gaze, Lu Mingyue and Luo Xuanxue quickly covered their backsides, looking panicked. The two shook their heads like rattles, vehemently denying. No, we don't. Chapter 57. The Invaders, is this what they call superpowers? Chu Feng. Lu Mingyue recalled the scene from just now, her eyes blank, still covering her backside. Spider-Man was flying in the sky, bare-bottomed. This apocalypse is truly surreal. If these things happened to her, she would be so embarrassed. Watching the two girls, Chu Feng laughed so hard his stomach hurt. This is the apocalypse. And the focus of these two girls is quite peculiar. He exhaled, dispelling his laughter. Stop thinking about it. There aren't so many strange powers. How do you know? You've awakened your powers, so you're not worried. What about us? Lu Mingyue shot a glare at Chu Feng, turning to go back inside. It seemed she went to look in the mirror to see if she could shoot webs from her backside. As Lu Mingyue walked away, Chu Feng looked at the dazed Luo Xuanxue. Noticing Chu Feng's scrutinizing gaze, Luo Xuanxue quickly turned to the side, covering her backside. No, you can't look. Ha. Suddenly, Chu Feng covered his face with his left hand and held his stomach with his right hand, laughing loudly. Luo Xuanxue, unable to contain her anger, quickly stepped forward. She cupped Chu Feng's face with both hands and pinched it. Stop laughing. Seeing Luo Xuanxue pursing her lips, pretending to be very angry. But with a smile at the corner of her mouth, he laughed even louder. If survivors saw this scene, they would surely be envious. Just as the two were fooling around, a loud crash came from the community. Chu Feng went to the edge of the balcony, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and raised his binoculars to observe the situation. Upon seeing what was happening at the community entrance, he immediately frowned. What are they planning to do? At the entrance of the community, a portion of the motorcycle gang was wielding weapons to clear the surrounding zombies. A few people were operating two large trucks, slowly bringing the front of the trucks together. They were also bringing in several cars to block all the gaps. Are they trying to trap the community, preventing zombie invasions, and establish a survivor base here? Luo Xuanxue said. They aren't that kind-hearted. The survivors trapped here would become lambs to the slaughter. Chu Feng put down the binoculars and turned to walk back inside. He knew very well what those people's intentions were. They were just thinking about extorting the survivors one by one. The motorcycle gang might not necessarily harm people, but they would definitely loot all the supplies in the community. This group of motorcycle gang members could grow larger and perhaps form a massive rampaging gang. Just like in the movie Mad Max, Luo Xuanxue followed behind Chu Feng, asking with confusion, there are so many of them. Should we leave here? No need. The safe house is so comfortable. Why should we give it to them? You should put on your protective gear and prepare to act. Chu Feng shook his head, checking the protective gear on him. Are we going to drive them away? Luo Xuanxue thought about the possibility of encountering other survivors and the potential for casualties, which inevitably made her feel a bit timid. However, she still obeyed Chu Feng's orders and put on her protective gear. We can't drive them away, but at least we can let them know it's not easy and deter them from coveting us. All right, I'll listen to you. After putting on the protective gear, Chu Feng tucked his empty gun into his waistband to intimidate others. Then, he pushed the door into the bedroom and saw Lu Mingyue still bent over, looking in the mirror, checking for any mutations on her body. Uffed. Chu Feng puffed out his cheeks, nearly laughing out loud. Swallowing his laughter, he said, "Stop looking in the mirror. Someone is going to attack us. I'll help you check properly later." "Oh, they're coming." After that, Chu Feng led the two out of the safe house. After a day, some zombies had intruded into the building, and the stairs echoed with the continuous low growls of zombies. As the three stepped out of the safe house, they were immediately targeted by zombies around the corner. For zombies came rushing in, running faster than before. Chu Feng quickly made way for Lu Mingyue to take her shot. Lu Mingyue stood with her legs apart, drawing her bow and gathering strength, aligning her eyes with the sight. One arrow shot out, hitting one zombie squarely in the head, causing it to fall powerless. The other three zombies tripped over the body and all fell into a heap. Seeing this, Chu Feng and Luo Xuanxue exchanged glances, both understanding each other. The two rushed forward, holding long knives. Before the two zombies could get back up, they were struck in the head by the long knives, killing them instantly. The last zombie struggled to get up, growling as it pounced towards Chu Feng. He lifted his leg and kicked. The zombie fell against the wall and he stabbed it in the head. Chu Feng swung his knife to shake off the blood and raised his hand to absorb all the zombie bodies into the tech tree. "Be careful, everyone. The zombies have been evolving, and their running speed has increased." The two girls nodded in unison. "Let us clear the floors one by one." Chu Feng took the lead, and, before he even stepped down the stairs, he heard the rumbling sound of zombies approaching. As the three of them reached the corner of the stairs, 6 zombies charged towards them. Chu Feng and Luo Xuanxue immediately raised their knives and stabbed forward, piercing through the heads of 2 zombies. Lu Mingyue shot an arrow from behind, hitting one of the zombies in the head. The remaining 3 zombies pushed aside the bodies and lunged at Chu Feng with all their might. Chu Feng raised his left hand to grab a zombie's neck, while his right hand swung back with the knife and stabbed forward. Suddenly, his leg was yanked with great force, causing him to fall on the stairs. Luo Xuanxue quickly reversed her grip on the knife handle and stabbed downward with the blade. At the same time, she quickly bent down and said to Lu Mingyue, "Mingyue, shoot your arrow quickly." Lu Mingyue had been anxiously waiting for the right moment from the back. After hearing the command, she quickly knocked an arrow. The bowstring whistled as she shot, killing the last zombie. That was close. Luo Xuanxue smiled and reached out to pull Chu Feng up. After getting up, Chu Feng quickly checked his ankle, finding no scratches or bites. "Thanks to you, I was a bit panicked just now." "It's nothing. But these zombies feel even more frenzied now. Should we continue going down?" Luo Xuanxue asked, without giving Chu Feng any time to hesitate. Another rumble sounded from below the stairs. He looked down through the gap in the stairwell and saw more than a dozen zombies running towards their location. Chu Feng turned his head and warned, "Be careful, a large wave of zombies is coming." At the same time, he raised his hand and took the zombie warrior out of the tech tree, issuing a command. "Prepare to attack." The zombie warrior received the order, immediately straightened its back, and walked down the stairs with heavy steps. The 3 of them followed behind and reached the 7th floor. They met the zombies in the corridor on the 7th floor. More than a dozen zombies pushed and shoved, charging fiercely towards them. Chu Feng controlled the zombie warrior to advance. "Attack." With a command, the zombie warrior raised its fist, which was as big as a volleyball, and swung it. Where the fist swept, 4 zombies' heads were smashed to pieces. Seeing this, 6 zombies directly pounced on the zombie warrior, gnawing at its thighs and arms. The sound of biting the plastic armor was cringeworthy. The remaining 4 zombies took the opportunity to slip through the gaps and rushed towards Chu Feng and the others. The 3 of them worked together seamlessly. One person drew a bow and shot arrows, while the other 2 swung their knives, quickly killing the zombies that got through. Afterwards, they watched the zombie warrior perform alone. The zombie warrior first grabbed the heads of 2 zombies and executed a powerful skull-crushing move, then lifted its leg and stomped down, squashing one zombie flat. Finally, it used a body slam against the wall, turning 3 zombies into mush. With a loud bang, the stairs returned to silence. Chapter 58. The Cost of Helping to Clear Zombies, Part 1. This zombie warrior is so strong. Witnessing the battle firsthand, Lu Mingyue's view on zombie combat changed. She approached the zombie warrior but was repelled by the disgusting smell. "Ugh, it stinks." Chu Feng shook his head helplessly, thinking that this silly sweet girl was quite the character. He raised his hand to absorb the corpses of zombies scattered on the ground into the tech tree, directing the zombie warrior to continue moving downstairs. The 3 of them followed closely behind. "Be careful behind you. I'm worried some zombies might evolve intelligence and learn to ambush us." "Aren't all the zombies dead?" They can still evolve intelligence? Lu Mingyue asked in surprise. Some powerful zombies might be exceptional. Those that evolve intelligence can command a horde of zombies to act together. Then wouldn't I be in danger too? Danger can come from any direction. Don't let your guard down. As Chu Feng explained while walking, he noticed Lu Mingyue quietly moving closer to him, taking small, quick steps. Chu Feng and Luo Xuanxue exchanged smiles. The zombie warrior advanced like a tank, wiping out a few scattered zombies along the way. The three of them safely reached the second floor, not encountering any large groups of zombies on the way. The second floor had a large viewing balcony, perfectly positioned to see the situation in the central area of the community. Chu Feng controlled the zombie warrior to push the door open and enter the room. Finding no other zombies or survivors, let us go to the balcony. Soon, the three of them arrived at the edge of the second floor viewing balcony and saw people moving in the distance. Look, those bikers are clearing the zombies in the community, Luo Xuanxue pointed out. Don't worry about them. We'll also start clearing the zombies downstairs, and those people will come over naturally. What should we do? Luo Xuanxue asked. Let us exchange for 2 more bows and arrows, and from here, we can shoot the zombies below one by one. Before he finished speaking, Lu Mingyue had already knocked an arrow and shot at the wandering zombies below, hitting one with each shot. Chu Feng and Luo Xuanxue exchanged for bows and arrows on their phones, each spending 20 points. As the three of them continued shooting, more than 30 zombies gradually gathered below. These zombies have all come downstairs, Lu Mingyue remarked while shooting arrows. Let us quickly deal with these zombies so those people don't take our points. Chu Feng looked up towards the distance, noticing that the bikers seemed to have finished clearing the zombies near them and were gathering in one place. In the adjacent building, some survivors were drawn by the commotion in the community, coming to the balcony to peek. Chu Feng quickened his shooting speed and urged, hurry. Let us clear these zombies quickly. Instantly, arrows flew out. In less than 3 minutes, all the zombies below were killed, and their bodies lay scattered on the ground. Chu Feng leaned out over the balcony, extending his hand to absorb all the bodies below into the tech tree. He turned and instructed, if anyone comes, you two hold them off first. I need to evolve the zombie warrior to be stronger. Okay, you go quickly and come back soon. Luo Xuanxue nodded. Watching Chu Feng head into the room, she turned to remind Lu Mingyue beside her. Mingyue, don't speak carelessly later. I'll handle those people. I understand. Then, the two girls looked towards the distance together. More than 20 bikers were approaching on motorcycles, and suddenly, the leader pulled out a megaphone and began to shout. Survivors, we come with sincerity, commissioned by the authorities, with no ill intent. The zombies in the community have been cleared by us, and the zombies outside the community have also been blocked. You can come down. We have some matters to discuss. The voice echoed throughout the quiet community, immediately drawing the attention of some survivors. More survivors opened their doors and came to the balcony. Some were excited, while others were suspicious, wondering if rescue had truly arrived. The leader of the bikers continued to shout loudly, hiding inside is useless. In this apocalypse, you will only starve to death in the end. Everyone can join us, the bikers, and make equal trades. With a strong backing, you can survive in the apocalypse. The voice was deafening, and no more zombies appeared in the community. The situation was indeed as he said. Some bold survivors directly went downstairs, enjoying this long-lost freedom. On the second-floor balcony, Lu Mingyue leaned over and whispered, Sister Xue, is what they said true? I'm not sure. I just feel that their intentions aren't pure. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Let us observe the situation. Luo Xuanxue kept a close watch on the bikers' every move, her hand unconsciously gripping the knife handle. In the distance, the motorcycles moved in a mighty formation, approaching the location where Chu Feng and the others were. A number of survivors followed behind. The convoy stopped, and the leader raised his hands, signaling the surrounding survivors to be quiet. Listen to me, everyone. We are here for 2 reasons. One is to clear out the zombies, and the other is to trade with you. A murmur arose from the crowd. Great. Do you have any extra food? Share some with me. I'm so hungry. Yeah. You represent the authorities. What's the situation outside? Please save us. We can't take it anymore. The leader of the biker gang suddenly revved the engine a few times, drowning out the noise. Everyone quiet down. My name is Li Jin, a small leader of the zombie hunting team. We didn't bring food, but we are here to trade and collect some supplies in return. Panic spread through the crowd, and some people sensed something was off and quietly began to back away. Someone in the crowd asked, Trade? Why should we give you food for free? We put in the time and effort to help you clear the zombies. Of course we expect some compensation, Li Jin said with a crooked smile. I can barely feed myself. Why should I give you food? I don't care who you are. I'm leaving. The survivors instantly lost interest, and some started to leave in disappointment. Seeing this, Li Jin took out a megaphone and shouted loudly, "Today, no matter what, every survivor must hand over a portion of food. Otherwise, I will send my brothers to knock on your doors one by one. No food? Then we will unleash the zombies. You are nothing but a bunch of robbers." Hearing the insults, the bikers burst into laughter, revving their engines to the maximum. The survivors scattered in all directions. Soon, only a group of bikers remained. Leader Li Jin looked up and saw two women on the second-floor balcony who had not left. "Ladies, why aren't you preparing food? Or do you not have any? Why should we give you food?" Luo Xuanxue replied coldly. "We cleared the zombies. You should be grateful to us. If there's no food, we can find other ways, right everyone?" Li Jin grinned maliciously, his eyes mocking. Some of his subordinates whistled in agreement, while others laughed loudly, revving their engines to create a loud noise. Chapter 59. The Cost of Helping to Clear Zombies. Part 2. Ladies, have you thought it over? Li Jin raised his hand to silence the cheers from his subordinates and stepped forward to the balcony. With his hands on his hips, he appeared frivolous and reckless. "What is there to consider?" Luo Xuanxue replied with a frosty expression. Li Jin's eyebrows twitched, surprised by the calmness of the two women on the balcony. He could tell they had likely been through trials during the apocalypse, and if he could bring them under his wing, they would make excellent assistants. Moreover, these two women were incredibly beautiful, like two rare flowers in the apocalypse, alluring and captivating. Li Jin brushed off the dust from his shoulders, took out a bag of chicken legs from his pocket, shook it proudly, and raised his head. "Ladies, look at this. You must have not eaten meat in a long time. If you agree to my terms and join us, you'll have good food every day." Seeing this, Luo Xuanxue and Lu Mingyue exchanged glances, a smile forming on their faces as they looked down at the food, clearly unimpressed. They burst into laughter, occasionally glancing at the clown below on the balcony. "Ha!" Li Jin's body tensed, stretching his neck to look for a long time, unable to understand why the two were laughing so joyfully. However, he sensed something unusual. The two girls had fair, tender skin, smooth hair, and looked radiant, with their chests heaving up and down as they laughed. Clearly, their survival conditions in the apocalypse were quite favorable. Li Jin took a step forward and tentatively asked, "So, ladies, I'm concerned about you. Why are you mocking me? Is my offer of food not enticing enough? We're not interested. You should leave," Luo Xuanxue replied, stopping her laughter and responding indifferently. "Ladies, I came here with sincerity. You're being too unreasonable. We're in a difficult position." Li Jin's expression darkened, his tone becoming harsh, carrying a hint of a threat. Luo Xuanxue showed no fear, standing tall and looking down at the little rascals below. She disdainfully said, "We don't know each other, and we have no connections. Can't we coexist peacefully? Ladies, we are helping to clear the zombies and bring you safety. Shouldn't you be grateful?" Li Jin believed that the two women had no means to fight the zombies, thinking to threaten them with force. However, he heard Luo Xuanxue's laughter. "Ha ha ha, of course. We saw that. Then why are you always laughing?" Li Jin frowned and asked, trying to suppress his anger. "You cleared out some zombies. And we killed dozens of them too. We're even, so why do you keep bothering us? Lady, are you joking with me?" Li Jin's eyes shifted, questioning again. "Joking? Didn't you see the blood all over the ground?" Luo Xuanxue's tone rose sharply, her eyes flashing with intensity as she pointed to the large pool of zombie blood. Reminded, Li Jin looked down and saw a large area of dried blood on the ground. "Ladies, did you do all this?" "Of course. You two weak women could do this. I find that hard to believe." At this moment, Li Jin no longer dared to underestimate the two women on the balcony and began to reevaluate them. He shifted his gaze, observing the entire building to see if there were others upstairs. He indeed noticed a clue. The first-floor hall was blocked by a web of blades. Who could have done such a thing? "What we do doesn't require your opinion. You can leave now," Luo Xuanxue issued the eviction order again. The group of bikers became restless, revving their engines and approaching Li Jin. "Boss, why bother talking to these two women?" "Yeah, boss, why not just take it by force? Look at them. They must have lots of good food hidden. Wait, something's off. There must be more people behind them. There's no need for conflict." Li Jin spoke up to calm his restless subordinates, temporarily holding off on taking action. He looked up and forced a smile. "Ladies, we truly mean no harm. We just want to make an equal trade. In this apocalypse, it's dangerous to harm each other. Since you don't want to harm feelings, Please leave. That's not possible. We are also on a mission to clear zombies and collect food, and we want to make this community our base. That has nothing to do with us. Luo Xuanxue replied coldly. Li Jin took another step forward, relaxing his demeanor and trying to appear calm. Of course it has to do with you, ladies. We came here mainly to recruit new members. I see you have some skills. Why not join us and look out for each other? You will be safer. No need. We are safe enough now and don't need anyone else's protection. Li Jin had lowered his tone several times, only to be rejected by Luo Xuanxue repeatedly. His pride feeling bruised. He had to save face, and a surge of anger rose within him. Ladies, others are seeking to join the zombie hunting team. Why do you keep refusing? I must ask clearly. We have our own team, which is stronger and safer than yours. We don't need to rely on outside help. As she spoke, Luo Xuanxue confidently lifted her head, her long ponytail blowing in the wind, exuding an air of a cold queen. Li Jin smirked coldly and asked, "Oh really? I suppose you have others backing you. Can you bring them out? They are busy and can't pay attention to you. What kind of people are they that make you so confident? I would like to meet them and introduce them to my boss. He's very strong, stronger than all of you. I advise you not to have any ill thoughts." Luo Xuanxue said disdainfully. Very strong? In what way? Are they superpowered or do they have other weapons? Li Jin blinked, noticing that Luo Xuanxue on the balcony had lifted her head, her eyes filled with charm and tenderness, appearing quite infatuated. He heard a response that made no sense. I can't defeat him in Taekwondo or Kendo. He has completely conquered me, filling my heart, and can fight for 2 hours straight. Ah, what? Li Jin stretched his neck, looking confused, wondering what all this meant. Lu Mingyue also looked at Luo Xuanxue in surprise, thinking that Sister Xue was too bold. At this moment, in a distant room, Chu Feng let out a chuckle, almost spitting out. What kind of nonsense is this? He quickly sped up his movements. Hearing this nonsensical response, Li Jin thought he was being toyed with. Anger surged in his heart, and he turned to signal his subordinates to prepare to act. You refuse to drink the toast, and instead take the punishment drink. Don't blame us then. You dare. Mingyue, draw the bow and aim at them. Seeing that the people downstairs were surrounding them, Luo Xuanxue immediately drew the katana from her waist. Upon hearing the command, Lu Mingyue drew her bow and aimed at the group of bikers. Seeing this, Li Jin narrowed his eyes, tearing off his disguise to reveal a sinister smile. Did you really think I was easy to deal with? I've changed my mind. I want you to pay a higher price. Suddenly, a faint voice came from the back of the balcony. What price are you talking about? At the same time, heavy footsteps approached. Chapter 60. Coercion. Li Jin listened to the rumbling footsteps, his heart trembling. He felt an inexplicable fear and slowly took a few steps back, letting his underlings take the lead. A short-haired young man and a giant in heavy bomb-proof clothing appeared on the balcony. On the balcony, Chu Feng turned to the two and asked, "Are you hurt?" "No," the two girls replied in unison. The bikers downstairs were gnashing their teeth in anger. They had spent half the time downstairs just to earn a smile from the beauties, only to find out they were already taken. Li Jin stared at the giant wearing a bomb-proof helmet, a chill running down his spine. The zombie warrior stood behind, revealing only half of his body. Li Jin couldn't see the specific situation clearly. After calming down, he said, "This brother seems a bit familiar. Have we met somewhere?" This was not a way to get closer. Li Jin felt Chu Feng looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't remember where he had seen him. "We haven't met," Chu Feng replied calmly, quickly assessing the situation of the bikers. There were 23 bikers, each wearing protective suits, some with knives at their waists, others with bows and arrows. The situation was a bit tricky. Upon hearing Chu Feng's voice, Li Jin finally remembered Chu Feng's background. "This brother, you are the one who predicted the apocalypse, Chu Feng, right? I've seen your videos." It was surprising that someone still remembered events from before the apocalypse. Chu Feng smiled. "It's just rumors, don't take it seriously." "Brother, you're joking. Because I watched your video, I prepared in advance a few days before the apocalypse happened. I really want to thank you." Li Jin acted relaxed, smiling broadly, trying to ease the standoff between both sides. "Surviving in the apocalypse relies on yourself. There's no need to say thank you." "Okay, brother. I can see you must have a lot of experience in surviving the apocalypse. Why not join us?" "Join you? Why?" Chu Feng coldly retorted. Li Jin was stunned for a moment, suddenly feeling pressured by Chu Feng's aura, even more than facing his own boss. After confirming Chu Feng's identity, he immediately thought of trying to recruit him. After all, Chu Feng had predicted the apocalypse and definitely knew some secret information. If he successfully invited Chu Feng to join the team, their strength would undoubtedly increase, and in time, they could grow into a major force in the apocalypse. He would also gain a promotion and have more resources for survival. After organizing his thoughts, Li Jin said, "In the apocalypse, banding together is the way to survive. You have strength and wisdom. Joining the team will surely lead to great success. I'm doing just fine now. Why should I join a team and let others drag me down? Brother, most survivors are banding together now, forming many forces. This is the trend in the apocalypse." Chu Feng found Li Jin's efforts to explain quite amusing. These so-called survivor teams and bases aim to gather manpower, acquire more survival supplies, and cope with the disasters of the apocalypse. For ordinary survivors, it may be a good place, but for Chu Feng, it was a heavy burden. He didn't want to repeat the outcome of his previous life, being devoured by greedy survivors. Chu Feng shook his head and firmly refused. "That's for you. It has no appeal to me. Brother, why must you refuse? You could even become the second in command of the team and have more survival resources." Li Jin's tone revealed a hint of panic. "I will obtain my own survival resources. I don't want to be someone else's vassal." Chu Feng remained indifferent, showing little interest in joining the team. Seeing that Chu Feng was determined not to join the team, Li Jin lost his idea. After thinking it over, he came up with a compromise. But before he could say it, one of his subordinates interrupted. "Boss, why waste words with him? He's just putting on an act." "Yeah, we have so many people. Are we afraid of him alone? Let us just go in and take action. They must be hiding a lot of food." The bikers couldn't contain their impatience. They were used to robbing, and now being looked down on by Chu Feng made them all feel defiant. They were shouting and preparing to launch an attack. "I want to see who dares." On the balcony, Chu Feng coldly warned, his stern gaze sweeping over every person below. This completely provoked the bikers' rebellious psychology. Some drew knives, while others gripped their bows tightly. Suddenly, someone shouted, "You just hide behind a woman. What are you pretending to be? I'll shoot you." At the same time, an arrow was shot toward Chu Feng's face. His perception attribute had improved. The arrow shot by the weakling seemed to be flying in slow motion. He quickly drew his knife, slashing horizontally, effortlessly cutting the incoming arrow in half. Chu Feng swiftly locked onto the enemy's position, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. The biker, far from being scared, raised his bow again and shouted arrogantly, "I don't believe it." Chu Feng pointed at that person and coldly ordered, "Kill him." Suddenly, under everyone's gaze, a tall black shadow leaped from behind the balcony, soaring to a height of 15 meters. Then, like a cannonball, it crashed down. Bang! The shadow landed on that person, crushing him into a pile of mush. The zombie warrior slowly rose from the blood-soaked ground, resembling an iron tower. The event occurred in an instant, and the surrounding bikers were splattered with blood. Coming back to their senses from the brief moment of terror, some panicked and retreated, while others began to draw their bows. "Whoever moves, dies." Chu Feng loudly warned from the balcony, but it was too late. A few had already shot their arrows. He commanded the zombie warrior to continue the attack. The zombie warrior dodged the arrows, raised his leg, and swung his fist, knocking 4 bikers over 10 meters away in just 5 seconds, all falling to the ground without a sound. Seeing this, Li Jin thought, "It's over." He shouted hoarsely, "Stop fighting, everyone, hold it. Brother Chu Feng, please stop." As his voice fell, more than a dozen bikers, scattered around, looked horrified, their bodies trembling. They finally witnessed how terrifying Chu Feng was, possessing such a powerful zombie warrior. Li Jin froze, watching the zombie warrior throw a bleeding corpse aside. So many hands had died today. How would he explain this when he returned? Turning his head, the fear in his heart had overtaken his anger, his voice trembling. "Brother Chu Feng, it was our fault. I beg you to spare us. We will leave right away." Chu Feng paused for a moment, looking down at the crowd, his mind made up. He said indifferently, "Let's treat today's events as a misunderstanding. You attacked first, I retaliated. And let's leave it at that." "All right, it's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." Li Jin nodded repeatedly. "Get lost." Chu Feng waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Li Jin wasted no time and immediately gathered his subordinates, preparing to leave this place of trouble. Just then, a cry for help came from the adjacent building. "Help! What's wrong with my grandson? He bit me." Chu Feng merely glanced over and pulled Lu Mengyue and Luo Xuanxue closer. He leaned in and whispered to the two, "Release the zombie soldier bees and secretly kill all these bikers." Chapter 61. The Hungry Little Zombie. "Do we really have to do this?" Lu Mengyue asked in surprise. "If they die here, Won't it provoke retaliation from their companions? Luo Xuanxue chimed in. Chu Feng looked at the group of bikers preparing to leave, his killing intent resolute. Listen to me, letting them go back will definitely bring retaliation. It's better to solve them while it's chaotic. This won't end here. Lu Mingyue and Luo Xuanxue hesitated for a moment, but finally both nodded, took out their pokeballs from their pockets, and released the zombie soldier bees. Luo Xuanxue observed the situation in the community and asked Chu Feng when to act. What should we do? Wait a moment, there's something going on in the community. As he spoke, Chu Feng pointed towards the community. He saw an elderly woman covering her arm, running while crying for help. Upon closer inspection, it was Aunt Lee from the community. Recently, she had frequently harassed Chu Feng by phone, asking him to send some food, speaking harshly, and even spreading rumors that he had plenty of food. It had really annoyed Chu Feng. Now he planned to watch the show, after being bitten by a zombie. It was a dead end for her. Although he could spend 2,000 points to exchange for a special serum. Who would be willing to spend so many points to help a stranger? The screams continued in the community. Help! Someone help me. My grandson has become very strange. Aunt Lee ran while crying for help, looking back in terror. A thin, dark little zombie climbed onto the balcony, jumping sideways and leaping to the ground. Everyone, look at what's wrong with my grandson. Aunt Lee desperately shouted to the other buildings, but no one responded. Hearing the cries, the little zombie suddenly scrambled towards Aunt Lee like a monkey. A shrill scream echoed, and some survivors peeked out to watch, but no one could do anything. Chu Feng, can't you save her? Lu Mingyue grabbed Chu Feng's arm. Unable to bear to watch the gruesome scene of the zombie eating a person, burying her head behind Chu Feng. I can't save her. Being bitten by a zombie means there's only a dead end. Besides, that little zombie has already evolved, moving at an astonishing speed, extremely dangerous. Chu Feng responded coldly, feeling powerless. In the apocalypse, these elderly and children lacked a clear understanding of the end times and had weak survival skills. Just like Aunt Lee, she still didn't realize what had happened to her grandson and clung to her pre-apocalypse beliefs. Such people were among the first to be eliminated. Dying quietly and painlessly would be the best outcome. Some people are alive, but they are already dead. Before he could continue to contemplate, Chu Feng noticed that the little zombie was looking at them. Not good. It's targeting us. Be careful. He warned the two girls beside him while controlling the zombie soldiers to turn and face the little zombie. The little zombie was intimidated by the aura of the zombie soldiers and immediately turned to search for another target. It saw the group of bikers who hadn't managed to leave and quickly scrambled towards them with agility. Now's the time. Release the zombie soldier bees. Lu Mingyue and Luo Xuanxue followed Chu Feng's command and released the zombie soldier bees. The zombie soldier bees received the kill order and flew forward swiftly. In the community, the group of bikers had regained their composure after the earlier fright, with some feeling indignant. Are we just going to leave like this? I can't swallow this anger. He killed some of my brothers. I must avenge them. Li Jin's face was dark as he lowered his head to check his motorcycle, remaining silent. Big brother, say something. Hearing his younger brother's urging, Li Jin suddenly stood up and turned to glare at his group of younger brothers. Go. Hurry up and take revenge. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Didn't you see that heavily armored zombie soldier? Even if you kill 1,000 zombies and increase your attributes, you won't withstand a punch from the zombie soldier. Li Jin's tone was very agitated. How could that be? This zombie soldier is even stronger than those mutated zombies. And we don't know how many zombie soldiers Chu Feng has. Chu Feng and those two girls might have already awakened their abilities. That's their confidence. We can talk about revenge later. Li Jin expressed all his speculations, and the younger brothers around him discreetly fell silent. At that moment, a younger brother rode in on a motorcycle, looking panicked. Not good, boss. A mutated zombie suddenly appeared in the community and is coming this way. Damn. Quickly move the cars blocking the main gate. Not good, boss. That mutated zombie is coming. It's moving so fast. Li Jin turned in fear and saw the little zombie running with an unusual posture, its limbs on the ground, moving with the speed of a cheetah. Everyone immediately twisted the throttle, riding their motorcycles to escape the scene. The little zombie pounced directly onto one person, crazily tearing at that person's throat. The screams lasted only a few seconds. The little zombie only took a few bites of flesh and immediately turned to chase the other bikers. What's going on with this mutated zombie? Why is its desire to attack so strong? Boss, what should we do? Everyone scatter in the community while I take the opportunity to move the cars blocking the door. Seeing that the situation was unusual, Li Jin decisively instructed his subordinates to disperse. The bikers twisted the throttle, riding their motorcycles through the community buildings, trying to find cover. However, because the bikers had previously threatened and tempted the community survivors, no one opened the door to help. This chase and kill game lasted over 20 minutes. Li Jin occasionally heard the screams of his younger brothers as he frantically dodged on his motorcycle. Unintentionally, he found himself back under the luxury building. Seeing the heavily armored zombie soldier from afar, he accelerated to the balcony below, where Chu Feng was still coldly looking down. Li Jin, panicking, called for help. "Brother Chu Feng, can you help me? I will definitely repay you handsomely. What can you give me?" "Food and various supplies. I can give you anything. Just help me hold off that zombie." Chu Feng shook his head, showing disinterest. This made Li Jin anxious, and he continued to press. "What do you want to know?" "I can tell you anything. The zombie hunting team's intel, how many people there are, how they operate, where their base is, and whether there are any ability users." Li Jin thought for a few seconds. This information was insignificant compared to his life, so what was the harm in telling Chu Feng? He said, "There are over 100 people in total. They usually operate in modified trucks and motorcycles, looking for food and supplies, with no fixed base. The boss is an ability user who can enhance his muscles." After listening to Li Jin's account, Chu Feng slightly raised his head and thought for a few seconds. He nodded and replied, "You lure that little zombie over here, and I'll deal with it." Just as he finished speaking, a motorcycle lost control and crashed into the wall. Another biker was killed by the little zombie. The little zombie seemed to have gone berserk, running towards Li Jin on all fours. Chapter 62. Zhao Tieju's assistant Li Jin turned in panic, his tone urgent. "Chu Feng, you have to keep your word. You can rest assured. I'll handle it." Chu Feng drew the tang knife from his waist while controlling the zombie soldier to pick up a large stone. Seeing this, Li Jin twisted the throttle, pressing the clutch, waiting for the right moment to escape. "As soon as you made a move, I immediately rode away." The zombie warrior grabbed a piece of marble and smashed it with all his might towards the little zombie. Just as the stone was about to hit the little zombie, it suddenly jumped to the side, narrowly avoiding the flying rock. At the same time, the sound of an engine roared as Li Jin twisted the throttle and rode off at full speed on his motorcycle. The little zombie did not chase after him but stood off against the zombie warrior. It raised its murky eyes and noticed Chu Feng on the balcony. Chu Feng looked down at the little zombie, faintly recognizing its appearance. Once mischievous and having blown up the sewer, now it had turned into a zombie but looked the same. It seemed it could not be spared. Hiss! The little zombie opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and roared loudly at Chu Feng in a show of defiance. At the same time, it used all fours to run at an extremely fast speed, darting left and right, closing in on Chu Feng like a mouse scurrying about. Chu Feng controlled the zombie warrior to grab a handful of rubble. Since large stones couldn't hit the fast little zombie, he would suppress its speed with numbers. The zombie warrior stepped forward with its left leg, pulled its right arm back to gather strength, and aimed at the little zombie that was darting left and right. The little zombie suddenly sensed danger, bracing itself on all fours and forcing to a stop. Seizing the opportunity, the zombie warrior threw the handful of rubble like a baseball pitcher. The rubble scattered, forming a dense barrage of projectile fire. The little zombie pushed off the ground with all its strength and jumped out of the danger zone. Crash! The rubble fell, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chu Feng noticed that the little zombie had been hit, with several wounds appearing on its leg. He drew his tang knife and jumped down from the second floor. Landing steadily, the little zombie glanced at its injured right leg, lowering itself to the ground while letting out a low growl. "Not running away? Then you won't have a chance to escape." Chu Feng approached the zombie warrior and stored it in the tech tree. He intended to deal with this little zombie personally. After a standoff of over 10 seconds, the little zombie could no longer hold back. Ignoring its leg injury, it charged forward, rushing right in front of Chu Feng in the blink of an eye. Chu Feng swung his knife horizontally with all his might, but missed. The little zombie suddenly jumped up and lunged forward. Not only was it fast, but it also possessed intelligence, making it good evolutionary material. Chu Feng chuckled lightly, stepping back and extending his left hand. A riot shield appeared in front of him. The little zombie fiercely swiped its claws at the riot shield. The force was not strong. "It seems you were quite hungry and not very strong," Chu Feng taunted, swinging his knife horizontally with all his might once more. This time, the little zombie was too close, and a gash was cut across its chest. Hiss! The little zombie recoiled in pain, covering its bleeding chest wound and letting out a shriek. Then, it turned and began to flee. "Want to escape?" Chu Feng chased after it at full speed. But the little zombie was too fast, already several dozen meters away in the blink of an eye. At the next turn, the little zombie completely disappeared. Chu Feng stood in the community, holding the riot shield, cautiously looking around. After searching for a while without finding any sign of the little zombie, he activated the communication device to inquire about the assassination situation. How is it? What is the status with those bikers? The voice of Luo Xuanxue came through the earpiece. Some were killed by zombies, some were ambushed by the zombie soldiers I controlled, and now only that guy named Li Jin is left. Where is he? He is moving his car at the entrance of the community, trying to escape. He must not get away. Take him out immediately. Okay. I see another convoy approaching outside the community, but they aren't riding motorcycles. A convoy? Good. Keep scouting. Report back immediately if the situation changes. And we will retreat to the safe house. All right, be careful. Chu Feng glanced at the entrance of the community and vaguely saw the silhouettes of several big vehicles. He suspected it might be Zhao Taizhu coming. Just as he was distracted, a shadow sprang from the bushes behind him, lunging at him. Little guy, trying to sneak attack. Huh. Chu Feng immediately turned around, raised the riot shield to defend against the attack. The little zombie, failing to land a hit, rebounded off the riot shield and quickly darted back into the bushes, disappearing again. Chu Feng looked around. There were many hidden corners, and the little zombie could very well launch another sneak attack. He considered heading to an open area, otherwise, he might inadvertently let the little zombie succeed in its sneak attack. At that moment, the voice of Luo Xuanxue came through the earpiece again. Chu Feng, I've taken care of that Li Jin. Very good. A convoy wants to enter the community, and the person leading it is a bit strange. What's wrong? Chu Feng frowned and asked. That person can actually control cars to move without touching them. Oh, he is Magneto, my little brother. Chu Feng chuckled softly. Magneto? Is that the kind of ability from the movies? Yes, don't worry, he is on our side. Be careful. After closing the communication device, Chu Feng remained alert as he walked toward the entrance of the community. Along the way, he took a dagger from the tech tree and murmured softly, consuming 200 points, evolving the dagger into a high-speed tracking dagger. Ding! Successfully evolved into a high-speed tracking dagger, one effective use. The dagger in his hand trembled slightly, shining with blue light before calming down again. Chu Feng sheathed the dagger without fastening the button, keeping it ready to draw at any moment. You little zombie better be worth something. Don't let me waste these 100 points for nothing. 5 minutes later, Chu Feng arrived at the open area at the community entrance. There were several motorcycles overturned here, along with a few zombies transformed from the bikers. Chu Feng swiftly dealt with these zombies. Then he noticed some commotion at the entrance of the community. A few blocked private cars were suddenly lifted into the air, leaving only 2 large trucks blocking the entrance. 1 minute later, the 2 large trucks began to slowly move left and right. The 2 trucks separated, revealing Zhao Taizhu, who was stretching out his arms and pushing the 2 trucks apart with telekinesis. Chu Feng shook his head and sighed. As expected of Magneto, he really knows how to make an entrance. Even his entrance is so cool. The 2 trucks were separated by a distance of 5 meters, just enough for vehicles to pass through. After Zhao Taizhu finished all this, he was panting and had no time to rest. He saw Chu Feng waiting for him 20 meters away and immediately ran over joyfully. Just as he was halfway there, Zhao Taizhu suddenly saw a shadow springing up behind Chu Feng. It was a little zombie running at high speed. He hurriedly shouted, Brother Feng, be careful. There's a zombie behind you. But Chu Feng was unhurried. He was waiting for this opportunity. The little zombie thought he had let his guard down, but in fact, he was luring it out. He lightly hooked the dagger at his waist with his pinky. The dagger suddenly spun at high speed, tracing an arc as it flew rapidly towards the back. Zhao Taizhu, controlling the spear in his hand, was just about to intervene. Suddenly, he saw the zombie's head pierced through by the dagger, collapsing to the ground. He stood there in shock, astonished. As expected of Brother Feng, both mysterious and powerful. Chapter 63, Magneto Zhao Taizhu. Zhao Taizhu immediately dropped the iron spear in his hand, took big strides forward, and gave Chu Feng a bear hug. He joyfully said, Brother Feng, I really missed you. Chu Feng was lifted off the ground by 10 centimeters, feeling a bit breathless. Okay, put me down. Brother Feng, how have you been lately? Very well, well-fed and well-clothed, getting enough sleep, balancing work and rest. Haha, as expected of Brother Feng. Zhao Taizhu laughed heartily. You didn't come to catch up with me, did you? Chu Feng calmly asked Zhao Taizhu the reason for his visit, glancing at several buses outside the gate. Zhao Taizhu scratched his head, his face beaming with a smile as he explained. Hee, I thought about it and ultimately decided that your community is the safest. So I plan to set up a temporary base here. I can't stop you, so do as you wish. Brother Feng, do you have any objections? Chu Feng suddenly raised his voice, replying loudly to ensure that those at the entrance could hear. I absolutely have no objections. You are the invincible Magneto. With you here, the community will definitely be safer. Zhao Taiju was completely taken aback by Chu Feng's words, his expression awkward as he hurriedly asked, Brother Feng, why do you say that? Isn't this to help you establish your prestige? Remember, you are the boss. Only when you are respected can you maintain your position as the leader. Zhao Tieju's mind raced as he understood Chu Feng's intention and chuckled foolishly. Brother Feng, you really think things through. Remember, in front of others, you are the revered Magneto. Privately, you can call me Brother Feng, got it? Chu Feng continued to strategize. Brother Feng, how should I address you in front of others? I can't dare to call you my little brother. Seeing Zhao Tieju's fearful expression, Chu Feng smiled more deeply, thinking that this younger brother was worth keeping, as he knew to consider his feelings. After thinking for a moment, he said, we should try not to meet often. If there's something, just contact me privately. When we do meet, you can call me Chu Feng. No, Brother Feng, that absolutely won't do. Upon hearing Chu Feng's last words, Zhao Taiju waved his hands repeatedly, shaking his head like a rattle drum. Seeing this, Chu Feng scoffed. I specially approved it, okay? I don't want to be the center of attention. I'm too weak. Being targeted by others is very troublesome. Weak? Then I am even worse than an ant. Zhao Taiju immediately pursed his lips to suppress a laugh, realizing Chu Feng's mindset. Not wanting to be the center of attention or attract trouble, he just wanted to live a shameless life in the mansion. As his little brother, he had to fulfill the boss's wishes. All right, Brother Feng, I promise you. But you need to take care of your health. In the apocalypse, health is the foundation of revolution. Chu Feng rolled his eyes in annoyance. What nonsense are you talking? Let's get serious. What are you planning to do? Zhao Taiju immediately put on a serious expression and replied in a low voice. I plan to use my abilities to bring in some big trucks and surround the community walls. We can install a large iron gate at the main entrance, so we can protect the community internally. What about the survivors inside the community? What do you plan to do with them? If they want to stay, they can stay. If they want to join our team, that's even better. If they contribute, they can strengthen the team. That's a good idea, but what if internal chaos occurs? Chu Feng asked the key question. Many survival bases in the apocalypse are like islands. As external pressure increases, internal fractures may appear, leading to collapse from within. Such situations are hard to avoid. Zhao Taiju thought for a moment, and a rare fierce look appeared on his face. While providing survival supplies, we will use strong measures to suppress dissent. Anyone who disobeys will be dealt with. If there are internal divisions, we'll expel or eliminate the troublemakers and continue searching for the next base. Seeing the change in Zhao Taiju, Chu Feng felt genuinely pleased. This was the rule of survival in the apocalypse. The weak are preyed upon by the strong. Survival of the fittest, the strong are king. You have that determination, but do you have the courage to do it? Are you not afraid of getting blood on your hands? Brother Feng, I am not afraid of you laughing at me. Previously, someone tried to steal food, and to protect my people, I smashed his head with a steel pipe. Zhao Taiju said calmly. Good. It seems you have fully adapted to the apocalypse. From now on, I will rely on you to protect me. Chu Feng said with a tone of relief. Brother Feng, you are joking. I still have many things to consult with you. We'll talk about those things later. You should go take care of business first, Chu Feng instructed. Turning to leave, but Zhao Taiju suddenly asked again. Brother Feng, I want to ask about the situation in the community. Ask away. I heard there are 2 bandit groups in the community. Where have their members gone? Why haven't I seen them? I got rid of all of them. They robbed and bullied women, committing all sorts of evil. However, I let one named Lu Biao escape. Chu Feng spoke calmly, as if recounting an everyday matter. Zhao Taiju felt a chill run down his spine, sensing it was a horror story. He thought to himself, Brother Feng is truly both ruthless and terrifying. Zhao Taiju swallowed hard and forced himself to remain calm. As expected of Brother Feng, then there's nothing to worry about. You can go ahead and get busy. After that, the two ended their conversation. However, Chu Feng did not leave. He took advantage of the others' inattention to collect the little zombie's body into the tech tree and checked his acquired points. Apocalypse points, 578 points. Killing this little zombie gained him 500 points, quite a harvest. Chu Feng did not immediately use the points. He was considering whether to evolve the pistol into an infinite ammo pistol, continue creating zombie soldiers, or improve attributes? While pondering, Chu Feng kept an eye on the crowd entering and exiting outside the gate. Zhao Taiju had actually brought over 100 people, including the elderly, women, and children, mostly families. There were many empty houses in the community that could accommodate them. As these people passed by Chu Feng, they cast him strange looks. They had witnessed Zhao Taiju pick up Chu Feng, acting intimately, chatting, and laughing. Usually, Zhao Taiju was serious, but he had just shown a rare foolish demeanor. They began to wonder, why does it feel like Chu Feng is the real boss? As a result, these people kept their distance from Chu Feng. Seeing this, Chu Feng couldn't help but shake his head. Am I really that scary? After clearing away a dozen zombies gathered outside the community, Zhao Taiju raised his hand to close two big trucks together. After finishing all this, he joyfully ran towards Chu Feng. Brother. Just as Zhao Taiju was about to call out Brother Feng, he immediately noticed the murderous gaze Chu Feng was giving him. He quickly shut his mouth and resumed his boss demeanor. Zhao Taiju cleared his throat, adjusted his thoughts, and tried to say the two words Chu Feng. But his lips kept getting in the way, and he couldn't make a sound. Finally, he gritted his teeth and mustered all his strength to say those two words. Chu Feng, take me to the best house in the community right away. Chu Feng smiled slightly, thinking that this kid was quite perceptive, getting into character so quickly. All right, follow me. Chapter 64, Reorganizing the Survival Base. Chu Feng led Zhao Taiju to a high-end mansion, followed by a few little brothers. Zhao Taiju turned to his little brothers and ordered, "You five take your weapons and go to another place to clear out the remaining zombies. Be careful." "Yes, boss." "But are you going in alone? Is that safe?" "Get lost. Go do your work." "Do I need you to worry about my safety?" "Yes, boss." Confirming that his little brothers had moved far away, Zhao Taiju immediately changed his expression. He smiled and said, "Hee, Brother Feng. Don't be mad that I called your name in front of so many people just now." Chu Feng turned his head, frowned, and wore a calm expression. "Am I angry?" "Brother Feng, don't be like this." I'm scared." In Zhao Tieju's eyes, Chu Feng seemed to be hiding a knife behind a smile, ready to punish him at any moment. He was so frightened that he dared not move forward. Chu Feng wondered if he was really that scary. He usually tried to appear very calm. "Let's go, stop dawdling. Aren't you supposed to reorganize the space?" With a commanding gaze, Chu Feng instructed Zhao Taiju to follow him, then walked toward the first-floor hall. Zhao Taiju obediently followed and arrived in front of the hall on the first floor. The hall was 5 meters high and 20 meters wide, filled with blade spike nets. "Brother Feng, what's going on here?" Zhao Taiju asked in surprise. "This is to block the zombies." Zhao Taiju was shocked, marveling at the terrifying scale of this setup to have so many blade spike nets to stop the zombies. His gaze fell on the outer edge of the blade spike nets, which were covered in blood, indicating they had successfully blocked the terrifying tide of corpses. Even if he exerted himself, he might not easily resolve it. Zhao Taiju curiously asked, "Brother Feng, how did you do all this? How can you conjure up so many blade spike nets out of thin air? Some things are better left unasked. When the time comes, I will tell you." Chu Feng suddenly raised his voice, turned his head, and shot a cold glare at Zhao Taiju, warning him. Zhao Taiju was startled and quickly nodded in response. "Okay, Feng Ge, I remember. You do as I say. Feng Ge, just give your orders. Use your supernatural ability to clear all these blade traps out of the door." Zhao Taiju glanced at the situation in the first-floor lobby. He observed that these had suddenly appeared inside, blocking the stairway and preventing zombies from advancing, thus protecting the entire building. Why remove them? "Hey, Feng Ge, didn't you create these blade traps to protect this building? Why clear them away? You plan to establish a base here. Should I still worry about zombies? Besides, they are quite troublesome. We have to climb through windows to go up and down." "Oh, where should these blade traps be cleared to? Aren't you going to establish a base? You can wrap these barbed wire around the community wall. Hurry up and act." Chu Feng urged. "Okay." Subsequently, Zhao Taiju used his magnetic power to control the series of blade traps to leave the lobby. These blade traps floated in the air like a long snake, flying orderly towards the community wall to form a barrier. Chu Feng waited in the lobby for 20 minutes. "Feng Ge, I'm done. I'm exhausted." "Good, follow me." Chu Feng led Zhao Taiju up the building, reminding him along the way. "When you need blade traps, just tell me, as long as I have enough points." "Thank you, Feng Ge. If you need points, just let me know. I'll take you to hunt zombies right away." Zhao Tieju's tone was particularly cheerful, thinking about going out with his brother to hunt zombies, feeling a bit excited. "No rush. Establishing the base is the big thing now. Chu Feng waved his hand, rejecting Zhao Tieju's proposal. Okay, Feng Ge, if you want to go out, just tell me anytime. There's something I need to remind you. What is it, Feng Ge? This building can only be occupied by you. No one else is allowed to step in. Anyone reporting to you is not allowed to cross the line. This way, you can assert your authority. You are the king of this community. Hearing these solemn words, Zhao Tieju nodded repeatedly, committing them to memory. No problem, Feng Ge, I will do as you say. Subsequently, Chu Feng led Zhao Tieju upstairs. Zhao Tieju chose a luxury apartment on the 3rd floor. He raised his hand, and the large iron door automatically burst open. Truly a scene befitting the master of magnetism. The residents inside the house had already starved to death and turned into zombies, and they were easily dealt with. 30 minutes later, a horn echoed in the community. It was Zhao Tieju calling for the survivors in the community. He stood on a platform made of intertwined steel, resembling a pyramid. Soon, a large wave of survivors gathered, most of whom had been brought to the community by him. The other survivors in the community, having been extorted by a gang before, remained mostly watchful. Zhao Tieju raised his voice and shouted, "From now on, we will treat this community as our base, and everyone must obey my orders." "How long are we going to stay here?" someone in the crowd asked. "I have observed the environment around this community. A large wave of zombies is far away. As long as we follow the survival rules, this can serve as a long-term base. How will we solve the food problem?" "Everyone must contribute, kill zombies, earn points, and thus obtain more food. But we don't know how to fight zombies. What should we do?" "Then you will learn. If you can't learn, you'll only have a dead end." Zhao Tieju's tone was cold, scanning the crowd with indifference, leaving no room for negotiation. The crowd began to murmur. At this moment, Chu Feng arrived at the back of the crowd with 2 girls. Other survivors in the community also came out of their rooms to listen to the situation. Zhao Tieju saw Chu Feng in the crowd, and even more people were gathering. He cleared his throat and worked hard to maintain an authoritative presence. "From now on, this community base is under my command. Everyone must abide by the rules I set." "Why should we? You're an outsider occupying our community. Why should we listen to you?" A discordant voice suddenly emerged from the crowd, attempting to challenge Zhao Tieju's authority. Zhao Tieju's expression immediately darkened as he stared at the person who spoke out of turn. The atmosphere became tense. Chu Feng observed the situation from the back and could see that many people were unconvinced. Why should they obey an outsider? At this moment, it was necessary to suppress with a thunderous method to assert his dominant position. Chu Feng nodded at Zhao Tieju, giving him a signal. Receiving the signal, Zhao Tieju immediately raised his hand, and several iron bars flew into the sky. A gasp arose from the crowd as they all looked up. The iron bars fell, and the crowd hurriedly dispersed to avoid them. 5 iron bars plunged towards the ground, accurately surrounding the person with the loose tongue. Zhao Tieju extended his hand, fingers together, controlling the 5 iron bars to bend and bind that person. He said proudly, "See clearly, this is why you must obey me from now on. My rules are the rules. Abide by the rules I set, and everyone can survive. Anyone who attempts to challenge me will be dealt with ruthlessly." The crowd began to discuss among themselves. Some quietly mentioned terms like awakened superhuman master of magnetism. Chapter 65. News of heavy firepower. Zhao Tieju displayed an unbeatable deterrent force, intimidating everyone present. No one dared to question him anymore. In the crowd, several fans appeared, immediately asking to follow Zhao Tieju. Who wouldn't want to cling to the leg of the master of magnetism? They wished they could break their legs hugging him. Next, Zhao Tieju outlined the plan to establish a survival base in the community. Essentially, everyone must contribute. During the day, patrol the community walls in shifts to clear zombies. And at night, close the doors and do not go out. Regularly organize manpower to go out in batches to search for supplies, with more work earning more rewards, and the capable earning more, bearing their own risks. The matter came to a close. Chu Feng left first. On the way, Lu Mingyue curiously inquired about Zhao Tieju. "Is he the master of magnetism you mentioned, Zhao Tieju?" "That's right. He really has the demeanor of a leader." "Oh, really?" Chu Feng raised the corner of his mouth, questioning. "What's wrong? Isn't that so? He is not like you. Clearly very capable, yet wants to hide." Lu Mingyue turned back to look at Chu Feng, her tone reproachful. Nagging a few times, Chu Feng shook his head, secretly pondering why this naive girl always liked to show off. He sighed, "We are hiding our strength, otherwise, how much trouble will come? Just wait and see. Trouble will follow soon." "I don't believe it," His supernatural power is so strong. Who would dare to challenge him? When will my supernatural power awaken? Sigh, it's pointless to talk to you. Chu Feng looked up and saw a round object swaying in front of him. He extended 2 fingers and performed a classic prank. Ah, that's annoying. It hurts. What are you doing? Lu Mingyue suddenly shivered, covering her backside, scolding a few words, and ran ahead. Ha. Seeing this, Luo Xuanxue doubled over in laughter beside them. Chu Feng immediately turned his head and extended 2 fingers, asking, "Do you want some too?" No, I don't want it. Luo Xuanxue hurriedly covered her backside, leaning against the wall, watching Chu Feng warily, moving step by step up the stairs. After scaring the 2 girls away, Chu Feng waited at the entrance for a minute. Zhao Taizhu came rushing over eagerly. When he saw Chu Feng, he immediately smiled widely. "Feng Ge, how did I do just now?" "Not bad. You have the demeanor of a leader." "Feng Ge, why didn't you introduce me to those 2 beauties? They're really beautiful." My eyes were dazzled. "Do you believe I'll kick you to death?" Chu Feng raised his leg as if to kick. Zhao Taizhu laughed and pressed down Chu Feng's leg. Feng Ge, don't mess around. Just kidding. Come here, I want to ask you something." "Feng Ge, ask away. When you were outside, did you see any military or police?" Chu Feng asked in a low voice. "I haven't seen it. But I've heard that some large survivor bases are maintained by official personnel, and there are police there. What about the army?" "I haven't seen them. There are rumors that the army is stationed outside the city, preparing to clear out zombies and retake the city." "Good." Chu Feng lowered his head in thought. What Zhao Taizhu said was similar to the information he had obtained. The plan to acquire heavy firepower is still far from being realized. Zhao Taizhu curiously asked about Chu Feng's intentions. "Brother Feng, why are you asking about these things? The zombies change every day. They used to just jog, but now they can sprint. The police and the army can't stop the increasingly terrifying zombies, let alone expect them to reclaim the city. I want to get heavy weapons and rifles." Zhao Taizhu was stunned for a few seconds. He couldn't figure out Chu Feng's thoughts. He only felt that his elder brother might be laying plans in advance to prepare for the future. "What's wrong?" Chu Feng frowned and asked. "No, nothing, Brother Feng. I'm just a bit curious. With stronger weapons, I can deal with the apocalypse more easily. I've already encountered 2 mutated zombies. I need to have more trump cards." Chu Feng replied calmly, confirming Zhao Taizhu's speculation. However, Zhao Taizhu was more surprised that Chu Feng had actually encountered 2 mutated zombies. "Brother Feng, what happened to those 2 mutated zombies in the end?" "They were all eliminated by me. As expected of Brother Feng, I feel inferior. When I encounter mutated zombies, I just avoid them." Zhao Taizhu chuckled, feeling a bit more admiration. Chu Feng sighed. It seems that to obtain heavy weapons, he could only search for them slowly himself. He said, "All right, go do your own thing, and let your people pay more attention to the situation with the army and police." "Okay, Brother Feng. I'll have my subordinates keep an eye on it," Zhao Taizhu replied, and just as he finished speaking, both of them heard a loud rumbling sound coming from above the city. It was the sound of airplane engines. Chu Feng and Zhao Taizhu quickly went to the window, and indeed saw 3 transport planes flying by. "Brother Feng, are those military planes?" "That's right. They seem to be transport planes." Chu Feng recognized the signal of the aircraft. Is the army really planning to retake the city? It's unclear at the moment. Given the current apocalypse level, the human army still has the power to resist, but they can only give up small places to reclaim big cities. Does that mean we're saved? Everything will go back to how it was before? Zhao Taizhu asked excitedly. Chu Feng glanced at the naive Magneto and thought about how far the apocalypse had developed. He couldn't believe someone still had such a foolish idea. He ruthlessly shattered Zhao Taizhu's beautiful fantasy. "Go ahead and dream your spring and autumn dreams. Did your abilities disappear? Who's going to clear out the millions of zombies in the city? Soon, flying zombies will appear that can bring down planes from the sky. We can't go back to the past." "Hee, Brother Feng, I was wrong." Zhao Taizhu scratched his head and responded with a silly smile. "All right, you go to your own thing. I want to see what these transport planes are really up to." After that, the 2 separated. Chu Feng quickly returned to the safe house. On the balcony, 2 girls were watching the transport planes in the sky. "How is it? Did you find anything?" "No. The planes have just been circling above. We don't know what they're doing," Luo Xuanxue answered. Chu Feng took out binoculars to observe the military aircraft. Could they be deploying paratroopers to retake the city? He speculated, simultaneously zooming out the binoculars to focus on the city streets. Over 100,000 zombies were running on the streets, chasing the direction of the military aircraft. If they deploy paratroopers, it would turn into a buffet for the zombies. The 3 military planes circled above Tianhai City for a while, as if searching for something. Suddenly, the rear doors of the planes opened, and square objects began to drop, slowly descending with parachutes. It turned out to be supplies being dropped. Should we go take a look? Luo Xuanxue asked. There's no need. We don't lack food. And who would dare to risk their life to pick up supplies dropped on the streets? Chu Feng said, putting away the binoculars and calling the two inside. Come with me. There's work to do. Take out your zombie soldier bees. We need to track those military planes. Chapter 66. The army's counterattack. The two girls took out 2 zombie soldier bees as Chu Feng requested. At the same time, Chu Feng took out 2 sets of long-range video equipment from the tech tree. On the table were 2 large cameras and 2 mobile phones. Lu Mingyue propped her chin on her hands, watching Chu Feng fiddle with these items, very curious. Do you carry a treasure chest with you? Just preparations made before the apocalypse. I bought a lot of things. Is there anything you want? I can't conjure the clothes you want. Oof, you annoying brat. Lu Mingyue was amused by Chu Feng and turned her head in a huff, starting to fiddle with her phone. Luo Xuanxue picked up one of the cameras and asked in confusion, what are you going to do with this? I'm preparing to create a remote video recording device to track the military planes. Track the military planes? Why? Before the zombies evolve into stronger forms, we must obtain stronger weapons. How do you plan to do that? Watch closely. With that, Chu Feng brought the camera and tablet in front of him. The 2 girls cast curious glances. Consume 400 points to evolve the video camera into an infinite energy remote monitoring device. Ding. Infinite energy remote monitoring device evolved, permanently effective. The cameras and tablets on the table flickered with a soft light, completing the evolution. Luo Xuanxue picked up one of the mobile phones and turned on the screen. The battery display was gone. That's right, it successfully evolved. Next, I need to merge these 2 zombie soldier bees with it. Chu Feng summoned the 2 zombie soldier bees. Raising his hand, consumed 20 points to merge into a reconnaissance bee. Ding. Evolved into reconnaissance bee. Following his command, the 2 zombie soldier bees and the cameras suddenly vanished from the table. The next second, the zombie soldier bees reappeared. The bees now had a camera embedded in their flesh between their compound eyes. Luo Xuanxue picked up one of the bees and examined it from side to side, exclaiming, this is amazing. Can it evolve into even more strange things? Of course. As long as I have enough points, I can evolve many useful things. Can you also evolve my weapons? Of course, but it requires a lot of points. Right now, I only have a little over 100 points left, so I can't do it for now. Then I'll wait for you. Luo Xuanxue said with a gentle smile at Chu Feng. Chu Feng nodded and prepared to launch the reconnaissance bees. At that moment, Lu Mingyue suddenly raised her phone, looking anxious. You guys look. The army is fighting zombies somewhere. Let me see. Chu Feng also took out his phone, entered the local chat channel, and activated the holographic projection. At this moment, the channel was discussing the army's battle. There were also photos and videos taken by nearby survivors. The video was shot from a high-rise building, located in the western suburbs of Tianhai City. In the video, there were 10 tanks on the road and hundreds of soldiers advancing in coordination between infantry and tanks. In the distance, zombies were surging like a tide. The tanks fired shell after shell, blowing down a swarm of zombies. The soldiers continued to fire, slowing the advance of the zombie tide. Chu Feng, look. They all say the army has won. Lu Mingyue said excitedly. However, Chu Feng shook his head. No, this firepower is still not enough. Why not? The vanguard of the zombie tide is just those slower-moving zombies. There are still large numbers of agile zombies rushing over from behind. There are even mutated zombies. If the army gets surrounded, the final result will be annihilation. Aren't you trying to get heavy weapons? Why don't you go find them? Lu Mingyue asked. Do you know where this is? Look at that billboard. Luo Xuanxue pointed out the billboard information in the video. This I know. You all wait for me. Based on the information from the billboard, Chu Feng quickly determined the location of the army. He went to the balcony and released 2 reconnaissance bees. After mutating into zombies, the 2 giant wasps flew at incredible speeds, like 2 arrows darting across the city towards their target. 10 minutes later, Chu Feng returned to the living room, turned on 2 mobile phones, and watched the live broadcast. At that moment, the 2 reconnaissance bees were 100 meters in the air, one facing the army and the other facing the zombies. The video showed that the zombie tide was surging from the distant road, and the army had retreated a short distance to occupy the high ground. The roars of the dead shook the heavens, cannon fire rained down, and gunshots continued. Indeed, the zombie tide was too fierce. After pushing back one wave, another came. Chu Feng shook his head helplessly. Is it really impossible to fight back? Clearly. The artillery fire was intense, and one shell could blow down a group of zombies. Lu Mingyue looked at the video with a worried expression. Chu Feng pointed at the screen. Look, those zombies that have been blown down are being devoured by other zombies. This is forcing the zombies to evolve. I'm worried that soon we'll see zombies with extremely strong regeneration abilities. How can that be? Lu Mingyue responded in surprise. Just like natural evolution. Organisms continuously evolve to adapt to environmental changes. You can think of the apocalypse as a special natural environment. Zombies must survive, and they are undergoing an evolutionary process. This was Chu Feng's guess based on his previous life's experience. In his last life, he had witnessed the army clearing out zombies, with artillery wreaking havoc, and large groups of zombies falling. All of this gave rise to giant tank zombies, which had strong self-healing abilities and immense strength. When artillery shells hit them, it was like hitting soft mud. One punch could send a tank turret flying. Wouldn't the army be in danger? Would my dad also? Hearing Chu Feng's words, Lu Mingyue thought of her superior father, and a wave of sadness surged in her heart. She unconsciously grabbed Chu Feng's hand. Suddenly, the phone speaker emitted a roar. The three of them immediately tensed up, as if they were in the scene. The video showed several tall zombie figures suddenly appearing in the tide. They had long, thin limbs, but their bellies were disproportionately large, filled with some kind of green liquid. They ran extremely fast, some leaping, some climbing over railings, and some diving into the grass to sneak up. They were charging towards the soldiers' position. Tanks couldn't hit the rapidly moving targets, and the scattered soldiers fired their weapons with all their might. In just over 10 seconds, the zombie tide had advanced 50 meters. Seeing this, Chu Feng said despondently, "It's over. The army wants to retreat." Luo Xuanxue said nervously, "There's no time." Before Chu Feng's words had finished, several large-bellied zombies leaped 15 meters into the air in the video. Bullets struck them, creating bloody holes. Then, their bellies exploded, spraying green zombie liquid everywhere, covering the army below. Some soldiers who came into contact with the liquid immediately mutated, clawing at their throats in agony, blood pouring from their mouths and noses. Before long, they transformed into zombies and began attacking their comrades. The zombie liquid flowed into the tanks, causing the soldiers inside to mutate, stepping on the gas pedal and firing wildly. Tanks collided with each other, cannon fire erupted, and tanks caught fire and exploded. The scene was thrown into chaos. At this moment, the zombie tide surged up, completely engulfing the army. Chu Feng shook his head and sighed helplessly. It's all over. Chapter 67. Military Base. Special Forces arrive. Lu Mingyue clutched Chu Feng's arm, turning her head away, unable to watch the video any longer. Chu Feng took one last look at the army's situation. In just 1 minute, the zombie tide easily destroyed the hundreds of soldiers. All the soldiers were killed, and the tanks crashed into each other, smoking. There was no longer any value in risking a recovery. Chu Feng controlled the 2 reconnaissance Bs to fly upwards, rotating the camera to search for the transport planes. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, the camera captured the silhouettes of military aircraft. 3 transport planes were flying towards the location of the army's destruction. Chu Feng controlled the reconnaissance Bs to descend to 500 meters. The 3 transport planes flew over directly beneath the Bs, making a large circle to observe the situation of the army below. The huge engine noise attracted the zombies' attention. The zombie tide was enormous, with over 100,000 zombies densely packed over an area of 1 square kilometer. If a tactical nuclear bomb could be dropped at this moment, it would wipe out a large number of zombies. After circling around, the 3 transport planes ascended into the sky. They weren't too foolish. They knew to elevate the planes to reduce the noise and avoid attracting the zombie tide. Where are these 3 planes headed? Luo Xuanxue asked. To the military base, which is precisely where we need to go. It seems to be far away. Do we really have to go? Hearing the concern in Luo Xuanxue's words, Chu Feng looked ahead. After a brief moment of thought, he nodded. The difficulty of the apocalypse is increasing, and you haven't awakened your abilities yet. We must obtain heavy firepower to ensure safety. What if the army is unwilling to hand over heavy firepower? Luo Xuanxue asked anxiously. If reasoning and emotional appeals don't work, then we'll have to steal it. Chu Feng knew the nature of the army well. Currently, global communication was cut off, and many armies were isolated from each other, unable to contact their superiors, and could only hold their ground at military bases, waiting for orders. It was almost impossible to easily obtain heavy weapons from the army. He planned to infiltrate the military base as a survivor after finding it and take the opportunity to steal some military equipment. These things he could accomplish with a wave of his hand. The key was how to do it quietly. Chu Feng continued to manipulate the reconnaissance bees, tracking the military aircraft for a distance of 20 kilometers. Through the camera, he saw a large military airport guarded by a large number of soldiers. He also saw many planes, including 20, 10, 16, and WZ-10 helicopters, which made his head spin. Found it, and it came without much effort, Chu Feng said joyfully. So many soldiers, and there are also quite a few survivors. It must be very safe there, Luo Xuanxue said. Compared to the city, the military base is temporarily safe. What should we do? Should we go there immediately? Not in a hurry. I need to confirm the situation around the military base first. Chu Feng controlled the reconnaissance bees to descend to an altitude of 40 meters and quickly flew into the military base. The reconnaissance bees circled around. The entire military base was indeed heavily guarded. Surrounding the base were 5-meter-high walls, with various razor wire and obstacles, and many soldiers standing guard. At the entrance, several buses filled with survivors were unloading, and the survivors were getting off one by one for safety checks. Suddenly, the roar of airplane engines echoed within the military base. Chu Feng maneuvered the reconnaissance bees to fly over and check the situation. About 200 Special Forces soldiers were boarding helicopters, and there were 20 helicopters in the fleet. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed Special Forces soldier spotted the giant wasp in the sky and immediately notified the leader, raising his gun to shoot. Seeing this, Chu Feng controlled the reconnaissance bees to fly away, quickly disappearing from the soldiers' sight. Where are they going? He controlled the reconnaissance bees to hide in nearby bushes, waiting for the helicopters to take off. 10 minutes later, 20 armed helicopters flew out of the military base. Chu Feng controlled the reconnaissance bees to follow behind the fleet. Discovering that the direction the fleet was heading towards was Tianhai City, he couldn't help but wonder, are they going to launch an armed raid on Tianhai City? They might be planning to rescue the people inside the city, Luo Xuanxue replied. The planes can't hold that many people. They must be planning to start clearing zombies from the inside. Isn't that great? It is great. If they die, we can easily obtain weapons. Chu Feng grinned, a hint of malice in his eyes. Seeing this, Lu Mingyue muttered in disdain, sometimes, you really seem like a bad person. Is that so? I'm both crazy and bad, which is why we can survive well. Chu Feng shrugged his shoulders, sincerely accepting Lu Mingyue's praise, and reached out to ruffle the head of this silly sweet girl. He called back the scout bees and handed the phones to the two of them. You summon the Doomsday phones, absorb these too, and then you can control the scout bees at will. Aren't you keeping them? Lu Mingyue asked. Chu Feng shook his head and smiled. No need, you will be my eyes in the sky. Upon hearing this, both girls smiled and took out the Doomsday phones to absorb the two phones. 20 minutes later, a continuous roar of helicopters echoed over the entire Tianhai City. The helicopters circled in the sky, searching for the best landing spots. Some helicopters landed on the rooftops of skyscrapers, while others landed on football fields. One helicopter circled over a residential area before choosing to land in a spacious open space within the community. Chu Feng watched the helicopter slowly descend from the balcony. He thought to himself that this was really asking for trouble, as it would attract a large number of zombies to the outskirts of the community. He quickly went downstairs to see what was happening. Chu Feng carried a compound bow on his back and a tang knife at his waist. As he approached the helicopter, he heard a commotion among the gathered survivors. You didn't come to rescue us. Why did you land in this community? We are here to carry out a military mission, not for rescue. Please understand. The squad leader tried to calm the survivors. Military mission? It's the end of the world. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think we are fools? We really have a mission. Everyone stay calm. 10 Special Forces soldiers, armed and vigilant, kept their fingers on the triggers, ready to respond to any emergencies. Chu Feng's gaze swept over the Special Forces soldiers and noticed the Type 95 rifles and sniper rifles. These were exactly the weapons he urgently needed. He suddenly spoke up. Are you trying to kill us by bringing the zombies to the outskirts of the community? The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and more than a dozen Special Forces soldiers turned their wary gazes towards Chu Feng. The squad leader stepped forward to explain. We didn't mean that. We will clear the zombies later to make up for our mistake. Is that it? Shouldn't you provide some compensation? Chu Feng continued to press. We will leave some compressed food. Can you leave some guns? The sudden question from Chu Feng made both sides tense up. Several Special Forces soldiers even assumed shooting stances. Facing the dark muzzles of the guns, Chu Feng remained calm and relaxed. I advise you not to act rashly. There is an ability user here who can restrain you. Upon hearing the words ability user, the squad leader immediately lowered his gun. He walked through the crowd to stand in front of Chu Feng, extending his hand in goodwill. Hello. I am Chun Ming, the captain of the Special Forces team. Can we get acquainted? Chapter 68. The Special Forces mission. Chu Feng's eyes shifted down to the outstretched hand. Remaining still in place, he refused the offered goodwill and questioned, explain your purpose for being here. The zombies outside are increasing. Hee. Chun Ming smiled awkwardly, still not budging. This is a secret mission, not convenient to disclose. In this completely insane world, what secrets can there be? Who cares? If you don't want to say, then clear the zombies outside and leave quickly, Chu Feng said coldly. We will clear the zombies, but I want to understand the situation regarding the ability users, Chun Ming said, removing his helmet and smiling while continuously scrutinizing Chu Feng. Noticing the scrutinizing gaze, Chu Feng straightened his body and slightly curled his lips. You think you can extract information from me with empty words? Whatever you need, as long as it's allowed, I can provide it to you. Then fine. Leave me a rifle, a sniper rifle, and some grenades. Upon hearing Chu Feng's straightforward demands, Chun Ming frowned, showing signs of difficulty. That's not possible. It violates military regulations. Then there's no need to discuss further. You can leave. Chu Feng's tone was indifferent, issuing an eviction order. Chun Ming furrowed his brows, lowered his head to think for a moment, and then asked gently, can we change to other conditions? Losing the guns means we will face punishment. That is not my concern. I only want the guns. Why are you so insistent on getting the guns? Chu Feng found this question amusing. Suspecting that these Special Forces soldiers had been in the military base for too long and their brains were getting moldy, he shook his head and smiled. This is the apocalypse. Do you think it's just child's play? Outside are all zombies, and I also have to guard against those with ill intentions. Having guns gives me more security, but I really can't give you the guns. I can give you all the food instead. How about that? Chun Ming pleaded earnestly. No way. Chu Feng's attitude remained resolute. He must exchange information for guns. Suddenly, someone in the crowd spoke up. Can I have the food? I will tell you everything I know. Chu Feng immediately turned his head, drew his tang knife, and glared with a killing intent. You dare. The person pointed at by the blade immediately shut up, avoiding eye contact and shrinking back into the crowd. The armed Special Forces soldiers immediately aimed their guns at Chu Feng. Chu Feng smiled. If you don't want to talk, you should leave here quickly. If you want to take action, I can also take guns from your corpses. Under normal circumstances, this group of Special Forces would think Chu Feng was going insane. Now, in the apocalypse with zombies besieging the city, they considered the implications of Chu Feng's words. Seeing this, Chun Ming instructed his team to lower their guns. Wearing a smile to ease the tension. Everyone stay calm. It's nothing serious. You can leave, just clear the zombies outside on your way. After saying this, Chu Feng sheathed his knife and turned to leave, but Chun Ming hurriedly stepped forward to retain him. My friend, I can't give you a rifle. But how about I give you a handgun? Chu Feng paused, thinking that if he were in a free and beautiful country, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. Why is it so hard to get a decent gun? A handgun would be fine. He sighed and replied, all right. But you have to give me 3 silenced handguns. Okay, no problem. Chun Ming nodded after some consideration. Give me the guns first. Chun Ming froze for a few seconds. He guessed correctly that Chu Feng was indeed a strong survivor in the apocalypse. Calm, cautious, decisive, and steady. He quickly retrieved 3 silenced handguns and handed them to Chu Feng while asking about the ability users. What abilities do the ability users in the community have? Control over metal. Control over metal? You mean like Magneto? Chun Ming asked in surprise. That's right, just like Magneto. Are you saying the Magneto mentioned in the localized chat channel is in this community? Yes. That's great. Chun Ming's tone was very excited. Unable to help but clench his fists. Fortunately, he had just told his team not to act rashly with Magneto's ability. He could indeed wipe out this group of Special Forces in an instant. He continued to ask, where is he? You'll have to find that out for yourself. He is the boss of the community and lives in that mansion. Whether he wants to see you depends on your abilities. Chu Feng pointed towards the mansion, appearing helpless. Is that so? Well then, lead the way. Okay. After saying that, Chun Ming went to arrange the task of clearing the zombies for the Special Forces, then followed Chu Feng towards the mansion. On the way, Chu Feng wanted to probe Chun Ming's intentions and clarify their purpose. What exactly is your purpose for coming here? Chun Ming hesitated for a moment, considering that revealing these matters would not hurt and might win some goodwill. It's not a big deal, I'll tell you. The military plans to send us into the city to kill zombies, gather intelligence, rescue some important figures, and earn points. This is to enhance our attributes, establish a superhuman team, and find locations to set up survivor bases. Most importantly, we need to find ability users and bring them to the military base to form an ability user team. Is that all? Chu Feng suppressed his laughter in his heart, wondering what was so worth hiding about these trivial matters. He expressed his thoughts plainly. Naive. Chen Ming looked somewhat puzzled, not understanding Chu Feng's meaning. He asked, "Is there a problem with this? You want to enhance your attributes, that's fine. Is there any important person left now? Your own life is the most important. This is a task from above, there's nothing we can do about it." Chu Feng shook his head and sneered, feeling that this matter was not worth laughing at. When the military base was breached by zombies, the zombies wouldn't care whether you were an important person or not. He continued, "You want to take the ability users away? Why should you? We can provide them with better survival resources and a better living environment. Why would they want to leave with you?" Chen Ming asked in confusion. Ability users rely on their abilities. What can't they get? Why should they be controlled by you? It's the end of the world. Who would still listen to your orders? Chu Feng retorted, causing Chen Ming to fall into deep thought. The task required bringing back ability users, but it didn't specify how. If necessary, force could be used. But coercive measures would surely provoke resistance. How would that end? Chen Ming, worried, asked softly, "What should we do then?" "Don't ask me. This is your business. This is Magneto's room. Go talk to him yourself." Chu Feng led Chen Ming to the third floor, pointed to Zhao Tieju's door, and left. Chen Ming suddenly asked, "Hey, where are you going?" "Going home." "Where do you live?" "I live on the 10th floor." "Oh." With that, Chu Feng turned and walked up the stairs, disappearing from view. Chen Ming thought for a moment, and suddenly felt something was off. Wasn't he Zhao Taiju the boss of this neighborhood? How could someone live higher than him? At the corner of the stairs, Chu Feng called Zhao Taiju. "Meet with him. They want to take you away. You decide whether to go or stay." Chapter 69. Preparations before departure. The Special Forces team used silenced rifles to clear out 100 zombies outside the community wall, and they did not leave in a helicopter. Li Chang negotiated with Zhao Taiju until night fell. In the dead of night, the entire community was silent. This was Zhao Taiju's rule. No one was allowed to move at night, and everyone had to remain silent. As a result, there were occasionally some rooms lit by candlelight, but most of the time, it was pitch dark. The zombies on the street were drawn away by noises from elsewhere, gradually moving away from the community, with only a few zombies still wandering at the periphery. In the Safehouse bedroom, Chu Feng, "Am I really not mutated?" Lu Mingyue asked anxiously. "Didn't you look in the mirror during the day? Haven't you looked enough?" Chu Feng said with a face full of disdain, pushing away her protruding bottom. "Really? Take another look." "I checked. You're really fine." At this moment, Luo Xuanxue also joined in. "Help me take a look too. I don't want to end up like that Spider-Man, spitting silk from my butt." Looking at the two smooth, shiny, and enticing peaches in front of him, Chu Feng raised his hand and slapped them hard. Slap, slap. The two girls were not only not angry, but instead looked at him with fiery eyes. They suddenly turned around and pounced on Chu Feng, knocking him onto the bed. Chu Feng felt bitter inside, thinking he would eventually die at the hands of these two. Outside, the night was silent, but inside, the atmosphere was fiery. The next morning, a loud engine roar woke Chu Feng up. Are they leaving? He heard the helicopter hovering for more than 10 seconds before quickly departing. Chu Feng tightened his hold on the still sleeping Lu Mingyue, hearing Luo Xuanxue's soft breathing by his side. "Are you awake?" Those special forces are driving me crazy. What are they doing here?" "They want to take away the ability users and control them for their own use." "Ability users? So you are one." Luo Xuanxue sighed softly, looking gently at Chu Feng's profile, worry flickering in her eyes. Chu Feng smiled. "No need to worry. I didn't reveal my information. And I even tricked them into giving me a silenced pistol. Hee, you're still the same. Just a little trick to survive in the apocalypse. What should we do about getting heavy weapons?" Luo Xuanxue held Chu Feng's hand, looking a bit nervous. Chu Feng glanced at the ceiling, thought for a few seconds, and sighed deeply. He said, "We still need to go to the military base. Why don't we follow those special forces? If they die, we can pick up their weapons." Luo Xuanxue suggested her idea. "No, those special forces are not here for rescue. They have a mission. When they encounter danger, They will prioritize their own safety and won't easily get into trouble. All right, what do you plan to do then? Luo Xuanxue wanted to suggest ambushing those special forces, but considering Chu Feng's personality, he wouldn't do such things. So she abandoned that thought and rested her head on Chu Feng's shoulder. Chu Feng thought for a moment and shared his plan. Let us prepare today, leave the safe house, kill some zombies to earn points, and evolve our weapons. Do we have to go? Isn't it dangerous? Luo Xuanxue gently stroked Chu Feng's face, her eyes full of concern. Chu Feng nodded firmly. We must go. The speed at which zombies are evolving is beyond imagination. Who knows when a zombie that can climb walls will appear and burst into the safe house, eating us all. I'll listen to you. Luo Xuanxue gently lifted Chu Feng's chin and kissed him. Suddenly, several loud engine roars came from the sky again. Lu Mingyue was woken up by the noise, rubbing her sleepy eyes. What is going on? Why is it so noisy? Chu Feng went to the window and saw 20 helicopters circling over Tianhai City. He couldn't help but curse. They're looking for death. Such loud engine sounds will attract mutated zombies. The situation was urgent. They could not delay any longer and needed to act quickly. He urged, let us get ready and go out. 30 minutes later, in the living room, the three of them were fully armed and ready to go. Before departing, Chu Feng asked the two to check their attribute situation and make enhancements. Player, Chu Feng. Apocalypse points, 10 points. Attributes, Strength 70, Speed 55, Perception 55. Mental power. Player, Luo Xuanxue. Apocalypse points, 277 points. Attributes, Strength 55, Speed 46, Perception 45, Mental power 50. Player, Lu Mingyue. Apocalypse points, 256 points. Attributes, Strength 51, Speed 46, Perception 44, Mental power 45. All three had finished enhancing their attributes. Lu Mingyue rubbed her sore arms, squinting and frowning. It always hurts so much to allocate points. I really want to max out my attributes in one go. Aren't you afraid of bursting yourself? What is the use of these remaining points? You can't allocate them all at once. Lu Mingyue continued to complain. As long as the attributes are sufficient, these remaining points can be used in dangerous situations, Chu Feng explained. How exactly do you use them? You can consume 100 points to temporarily boost your strength and speed, allowing you to escape danger. Is there a limit to the attributes? No limit. For example, with 5,000 points in strength, you can punch a bear to death. With 10,000 points, you can punch through a wall. With 100,000 points, you can smash a big rock with one punch. And with 1,000,000 points, you can tear down this building with your bare hands. Chu Feng thought for a moment and gave a simple analogy. Wow, that is so powerful. Wouldn't that make you invincible? Lu Mingyue exclaimed in surprise. Maybe, but you need enough points. Let us prepare to leave, Chu Feng instructed. Turning to the balcony to check on the helicopters above. What is the situation? Did you see anything? No, the helicopters are hovering over the tops of those landmark skyscrapers. I haven't noticed anything unusual for now, Luo Xuanxue replied. What about the zombies? A large group of zombies on the street were attracted by the sound of helicopters, and there were fewer zombies around our neighborhood. This reduced the pressure for us to go outside. Chu Feng raised the binoculars and continued to observe the situation in the city. On the planned route, the zombies were drawn away by the sound of the helicopter. Suddenly, he saw a massive figure on the road. His eyes widened in shock. A tank zombie. Where? Seeing this, Luo Xuanxue asked anxiously. That way. Chu Feng pointed in the direction of the tank zombie. At this moment, on the road in the distance, a tank zombie was running with its arms on the ground. It stood 5 meters tall, 3 meters wide at the shoulders, had a huge and robust upper body, with arms 60 centimeters thick, while its lower body was short and agile, covered in a grayish-green hue. Wherever it passed, it overturned cars and swatted away ordinary zombies. In an instant, it approached a landmark high-rise building and actually grabbed the edge of the wall to climb up. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed across the sky of Tianhai City. Many survivors looked up. A gigantic zombie climbed to the rooftop of the landmark building and then jumped down, swatting away a helicopter that was taking off. What a scene of despair. Chapter 70. A temporary farewell to the safe house. Chu Feng gazed at this horrifying scene, feeling anxious and uneasy. He put down the binoculars, shook his head, and was speechless. Chu Feng, this mutated zombie is too terrifying. Luo Xuanxue's hands holding the binoculars were sweating, her voice trembling. This is what I was worried about. This kind of zombie has appeared earlier than expected, and our safe house is no longer safe. It can easily climb such a tall building, and it would be just as easy to climb the one we are in. Yes, there is nothing that can stop it. We need to quickly acquire heavy weapons. Time is tight, and the conditions for survival are becoming increasingly harsh. Chu Feng turned and went to the living room, gathering the two others for a final check of their gear. Everything was ready, and the three left the safe house. As they stepped down to the first-floor lobby, they ran into Zhao Taiju, who had come out to check the situation. Seeing Chu Feng and the others fully armed, Zhao Taiju wondered if they were planning to leave the neighborhood. He hurried up, anxiously asking, "Brother Feng, what are you doing? We need to leave for a while." Chu Feng replied, "Where to? Do you need my help?" "To the military base. Our three-man team plans to act independently." "Military base? If you're going, why didn't you say so earlier? I could have gone with them and brought you along." Zhao Taiju blocked Chu Feng's way, looking anxious. Glancing at Zhao Taiju, Chu Feng saw the sincerity in his eyes and felt comforted. He smiled and patted Zhao Taiju on the shoulder. "If you leave, what will happen to these people? They are all counting on you, Magneto." "But Brother Feng, I really want to help you," Zhao Taiju said earnestly, his expression urgent. Chu Feng shook his head and casually took out a beautifully crafted tang knife from his tech tree. He handed the knife to Zhao Taiju, saying, "I appreciate your goodwill. This knife is for you." Zhao Taiju took the knife with both hands, looking up with determination. He urged, "Brother Feng, it's really dangerous outside. Maybe you should reconsider. What place is safe now? There's a giant zombie outside. What will you do if you encounter it? Then I'll bring its corpse back to you." Chu Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, regaining his previous calm confidence. Suddenly, Zhao Taiju stared at Chu Feng, somewhat lost in thought. His worries might be unnecessary. Chu Feng was his all-powerful older brother. The ones who should be worried were the zombies or the people at the military base. This action by his brother was to make a name for himself. It was possible to topple the military base and take down that giant zombie along the way. After a flurry of thoughts, Zhao Taiju felt enlightened. He chuckled, as expected of Brother Feng. "You're amazing. I look forward to your triumphant return." Zhao Tieju's attitude changed dramatically. Chu Feng couldn't grasp the reason behind it, and habitually patted Zhao Tieju's shoulder. He pointed to the empty space on the right, conjuring dozens of boxes of self-heating rice, drones, solar panels, and other supplies. "These things are for you. They will help you." "All right, Brother Feng. I want to be polite then. Go help us open that big iron gate." "As you command, Brother Feng." Zhao Taiju stood at attention, turning around to lead the way enthusiastically. Chu Feng turned to look at the two girls behind him, and the three exchanged smiles. Along the way, he marveled at the terrifying ability to control metal. In just one day, Zhao Taiju had somehow gathered a large number of steel items to build a 5-meter-high wall around the perimeter. At the entrance of the neighborhood, it was even more intimidating, with dozens of large trucks toppled over, stacked into a massive gate. This made Chu Feng a bit envious. Zhao Taiju opened a small gap in one door for the three of them. Before leaving, Chu Feng reminded them again, "That tank zombie is very dangerous. If you encounter it, don't act recklessly. Wait until your abilities grow before dealing with it. It's best to lure it away. This neighborhood cannot withstand its rampage." "Okay, Brother Feng, I'll remember that." Zhao Taiju nodded solemnly, then watched Chu Feng leave. As Luo Xuanxue passed by Zhao Taiju, she nodded and smiled at him. Lu Minghua playfully said, "Good luck, Magneto." After closing the big door, a hint of envy appeared in Zhao Tieju's eyes. He also wanted to be like Chu Feng. Outside the neighborhood, the two girls quickly took out the reconnaissance drones to check the surrounding roads. They didn't see large groups of zombies within a few hundred meters. Only a few scattered zombies wandering on the street. "I don't see any abnormalities on my side." The two girls reported their findings. Chu Feng remained vigilant, paying attention to the movements of the buildings around the street. The shops on the street were dilapidated, with broken doors and shattered glass, making it impossible to see the situation inside. It was eerily silent everywhere. "Let us keep moving," Chu Feng said, leading the two along the street. Along the way, they encountered numerous corpses, reduced to mere skeletons by the zombies. They passed by a 7-story building and witnessed a horrifying scene. At the entrance of the building stood a twisted iron gate, covered with half-eaten zombies. This was when a group of people had desperately tried to squeeze inside during their escape, getting stuck in the iron gate and being gnawed on by the pursuing zombies until only half of their bodies remained. The few half-eaten zombies saw Chu Feng and the others and immediately began to excitedly roar. They tugged at the iron gate, making a loud clanging sound. Not good. Act quickly, or we'll attract other zombies. Chu Feng commanded, and the three rushed forward. One person drew a bow while the other two wielded knives, quickly dispatching the ruckus-making zombies. Chu Feng stepped back, distancing himself from the building. Suddenly, he heard the sound of glass shattering from above. Following that were rapid footsteps. Quick! Fall back! The three quickly retreated 10 steps, looking towards the source of the footsteps on the 3rd floor. Bang! A zombie smashed through the 3rd floor window and roared as it leaped down. It fell to the ground along with a large chunk of broken glass and rapidly charged at Chu Feng. Chu Feng drew the tang knife from his waist and swung it upward just as the zombie lunged at him. The zombie was instantly bisected, crashing to the ground, its head rolling away. Suddenly, Luo Xuanxue shouted, pulling at Chu Feng's arm. Arrow, be careful! Chu Feng pushed off the ground with his legs and jumped back with all his might. An arrow struck where he had just been standing, sparking as it hit the ground. Chu Feng looked up and quickly locked onto the enemy on the 7th floor. He drew his handgun and aimed at the person, shooting without hesitation. The bullet missed. That person had already fled. Be careful. We don't know how many more people are hiding inside the building. Chu Feng's expression darkened as his gaze swept across any possible hiding spots. Suddenly, someone shouted from above, "Why are you here? Are you trying to bring the zombies to kill us? You are not welcome here." Chu Feng couldn't help but smile. His tactics against the special forces had been learned by others. He raised his gun, aiming at the source of the sound. Luo Xuanxue advised from behind. Why don't we leave? I can hear the sound of a helicopter engine. It seems like it. Chu Feng listened carefully and indeed heard the roar of a helicopter engine. He turned his head and ordered the 2 girls behind him, "You two go in the opposite direction of the sound. I'll keep an eye on the upper floor and come to you shortly." The 2 girls didn't hesitate and immediately turned to leave. Chu Feng held his gun, waiting in place for 10 seconds, then slowly retreated and left the area. The helicopter was flying in from a distance. Chapter 71. What zombies? So hard to kill Chu Feng. Why is this helicopter chasing us? Lu Mingwei asked while running, constantly looking back. The 3 helicopters were flying toward their location. Don't get distracted. Run forward with all your strength. Chu Feng followed the 2 girls, occasionally glancing back, secretly cursing the special forces for their reckless actions. The helicopters flying chaotically in the city would attract hordes of zombies, which could endanger countless survivors. During their run, Luo Xuanxue was controlling a scout bee to survey the road conditions ahead. She anxiously said, "There's a small group of zombies ahead. What should we do? Is there a special place nearby? There's a park right in front of us. All right. Let us clear out the small group of zombies ahead and immediately run into the park." Okay. The 2 girls replied in unison, pulling out their handguns at the same time. Chu Feng quickly ran in front of them, taking a zombie warrior from the tech tree. The zombie warrior received the command and charged forward with all its might. There were over 30 zombies in the small group ahead, including a stout and hefty zombie over 2 meters tall. We'll take action. It doesn't matter if we use up all our bullets. The 3 of them lined up, aimed at the charging zombies, and pulled the trigger. Pew pew pew. The silenced pistols fired continuously, producing faint sounds. Chu Feng didn't command the zombie warrior to charge directly into the horde. Instead, he had it stand in the middle to block some of the zombies. 8 zombies broke through the blockade and were shot down by the 3. The zombie warrior swung its fists and kicked, breaking the zombies' heads and kicking away half of their bodies, single-handedly taking down 10 zombies. Another wave of zombies charged in, revealing the tall zombie. Chu Feng focused and saw that the tall zombie was actually bending down to gnaw on a corpse. It slowly stood up, towering at a height of 25 meters. Plump and bloated. Chu Feng sensed that the situation was dire and prayed that it wasn't one of those zombies that would vomit. Hurry, eliminate all the incoming zombies. Another series of precise gunshots followed. 10 zombies fell one after another. Chu Feng emptied his magazine and had to draw out his tang knife from his waist. Suddenly, a scene before him made his pupils constrict sharply. The fat zombie grabbed 2 ordinary zombies with its hands, spun its body, and prepared to throw them. Get to the side. Upon receiving the order, Lu Mingyue quickly retreated to the side. Chu Feng and Luo Xuanxue exchanged glances and nodded at each other. The 2 swung their knives at the flying zombies, cutting them in half. Before they could catch their breath, the ground shook and a rumbling sound echoed. The fat zombie tilted its head, twisting its bloated body, and charged toward them. Everyone be careful, Chu Feng reminded, simultaneously controlling the zombie warrior to charge forward and block the fat zombie's attack. As the fat zombie ran, it sometimes went left and sometimes right, moving like an eccentric. It knocked down ordinary zombies along the way, crushing them underfoot. Just as it was about to collide with the zombie warrior, it suddenly squatted down, pushed off the ground with its legs, and jumped up. It leaped 7 meters high. Chu Feng was stunned, thinking, can it really do that? This fat zombie was surprisingly agile. As the meatball-like creature was about to crash down, he hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, retreat." Boom. The fat zombie landed heavily, crashing down in front of the three. In an instant, the ground tiles shattered, and dust flew everywhere. The three were momentarily blinded by the dust. Chu Feng quickly retreated while blinking and clearing the dust from his face. When his vision cleared again, he glanced down and saw a large hand swinging toward him. Not good. Chu Feng swung his knife with all his might, but was still slapped away. He rolled to Lu Mingyue's feet, feeling dizzy and briefly unconscious. In a daze, he heard Lu Mingyue's voice calling him. "Chu Feng, wake up quickly." At that moment, the zombie warrior finally rushed over, grabbing the fat zombie's arms and restraining its movements. Seeing Chu Feng being knocked away, Luo Xuanxue was instantly filled with rage. The zombie was controlled, and the opportunity could not be missed. She whispered, "Consume 100 points to temporarily increase speed and strength." In an instant, Luo Xuanxue's body felt as if it had been electrocuted, her blood surged, and a force compelled her to move forward. She ran with all her strength, leaped into the air, and gripped the knife handle with both hands, stabbing toward the zombie's head with full force. The knife pierced in, the blade sinking 30 centimeters deep. Standing on the zombie's shoulder, Luo Xuanxue twisted the knife. But to her surprise, the zombie did not die. How is that possible? It was stabbed in the head and is still alive. The zombie, in pain, began to struggle violently, but was held in place by the zombie warrior. Luo Xuanxue drew her handgun from her waist, pressed the muzzle against the zombie's head, and emptied the magazine. Yet the zombie was still lively. She immediately lost her footing, slipping and falling to the ground. "Sister Xue," Lu Mingyue shouted, turning to look at the unconscious Chu Feng, lightly patting his face and calling his name. "Chu Feng, wake up quickly, Sister Xue is in danger." After a brief rest, Chu Feng recovered from his dizziness. He got up and quickly assessed the situation. The fat zombie had a knife stuck in its head and was still moving around. It was struggling desperately, and the zombie warrior was about to lose control over it. The only way to stop it was to completely destroy its head. Chu Feng picked up the tang knife from the ground and quickly approached the zombie. He gripped the knife handle with both hands, pointing the blade at the zombie's chest. "You need to step back." Upon hearing the command, Luo Xuanxue quickly stepped back a few paces, nervously watching Chu Feng's actions. The fat zombie, sensing danger, began to struggle wildly, trying to break free from the zombie warrior's control. This caused its arms to tear the skin and muscles. It extended its head, trying to bite Chu Feng. Seeing this, Chu Feng tightened his grip on the knife handle, his gaze sharpening. "Consume 100 points to evolve the tang knife into a high-speed vibrating knife." Ding! High-speed vibrating knife successfully evolved. Duration 1 minute. Before he finished speaking, the tang knife in Chu Feng's hand began to vibrate at high frequency, emitting a sharp, buzzing sound. He united his body with the motion, thrusting the knife forward. The high-frequency vibrating blade easily pierced the zombie's chest, shattering muscles and bones, and penetrated from its neck into its head. At the same time, Chu Feng commanded the zombie warrior to retreat and shouted, "You all retreat quickly." The two girls followed the command and quickly retreated 10 meters away. Then, Chu Feng let go of the knife handle and moved back. The fat zombie stood in place, its head shaking uncontrollably, its tongue flailing, and its limbs unresponsive, looking quite grotesque. 10 seconds later, a sharp buzzing sound suddenly erupted. The tang knife exploded violently. The zombie's chest cavity was blown open, and its head was turned into a spray of blood and guts. With a thud, the body fell forward to the ground. Finally over. "I can't believe I encountered such a zombie." Chu Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead, sighed in relief, and held his stomach, feeling as if his bones were about to fall apart. The two girls quickly came to his side to check for injuries. "Are you okay?" Luo Xuanxue asked anxiously. "It's nothing. I'm wearing protective gear, just a few scrapes." "Then let's hurry up. We've delayed so long. The zombie horde behind us is about to catch up." "All right, let's pack up and hide in that park." After saying this, Chu Feng looked down at the ground, where the gravel by his feet was slightly trembling. The zombie tide was approaching. Chapter 72. Lush plants. Chu Feng quickly cleaned up the scene, absorbing the zombie corpses scattered on the ground into the tech tree. Then, he led the two of them along the road to find the park entrance. However, after searching for a long time and dealing with more than 10 zombies along the way, they still did not see the park entrance. Why is there no entrance to this park? Luo Xuanxue looked around, and all she could see were vines. Chu Feng, on the other hand, was chopping at the plants beside him with his knife. Lu Mingyue approached, confused. What are you doing? Clearing the plants to find the entrance to the park. Chu Feng continued to swing his knife vigorously, chopping at the vines as thick as an arm. Entrance? You mean the park is behind these plants? Lu Mingyue stood on tiptoe to look deeper into the plants. All she could see was more plants, nothing else. That's right, the plants are growing wildly right now, covering the park's outer wall, making the entire park seem to have disappeared. Chu Feng exerted tremendous effort and finally cleared a 1-meter-high passage. He could roughly see the situation inside the park. You guys hurry in. I'll hold the rear and block this passage. Luo Xuanxue glanced at Lu Mingyue, noticing that the latter seemed a bit fearful, so she volunteered to go in first. I'll lead the way. Mingyue, you follow behind. Okay. The two girls crawled into the plant passage one after the other. Chu Feng looked at the situation outside. 3 helicopters flew overhead. The distant sound of the zombie tide's rumbling footsteps shook the streetlight poles back and forth. He no longer hesitated, bent down, faced outward, and slowly retreated into the passage. As Chu Feng moved inward, he pulled the vines on both sides toward the center, causing them to intertwine. Before long, the vines covered the entrance. Just to be safe, Chu Feng wanted to completely seal this entrance. He raised his hand, aimed at the entrance of the passage, and consumed 5 points to evolve the blade net into a multi-blade net. Ding! Multi-blade net has been evolved, permanently effective. In the blink of an eye, a large group of blade nets appeared out of thin air, entangled with the vines, thoroughly sealing the entrance. Chu Feng kicked it and found the blade net to be immovable, finally feeling reassured as he turned around. The two girls in front were crouched down, moving slowly like 2 large shrimp. Chu Feng anxiously asked from behind, "How is it going up there?" "I'm still slowly moving forward. I need to cut through some vines." Luo Xuanxue replied. "Be careful, let me know if anything happens." Chu Feng turned to look at the dense vines covering the entire entrance, which was 10 meters high, 8 meters thick, and impenetrable. It was like a wall of vines. Once they entered the park, as long as they concealed their movements, they could safely avoid this wave of zombies. Chu Feng continued to crouch and move forward when he suddenly heard Lu Mingyue ask, "Will there be zombies inside the park?" "Yes, but there may be very few. During the flood, few people would hide in the park. Moreover, after the zombies awakened, the plants also began to grow wildly, quickly covering the park. Even if there are zombies inside, we can handle them," Chu Feng patiently explained. "Isn't this a good place to establish a survivor base? Eventually, the plants will become toxic and even eat people. If you're willing to stay here like a wild person, you can stay," Chu Feng replied with a smile, jokingly. "Plants will eat people? You're not lying to me, are you?" Lu Mingyue asked in surprise. "Of course not. When have I ever lied to you?" Chu Feng said with righteous conviction, without any hesitation. Lu Mingyue believed him and continued to crouch and move forward. Suddenly, a spider dropped down on a silk thread. Lu Mingyue was startled by the suddenly appearing spider, screamed, and quickly bent down to retreat. "Ah, a spider!" Chu Feng didn't have time to shout to stop her. Lu Mingyue bumped towards him, hitting him in the face. He was knocked back, seeing stars. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Chu Feng looked disgusted and pushed away the big, but that kept bumping into his face. "Chu, be quiet. You've seen centipedes and wasps all over the place. And you're still afraid of these little bugs?" "No, it's just too dark here. I got scared by accident. You made my face swell up. Can you not bump into my face anymore?" Chu Feng complained a few more times. Hee. Lu Mingyue turned her head and gave a playful smile. She raised her butt again and bumped back into him. "Hey, she's getting into it." Chu Feng gave her a hard slap, while the two were playfully fighting. Luo Xuanxue successfully cleared the passage, and the 3 of them entered the park. Inside the park, the bushes and herbaceous plants had grown twice as tall. The flowers and grasses along the road obscured the path, with weeds covering the gaps, and small shrubs in the flower beds reaching 2 meters high. The entire park was like a world of plants. "Where are we going?" Luo Xuanxue asked. "The terrain here is too flat. If the zombies attack, we will be in danger, so we need to go higher." Saying this, Chu Feng pointed to the viewing platform on the island and the lake. He then drew his tang knife and led the two to continue forward. As they moved, Chu Feng kept observing the situation in the bushes. He said, "You two stay behind me and keep an eye on the surrounding bushes." "Okay, I'll stay in the back, and you two keep an eye on the front." Luo Xuanxue volunteered to move to the back, protecting Lu Mingyue in the middle. The three slowly advanced. The grass along the road was taller than them, and stepping on the weeds was a mix of deep and shallow steps. Chu Feng had to be wary of snakes possibly leaping out from underfoot and zombies pouncing out from the bushes on both sides. Gradually, they arrived at a location that was lower in elevation. The sound of babbling streams came from both sides. Chu Feng also heard another sound. It was the low growl of zombies. Chu Feng immediately called for the two to stop in a low voice. "Stop, there are zombies in the streams on both sides." "I heard it too, about 5 of them," Luo Xuanxue replied softly. "Who still has bullets in their handgun?" Chu Feng turned back to ask. "I still have 3 bullets in my gun," Lu Mingyue replied, pulling out her handgun from her waist. Chu Feng nodded and quietly instructed, "When I clear the bushes, you immediately fire when you see a zombie." "Okay, I understand." The two took positions on either side. Chu Feng quietly moved forward, extending his tang knife to slowly part the dense bushes. One zombie was trapped in the mud of the stream, and it immediately turned its head. Facing it was the dark muzzle of a gun. A faint gunshot rang out, and the zombie fell silent. The other 2 zombies immediately became agitated, growling and twisting their bodies, trying to break free from the mud. They reached out their hands, scratching at the weeds incessantly. Another 2 faint gunshots rang out, and the 2 zombies fell into the stream. Suddenly, Luo Xuanxue behind them exclaimed, "Not good, zombies are jumping up over here." Chu Feng turned back at the sound and saw 2 zombies jumping up 2 meters high, spreading their limbs like 2 frogs. The 3 quickly scattered. Chu Feng and Luo Xuanxue decisively acted, each using a knife to swiftly chop off the zombies' heads. Then, Chu Feng absorbed the corpses into the tech tree. Ahead was the activity square of the park, with a gazebo and several single-story buildings in the distance. Inside the buildings, 2 pairs of eyes were watching Chu Feng and the other's every move. Chapter 73. Ambushers in the grass after dealing with the zombies that had pounced from the bushes. Chu Feng absorbed all the corpses into the tech tree. He once again pushed aside the dense bushes to observe the situation in the stream. "It's clear now. How did these zombies get in here?" Luo Xuanxue asked. "They might have been washed in by the flood. There's an artificial lake inside the park that connects to the river outside through a water diversion channel." Chu Feng was on high alert, scanning his surroundings, always feeling as if someone was watching them. Occasionally, bird calls broke the eerie silence, creating an unnaturally quiet atmosphere that felt ominous. If it weren't for the need to escape the zombie tide, he would never come to such a place. He instructed the 2 girls behind him. "Stay alert to any movements around us. There could still be danger. We need to find a safe place to hide quickly." Then, Chu Feng stepped over the tall weeds and led the way forward. Soon, the 3 arrived at the park's activity square. The square was overgrown with weeds. Creeping vines wrapped around the pavilions, and the signposts were obscured by vegetation. They had not yet found the way to the island in the lake. Chu Feng vaguely saw a few low buildings in the distance and advised the 2. "This place has a wide view and is temporarily safe. But you still need to be careful." "Where are you going?" Luo Xuanxue asked. "I'm planning to check out those buildings. I need to find the way to the island and the lake. Be careful." Just as Chu Feng was about to leave, he suddenly heard Lu Mingyue ask, "Can I wash my face by the lake? The water is clear." He glanced at the calm lake surface, seeing nothing unusual except for water birds gliding by. He remained vigilant and replied, "Be careful, don't slip into the lake. There might be zombies rising from the bottom." "Okay." Chu Feng signaled to Luo Xuanxue to stay alert, and she nodded in response. Then, Chu Feng drew the tang knife from his waist and approached the location of the house. After stepping through the dense weeds, he noticed something odd. Some patches of grass had been trampled on, and there were even remnants of charcoal. People had lived here before, and the lake was full of fish. It was indeed a good place for refuge. Chu Feng murmured a few words and continued to move forward. 2 minutes later, he neared the perimeter of the house. This house had once been a resting place for staff, containing tables, chairs, and several uniforms. Chu Feng also saw bottles and jars, signs of past habitation. Just as he was about to push the door open, the curtains suddenly fluttered. An arrow pierced through the curtain, heading straight for Chu Feng's face. Not good. Chu Feng's nerves instantly tensed, and his body reacted automatically as he sidestepped and thrust his knife upward. The blade snapped the arrow, and he focused on the movements inside the house. A shadow darted out from behind the curtain, quickly heading for the side window. The shadow leaped out of the window and disappeared into the 2-meter-high grass. Was he tied with grass? Chu Feng vaguely saw that the shadow was bound with several bundles of weeds and couldn't help but wonder. He quickly approached the outside of the house and saw the grass deep within swaying, but no one in sight. The enemy was very familiar with the terrain, using the grass to hide their movements and waiting to ambush. This was not good for Chu Feng. He quickly retreated, distancing himself from the thick grass. Suddenly, a voice came from deep within the grass. "This is our territory. Since you've come in, you won't be leaving. Leave all your food behind." Chu Feng's expression hardened as he squinted to quickly locate the enemy's position. A black-haired head, crowned with grass, was swaying in the grass. There were more than one enemy. There might be others hiding elsewhere. Chu Feng dared not let his guard down and took steps back. He needed to stall the opponents first. He spoke in a friendly tone. "Let us talk this out. I came in here to escape the zombie tide. If you don't agree, I will leave immediately." "Nonsense. You intruded into our territory and still want to leave? You die, and the two women stay." A voice from the grass responded again. "We accidentally came here. I hope you can understand." Facing Chu Feng's reply, the person in the grass paused for a few seconds and then cursed. "Who do you think you're fooling? I saw you running in, clearing the plants to enter the park. Go die?" Before the words finished, a sharp arrow tore through the grass and shot out at high speed. Fortunately, Chu Feng was prepared. He slightly sidestepped and avoided the arrow. He was worried about the two girls being in danger and needed to get to them quickly. Just as Chu Feng turned to leave, another arrow shot out, accompanied by mocking laughter. "Haha, are you afraid? You can't escape. Just wait to die. Those two women will be done for soon." As predicted, a cry for help suddenly came from the distant artificial lake, Lu Mingyue's voice. Chu Feng turned in alarm, glancing back at the grass, and began to retreat. The laughter of enemies came from the grass. "Hee hee, wanna run? This park is our territory. Just wait to be played to death." Another arrow flew toward him. Chu Feng remained calm, jogging backward while waving his hand. A zombie warrior suddenly appeared, blocking behind him, raised its hand to grab the incoming arrow, and broke it. "Capture alive." Following orders, the zombie warrior raised its eerie green eyes and immediately locked onto the enemies in the grass. The enemies were caught off guard. What kind of creature is this? One had never seen such a thing and pushed aside the grass to get a better look. Suddenly, the zombie warrior squatted down and leaped up. The enemies stared in shock, tilting their head back, witnessing the shadow pass overhead, almost twisting their neck. The zombie warrior crashed down behind them. The enemy felt a sense of impending doom and immediately crouched and slipped into the grass. They looked back in horror. The zombie warrior was like a bulldozer, crushing through the grass and pouncing towards them. On the other side, Chu Feng quickly ran to the lake's edge and focused his gaze, feeling a tightness in his chest. Lu Mingyue was splashing continuously on the water's surface, being dragged by a bare-chested man toward the island in the lake. Luo Xuanxue was swimming with all her might, trying to catch up. Instead of zombies rising from the lake bed, a person emerged, with several strands of grass stuck in their head, posing as a water ghost to grab people. "Chu Feng, save me." Lu Mingyue, unable to swim, splashed up and down, catching sight of Chu Feng on the shore, and began to call for help. "What are you screaming for?" Upon hearing the cries, the man's eyes flashed with malice as he grabbed Lu Mingyue's hair and pressed her down into the water. Luo Xuanxue, struggling behind, warned, "Stop. If you dare to hurt Mingyue, I'll make you wish you were dead. Hee hee, catch me first. And in the water, you're at my mercy." The man sneered wickedly and continued to swim forward, kicking water with his feet. Suddenly, he heard the sound of an engine and turned to see an unbelievable scene. Chu Feng was riding a jet ski, speeding toward them. How was this possible? Where did he get a jet ski? Seeing the situation was bad, the man immediately let go and pushed Lu Mingyue away. With a splash, he dove into the water and disappeared. Chu Feng piloted the jet ski quickly to Lu Mingyue's side, grabbing her hand and pulling her onto the jet ski. Lu Mingyue, soaked like a drowned rat, lay on the jet ski, desperately retching out the water she had swallowed. After pulling Luo Xuanxue up, Chu Feng quickly scanned the lake's surface, searching for that enemy. Chu Feng wouldn't let him escape. Chapter 74. The Silent Park. Chu Feng wanted to twist the throttle and continue the pursuit. Luo Xuanxue suddenly asked, "How is Mingyue?" Chu Feng released the throttle and glanced at Lu Mingyue, who was still vomiting. He gently patted her back, helping her expel the water from her stomach. Both of them were soaked and had swallowed water. Under the current circumstances, they couldn't continue chasing the enemy. Chu Feng twisted the throttle, turned the jet ski toward the shore, and headed back. Once on the shore, Lu Mingwe stumbled, her face pale, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She supported herself with her hands on the ground and vomited a large puddle of water. Chu Feng stored the jet ski back into the tech tree, approached, and gently stroked her back, offering comfort. It's okay. After a moment, Lu Mingwe's breathing steadied, and she turned to look at Chu Feng. Her lips pressed together, and her eyes reddened as she pitifully hugged Chu Feng and quietly sobbed. Chu Feng felt that Lu Mingwe was both pitiful and amusing. This naive girl was truly cursed with bad luck. Just when Chu Feng told her not to fall into the lake, a water ghost appeared and dragged her underwater. After calming Lu Mingwe, Chu Feng inquired about what had happened. What happened just now? I was washing my hands by the lake when suddenly a head popped up from the water. I was alert in advance, but my feet slipped, and I fell into the water. Lu Mingwe wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and replied. Hearing the answer, Chu Feng's body twitched, and he quickly suppressed the smile on his face. It turned out he was startled and fell into the water. He continued to ask, is he the only one? I only saw one person. For other details, you have to ask Sister Shui, Lu Mingwe responded. Chu Feng looked at Luo Xuanxue, who chimed in. I also only saw one person. He swam very fast, probably came from afar to ambush Mingwe. So now there are two people. As for whether there are others, it's unclear for now. Isn't that very dangerous? Do we still have to stay here? Luo Xuanxue asked. We can't leave now. The park's perimeter is full of zombies. We need to find another way out, Chu Feng said, standing up and listening carefully to the sounds outside the park. The low growls of zombies came from all directions. For now, they could only hide in the park. Suddenly, Lu Mingwe sneezed and rubbed her arms. You're getting cold. Luo Xuanxue was also soaking wet. Seeing this, Chu Feng took the two of them to a concealed corner and retrieved 2 sets of prepared women's clothing from the tech tree. The 2 girls slowly took off their clothes in the dense grass, putting on a wet show. Lu Mingwe pouted, very conscious of being stared at by Chu Feng, covering her beautiful figure with her hands. She complained, don't look, I'm completely soaked. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, crossed his arms, and said in a serious tone, I have to ensure your safety. I can't take my eyes off you, and besides, it's not like I haven't seen it before. Humph. Compared to Lu Mingwe's modesty, Luo Xuanxue was much bolder. She twisted her waist, ran her hands over her curves, her gaze enchanting, her tone teasing. Do I look good? Chu Feng gasped internally. Hey, this is the apocalypse. Isn't this behavior a bit too bold? But he liked it. Chu Feng quickly covered his nose and stammered. You look good. You look good, Sister Shui. You're so beautiful. Hee. Outside, zombies were everywhere, while here, there were green grass and red flowers, setting off the beauty of their figures. It was truly a feast for the eyes. Chu Feng enjoyed the view, quickly turning away to avoid a nosebleed, waving his hands to fan himself and cool down. 10 minutes later, the 3 of them returned to the lakeside. At this time, a zombie warrior also walked over slowly, carrying an enemy who looked like a dead dog. Chu Feng kicked him and harshly questioned, how many of you are there? I would rather die than tell you, spit. The enemy glared at Chu Feng, moving his throat, trying to spit in his face. But he was immediately grabbed by the zombie warrior by the throat, nearly choking him. All right, since you don't want to talk, then you can die. The zombie warrior tightened his grip, causing the enemy's face to turn red as he struggled, driven by the will to survive. The enemy squeezed out 2 words, I'll talk. Chu Feng commanded the zombie warrior to release him and coldly asked, how many of you are there? And what have you been doing here? There are 2 of us. Of course, we are surviving here. What else could we do? Where is your base? Facing this question, the enemy's gaze faltered, and he deliberately lowered his voice. In the small island at the center of the lake, Chu Feng sensed something strange in his words. So he did not act immediately. He kicked the enemy, urging him forward. Lead the way, we're going to the island now. While speaking, Chu Feng pulled out the pistol from his waist, forcing the enemy to move ahead. The enemy dared not resist and took a glance back. A heavily armored zombie warrior was following them, along with 3 fully armed people, carrying guns, bows, and knives. If he dared to have any ill intentions, he would be killed immediately. Chu Feng suddenly glared at the enemy and shouted, hurry up, or I'll shoot. The enemy, frightened, immediately quickened his pace and continued forward. Chu Feng turned slowly, whispering to the 2 behind him, be careful, keep an eye on your back. I have a feeling something is off about this park. Okay. The 2 girls replied in unison. As they moved forward, Chu Feng gazed over the artificial lake. The entire park was unusually quiet, exuding a strange aura. In such a lush place, there were hardly any water birds to be seen. The artificial lake also showed no fish jumping out of the water. This did not conform to the post-apocalyptic situation of biological overpopulation. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the dock of the artificial lake. Another enemy was sabotaging a small boat. Chu Feng immediately charged forward with his compound bow, giving a command: if this person dares to move, take action immediately. He quickly ran to the edge of the dock, drew his bow, and shot an arrow. The other enemy jumped into the water, and the arrow flew over his head. Fortunately, there were still a few boats available. Chu Feng called everyone to quickly board the boat and head toward the island. What secrets are you hiding? You've been trying to stop us from going to the island. The enemy lowered his head in silence. Chu Feng stepped closer to the enemy, grabbing him by the neck. He questioned sternly, "You want to say? There want to be another chance." I don't know. Stubborn as a dead duck. Chu Feng didn't waste words with him, giving a warning look. Life and death were in his hands. It was just a matter of time. He wasn't in a hurry. The small boat reached the island. The three followed the enemy, walking toward the 5-story observation deck on the island. Halfway there, Chu Feng deliberately had the zombie warrior slow down, creating a 5-meter distance. The enemy seized this opportunity and jumped into the bushes, disappearing from sight. Chu Feng took his time and instructed the two behind him. One flies above the grass, and one is a white strip in the waves. You two keep the Scout B in the air and keep an eye on them. The three then approached the observation deck, prying the door open to enter the room. Inside the room were 6 women being held captive. The moment they saw Chu Feng and the others, they panicked and cried for help. "Help us! Please save us! They tricked us here and killed many people." The bodies were thrown into the lake. Hearing this information, Chu Feng felt as if his heart was being squeezed. He never expected that they, while avoiding the zombie tide, had accidentally stumbled into a small center of zombie tides. Chapter 75. Capturing People. Gathering information. Chu Feng took a quick glance at these people. They were chained, their clothes disheveled, looking like high school students. The enemy might be hiding something. He needed to clarify the situation with these 6 women. "I ask you, how many bad guys are there?" 2. A more mature girl answered. "Do they have any special weapons?" They have knives and bows. I didn't see any other weapons." Chu Feng pondered for a moment. The methods of these 2 villains were actually quite simple. They exploited the survivor's desperate will to survive, fabricating a lie about a safe base. After luring people here, they would then rob and kill. Then, Chu Feng asked Luo Xuanxue about the scouting situation. "Did you find them?" "Yes, look." Chu Feng quickly checked the images sent back by the Scout B, confirming the enemy's location. He instructed, "You take care of them here. I'll go deal with those 2 bad guys. If they come back here, don't hesitate. Take action immediately." "Okay." After outlining the plan, Chu Feng led the zombie warrior toward the enemy's location. The small island was dense with weeds and shrubs, making it very suitable for ambushes. Based on the scouting intelligence, Chu Feng took a shortcut, quickly closing in on the enemies. The 2 enemies were crouched in the bushes, plotting revenge. Chu Feng immediately commanded the zombie warrior to charge forward. "Capture them alive." The zombie warrior stepped forward, crashing through the bushes and grass, unstoppable. The 2 enemies, realizing the situation was dire, had no time to plot revenge and immediately fled in different directions. "Do they still have other small boats?" Chu Feng quickly caught up with one of the enemies, pulling out the pistol from his waist as he ran. He had intended to plan carefully and use his points strategically. However, the situation was urgent, and he had to consume points in advance to create an infinite bullet pistol. Consuming 500 points, he evolved the ordinary pistol into an infinite bullet pistol. Ding! Successfully evolved into an infinite bullet pistol, permanently effective. The gun in Chu Feng's hand flashed with a blue light, completing the evolution. He tried to remove the magazine, but it had completely fused with the gun body and could not be separated. Chu Feng pulled the trigger repeatedly towards the sky, firing more than 10 rounds. The magazine still had plenty of bullets. This solid feeling, finally having a decent weapon. With that, Chu Feng increased his speed, closing the distance to the enemy. The 2 chased each other to the edge of the island in the lake. Chu Feng stopped, raising his gun to warn. "If you dare to come forward, I will shoot you dead." The enemy immediately halted, almost falling into the lake, and he nervously raised his hands and turned around. This person was a nimble swimmer, slim and cunning in appearance. "Don't make a move. Don't make a move. We have no grudges. Can you let me go?" "Let you go?" "Yes. My name is Zhang Chong. As long as you spare me, I can give you anything, We can be friends. Zhang Chong introduced himself, hoping to win favor. What can you give me? Chu Feng retorted. Food. I have plenty of food. You can take those people if you want. Just spare my life. I'm not interested. Hearing Chu Feng's firm rejection, Zhang Chong's face twitched, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Zhang Chong suppressed his anger and asked, What do you want? Come with me, and you'll know the answer soon. Chu Feng moved the gun's muzzle, ordering Zhang Chong to leave the shore. Faced with the dark muzzle, Zhang Chong had no choice but to comply and walked into the grass by the shore. However, after Zhang Chong entered the grass, he secretly pulled on a hidden rope. The rope connected all the way to the bottom of the lake, and a mechanism was activated. Chu Feng was 10 meters behind, unaware of Zhang Chong's actions. 5 minutes later, Chu Feng returned to the observation deck. The zombie warriors were holding the two by their necks, forcing them to kneel on the ground. Seeing the bad guys captured, Lu Mingyue was furious. She pulled back her compound bow, wanting to kill the two. Chu Feng hurried forward to stop her, asking what was going on. Don't be impulsive, what's happening? Do you know what these two have done? Lu Mingyue gritted her teeth, glaring at the two bad guys. Wishing she could kill them immediately, Chu Feng immediately sensed something was off. He noticed Luo Xuanxue with her arms crossed, also displaying a fierce murderous intent. He still needed to extract information about the secret passage, so he temporarily couldn't act. Thus, Chu Feng pulled Lu Mingyue aside and whispered to her. I need to ask them how to escape from here. Cooperate with me. Don't be anxious. Lu Mingyue agreed. When I ask for the location of the key, you go rescue those girls and hide them behind the door. Let those girls confirm whether the bad guy's answers are true. If there's a mistake, you all come out. Lu Mingyue said nothing. Seeing Chu Feng's serious expression, she nodded and returned to the house. Chu Feng collected his thoughts and approached the two, telling them to stand up again. Where is the key to the handcuffs hidden? Will you let us go? Zhang Chong tilted his head back, defiantly retorting. You have no right to negotiate now. We're all going to die anyway, why should I tell you? Zhang Chong sneered disdainfully. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes, sizing up the dying man before him. This person had a hint of malice in his eyes and scars from knives on his body. He probably used to be part of the underworld. He wouldn't yield to soft tactics, a truly pure evil person. But zombies prefer the hard over the soft. Chu Feng's lips curled into a sinister smile as he spoke calmly. Then I'll put protective gear on you, exposing only your hands and feet, and throw you into a crowd of zombies, letting them slowly pick at your heart and lungs. Hiss! Zhang Chong gasped. The other person was so frightened that his legs trembled and immediately revealed the location of the key. The key is under a brick on the second floor. Good. Next question. Is there a secret passage leading outside the park, and where is it? Chu Feng continued to ask. I said shut up. Coward. Just as his companion was about to answer, he was immediately kicked by Zhang Chong. Chu Feng commanded the zombie warriors to pull the two apart, urging, speak quickly. I say, it's in the irrigation ditch east of the artificial lake. Chu Feng waited for a few seconds, but Lu Mingyue did not appear. The information is true. He then raised his pistol and pulled the trigger. Seeing Chu Feng kill the person cleanly, Zhang Chong felt both panic and anger. He cursed, You bastard, no matter what I say, you'll kill me. Just kill me too. Hee. Chu Feng suddenly shook his shoulders and laughed wildly, acting surprised. What? Kill you? Now? No, you will die, but you have to die slowly. Zhang Chong, who prided himself on being tough, was scared by Chu Feng's madness. Death was imminent, and he panicked, attempting to threaten Chu Feng. What a madman. I've already awakened the zombies at the bottom of the lake. You all wait to be buried with me. Oh, you guessed it right. I really am a madman, certified. Those zombies are just perfect for an appetizer for me. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, his smile widening. He had long anticipated this. Facing a small wave of zombies was only a matter of time. After cleaning up the small wave of zombies, he could safely rest on the island in the lake, waiting for the large wave of zombies outside the park to leave. As the two faced off, low growls of zombies came from the edge of the island in the lake. Chapter 76. The zombie tied at the bottom of the lake. Seeing that there was no chance of survival, Zhang Chong decided to fight back in desperation. He steeled himself and suddenly sprang up. But before he could fully stand, he was shot in the leg. You want to die well. Zhang Chong clutched his wounded thigh, his eyes venomous, cursing incessantly. At this moment, Lu Mingyue could no longer hold back and ran out from behind the door. She angrily said, Chu Feng, don't let him go. They killed a whole bus of high school students and didn't spare the elderly or children. The 6 female high school students also chimed in with curses. These 2 bastards lured us here, shot the boys, and threw them into the lake. They even insulted my friends. One person is taken away every day, and they never come back. They don't even spare children. Hearing their numerous crimes, Zhang Chong smirked with a sinister and arrogant smile. Chu Feng immediately commanded the zombie warriors to act, his eyes fierce. The zombie warriors moved swiftly, grabbing Zhang Chong's chin and crushing his jawbone. Zhang Chong's jaw hung limply, howling in pain. In his previous life, Chu Feng had seen too many people like this. He adhered to his usual method, using violence to counter violence. I will savor your fear. Chu Feng turned his head, revealing a chilling smile, and said, I'll be back soon. You all wait for me. He then ordered the zombie warriors to grip Zhang Chong's neck and drag him into the bushes. No cries of agony came from the bushes, only the slight rustling of branches. 3 minutes later, Chu Feng emerged from the bushes covered in blood, smiling as he glanced at the 6 terrified female high school students. That person experienced 100 times the pain. He kept repenting before he died. Your revenge has been avenged. After hearing this, the 6 female high school students shrank behind Lu Mingyue, not daring to breathe. Seeing this, Lu Mingyue stepped forward to ask with concern, Are you okay? What could be wrong with me? I'm quite full. Chu Feng shrugged and said, Full. The 6 female high school students immediately thought of a horrifying possibility and quickly ran behind the door to hide. Eating the enemy? Just thinking of that scene made their livers tremble. Lu Mingyue glanced back, complaining, Stop talking nonsense. Look how scared they are. All right, let's get down to business. Chu Feng's expression was serious as he continued. The zombies at the bottom of the lake have awakened and are slowly approaching here. Zombies? You mean those zombies from the movies? A female high school student asked. Exactly. When were you tricked into coming here? When the poisonous fog started to weaken. We were lured here and kept captive. I see. To prevent you from panicking when you see the zombies, you were hiding in the observation deck. No sound, no movement. Or I will deal with you first. Chu Feng's expression was cold, and his gaze warned the 6 female high school students. Are you going to leave us? No. You can rest assured. The park outside is full of zombies, and we plan to take refuge here. The 6 female high school students huddled together and whispered. Chu Feng instructed Lu Mingyue to explain things clearly to them. Suddenly, Luo Xuanxue rushed over anxiously. Chu Feng, it's bad. The entire lakeside of the island is filled with zombies. I estimate there are over 100. Chu Feng's heart tightened. How many survivors have these 2 villains harmed? It's too cheap for them to die so quickly. By killing these 2, Chu Feng had just enough points to reach 1,000. He successfully upgraded the remaining 2 handguns. He handed the guns to the 2 girls and instructed them on some matters. This handgun has unlimited bullets. When you encounter zombies later, just aim for their heads. Isn't 1,000 points a bit too much to waste? Luo Xuanxue felt the weight of the gun in her hand. Compared to your safety, this is nothing. With that, Chu Feng took the lead and walked down the mountain. The 2 girls exchanged glances and showed relieved smiles. 5 minutes later, the 3 of them quietly approached the edge of the island. They hid in 2-meter-high weeds and observed the situation by the lake. Seeing the condition of the zombies, Chu Feng broke out in a cold sweat. These 2 people have caused serious trouble. All the zombies soaking at the bottom of the lake have evolved into dangerous vomiting zombies. Vomiting zombies? Gross. Lu Mingyue exclaimed in surprise. Look at the zombies' bellies. They're full of corpse water. Be careful not to get vomited on, Chu Feng warned. What should we do? Fortunately, these zombies haven't been sun-dried, so their movement speed is slower, and we have the cover of these weeds. We'll hide in the grass and send out scouting bees to observe the situation and clear the zombies along the way. According to the combat plan, the 2 girls launched their scouting bees. The 2 bees flew up to 30 meters high, one in front and one behind. The zombies slowly advanced along the soft mud by the shore. Suddenly, 3 faint sounds came from the weeds, like the sound of birds flapping their wings. 3 zombies fell to the ground, spilling a foul-smelling pool of corpse water. How disgusting. Chu Feng, there's also a fishy smell. Lu Mingyue pinched her nose, looking disgusted. I wondered why I couldn't see a single fish in the lake. They've probably all been eaten by these zombies. The smell is overwhelming, Chu Feng frowned. Can they even digest fish? As zombies continue to evolve, they can digest anything. This is so scary. When will my powers awaken? I hope it's like Magneto. Lu Mingyue muttered quietly. Chu Feng glanced at the daydreaming Lu Mingyue and patted her head. He turned to Luo Xuanxue to ask about the scouting situation. What is the situation ahead? The sound of the zombies falling just now attracted more than 10 zombies, and they're slowly walking towards us. Luo Xuanxue replied after putting away her phone. Okay, let's form a line, spread out, and shoot quickly to eliminate the zombies. The grass rustled again with a series of small gunshots. In less than 20 minutes, over 20 zombies lay dead by the lakeshore. The corpse water flowed and emitted a terrible stench. It's too smelly. I can't take it anymore. Let's retreat and change positions. Chu Feng was overwhelmed by the stench, and he suggested retreating. The two girls nodded repeatedly in agreement, their faces pale from the smell. The three of them carefully retreated, passing through a muddy area. As Chu Feng stepped out, he felt a soft sensation under his foot. The mud and weeds merged into one, sending vibrations far away. Suddenly, a patch of mud stirred, and a massive figure slowly rose from it. The zombie's face was bloated and enormous, its big eyes turning awkwardly to look at Chu Feng and the others, with corpse water continuously flowing from its mouth. Be careful, that vomiting zombie is about to explode, Chu Feng said in disbelief, making a quick decision. He said in a deep voice, fire at will, shoot its head, don't stop. The three of them simultaneously stood up, raising their handguns and continuously pulling the trigger. The gun muzzles spat fire. Bullets densely flew and hit its wheel-sized head, like punching cotton. This was merely scratching the surface for the zombie. Gradually, the zombie opened its enormous mouth. Not good, it's going to vomit corpse water. Quickly retreat. Chu Feng realized the situation was dire and immediately pulled the two girls to retreat to the left. Chapter 77. Fire attack on the zombie. The zombie expelled a large pool of corpse water. Several square meters of weeds quickly withered, their stems and leaves rotting and bending. In less than 10 seconds, the green grass turned into a pool of green pus. Seeing this, Chu Feng's pupils constricted, and he protected the two girls behind him. He warned in a low voice, we must not be touched by this corpse water, or our bodies will rot beyond recognition. Luo Xuanxue lightly touched her handgun. The barrel was somewhat hot. Her expression was serious as she said, the bullets aren't effective. What should we do? Chu Feng looked around. Everywhere was weeds and soft mud. He didn't want to fight the zombies here. If he accidentally got stuck in the mud and had corpse water splashed on his face, he would turn into sludge. Chu Feng thought of a small bridge behind the island that led to the shore. He could lure the zombies onto the bridge and set them on fire to burn them all. He immediately turned around and ordered, you two work together. Drive the small boat along the shore, make some noise, and lure the zombies near that small bridge. What about you? Luo Xuanxue asked. I'll deal with this big zombie here. But this zombie looks very dangerous. Don't worry, I'll lure it to the bridge. When the time comes, we'll set it on fire and burn all the zombies. Chu Feng turned to see the two girls hesitating, heads down. He hurriedly urged, don't hesitate, quickly take action. When you see me on the bridge, you immediately steer the boat close to the small bridge and lure the other zombies onto the bridge. Be careful, Luo Xuanxue solemnly reminded. Don't worry about me. The situation is urgent. Just consume points and speed up your escape. The two girls exchanged glances and nodded, turning to leave and act according to the plan. Before they had gone far, there was immediately a commotion in the distance. The fat, bloated zombie crawled out of the mud, its body covered in filth and withered grass. It resembled a stinky pile of mud. Chu Feng quickly created distance, summoning a zombie warrior from the tech tree. This scene resembled a Pokemon game where the protagonist encounters a wild Pokemon in the wild and summons their own Pokemon to prepare for battle. Throw rocks at it. Hearing the command, the zombie warrior immediately picked up a rock the size of a basketball and hurled it with all its might. The rock hit the zombie, making a dull thud. The fat zombie's movement slightly paused, but then it continued to walk towards Chu Feng as if nothing had happened. This defense is too high, Chu Feng exclaimed, putting away his gun and backing up another 5 meters. Continue attacking, don't stop. He continued to issue orders, pulling out 5 daggers and aiming at the fat zombie. Spending 5 points, he evolved the daggers into high-speed daggers. In an instant, the daggers in his hand seemed to come alive. The daggers spun rapidly and shot out with a buzzing sound. 5 daggers pierced the zombie's body, and green pus oozed from the wounds. The zombie warrior coordinated the attack, continuously throwing large rocks. The fat zombie became stagnant, turning its head to lock onto Chu Feng, retracting its neck and letting out a low growl. The roar was strange, like the gurgling sound of bubbles rising in water. Chu Feng remained vigilant, watching the movements of the zombie. Upon seeing this, he exclaimed, another one? He immediately dove into the nearby grass. Sure enough, The zombie spat out a long stream of green corpse fluid, moving at high speed like a high-pressure water jet. A patch of grass was knocked down. That was close. This guy was definitely up to no good. Chu Feng crawled out of the grass, still shaken. However, he noticed that the high-speed daggers he had used earlier had done their job. The wounds on the zombie's body were oozing with corpse fluid. It wanted to spit again. But unfortunately, its stomach was empty. Let me give you a few more. Chu Feng took out 5 more daggers. But before he could act, the fat zombie suddenly squatted down and jumped 6 meters high. No way. How can you fatso fly? Chu Feng threw the daggers with all his might and dodged the impending meat and egg battle vehicle. Bang! The fat zombie crashed to the ground, making a sound like a drum, splattering a large amount of mud and stones. Chu Feng quickly crouched behind the grass, narrowly avoiding the mud mixed with corpse fluid. Hey, come chase me. He stood up and waved his arms at the zombie, simultaneously directing the zombie soldier to run towards the small bridge. It was time to lead the horde of zombies onto the small bridge. The fat zombie seemed enraged by Chu Feng's actions. It twisted its body and quickly got up, extending its arms and charging towards Chu Feng. Indeed, an agile fatso, it ran really fast. Chu Feng marveled and turned to run while looking back, guiding the zombie towards the small bridge. About 2 minutes later, Chu Feng arrived at the entrance of the small bridge. Not far away, 5 meters from the shore, Luo Xuanxue was rowing the boat, while Lu Mingyue made noises to attract the zombies. Over 50 bloated zombies gathered at the shore, slowly pursuing the small boat. It's time. You guys lead the zombies onto the bridge. Chu Feng and the zombie soldier quickly ran to the center of the small bridge. The fat zombie also caught up. Receiving the order, Luo Xuanxue quickly rowed the boat towards the small bridge. Soon, the horde of zombies crowded onto the small bridge. The 2 girls rowed the boat to the center of the bridge. At this moment, Chu Feng and the zombie soldier retreated, pouring gasoline from the barrels they were holding. This gasoline was obtained back in the community. The small boat approached the bridge. Chu Feng, what do we do next? Luo Xuanxue glanced at the zombies surging on the bridge and asked anxiously. You row to the opposite shore. I'll handle it here. Okay, just be careful. Luo Xuanxue nodded and paddled towards the opposite shore. Chu Feng discarded the empty gasoline barrel. There was a 30-meter path of gasoline in front of him, enough to give this group of zombies a fiery purification. On the other side of the bridge, a horde of zombies swayed their bloated bodies, crowding forward. The fat zombie led the pack, being 1.5 meters wide, almost occupying the entire bridge. As the horde entered the center of the bridge, Chu Feng threw the kerosene lighter in his hand. The bridge instantly ignited in a blazing fire, spreading to the zombies' feet. Chu Feng drew his pistol and pulled the trigger at the zombies. Several zombies fell in response, but the horde continued to advance, stepping over the bodies, with corpse fluid flowing. Suddenly, steam rose from the center of the bridge, emitting a foul odor. Some zombies slipped underfoot, falling onto the bridge, enduring the scorching flames. The fat zombie at the front was engulfed in flames, its body sizzling and oozing oil, but it continued to slowly stomp towards Chu Feng. Strong enough. I hope the points you give are enough. Chu Feng raised his pistol, aiming for the zombie's head and firing over 10 bullets in quick succession. The zombie's large face collapsed under the intense heat, revealing a protruding skull shape. The bullets easily penetrated the skull. The zombie staggered a few steps, finally crashing down with a loud thud. The entire small bridge trembled slightly. The zombies on the bridge had all fallen, charred by the flames. Some wooden components of the bridge were ablaze, falling into the lake. Not good. The bridge is going to collapse. Chu Feng turned and quickly ran towards the shore. The central part of the small bridge, under the scorching fire, disintegrated and sank into the water. Chapter 78. Seeking refuge in the lake, Chu Feng quickly ran to the shore to join the 2 girls. He glanced at the center of the lake. There was no need to worry that the smoke would attract zombies from outside the park. The section of the small bridge that had caught fire had completely sunk, with only a little smoke drifting out. All the zombies had been eliminated. The park was temporarily safe. Great, all the zombies are dead. Lu Mingyue quickly ran to Chu Feng's side to check his injuries. I'm not hurt, Chu Feng smiled. That zombie didn't spit anything dirty on you, did it? No. I kept my distance. It moved slowly and couldn't hurt me. Saying this, Chu Feng sat on a large rock by the shore, finally able to take a short rest. Luo Xuanxue looked at Chu Feng's exhausted appearance and said with concern, finally safe. You can rest for a while. Not safe yet. Didn't you hear the zombies roaring outside the park? Chu Feng shook his head and smiled helplessly. I'll send the Scout B out to take a look. Then, Luo Xuanxue released the Scout B to investigate the situation outside the park. Through the phone screen, she saw a horrifying scene. The scale of the zombie tide was as large as 200,000. Whether on the wide streets or in the alleys between buildings, they were filled with zombies. They were packed closely together, advancing slowly without a unified direction. There are too many zombies. The area outside the park is completely blocked. Luo Xuanxue exclaimed. That's right. We must wait for this wave of zombies to recede before we can leave here. The secret passage of the water diversion canal is also filled with zombies on both sides. Show me. Chu Feng took the phone and saw that the water diversion canal went straight ahead, passing through several bridges, but he didn't know where it led. There were many zombies wandering along the shore. The direction of this water diversion canal was opposite that of the military base. Chu Feng thought for a moment. The route to the military base would undoubtedly be full of zombies. He had to replan the route. When the zombie tide recedes, we can quietly leave along this water diversion canal. But that's the opposite direction. Aren't we going to the military base? Luo Xuanxue asked. Plans can't keep up with changes. I didn't expect the helicopter to attract the zombie tide. So, are we looking for a new route now? Exactly. We need to find a route with fewer zombies. Before Chu Feng could finish speaking, a roar of engines came from the distance in the sky. Four helicopters flew over the city at full speed. He couldn't help but curse. Here again? How many times is this? Do they want to tire us to death? The zombie tide outside is starting to stir. Luo Xuanxue said anxiously. Let us go to the island in the lake. I hope the zombie tide won't break through these vines. The three of them boarded the boat one after another and headed towards the island in the lake. Along the way, they cleared away the remaining scattered zombies on the island. When they returned to the observation deck, it was nearing dusk. The 6 high school girls had initially thought that Chu Feng and the others had already left, and they were somewhat pleasantly surprised to see them again. They introduced themselves one by one, and Chu Feng asked for some information. How did you encounter these 2 bad guys? At that time, we were still at school. After the toxic fog weakened, the school arranged for a bus to take us home. A girl named Xinlin replied. Isn't that sending you to your deaths? Chu Feng smiled, not understanding what the school was thinking. Were they eager to wash their hands of responsibility, or was there a crisis in the school? Food ran out in the school, and we had no choice but to follow the school's arrangements. Did the school not take the apocalypse seriously? How did the students view the apocalypse? Chu Feng asked curiously. The 6 high school girls exchanged glances. After the apocalypse alert sounded, some students sensed that something was wrong. But due to pressure from the school and teachers, this group of obedient students did not dare to resist at all. Xinlin thought for a moment, lowered her head, and began to recount what they had experienced. The school is closed off, and when a sandstorm hits, we are required to stay in the dormitory until heavy rain falls that night. Then, all the students start discussing the alert sounds from the Doomsday game.
Everyone is obsessed with studying that Doomsday phone, and the dormitory is noisy all night long. Your teachers must have gone crazy. Chu Feng couldn't help but laugh. That's right.
The teacher braved the rain that night to collect the phones, but as soon as the phones were taken away, they reappeared in the students' hands. In the end, the teacher ordered that phones were not to be used. Haha, surely no one would want to comply. Chu Feng listened with great interest, crossing his legs and trying not to laugh out loud. Xinlin nodded and continued to recount. Indeed, as soon as the teacher left, everyone started playing with their phones again. Some browsed videos of extreme weather abroad, while others used their phones to conjure up a lot of money. Everyone was going crazy. The school and the teachers must have gone crazy too. The school organized all the teachers to collect this money, but how could they move gold bricks? Plus, some teachers had already abandoned their posts and fled for their lives. Didn't anyone among the students notice something was wrong? Some noticed that something was off and packed their things, desperately wanting to leave the school. When the school didn't allow them to leave, they climbed over the wall to escape. They might still be alive now. Yes, we can still contact them with our phones. But some people in the school can no longer be reached. Among the high school students, there are those who are relatively mature and have a sense of crisis. They had imagined the apocalypse, sensed that something was wrong, and immediately began to take action. Chu Feng continued to ask, was there chaos in the school after the toxic mist appeared? Yes. Xinlin nodded, her expression sad as she said, after the toxic mist appeared. Many people rushed into it and got poisoned. Everyone dared not leave their rooms until the food in the school ran out. And the remaining teachers had no choice but to organize the students to evacuate. After that, you were deceived and brought here. That's right. After understanding the general situation, Chu Feng suddenly stood up and stared at the 6 people in front of him. He thought about how to deal with them. So he asked, "The story is over. Where do you plan to go? Can't you help us?" Shenlin asked. Haha. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng sneered. The 6 high school girls huddled together in fear, shrinking into the corner. "You are of no use to me. Why should I help you?" No one responded. "I give you 2 choices. Either stay here, or when we leave, I'll take you a short distance." Chu Feng spoke in a flat tone, waiting for the 6 to respond. After discussing among themselves, Shenlin timidly asked, "Can you take us home?" "No, the world is a mess now. What home is there? Maybe your families are all dead. Can you still contact them with your phones?" Chu Feng firmly refused, stating the terrifying truth. Some began to cry. Chu Feng directly scolded, "If anyone cries again, I will throw them out." The crying immediately stopped, and the 6 lowered their heads to discuss. They had no choice. What else could they do if they didn't follow Chu Feng? "We will go with you. We heard that the school is establishing a survivor base, and we plan to return to the school," Shenlin said. "Good, let's rest here tonight, and when the time comes, we'll set off." Chu Feng listened to the distant moans of zombies outside the park, praying that the horde wouldn't rush into the park. Chapter 79. Hidden ability users Chu Feng and the 3 others arrived at the highest point of the viewing platform and sent out reconnaissance drones to explore the situation around the park. The zombies were moving almost along the vine walls, temporarily blocked from entering the park. Luckily, the vine walls on the outskirts of the park were solid, and the zombies couldn't get in for the time being. "Finally, we can get a good night's sleep tonight." Lu Mingyue stretched wearily. "Don't let your guard down. You have to keep your eyes open even while sleeping." "You can keep one eye open. I'm not afraid." Lu Mingyue stuck out her tongue, smiling brightly, and felt cheerful inside. In front of Chu Feng, she acted cute and playful. "You." Chu Feng sighed helplessly. Suddenly, footsteps came from the stairs behind him, and he turned alertly. The 6 high school girls came to the rooftop, each carrying some packaged food. "You must all be hungry. This is the food that those 2 bad guys were hiding, and we found a lot." "Thank you." Lu Mingyue stepped forward to take the food, but found that it had been soaked in water, and some packaging even had yellow mud on it. She turned to Chu Feng, her eyes pleading. Chu Feng could only shake his head helplessly and went down the stairs, instructing, "Come down in 2 minutes." Watching Chu Feng leave, the 6 high school girls looked curious and kept asking questions. Lu Mingyue smiled and reassured them not to worry. Good food would be ready soon. Chu Feng went downstairs, cleared off the table, and with a wave of his hand, created a large table full of dishes. He found a chair, sat down, and waited for the others. When the 6 high school girls saw the table full of food outside, they were all dumbfounded. They approached the table, and the aroma of the food filled their noses, still thinking it was an illusion. "How is this possible?" someone whispered. Lu Mingyue, seemingly carefree, immediately switched to eating mode. She used both hands and called everyone to start eating quickly. "It smells so good. Don't just stare, eat." After Chu Feng started eating with a serious face, everyone also began to use their chopsticks. During the meal, a few of them got so excited that they cried while eating. In the apocalypse, they had only eaten crackers and drunk water, and now having these dishes felt like they were tasting heavenly delicacies. They all curiously stared at Chu Feng. Shenlin mustered her courage to ask, "How did you do it?" "I'm the food god of the apocalypse. Of course I can do it." Chu Feng shrugged and replied, "Are you an ability user?" Upon hearing this question, Chu Feng smiled and replied coldly, "If you say any more, you'll be gnawing on tree bark." Shenlin awkwardly responded, "Also, after you leave here, if you dare to disclose even a word about the food, I'll throw you to feed the zombies." Chu Feng warned again, his gaze sweeping over the group, filled with murderous intent. He wanted to prevent these people from leaking his information after they left. The 6 high school girls were so frightened that they didn't dare to refute him, and they all nodded in agreement to keep it a secret. However, they noticed that the 2 beautiful girls next to Chu Feng were very calm. Lu Mingyue was serving food to Chu Feng, while Luo Xuanxue was wiping the grease off his face. They felt envious of this scene in the apocalypse. At night, on the top floor of the viewing platform, inside the tent, Lu Mingyue leaned against Chu Feng and suddenly asked, "Why did you send them downstairs? What if the zombies come?" "There are no zombies on the island anymore, so don't worry. I've blocked the entrance, as long as it's quiet at night. It will be fine. This park is so beautiful, and we can see the stars in the sky. Can we stay here forever?" Hearing Lu Mingyue's sweet voice, Chu Feng's thoughts drifted a bit. If it were a deserted island, he might choose to stay. But this park's island was surrounded by zombies. It was not an ideal place for survival. Chu Feng pushed away the soft thigh resting on his stomach and lowered his voice. Stop messing around. Let us sleep. Hee. Sleep. Lu Mingwei giggled foolishly, hugging Chu Feng's right arm tighter. At that moment, another long leg climbed onto Chu Feng's stomach, and a delicate hand began to draw circles on his chest. Another one? He heard Luo Xuanxue's magnetic voice whispering in his ear. You've worked hard today. You must be tired. Fortunately, maybe it was better not to come out. It led you to encounter so many dangers. I'm not afraid. Why? Chu Feng asked, puzzled. Luo Xuanxue leaned her red lips close to Chu Feng's ear, softly exhaling. Her delicate hand brushed across Chu Feng's face, and she gently kissed him, her tone affectionate. Because you're here. Sleep now. Her voice had a hypnotic quality, and Chu Feng fell asleep in a daze within seconds. At the corner of the stairs, the 6 high school girls overheard these tender whispers, their faces turning red and hearts racing. They felt even more envious. The next day, as the sun rose, Chu Feng suddenly woke up, finding himself alone in the tent. He rubbed his heavy head. Was I enchanted last night? I slept so soundly. He quickly got up, tidied up, and rushed downstairs. Chu Feng didn't see Luo Xuanxue and Lu Mingyue. The 6 female high school students were waiting in the room. Where are they? They went out. Shen Lin replied. Chu Feng didn't suspect anything and looked into the distance. A small boat was slowly moving across the lake. He turned and left the room. Inside, the 6 female high school students saw Chu Feng leave and immediately lowered their heads to whisper. Shinru, why didn't you use mental control to make him promise to take us back to school safely? Shen Lin asked nervously. Among them, a cute girl with neck-length hair named Su Shinru was panting heavily, covering her head, drenched in sweat. I can't. I've tried my best. But I still can't control his thoughts. What should we do? Suddenly, they heard hurried footsteps. There was no time for them to think of a countermeasure. Chu Feng appeared at the door again, holding a gun, exuding a murderous aura. Just a moment ago, when he was about to leave the observation deck, an inexplicable thought of taking these female high school students back to school had emerged in his mind. Realizing something was off, he immediately returned to the room. Chu Feng noticed their panicked expressions. There must be a trick. He raised his gun, his tone icy. Who was playing tricks just now? The female high school students turned pale with fear. Su Shinru's mental defenses collapsed instantly. She raised her hand, her voice trembling. It's me. I wanted to control your thoughts to make you take us back to school safely. Chu Feng's brows furrowed, his thoughts fluctuating. No way. Is he really encountering someone with mental control abilities? He put away his gun, the anger on his face disappearing. There will definitely be no next time. You all remember this. We remember. The 6 female high school students replied in unison. Are there any other abilities among you? No, just me. Su Shinru shook her head, trying to explain. Chu Feng sat down on a chair, examining them, paying attention to every subtle expression on their faces. Besides fear, there was no sign of deception. He asked, you used mental control to stop 2 bad guys from harming you, right? Yes. Su Shinru nodded in response. Why didn't you directly control them to unlock the shackles and let you leave safely? When he was about to attack me yesterday, my ability just awakened. And I was thirsty and hungry, so I could only prevent them from hurting me. Based on Su Shinru's explanation, it was indeed mental control ability without a doubt. Chu Feng thought to himself that this person's ability was very useful and must be won over. He stood up and smiled. Good. I promise to take you safely back to school. Chapter 80. Deal. Head to the high school survivor base. Is everything you said true? Su Shinru stood up happily, and her classmates looked excited as well. Chu Feng nodded, suddenly raising his eyes with a sharp gaze. However, I have a condition. Condition? You say? Su Shinru blinked her big eyes, not daring to meet Chu Feng's gaze. I can help you gradually enhance your abilities and provide you with what you want. But in return, you must obey my orders. Chu Feng put forward his request, observing Su Shinru closely. Su Shinru lowered her head, nervously biting her nails, struggling internally. Chu Feng didn't urge her, softly comforting her. Take your time, don't rush. Chu Feng didn't intend to recruit Su Shinru as a subordinate, because the evolution technology tree can bind at most 2 people. Recruiting more would only be a burden. He just needed Su Shinru to obey at critical moments. After a fierce internal struggle, Su Shinru cautiously asked in a low voice. You want to make me do strange or bad things, right? What do you mean? Chu Feng asked in confusion, similar to what happened last night in the tent. As she spoke, Su Shinru's face turned red. Chu Feng smiled, thinking how daring they were to eavesdrop last night. Luckily, nothing strange happened. Otherwise, It would be teaching kids bad things. He smiled and said, "Don't think too much. What I want you to do is nothing but dealing with bad people. Controlling those who harbor ill intentions towards me, nothing else." Su Shinru thought for a few more seconds and discussed with her classmates. In the end, they reached a consensus. "All right, I agree. When do we leave?" "When the zombie tide outside recedes." Chu Feng replied. "Zombie tide? Didn't you just clean up a wave? How can there still be more?" Chu Feng shook his head helplessly and brought them to the rooftop. He let them use binoculars to see the apocalyptic scene clearly. "Stay here and watch. I'll go check the park." After that, Chu Feng left the island in the lake, driving the small boat to the opposite shore. He checked the situation along the park's wall and found that the vines continued to grow, with the wall of vines having grown another meter high. Every inch of soil was covered with plants, and the trees had grown a foot taller. Chu Feng continued along the stream. When he reached a certain low area, he faintly heard sounds of people playing. He parted the grass and saw two carefree girls playing in the stream. The key was that they were wearing daring swimsuits. Their figures hot and graceful, with curves that were alluring. The two girls turned around upon seeing Chu Feng and immediately waved to him. "Chu Feng, come over." "No way. I can't look." Chu Feng quickly covered the 3-meter-high weeds. Just as he turned to leave, two fair arms suddenly reached out from the grass, pulling him into the thicket. The grass was deep green and thick. This was a good battlefield in the wild. By the stream, Chu Feng sat on a rock, his body wet. He controlled the scout bee to check the park's outer wall and discovered some unusual situations. The vines on the park's outer wall had been breached by the zombie tide, with some zombies stuck in the vines, struggling continuously. The horde of zombies was tracking the noise, closing in on the vines, and some zombies had already entered the vine wall. "This is not good. What is going on?" Luo Xuanxue came to Chu Feng, hands on her hips, her tone gentle. When Chu Feng looked up, he was momentarily stunned. Ever since Luo Xuanxue's body recovered and her attributes gradually improved, her tall and flawless figure had become even more perfect. Water droplets slid down from her peaks, gathering at her shallow vest line. Her two snow-white thighs were tightly pressed together, rubbing against each other. What a beautiful sight! Seeing that Chu Feng had no reaction, Luo Xuanxue's eyes sparkled like autumn water, her lips curling into a charming arc. She bent down, tightening her shoulders to accentuate her perfect roundness, the space between her peaks seeming unfathomable. She softly asked, "What is wrong with you? Why aren't you talking?" Chu Feng felt his ears burning. Once Snow Sister took the initiative, he really couldn't handle it. However, he immediately turned his head, averting his gaze. "Trying to control me again? No way. I want to look." It's fine for now. Let us leave when you're done playing." Luo Xuanxue giggled and sat down beside Chu Feng. She supported herself with her left hand, stretching her legs into a pose, pressing her body closer to Chu Feng, and brushed her hand over his ear. Chu Feng felt a chill in his ear and a soft touch on his arm, making him shiver involuntarily. How can he focus on the reconnaissance now? He handed his phone back to Luo Xuanxue, sighed, and wore a bitter expression. "Snow Sister, enough, really enough, stop teasing me." Seeing this, Luo Xuanxue smiled, giving him a kiss. She gracefully stood up and called Lu Mingyue, who was still playing in the stream. "Mingyue, we're leaving." "Oh." Taking this opportunity, Chu Feng hurried to the stream, scooped up some water, and splashed his face to cool down. 30 minutes later, the three returned to the observation deck. Luo Xuanxue had her hair in a high ponytail, her eyes showing a hint of heroism. Lu Mingwe's long hair fell over her shoulders, her complexion rosy and playful. Chu Feng looked like a frostbitten eggplant, appearing weak and listless. He lifted his spirits and began to arrange an action plan. Now that the tide of corpses outside the park had receded, we would set off in a day. "How are we going to leave here?" Su Shinru asked. "We will take a boat through the waterway. It just happens to be on the way to your high school." "Great." The 6 female high school students all showed delighted smiles, finally able to return to a safe school. Seeing this, Chu Feng reminded them, "Don't celebrate too early. There may be casualties along the way, so you all need to be careful. Didn't you promise to safely take us back to school?" Su Shinru asked anxiously. "Well, you need to ask the zombies if they agree. What if we encounter a large group of zombies? I will prioritize the safety of these two, and I want to care about the others." With that, Chu Feng glanced back. The 6 female high school students lowered their heads in disappointment. Why couldn't they encounter someone like Chu Feng, who was willing to risk everything to protect them? They were so envious. Su Shinru suddenly thought of her special ability and asked Chu Feng, "Does my mental control ability work?" "Well, if your mental control ability grows, You might be able to control zombies in the future, Chu Feng replied. Is that true? Hearing this information, Su Xinru was both surprised and delighted. With such an ability, she would definitely be able to survive in the apocalypse. Of course it's true, but you all have to survive this ordeal first and clear the zombies yourselves. But we can't. Su Xinru stammered in fear. You'll learn through experience. By then, you'll form a female high school combat team, looking heroic and dashing. Hearing this, the 6 female high school students discussed among themselves, their faces showing a hint of joy. Taking this opportunity, Chu Feng took out 6 bows and arrows and distributed them to the 6 of them. Luo Xuanxue and Lu Mingyue taught them archery. After a day of preparation, they had basically mastered the skills. The next morning, a small boat carrying 9 people slowly sailed on the artificial lake. Chapter 81. The terrifying bridge hull. The boat was 7 meters long and 25 meters wide, just enough to accommodate everyone. Chu Feng set the engine to its lowest speed. The boat moved slowly across the lake, only making a slight sound of water rippling. During the journey, Chu Feng cautiously looked around the park. Some vines were moving on their own without any wind. Lu Mingyue, holding binoculars, noticed movement in the vine wall. She said nervously, "It seems like zombies have gotten into those vines." Although the tide of corpses has receded significantly, some zombies have already invaded the park. Chu Feng replied. From the looks of it, there are still quite a few. Indeed. Chu Feng looked at the 6 female high school students and saw them looking anxious, clutching their bows and nervously scanning the surroundings. In this mental state, they might scream and attract more zombies. We have to be prepared, he said solemnly. Remember, no matter what happens later, you absolutely cannot scream. Will noise attract zombies? Shenlin asked nervously. Yes, even if you're scared, you must endure. The 6 of them lowered their heads in fear. They were already on the boat. If zombies attacked, the small boat would capsize, and they would undoubtedly die. They reminded themselves in their hearts, no matter if it's tears or screams, they must swallow it down. Shenlin raised her head, looking worried. Can we safely return to school? Chu Feng looked at them and remained silent. There were still unknown dangers ahead, and he couldn't make any guarantees. 10 seconds later, he calmly said, "Follow my orders, and I will do my best to keep you safe." Everyone understood. There was no absolute safety now. Seeking Chu Feng's answer was just for psychological comfort. The boat continued to move forward. Chu Feng asked Luo Xuanxue about the situation ahead. Are there zombies on the way to the waterway? It seems not good. Zombies have appeared near the waterway exit, Luo Xuanxue said with a serious expression. How many? About dozens. This immediately made the atmosphere on the boat tense. Everyone gripped their weapons, nervously watching the shore. Chu Feng felt a heaviness in his heart and controlled the boat to increase its speed slightly. We must leave here quickly, he said calmly. Keep scouting and report any situation immediately. The boat sped up and quickly moved forward, gradually approaching a stone arch bridge. Chu Feng controlled the boat to stop and observe the situation on the stone arch bridge. After waiting for a while, no zombies appeared. He started the engine and continued forward. Because the bridge hole was relatively small, he slowed the boat down. Once inside the bridge hole, Chu Feng kept an eye on the movements underwater. Suddenly, he saw a white object rising from the water. Everyone be careful, Chu Feng shouted loudly. Several zombies, whitened by the lake water, burst out of the surface, grabbing the edge of the boat and shaking it violently, trying to climb aboard. The boat was being dragged and crashed against the bridge pier, wedged sideways in the bridge hole. 6 female high school students immediately covered their mouths to avoid screaming. They huddled together at the center of the boat, not daring to look at the terrifying faces of the zombies. Attack, Chu Feng commanded, drawing his tang knife and stabbing through the head of the nearest zombie. Luo Xuanxue and Lu Mingyue immediately drew their handguns and shot at the zombies' heads. However, it seemed like dozens of zombies were lurking underwater in the entire bridge hole. Kill one, and another would emerge from the water, grabbing the edge of the boat. The bottom of the boat continued to make banging sounds. The boat rocked and pitched, uncontrollably heading toward the bridge pier. There was a risk of capsizing. Chu Feng glanced at the 6 female high school students. They were too busy being scared to think about actively helping to clear the zombies. Chu Feng urged, if you don't want to die, quickly help out by shooting the zombies with your bows and arrows. The 6 exchanged glances, hesitant. They heard Chu Feng's furious shout again. Hurry up, or the boat will flip over. With Chu Feng's shout, the 6 seemed to suddenly gain courage, pulling back their bows and shooting at the zombies' heads. Instantly, the boat's rocking lessened significantly, seeing the number of zombies decrease. Chu Feng planned to start the boat and rush out of the bridge hole. But just as he was about to start the engine, the boat suddenly shook violently. A huge splash erupted from the water at the boat's stern as a bloated zombie lunged out from the water, jumping onto the back of the boat. This is outrageous. This zombie must weigh at least 200 pounds. How did it leap up? The front of the boat was slightly raised. There was no time to lament. Chu Feng immediately ordered, "Shoot it." 3 people raised their handguns and pulled the triggers repeatedly. Pow, pow, pow. The bullets densely hit the zombie's face, making a series of muffled sounds. It was like hitting soft mud. Several blood holes appeared on the zombie's broad face, oozing dark red blood. It seemed unaffected and continued to step forward. Chu Feng quickly thought of a countermeasure. He couldn't summon zombie warriors on the boat. The weight of the zombie warriors could capsize the small boat. Moreover, if the zombie warriors sank to the bottom of the lake, they would never be recovered. The zombies continued to close in, and everyone squeezed to the front of the boat. Chu Feng decisively shouted to the people behind, "Don't panic. Keep clearing the zombies." Chu Feng drew his tang knife and quickly walked toward the zombie, whispering. Consuming 100 points, the tang knife evolved into a high-speed vibrating knife. Ding! High-speed vibrating knife successfully evolved. Duration 1 minute. In an instant, the tang knife in his hand began to vibrate at high frequency, turning into a vibrating cutting knife. Chu Feng swung the knife in a horizontal slash. The zombie raised its hand to grab him, but its entire left forearm was cut off with a single stroke. The high-speed vibrating knife struck the zombie's neck. Flesh and blood were sliced apart at high speed, splattering blood everywhere. Chu Feng gripped the knife handle with both hands and exerted force downwards. The cutting speed of the high-speed vibrating knife accelerated. The zombie's thick neck was cut halfway through. At this moment, a zombie swung its right arm towards Chu Feng. Not good. Chu Feng felt his feet give way, and he was dragged into the lake by the zombie. Lu Mingyue and Luo Xuanxue had just cleared the zombies at the bow of the boat when they turned around and found Chu Feng was missing. Only ripples spread across the lake's surface. The two looked at the bubbling water in terror. Luo Xuanxue climbed up the side of the boat, ready to jump into the lake. Lu Mingyue quickly reached out to pull her back, panicking to dissuade her. "Sister Xuan, no? It's very dangerous underwater." But Chu Feng. As the two held their ground, more bubbles emerged from beneath the water. Below the surface, Chu Feng opened his eyes and could somewhat see the situation underwater. The zombie was tightly gripping the protective gear on him, trying to drag him to the bottom of the lake. The high-speed vibrating knife in Chu Feng's hand was still effective. He turned the blade and sliced at the zombie's head. Visibility was decreasing. He was slowly sinking. Chu Feng exhaled, released the knife handle, and kicked the zombie's head hard. At the same time, he used both hands to try to pry the zombie's grip apart. However, the zombie was holding on too tightly. He made a quick decision and took out a dagger from the tech tree. He silently recited in his heart. Consume 20 points to evolve the dagger into a high-speed rotating dagger. Ding! High-speed rotating dagger has successfully evolved. Duration 1 minute. The dagger began to rotate rapidly in the water, piercing into the zombie's wrist. Flesh and blood were torn apart, and the lake water turned dark red. The pulling sensation at his waist disappeared. Chu Feng immediately kicked hard and swam upwards. On the boat, "It's been half a minute. Why hasn't he come up yet?" Luo Xuanxue anxiously searched for Chu Feng's whereabouts. "Sister Xue, look. Chu Feng is over there." Following Lu Mingyue's, about 5 meters from the stern of the boat, Chu Feng emerged from the water. Chapter 82, The Water Channel's Turn. Hee. Chu Feng surfaced, gasping for air. Upon closer inspection, he found he had been dragged to a position 5 meters away from the boat. That was close. He almost lost his life. Chu Feng swam towards the small boat, grabbed Luo Xuanxue's hand, and climbed back onto the small boat, looking like a drenched chicken. The two girls hurriedly approached to check on Chu Feng. "You're not hurt, are you?" Luo Xuanxue asked. Chu Feng looked down and noticed the zombie's arm still hanging from his waist. He tore off the arm and tossed it into the lake, shaking his head. "I'm fine. It's just inconvenient to move underwater. How about you?" "We're fine too. We cleared all the zombies," Luo Xuanxue replied. Chu Feng looked at the 6 high school girls and confirmed that they were all safe. He shook his wet hair and said, "We need to leave quickly. It's too dangerous on the water." Then, Chu Feng drove the boat swiftly towards the water channel. The commotion from clearing the zombies earlier had attracted some zombies. Over 20 zombies were chasing the boat along the shore. The exit of the water channel was only 5 meters wide, allowing zombies to easily jump onto the boat from the shore. Chu Feng looked around The zombies on the shore were gathering. He warned, "In a moment, I will slow the boat down and approach the shore. You all need to shoot the zombies on the shore so we can safely pass through the exit." Everyone nodded in response. The boat slowly approached the shore. The zombies, seeing this, became excited. The boat stopped, and the sides protruded with sharp arrows and dark gun muzzles. Arrows flew and gunfire erupted. Zombies fell in droves, tumbling into the lake. The continuous sound of them falling attracted the attention of more zombies. After temporarily clearing the zombies from the shore, Chu Feng started the boat and headed towards the water channel exit. The exit was a 15-meter-long culvert, 1 meter deep, allowing the boat to pass through just fine. Inside the culvert, Chu Feng stopped the boat to take a break. In the dim environment, the 6 high school girls sighed in relief and slumped onto the boat. Some closed their eyes to catch their breath, some lowered their heads in thought, while others took out their apocalypse phones to check messages. Seeing this, Chu Feng inquired about their situation. "After killing some zombies, you should have adapted, right?" Wei temporarily grasped the skills. "But," Shenlin replied, looking downcast. "What's wrong? We seem to have seen some classmates." It turned out they had seen familiar faces among the zombies, which was naturally a source of sorrow. Chu Feng paused for a few seconds and spoke in an indifferent tone. "They are no longer your classmates. They are zombies. Allowing them to pass peacefully is the only thing you can do. Is there no way to save them?" Shenlin continued to ask. "If you were just bitten, spending 20,000 points to exchange for serum on your phone might save you. But once you miss the best treatment window, turning into a zombie is a complete transformation process that cannot be reversed." Chu Feng shook his head, denying the naive fantasies of the girls. He noticed Su Xinru was opening her phone to check her attributes. So he reminded her, "Spend points to improve your attributes first. Currently, enhancing abilities is not very effective." Su Xinru looked puzzled, turning her head as she was thinking about how to use the points she just gained. After all, there was someone experienced in the apocalypse here. She asked, "I now have 10 points. How should I use them?" "First, boost strength and speed. If anyone is still afraid of zombies, they can boost mental strength." "What about my abilities? Should I enhance them?" "Upgrading the level of abilities requires tens of thousands of points. You can't do that yet," Chu Feng replied. "Then let's try enhancing our attributes." The 6 high school girls took out their phones one after another and began to allocate their attributes. Some increased their strength, breaking into a cold sweat from the pain, but they quickly adapted. Their expressions brightened, amazed at the changes happening to them. "Indeed, I feel full of strength," Shenlin exclaimed in delight. No wonder the classmates at school are eager to go outside. Some even raised their attributes to over 300 points, Su Xinru chimed in. Listening to their conversation, Chu Feng was also a bit surprised. The school might be hiding talents. High school students are full of vitality, and some with rich imaginations quickly adapt to the apocalypse. There might even be ability users hidden there. Chu Feng really wanted to explore the school to see what was going on. He turned to Luo Xuanxue to ask about the reconnaissance situation. "How's the situation at the other end of the culvert?" "There are many zombies on both sides of the water channel, and it's connected to the river at the end." "Where there are fewer zombies," Luo Xuanxue said, "we have no way out. We can only keep going." "Isn't that dangerous?" "The zombies on the shore can easily jump onto the boat." Luo Xuanxue expressed her concerns. "We will move at full speed and then find a spot with fewer zombies to land." Then, Chu Feng explained some details to everyone. The bow of the boat slowly approached the exit of the culvert, receiving a confirmation signal. Chu Feng suddenly twisted the throttle. The boat sped out at 20 kilometers per hour. By the time the zombies on the shore reacted, the boat had already moved far ahead. The zombies gradually gathered, chasing the boat along the shore. Chu Feng looked around. There were indeed many zombies on both sides. The zombies ahead heard the noise and turned to rush over, surrounding them from both front and back. "You all hold your weapons steady and attack the zombies that jump over." While speaking, a zombie had already jumped towards the stern of the boat. Chu Feng let Lu Mingyue take control of the boat while he stood at the stern, holding a saber in his right hand and a gun in his left. He swung the saber to slash at the zombies that pounced, shooting down the zombies that kept chasing. Luo Xuanxue stood at the bow, holding a knife with both hands, adopting a swordplay stance. Her long ponytail fluttered as she swung her sword cleanly, hitting the zombies' heads with each strike, appearing valiant. After 2 kilometers, the zombies on both sides were fervently pursuing, numbering in the hundreds, relentlessly chasing after them. Chu Feng's arm from swinging the saber felt a bit sore and numb, and he glanced back. The others were not in good shape either. The arrows had run out. Luo Xuanxue was also panting heavily. At this moment, another piece of bad news came. Lu Mingyue shouted nervously, Chu Feng, it's not good. There's a big turn ahead. Chu Feng looked over and saw a 10-meter wide bend 100 meters away. The position was too wide. Once the boat slowed down, the zombies would take the opportunity to pounce on them. He took the helm and said to the others, I'm going to speed up now. Hold on tight. Everyone quickly grabbed onto the handrails and supports nearby. The roar of zombies behind them was deafening. Chu Feng revved the boat to maximum power. The speed of the boat increased, but the zombies continued to chase relentlessly. As they were about to enter the bend, Chu Feng shouted, Hold on tight. He sharply turned the wheel to the right. The boat tilted right, and the port side rose high. Chu Feng felt light on his feet as his whole body leaned to the right with the boat. The others on the boat experienced a brief feeling of weightlessness as their bodies lifted off the ground. The boat drifted through the bend, and Chu Feng struggled to steer. He looked up and saw hundreds of zombies leaping out, densely packed like a giant net, trying to catch the small fish below. Chu Feng stepped on the gas again, and the boat's speed increased once more. The horde of zombies missed their target and fell into the water with splashes. The boat scraped against the rocky shore, and Chu Feng corrected its direction, continuing to move forward. 100 meters ahead was a bridge, beneath which grew a dense patch of aquatic plants. An idea struck him. 1 minute later, the boat burst out from the water plants, speeding ahead, and there was no sign of people on board. The horde of zombies continued to chase after the boat, gradually fading away. Chapter 83, School Survivor Base in the dense aquatic plants beneath the bridge. A group of people stood in water up to their waists, holding their breath. Chu Feng listened attentively, and the footsteps of the zombies gradually receded. He didn't rush to act and waited another 5 minutes. No more zombie growls could be heard. Chu Feng turned to ask, How far is your school from here? Just 1,000 meters to the east. Shen Lin replied, Okay, you all wait for me here. I'll go check the situation first. After that, Chu Feng submerged and swam towards the shore. He quietly climbed up the bank and looked around, except for a few limping zombies. Most of the zombies had left in pursuit of the boat. The surrounding residential buildings were eerily silent, and a few gazes were watching Chu Feng. It was not a safe place to linger. Chu Feng quickly returned to his original spot to inquire about some details. Are there many students left in the school? Yes. There were still classes going on, with thousands of students inside, Shen Lin replied. Who is managing the school now? I asked the surviving classmates. It seems like the teachers are in charge. Then there should be quite a few survivors gathered at the school, right? Chu Feng was worried that the school might be a mixed bag, and before entering the base, he needed to clarify the personnel situation. There are many outsiders. And some parents have come desperately, Shen Lin answered. I understand, then let's go. As Chu Feng turned to leave, he was called back. Wait, we can't swim. Please carry us over. All right. He glanced at the group of girls and sighed, thinking it was a miracle they had survived. He just hoped that after all this effort, he could find a few exceptionally capable supernatural beings in the school. Subsequently, Chu Feng carried them one by one to the shore. After 30 minutes, they carefully and quietly arrived in front of the school's main gate. The school walls had been reinforced with wooden planks and various debris, and several large trucks blocked the entrance. The campus was silent. Chu Feng's group was spotted by patrolling personnel. Because Chu Feng had concealed their weapons beforehand, they were treated as ordinary survivors. They were then taken to the school's administration building. In the office sat 5 people, 1 in a suit and 4 in police uniforms. Chu Feng immediately recognized the person sitting in the main seat. Principal Zhang Jiming first sized up the newcomers, maintaining his official tone. These 6 are our school students. As for the 3 of you wanting to join the base, I need to think about it. Chu Feng didn't intend to respond and focused his gaze on the 4 police officers, raising his questions. Who established this survivor base? Of course. It was organized by the government. We were ordered to be stationed here, one of the older police officers replied. The government? Chu Feng scoffed. Is there a problem? Why don't you call your so-called government right now? Chu Feng pointed at that officer, demanding he make the call. Upon hearing such a request, the 4 police officers exchanged glances, hesitant and unable to speak. The older officer intentionally shook the gun at his waist, putting on an air of authority. He said derisively, What does this have to do with you? Just follow orders. Why worry about these matters? Why should I follow your orders? Chu Feng retorted. I've never seen someone like you. Others are desperate to enter the survivor base. Yet you're here arguing with us? The 4 police officers exchanged smiles, shaking their heads helplessly. Their eyes filled with mockery. Seeing this, Principal Zhang Jiming intervened to smooth things over. All right, everyone be quiet. Didn't you come here to join the base? Chu Feng shook his head and glanced at the 6 high school girls. They want to join. I have no intention of joining the base. Then what are you here for? I want to find some supernatural beings. Upon hearing this, Principal Zhang Jiming immediately looked at the 4 police officers, his expression wary. The 4 officers even secretly unfastened the buttons of their holsters, keeping a close watch on Chu Feng. We don't have the supernatural beings you're looking for. Didn't the special forces come looking for you? How did you negotiate then? Chu Feng asked indifferently. I don't know what you're talking about. Zhang Jiming chuckled, not answering directly. If you don't want to talk, fine, I'll find them myself. As Chu Feng turned to leave, the 4 dark gun barrels were already aimed at him. His gaze swept across the 4 fierce-looking officers, and a slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is this how you control the school? I don't know what you're talking about. Zhang Jiming crossed his arms, his gaze disdainful, his expression confident, as if everything were under control. You control these students, forcing them to hand over food in exchange for points, even sending students out to gather food while you enjoy the benefits. Chu Feng's lips curled into a cold arc, exposing their deeds. Zhang Jiming's expression darkened instantly, and he sneered, re-evaluating Chu Feng. If you keep talking nonsense, just leave. You're not welcome here. I never intended to stay here. I just want to find a few supernatural beings and don't want to be enslaved by you. Chu Feng retorted coldly. That's nonsense. We manage this base to help more people survive. How is that enslavement? Chu Feng scoffed inwardly. Having his thoughts exposed, this person could no longer maintain his act. Then why don't you let people leave and require them to surrender all their food, which you then distribute? That's the base's rule. What's the problem? Forcing people to use all their points, leaving them powerless to resist. What kind of world has it become? Do you want to kill these people? Chu Feng had collected intelligence using reconnaissance drones before entering the school. He had seen people who wanted to leave being deterred by weapons and overheard some complaints. Zhang Jiming was so angry that his hands trembled. He couldn't understand how Chu Feng knew this information. He suppressed his anger and said, I'm doing this for their sake. Stop talking nonsense. I don't want to waste more time with you. I'll stay in the school for a day. You can come find me if you have any questions. Chu Feng waved his hand and turned to leave. Stop right there, or we'll shoot. Facing the threat, Chu Feng paused for a second at the door and disdainfully said, If you dare to make a move against me, the special forces will arrive within half an hour. Go ahead and try. Lu Mingyue was filled with frustration and turned to catch up to Chu Feng. Luo Xuanxue's face was cold as frost, warning the others with her gaze before angrily leaving. On the way, Chu Feng observed the situation at the school. Tents were set up everywhere on campus, and everyone looked haggard and weak. The moment he saw Principal Zhang Jiming, memories from his previous life surged back. Zhang Jiming used underhanded tactics to control the school, oppressing students to provide him with food. This led to students being unable to improve their attributes. When the zombie tide broke into the school, Zhang Jiming ordered everyone not to leave, while he secretly escaped to find reinforcements. In the end, many students died, and the school became a terrifying zombie nest. Chapter 84. The conspiracy of the base manager. Chu Feng walked around the school to gather information. The 6 female high school students followed closely behind. What's wrong? Aren't you going to look for your classmates? The 6 suddenly showed signs of anxiety, their steps slowing down. Ever since they started following Chu Feng, they had seen his calmness in emergencies and decisiveness in handling situations. Feeling a sense of security, they wanted to continue following him. After thinking for a moment, the leader, Shenlin, spoke up. We think what you said makes sense, and we've noticed something strange in the school, so we want to keep following you. Chu Feng's attention was drawn to a large building in front of him, and he replied absent-mindedly, Our deal ends here. You can leave. The 6 female high school students looked worried and continued to follow him closely. Shenlin spoke gently, trying to make amends. We feel safer with you, so we'll leave after a while. Chu Feng smiled and ignored them, quickly walking towards the teaching building. Downstairs, they were stopped by a student. What are you doing here? We're new here, Chu Feng said, quickly scanning the entrance of the stairs. The iron gate at the entrance was locked, and desks were neatly piled to block the iron door, leaving only a small passage for one person to pass through. The student sized up Chu Feng and his group, hesitant to let them through. I can't let you go up without a teacher's notice. You should go somewhere else. Chu Feng glanced back at the 6 female high school students, signaling that it was their time to act. Shenlin stepped forward with a friendly smile. Classmate, we are also students of this school. Could you let us go up? What are you going up for? Of course, To find our classmates and teachers. The teachers are in other places. This is all students. Just wait for the teachers to come. The students still had no intention of letting them through. Just then, a teacher came with students toward the staircase. They were pulling a cart with some food on it. The female teacher raised her alert gaze, sizing up Chu Feng and his group. She looked at the 6 female high school students and asked, "Are you students of this school?" "Yes. We were among the first to be sent away, encountered danger, and finally escaped back," Shun Lin replied. "How is that possible? The 2 buses that left have disappeared, and there are so many zombies outside. How did you come back?" In response to the teacher's question, the 6 turned to look at Chu Feng in unison. At this point, the female teacher had an answer in her mind and instructed the students behind her, "Take these 6 classmates upstairs and confirm which class they're from." A group of students obeyed and went upstairs obediently. Once the others were far away, the female teacher took a step forward and extended her hand. "Hello. My name is Chen Ting, and I am one of the heads of this survivor base." Chu Feng stood still, watching the hand suspended in midair. He said indifferently, "We don't need to know each other. I'll be leaving soon." Chen Ting felt a bit intimidated by Chu Feng's gaze, reluctantly lowered her hand, and did not dare to show her dissatisfaction. Usually, she was the one commanding others. When had it been someone else's turn to show her a cold face? She wore a fake smile and said, "It's dangerous outside. Why go out? It would be better to join us here." "I'm not interested. What about these 2 ladies? If you join us, you can definitely survive well here." "No, we will follow his command," Luo Xuanxue replied, refusing cleanly. Chen Ting was surprised. How could these 2 women maintain such a perfect state in the apocalypse? Their hair was smooth, and their complexion was clear and rosy. The survival conditions must be very good. Chen Ting looked at Chu Feng, her opinion of him changing slightly. She tentatively asked, "Could it be that this gentleman has his own survival base and only came here after the incident?" "We came here voluntarily," Chu Feng replied, still expressionless. Chen Ting couldn't read any information from Chu Feng's expression. "Then what are you here for?" "To find ability users." The moment Chen Ting heard the term ability users, her eyes narrowed, and her expression turned gloomy. She thought to herself that Chu Feng was indeed up to no good. "I'm the school's most valuable resources. Clarify your intentions. Otherwise, I'll immediately call someone to arrest you." Chu Feng smirked. This person was clearly touched on a sore spot and immediately dropped the pretense. Chu Feng originally planned to find the ability users here and immediately notify the special forces to take them away. He wanted to take the opportunity to enter the military base and steal heavy weapons. It seemed that it would take some effort now. "I want to take the ability users to a safer place. This place is very safe. You don't need to worry about it." "Safe? Are you going to use them as tools so you can hide here comfortably?" Chu Feng coldly mocked, exposing their intentions with an intimidating gaze. Chen Ting's mind became chaotic, and she angrily retorted, "You're talking nonsense. This is all voluntary from the students. Making the students use all their points to exchange for food. Then having you distribute the food. It's the apocalypse, and you're still playing this game? This is the rule of the school base. Otherwise, how would the school survive?" Chen Ting replied angrily. "This is a rule that leads to the self-destruction of the base. It cannot be sustained for long." "You're talking nonsense," Chen Ting denied in a panic. Chu Feng stared at this woman, reading fear and panic from her expression. The group of teachers at the school was still using the old methods, forcing students to obey management. This way, they could safely hide in their offices. However, the zombies outside were constantly evolving, while the students remained like flowers in a greenhouse. Once the base was breached, it would be a disaster. Do you really think hiding behind the students makes this place an impregnable fortress? The zombies are continuously evolving, and these students haven't improved their attributes at all. Do you plan to get them all killed? Chu Feng took a step forward, grinning as he pressured Chen Ting, causing her to retreat in fear. Chen Ting clenched her fists, trembling, her expression filled with terror. "No, we don't have such thoughts. We just want to protect the students and other survivors." "You're dreaming. What is the situation outside now? There were even zombies that knocked down helicopters. Who can you protect?" "No, the military is reclaiming the city now. Everything will be fine." "Ha ha ha." Chu Feng suddenly shook his shoulders and laughed wildly. These people's thoughts were truly incomprehensible. "Fine, soon enough. These people won't be able to adapt to the apocalypse and will naturally be eliminated." He didn't want to waste more breath. Finding the ability users was the priority. Just as Chu Feng was about to leave, there was suddenly a sharp screech of brakes and a loud crash at the school gate. It seemed there had been an accident outside the gate. Half a minute later, more than 20 students climbed up a ladder, boarded a large truck that was blocking the gate, and crawled into the school. This is not good. Chapter 85. The uneasy school base. The commotion at the school gate immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. Heads poked out from the corridors of the teaching building. Chu Feng and the three immediately rushed towards the school gate, with Chen Ting closely following. At the school gate, Principal Zhang Jiming arrived on horseback with 4 police officers. In the center of the crowd were 20 students, all looking terrified and haggard. Instead of receiving comforting words, they were bombarded with requests for food. How much food did you bring back this time? Hurry up and share some with us. Yes, we exchanged points for weapons, so we should get more food. The 20 students fell silent, raising their hateful gazes to survey the crowd. Someone began counting heads and noticed something was off. Didn't 30 people go out? How come only 20 returned? As this was said, the surrounding crowd began to count heads. The number of students was indeed 10 less. Could it be that they all died? An uneasy atmosphere spread among the crowd. Most of these people were families who had fled here from outside. They had barely enjoyed a few days of peace, and now it seemed trouble was brewing again. The 20 students remained silent. At this moment, Principal Zhang Jiming pushed through the crowd and stood in front of the students, his hands clasped behind his back. What happened? The students all avoided the principal's gaze, no one daring to speak. Seeing no one answer, Zhang Jiming lifted his head and questioned the students. What's going on with you? How dare you defy management? Your actions could put the school base in danger. He pointed at the leader among the students and said, Zhuang Tao, you speak. A boy dressed in simple protective gear, with a buzz cut, stepped out of the crowd. Zhuang Tao had injuries on his face, pressed his lips together, and pent-up anger brewed in his chest. After hesitating for a moment, he said, we encountered a large group of zombies, and 10 people died. The crowd erupted in gasps. Although Zhang Jiming's face remained calm, his heart raced with fear. He forced himself to maintain composure and questioned, didn't you all enhance your physical attributes? Why couldn't you still defeat the zombies? Upon hearing this, the students immediately lifted their heads, their gazes filled with resentment. They had killed zombies and gained a lot of points, half of which were used to exchange for food. Their attributes averaged only 20 points, which was simply not enough to handle the increasingly powerful zombies. Zhuang Tao's face twitched, a flicker of anger appearing in his eyes. The zombies have become stronger. We can't beat them. We can only run away. So your attributes were enhanced for nothing? And you caused the deaths of so many classmates. Don't you have abilities? You're quite useless. Zhang Jiming continued to reprimand the students mercilessly, completely oblivious to the expressions of the students. Zhuang Tao gritted his teeth. His fists clenched, a surge of anger ready to burst from his chest. His ability was to enlarge parts of his body, allowing him to unleash terrifying power with a single punch, but it had a time limit. During this outing, Zhuang Tao led the student team to a supermarket to collect food and check on the supplies dropped by the military aircraft. Initially, everything went smoothly, encountering only a few scattered zombies, and the massive tide of corpses was far from them. After cautiously entering the mall, they encountered a long-legged mutated zombie. The zombie ran extremely fast, and their short knives and bows could not harm it at all. Zhuang Tao activated his ability, swinging his giant fist. But he couldn't even touch the zombie. The zombie ran quickly, each appearance snatching away one person. Zhuang Tao could only lead everyone to escape on a bus. Shaking off the zombie, now he felt exhausted, having narrowly escaped with his life, yet still enduring insults. He didn't want to endure any longer, disdainfully retorting, if I'm useless, I'll just leave. I will do whatever I want from now on. Zhang Jiming saw this and became furious, raising his hand to point. Oh, so you dare not listen to me? Do you believe I will punish you right now? Zhuang Tao was infuriated and found it laughable. He was bound by this person's strange rules, working like a slave. But now it was the apocalypse. The strong survived, and the weak struggled to survive. Why should he still obediently listen? Do as you please, I'm out. You can find someone else to go out and serve you. The crowd murmured, their hearts unsettled. Zhang Jiming quickly glanced around, noticing the people had become suspicious and uneasy. If this continued, his ruling position here would be at risk. He had to do something. Zhang Jiming signaled the police behind him to act quickly. For police officers immediately drew their guns, blocking Zhuang Tao's path. Seeing this, Zhuang Tao was filled with rage and mocked them. You have guns but don't kill zombies. Instead, you hide every day, forcing us students to go out and look for food. It's truly ridiculous. The 4 police officers exchanged glances, their expressions dark. The older officer replied, This is the school base's rule. We protect the base's safety, and you take turns going out to collect food. This is very fair. Coward. Zhuang Tao cursed, turning to leave, but was immediately pulled back by the police. You need to go back quickly and listen to the principal's arrangements. They kept tugging at him. Chu Feng watched this scene from a distance, sneering. The principal and the police were using their positions to suppress these students and the outside survivors. However, Chu Feng suspected that the guns were already out of bullets. Otherwise, why would the 4 police officers keep hiding? At this moment, Luo Xuanxue suddenly reminded in a panic. Not good. Chu Feng, the scout B has found a zombie running towards us quickly. Chu Feng took the phone, focused his gaze. The zombie was 3 meters tall, with long legs measuring 15 meters, athletic and graceful, striding towards the school gate. The lookout shouted in terror. Not good, a zombie is coming. Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly panicked. Those students who had previously gone out to kill zombies quickly grabbed their weapons, while most had already begun to flee. Chu Feng turned around and instructed, "We are getting ready to act." Shen Ting beside him was left dumbfounded. Chu Feng actually pulled out 3 guns, 2 long knives, and 1 compound bow out of thin air. Chu Feng sheathed the knife, picked up the compound bow, and rushed forward, while turning to ask, "How far away is it?" 20 meters, Luo Xuanxue replied. Chu Feng stood firm, knocked an arrow, and pulled the bowstring back to its full extent, aiming at the top of the school gate. Suddenly, a figure jumped high, appearing in everyone's sight. The zombie effortlessly cleared the 4-meter-high truck barrier, moving like a hurdle. It leaped a distance of 10 meters. In midair, an arrow shot out, striking the zombie in the abdomen. The zombie was hit 5 meters up in the air, crashing down to the ground and rolling forward for 4 meters. The students quickly dodged, clearing a path for Chu Feng and the others. The zombie slowly got up, the arrow piercing its abdomen, not causing a fatal injury. It immediately locked onto Chu Feng and the others, roaring loudly. Then, the zombie charged at them at a speed of 100 meters per second. Chu Feng focused intently, tracking the zombie's movements, silently calculating the distance. When the zombie was 10 meters away from him, he quietly said, "Capture it." The zombie warrior fell heavily to the ground, colliding with the charging long-legged zombie. Even though the zombie warrior had weight on its side, it was still pushed back 2 steps. Stabilizing itself, the zombie warrior immediately grabbed the long-legged zombie's arms, pinning it down. Seeing this, Chu Feng shouted, "Go for it." Chu Feng and Luo Xuanxue rushed in from the left and right. One thrust a knife at its head, while the other swung a knife at its legs. In less than 10 seconds, the 2 had dealt with the zombie. The onlookers were still in shock, stunned for half a minute before coming to their senses. Is it over already? Chapter 86 Small Zombie Tide Attack. Chu Feng wiped the blood off his knife and turned to the 2 girls, instructing, "Quickly check your attributes and raise all your attributes to 100 points. Okay. The 2 girls replied in unison. The 3 of them each took out their phones to check their attributes and allocate points. Player, Chu Feng. Apocalypse points, 1,956 points. Attributes, Strength 100, Speed 100. Perception 100, Mental Power. Player, Luo Xuanxue. Apocalypse points, 685 points. Attributes, Strength 100, Speed 100, Perception 100, Mental Power 100. Player, Lu Mingyue. Apocalypse points, 646 points. Attributes, Strength 100, Speed 100, Perception 100, Mental Power 100. A crowd gradually gathered, watching this strange combination. The 3 people enhanced their attributes, their bodies entering a brief state of rigidity. They spent some time adapting to the changes in their bodies. Once Luo Xuanxue recovered, she asked Chu Feng the reason. "Why did you suddenly enhance your attributes?" "You quickly controlled the Scout B and checked the situation within 2 kilometers around." "Okay. I'm on it." After assigning the task, Chu Feng scanned the crowd and walked towards the students. Some were so scared that they stepped back. A few determined students stood their ground, their eyes revealing a hint of admiration. Just as Chu Feng reached halfway, he was stopped by Zhang Jiming, accompanied by 4 police officers. Principal Zhang Jiming had witnessed the seamless cooperation of Chu Feng and the others in their decisive actions. Though he didn't show it on his face, he was internally filled with fear. In order to maintain his leadership position, he pretended to be calm and tried to intimidate Chu Feng. "Stop." The 4 police officers moved in response, spreading out on either side with their guns at the ready. As their gaze swept over the 5 in front of them, Chu Feng caught the fleeting expressions of fear. He coldly said, "Get lost." Zhang Jiming raised his head, locking eyes with Chu Feng, refusing to back down. This school base is under our management. What right do you have to speak to me like that? If you say another word, you'll all die? After saying this, Chu Feng reversed his grip on the tang knife, slightly drawing it from its sheath. The crowd gasped and stepped back in fright. The 4 police officers immediately aimed their guns at Chu Feng. Zhang Jiming seemed to have gained some confidence and pointed at Chu Feng. If you dare to act recklessly, I will order you to be shot on the spot. Seeing this, Lu Mingyue stepped forward, drew her bow, and shouted angrily, "You dare." The atmosphere between the two sides became tense, dropping to freezing point. Chu Feng raised his hand to lower the compound bow, his gaze sweeping over the guns, and smiled. "These empty guns don't scare me." "Nonsense. What exactly do you want to do?" With the secret exposed, Zhang Jiming looked around nervously, signaling the 4 police officers to lower their guns. "Those students might have attracted the horde. I just want to ask about the situation." Chu Feng spoke this terrifying fact with an indifferent expression. The crowd immediately fell into panic, with some unable to stand and turning to flee. "Don't disturb people's minds here, otherwise I will drive you out," Zhang Jiming said, but his body was very honest. He stood on tiptoe, straining his neck to look at the school's walls, confirming whether what Chu Feng said was true. "You talk too much." Chu Feng cursed, looking back at a student named Zhuang Tao, and asked, "Did you pay attention to what was behind you while driving away?" Zhuang Tao squeezed through the crowd and came to Chu Feng, looking somewhat anxious. He replied, "No. We were just focused on escaping, and didn't he expect that mutated zombie to follow us here. Thanks to you guys for stepping in." The sound of the car was so loud that it attracted the nearby zombies, Chu Feng said. "We just wanted to survive. We didn't think that much." Zhuang Tao looked back at his classmates in a panic, seeking the others' approval. The other students stood behind him one after another. These students had a bond of life and death, united together. Seeing this, Chu Feng smiled. "All right, if you want to live, listen to me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiming immediately lost his composure. This was a challenge to his authority, an attempt to usurp power. He interjected, "Wait. How to respond to danger is not for you to dictate." Chu Feng glanced over, showing disdain. "You can give orders, but let us see if they are willing to follow you." Zhang Jiming was left speechless. The students gathered in front of Chu Feng. Zhuang Tao asked, "What should we do?" "Organize all those who can fight, grab weapons, and clear the zombies outside the fence. We must not let them breach in," Chu Feng replied. "What about the gate of the community?" "We will hold it for now. Anyone who isn't afraid of death and wants to help, come on." After saying this, Chu Feng turned and walked towards the school gate. The crowd began to take action. Chu Feng approached Luo Xuanxue and asked, "How many zombies are outside?" "It's estimated that there are about 1,000 rushing towards the school gate," Luo Xuanxue replied. "This is a small-scale horde." Luo Xuanxue saw Chu Feng's expression suddenly become serious, and she felt hesitant. "Why don't we escape from here? It's too dangerous. It's already too late. If worst comes to worst, I will use all my points to deal with this small horde." Chu Feng's gaze was resolute, showing no intention of retreating. "All right, I'll follow your lead," Luo Xuanxue said, her eyes flickering as she smiled and nodded in agreement. In less than 5 minutes, a thunderous roar came from outside the school gate. Thousands of zombies surged like a tide, crashing against the school's fence and the truck at the gate. Long spears poked through the gaps in the fence, stabbing at the zombies' heads. Hundreds of survivors in the school, anyone capable of fighting, picked up weapons and fought back fiercely. With their lives at stake, they dared not be the slightest bit negligent. Meanwhile, Principal Zhang Jiming had vanished without a trace. On top of the truck blocking the gate, Chu Feng and a few students were clearing the gathered zombies. Bullets and arrows flew together. Before long, a small mountain of zombie bodies piled up. Chu Feng controlled the zombie warriors to wreak havoc among the corpses. The zombie warriors wielded a 2-meter-long tang knife, 5 centimeters wide, sweeping down waves of zombies, like a god of war. The remaining zombies then chose other attack targets. They trampled over large numbers of corpses, continuously crashing into the truck. The truck, with its tires removed, shook unsteadily. Seeing this, Chu Feng immediately shouted to those around him, "Not good. You all get off the truck quickly. It's going to tip over." The crowd had no time to hesitate and hurriedly fled from the top of the truck. Chu Feng stayed alone on the truck's roof. He estimated that there were still over 400 zombies left, continuously crashing into the truck. He put away his handgun and took out 20 daggers from the tech tree. The daggers floated in front of him, consuming 100 points. He evolved the daggers into high-speed daggers. Ding! successfully evolved 20 high-speed daggers, effective at once. The daggers began to spin rapidly, shooting out like iron rain. Groups of zombies were pierced through, their limbs severed. A series of splattering sounds echoed. Attack those zombies. Chu Feng continued to command the zombie warriors. The zombie warriors leaped and jumped in front of the truck. They raised the giant tang knife high, sweeping down on over 10 zombies. This action completely enraged the remaining 200 zombies. They collectively charged at the truck. The truck's body tilted at a 60-degree angle. Chu Feng quickly leaped down. Turning to take a clear look, the 2 trucks blocking the gate were overturned by the horde. Chapter 87. Personal Armor, Flame Battle Knife. One truck flipped over. Bang! The other truck was pushed, making a sharp sound as metal scraped against the ground. Seeing the gate being breached, the morale of the crowd immediately fell apart. Some dropped their weapons and ran into the campus. Some women screamed in panic, provoking the zombies' ferocity. The horde pushed and squeezed, rushing into the school. Chu Feng retreated to a position 30 meters away, trying to regain control over the zombie warriors. But there was no response at all. This is bad. The zombie warriors can't withstand the horde's bites either. Luo Xuanxue grabbed Chu Feng's hand, trying to persuade him to leave, her tone earnest. Let us leave here, Chu Feng. Chu Feng drew the tang knife from his waist, firmly pulling his hand away. No. I need to recover the bodies of the zombie warriors. What should we do then? Luo Xuanxue asked. These 100 zombies are not too many. You guys shoot while retreating. What about you? Before Chu Feng could reply, a zombie lunged at him. He swung his knife upward, decapitating the zombie. You all hurry up and act. The 2 girls watched as Chu Feng charged into the horde, clenching their fists, choosing to trust him. They drew their guns and began to clear the scattered zombies. A large number of zombies continued to surge into the campus. Chu Feng swung his knife and killed another zombie, getting a rough view of the situation outside the gate. The armor on the zombie warrior had been bitten through, kneeling on the ground, unable to move. 20 zombies were charging at him, and he could only fight alone. Upon seeing this, Chu Feng's mouth twisted into a sinister smile, his eyes flashing with fervor. He said in a deep voice, I need to get serious. Consuming 1,000 points to evolve his armor into personal armor. Ding. Successfully evolved into personal armor, permanently effective, summonable at will. Immediately, a flash of white light enveloped Chu Feng. A set of black armor covered his entire body from bottom to top. The helmet had 2 eye holes that glowed red. Then, Chu Feng murmured again. Consuming 500 points, he evolved the tang knife into a flame war knife. Ding. Successfully evolved into a flame war knife, effective for 5 minutes. The tang knife in Chu Feng's hand was instantly engulfed in raging flames, the blade turning bright red. The heat was intense, and the flames were dazzling, attracting everyone's attention and provoking the zombies' ferocity. For zombies charged in front of Chu Feng, the blade swept across the ground, sparking fire. The flames swept through, instantly severing the 4 zombies, their bodies igniting in flames. Roar. The horde immediately locked onto their target and closed in on Chu Feng. Hiki. Come on. Chu Feng grinned sinisterly, swinging his knife to attack. His strength and speed each increased by 200 points. As he murmured softly, a surge of violent power flowed into his body. His body began to twist and convulse, looking strange. The zombies suddenly stopped and turned around. The pressure on the surrounding crowd reduced significantly. They also noticed this armored warrior, wielding a flaming long knife. Everyone was shocked and stopped to watch. In the encirclement of zombies, Chu Feng swung his knife fiercely, decapitating the zombies. A pile of burning corpses lay at his feet. Suddenly, a zombie broke through the flames and lunged at him. He raised his leg to kick, and due to the surge of power, he caved in the zombie's chest with one kick. Is this ever going to end? Chu Feng complained softly, before his words faded. For more zombies lunged at him from different directions. Chu Feng raised his left hand to snap the zombie's neck, while his right hand swept with the knife, decapitating another zombie. The remaining 2 zombies took the opportunity to pounce on him from both front and back. One bit at his helmet, while the other tore at his thigh. Their teeth clashed against the armor with a clattering sound. Chu Feng thrust his knife through the zombie's head while stepping on another zombie to death. After 2 minutes of continuous fighting, he showed no signs of fatigue, even feeling his blood boil. Hee. Now this is what I call the apocalypse game. Chu Feng moved through the curtain of fire, smoke billowing from his armor. Dozens of zombies immediately surrounded him. He gripped his knife with both hands and charged forward, swinging his knife in a circular slash. The flames spun, resembling a fiery tornado. Wherever the crimson blade passed, zombies were severed, their bodies igniting in flames. This scene left everyone stunned. They thought, could Chu Feng possibly wield fire magic? Among the horde, he flashed and darted, the flame slashes powerful and heavy, recklessly harvesting zombies. Haha. People even heard bursts of wild laughter. The crimson blade light swept through with laughter, causing bodies to fall. Suddenly, the remaining zombies surged forward, overwhelming Chu Feng and pinning him down. Luo Xuanxue and Lu Mingyue, anxiously watching the battle, saw the situation was dire and immediately took action. The two quickly approached and began shooting at the zombies. Some zombies were cleared away. Chu Feng, trapped under the pile of corpses, felt the pressure suddenly drop. He raised his hand to create some space, thrusting his right hand with the knife. The onlookers saw a fiery long knife protruding from the pile of zombies. The flaming long knife moved and cut, dismembering the surrounding zombies. Then, a figure shrouded in black smoke stood up from the pile of corpses, kicking away the broken bodies. He swayed unsteadily, taking heavy steps, and collapsed under a tree. Lu Mingyue quickly ran to Chu Feng's side. Chu Feng, are you okay? Responding to her was the flame-war knife and the heavy breathing from under the helmet. The crimson blade hovered in front of him. Lu Mingyue steadied her racing heart and gently said, Chu Feng, it's me. In the next moment, the red blade shattered, turning to ash that scattered. Lu Mingyue quickly stepped forward, disregarding the scorching armor, and removed Chu Feng's helmet. Under the helmet, Chu Feng's face was haggard, his eyes bloodshot, as if he had lost his sanity. Lu Mingyue hurriedly opened a small pouch at her waist and took out the mental medication that Chu Feng had given her beforehand. She lifted Chu Feng's head, but he grabbed her wrist. The armor dug into her flesh. Lu Mingyue winced in pain, furrowing her brows, and continued to bring the pill to Chu Feng's mouth, nearly getting bitten. Hurry, just swallow the pill. In a dazed state, Chu Feng swallowed the pill, and suddenly cold water was splashed on his head. Half a minute later, he gradually regained consciousness. Luo Xuanxue held a basin of water and poured cold water over him again, nearly choking him. Hee. Okay, I'm awake now, stop pouring water. Chu Feng opened his eyes and saw two delighted faces. Great, I thought you wouldn't come back, Lu Mingyue said, wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes. You're too reckless. What if something had happened? Luo Xuanxue leaned down to help Chu Feng wipe his face with a towel. Chu Feng smiled and didn't respond. He turned to look at the campus. Other survivors were working together to clear away the remaining zombies while blocking the gaps in the main gate. The school base successfully fended off this wave of small zombie tide. Chu Feng struggled to rise, and with a thought, the armor on him was absorbed into the tech tree. Chu Feng, you're too tired. You should rest, Lu Mingyue advised. I need to check on the zombie warrior's condition. It pains my heart. Chu Feng shook his head and continued walking towards the gate. Then, the three of them climbed over obstacles and reached outside the gate. Casually dealing with a few scattered zombies, they stood in the pile of corpses. In front of them lay the zombie warrior, now just a skeleton. These zombies are terrifying. They even chewed the armor to pieces, Lu Mingyue said, her tone chilling. My points. Chu Feng sighed in pain and began to remove the helmet from the zombie warrior. The zombie warrior's head hung down. What a pity. Luo Xuanxue felt regret about this. Chu Feng propped up the zombie warrior's head and noticed its eyes could still move. Perhaps there was still hope, and it could even evolve into a more powerful zombie warrior. Then, Chu Feng quickly absorbed all the corpses into the tech tree. Chapter 88. Night Talk as night fell. The order in the school base was restored through the survivors' united efforts. The school gate was blocked with a large amount of debris, standing at a height of 5 meters. The school's iron fence walls were reinforced and sealed with wooden boards and iron doors. In the darkness, the playground behind the school was eerily quiet, occasionally interrupted by the crackling sounds of burning firewood. The playground, once desolate, suddenly had many tents tonight, surrounding the three people at the center. By the warm campfire, Chu Feng, exhausted from continuous battles, had truly collapsed. He rested his head on Lu Mingyue's lap, sleeping soundly. Lu Mingyue smiled, gazing down at his peaceful sleeping face, her fingers gently stroking Chu Feng's hair. Suddenly, someone quietly approached the fire. Luo Xuanxue, who was on lookout duty, immediately stood up, warily looking at the newcomer. She tightened her grip on the knife handle, her left hand resting on her gun holster, scanning the surroundings. What do you want? There were 5 newcomers, both men and women, probably in their 30s. They were holding food, and their smiles carried a hint of flattery. We saw you all working hard today, so we specially brought some food for you. Please accept it, the leading man said. No need. We have our own food. You can keep it. Luo Xuanxue politely refused, keeping her guard up. The food might be poisoned. The 5 strangers exchanged glances, their expressions anxious. The leading man smiled broadly and continued, as a debt of gratitude. Please be sure to accept it. A woman directly placed the food in front of Luo Xuanxue. Startled, Luo Xuanxue nearly drew her knife, frowning as she inquired, "Why do you have to bring us food? Or do you have other intentions?" The 5 people suddenly seemed a bit awkward. They had initially wanted to say more polite things and subtly propose other requests, but they had barely spoken a few sentences when they were asked about their purpose. The leading man took a deep breath and clarified their intention. "Actually, we want to follow you." Luo Xuanxue's eyes flickered, and her right foot stepped back a step. Ready to draw her knife at any moment, she coldly spoke. "Why?" The 5 turned their heads in unison to look at the sleeping Chu Feng, their eyes showing envy. The leading man asked back, "He should be an ability user, right?" No comment. He's so powerful, we've all seen it. If he's not an ability user, then what else could he be?" Luo Xuanxue straightened her neck, her expression cold and distant, as if keeping everyone at arm's length. She turned away indifferently, unwilling to say more. "If there's nothing else, you can take the food and leave. In this apocalypse, each for their own, we have no strength to help others." "Really not possible?" the leading man pleaded again. Luo Xuanxue did not respond and went straight to sit by the campfire. The 5 took back the food, looking dejected, and returned to their tents. The playground fell silent again. "Sister Shui, how did it go?" Lu Mingyue asked. "Their matters have nothing to do with us." "There's no need to worry," Luo Xuanxue replied. "What will Chu Feng do? He won't agree either. Just protecting the 2 of us is already too much for him to handle," Luo Xuanxue answered. "Hiki." Lu Mingyue lowered her head and poked Chu Feng's sleeping face, growing fonder of him. "You sleep first, I'll keep watch," Luo Xuanxue instructed. Lu Mingyue responded, grabbing a pillow to prop up Chu Feng's head. She then leaned against Chu Feng and fell asleep peacefully. Less than an hour into the night, someone came knocking. There were zombies wandering outside the school, making rustling sounds. The night was bound to be restless. Luo Xuanxue dared not sleep, holding a gun in one hand and a knife in the other, ready to respond to any sudden situations. 10 minutes later, indeed, a group of people came, followed by another group. This time, it was Principal Zhang Jiming, accompanied by a bunch of teachers and police officers. There was a mix of flattery and discomfort on everyone's faces. From 15 meters away, they saw Luo Xuanxue approaching with a knife. Luo Xuanxue's face was as cold as frost. She suddenly drew her knife, sparking a shower of sparks. Lowering her gaze, she stood with the knife raised and coldly said, "If you dare to come closer, don't blame me for being rude." The blade reflected the flickering firelight, and a killing intent filled the air. "Don't be nervous. I just want to talk to Chu Feng." Zhang Jiming raised his hands, indicating he meant no harm. "Talk about how you wanted to drive him away during the day, even wanting to kill him? Don't you think that's a bit too grandiose?" Luo Xuanxue scoffed mockingly. Zhang Jiming turned his head, signaling to the 2 people behind him, who brought out a box full of food. He pretended to be sincere. "What happened during the day was all a misunderstanding. It was my fault for misunderstanding Chu Feng." Misunderstanding? I've seen everything. You're all acting too fake." Luo Xuanxue laughed coldly. "Hey, this is the apocalypse. We have our own considerations for doing this. Otherwise, how would we lead this base?" Speaking lies without a blush or a heartbeat. Upon hearing this, Luo Xuanxue couldn't help but shake her head and scoff. She recalled the amusing events from today's battle against the zombie tide. When the tide first reached the school gate, Principal Zhang Jiming immediately took his people and fled. By the time Chu Feng single-handedly leveled the zombie tide, these so-called leaders reappeared to direct students and survivors in rebuilding the base. Anyone unaware would think they had eliminated the tide themselves. Just a bunch of cowardly rats. Luo Xuanxue didn't want to waste words with these people. She sheathed her knife. "How you consider things has nothing to do with us. I advise you not to overstep. You also saw Chu Feng's state today, when he goes mad. Even I can't recognize him." Zhang Jiming looked back at the crowd. When the tide came, they had hidden in the teaching building, watching Chu Feng in black armor, wielding a flaming long knife to clear the zombies. They all had the same thought. Chu Feng is a very strong ability user. Thus, they unanimously agreed to recruit Chu Feng into the base. Zhang Jiming took a step forward, clasping his hands in front of his chest, rubbing his palms to cover his nervousness. With a forced smile, he said, "Haha, Chu Feng is indeed a strong ability user. We've all seen it. So we want to talk to him about his abilities." The coldness on Luo Xuanchue's face intensified, like a solid block of ice. She warned, "Abilities are taboo for Chu Feng. I don't know what crazy things he might do because of this." How could that be? "We just want Chu Feng to use his abilities to help the base." Hiki. Chu Feng doesn't play by the rules. Along the way, he has not only killed zombies, but many who got in his way have disappeared. Hearing Luo Xuanchue's icy tone, Zhang Jiming felt a chill run down his spine, losing his composure. So Chu Feng, is this crazy? He self-deprecatingly realized he had been naive to think of proposing conditions to gain Chu Feng's help. But to maintain the situation, Zhang Jiming still held his ground. Although ability users are very strong, we also have ways to deal with them. The conditions I propose will definitely satisfy Chu Feng. Luo Xuanxue sighed and shook her head, lamenting the ignorance of these people. Each time she saw Chu Feng take action, she felt inexplicably scared. These people actually dared to think they could control Chu Feng. She turned around, waved her hand, and issued an eviction order. "There's no point in saying more. You should leave. It's late, and there are zombies outside. Stay quiet." Zhang Jiming had no time to persuade. As the people had already walked far away, he clenched his fists, his face twitching in anger. How dare they disrespect him like this? How would he manage this school base in the future? His gaze fell on the sleeping Chu Feng. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he turned and whispered instructions. "Let's go find some bows and arrows, while it's still dark." Chapter 89, Confrontation. The trees surrounding the playground were dense and lush. Zhang Jiming led his people to hide among them. Some held bows and arrows, waiting for the right moment to strike. "Principal, are we really going to make a move?" someone suddenly asked. Zhang Jiming immediately turned around and glared, warning everyone in a low voice. "If we don't get rid of them, how can we stand here? Don't you want to survive here?" But from what I've observed, Chu Feng doesn't seem like someone easy to deal with. Everyone fell into deep thought, still feeling apprehensive. Chu Feng, clad in armor and wielding a flaming knife, had wiped out the zombie horde and was now peacefully sleeping. This was no normal person. If they thought Chu Feng had left any tricks up his sleeve, they wouldn't believe it. A few teachers were already considering leaving. At this point, Zhang Jiming decided to go all in and loudly warned, "Whoever dares to leave, I will kick them out of the school. Don't make excuses. I don't believe he's invulnerable. A single arrow to the head, and anyone would die." No one dared to refute anymore. The 5 people pulled back their bows, ready to strike. In the center of the school playground, Luo Xuanxue was monitoring the movements of those people with a reconnaissance drone. She held a gun in her hand, ready to counterattack at any moment. Suddenly, another group of people appeared on the phone's surveillance screen. The two groups faced off and argued. Someone deliberately raised their voice and shouted, "What are you doing hiding here with bows and arrows?" The speaker was Zhuang Tao, followed by a large group of students, including Shen Lin and Su Xinru. The bad deeds were exposed, and Zhang Jiming immediately stood up to scold the students. "What are you doing? Dare to treat a teacher like this? Do you think my words are just wind in your ears? Someone is planning to do bad things. Of course, we have to stop it," Zhuang Tao retorted. "Who is planning to do bad things? We're on our regular patrol at night, and we didn't find anything." Zhuang Tao scoffed, showing a look of disgust. The group of students behind him began to whisper. Someone quietly said, "Shameless." Being insulted by the students immediately enraged Zhang Jiming. "How is the school teaching you? Dare to insult the principal and teachers? Step forward immediately." In the darkness, all the students were indignant, ignoring him. It's the end of the world, and he still thinks he can use these rules to control the students. Who doesn't know the little schemes in Zhang Jiming's and these teachers' hearts? Zhuang Tao suppressed his anger and planned to end this farce. "Enough. Everyone has grievances. Continuing to argue will only attract zombies. Let's disperse." When did it become your turn to command?" Zhang Jiming questioned angrily. "I'm an ability user. Isn't that enough? So what if you're an ability user? This is my school. I have the final say." Zhuang Tao shook his head in helplessness and scoffed. Playing the identity card again, huh? He didn't plan to indulge this person anymore and coldly said, "Fine, then I'll leave. Anyway, there are many survivor bases in Tianhai City. I can go anywhere." You dare? "I'll." Zhuang Tao immediately interrupted Zhang Jiming's spellcasting. "What can you do? Besides hiding and making a fuss, what else can you do? If we hadn't gone out to find food, you would have starved to death long ago." Zhang Jiming was so angry that his shoulders trembled. momentarily unable to think of any rebuttal. He twisted his mouth and cursed. Ignorant students. Zhuang Tao was provoked and clenched his fists. Since the facade was already torn, he intended to expose everything. You're holding bows and arrows. Aren't you just trying to shoot that person named Chu Feng? What nonsense are you talking about? This isn't the first time you've done this. How many people have you driven away and caused to die? Without us students providing points and clearing zombies, you would have been dead long ago. Are you scared? Zhang Jiming was enraged at being exposed. He stepped forward and swung a slap, but was immediately caught by Zhuang Tao at the wrist. You waste who hides in the office every day, dare to lay hands on me? Let go. A group of teachers saw the situation was not good and rushed forward to mediate. Zhuang Tao twisted Zhang Jiming's arm hard before letting go. My current power attribute is over 100 points. It's easy to break your arm. Don't push me. You dare to secretly use points without telling us. Zhang Jiming was furious and said viciously, Huh, the points we fought hard to kill zombies for. Why should you control them? Zhuang Tao scoffed coldly at Zhang Jiming. Other students also hissed disdainfully. The situation was already chaotic. Zhang Jiming could no longer control this group of students. He could no longer act tyrannically. He coldly said, Fine. If you don't listen, just get out. This base was built by us. What have you done besides standing with your hands on your hips? Why should we leave? This is my decision. At this moment, Zhang Jiming's words lacked any confidence. When the zombie tide came during the day, you all ran so fast. Which survivor would still be willing to listen to you? Zhuang Tao mocked. Zhang Jiming was infuriated and turned to glare at Chu Feng by the bonfire, becoming even angrier. He sneered, Just a madman begging for food. What is he worth? Oh, why don't you go insult him to his face? See if he doesn't chop you down with one strike. Hearing the mockery, Zhang Jiming raised his resentful gaze and muttered curses. If you weren't blocking me, I would have succeeded long ago. Zhuang Tao noticed Zhang Jiming still didn't understand, so he decided to make things clear. Fine. I'll go tell Chu Feng that you want to carry out an assassination under the cover of night. You. Zhang Jiming immediately became flustered. He was just speaking harshly, but had no intention of confronting directly. Other teachers behind him also spoke up to dissuade him. As both sides faced off in silence, a buzzing sound of wings came from above. A fist-sized hornet was flying at a height of 10 meters, with the camera flashing red light. Everyone looked up in unison, and someone asked, Is that a drone? It doesn't seem like it. More like a hornet. Hornet? Where did such a big hornet come from? While everyone was discussing, a crisp sound of a blade being drawn suddenly rang out. Everyone turned their heads in unison. A tall figure, holding a knife in her right hand and a torch in her left, walked over slowly. Luo Xuanxue had a cold expression, her long ponytail swaying. Walking with an imposing demeanor, she questioned with the knife raised. Have you all quarreled enough? If you keep making noise, I'll wake Chu Feng and let him talk to you. How about that? Seeing the situation was bad, Zhang Jiming took the opportunity to slip away with his people. Planning to settle scores later, the group of students remained in place. By the firelight, some male students couldn't take their eyes off Luo Xuanxue's appearance. Tall and curvy, her figure resembled a female combat character from a game. Some female students crossed their fingers, showing infatuated expressions, captivated by Luo Xuanxue's handsomeness. Luo Xuanxue noticed the crowd was unmoved and asked in confusion, Aren't you leaving? We want to understand some things from Chu Feng. Isn't it okay now? Zhuang Tao replied, No, he is too tired. Let us talk tomorrow. Luo Xuanxue decisively refused. Then fine, we'll come back tomorrow. Zhuang Tao immediately agreed and led the other students to leave quickly. Luo Xuanxue returned to the bonfire, letting out a long breath. After tidying up a bit, she could finally lie down next to Chu Feng in peace. Chapter 90. Meeting the Ability High School students the next morning. Chu Feng was awakened by a suffocating feeling. He looked up and saw Luo Xuanxue hugging his neck, their faces almost touching. Lu Mingyue was hugging his arm, pressed against his chest. Their legs were entwined with Chu Feng's thigh, like two snakes coiling around him. Chu Feng couldn't help but sigh. Their sleeping positions are too poor. The key is, he turned to look around. Many people had already woken up and were observing the three of them. Some were snickering, while others were curious. Some female students stood by the playground, their faces flushed, stealing glances at this bold scene. Some male students were filled with envy and jealousy. Everyone looked at them with envy. Being stared at like this made Chu Feng feel embarrassed, and he hurriedly woke the two girls. Wake up, everyone's watching. The two girls instead tightened their grip, their thighs rubbing against him, hands wandering. Hey, This could teach bad habits to children. Chu Feng quickly broke free from their hold and got up quickly. After checking his belongings, he found nothing was missing. Last night, no one dared to have their eyes on them. At this time, Zhuang Tao led a group of students over. Chu Feng saw Shen Lin and Su Xinru among the crowd. He found a step beside the playground to sit down. What do you want with me? Zhuang Tao glanced back at the crowd behind him and stepped forward to answer. We're here to thank you. Thanks to you yesterday, we were able to fend off the zombie tide. Otherwise, everyone would have been in danger. I don't want your thanks. Instead, I have some questions for you. The crowd exchanged glances. The only thing that could interest Chu Feng was probably the matter of abilities. Everyone had been discussing Chu Feng's fight against the zombie tide. Some even recorded parts of the battle and uploaded them to the local chat channel. This video sparked intense discussion. What do you want to know? We will tell you everything. Zhuang Tao said. Who among you is an ability user, and how many are there? Seeing the group of students hesitating slightly, Chu Feng calmly inquired. If you're unwilling to say, I want to force you, but you want to have another opportunity later. Suddenly, someone in the crowd seemed a bit agitated, looking at Chu Feng, wanting to say something but hesitating. Zhuang Tao turned to signal everyone to be quiet and cautiously asked, Why do you want to know these things? I can contact the special forces to take the ability users to the military base, allowing them to grow up safely. Chu Feng replied. Special forces and military base. These conditions indeed sound very tempting. With the army as protection, it would be very safe. However, only taking the ability users. What about the others? Only the ability users? Why doesn't the army rescue the others? Zhuang Tao asked. You must have all seen the videos of the army counterattacking, right? We have all seen them and have been hoping for the army to come and save us. However, everyone saw Chu Feng shaking his head helplessly, giving a negative answer. The army can't come. The zombie tide is too fierce. Can't the army handle the zombies? Zhuang Tao asked in surprise. Yes. You've all seen the video of the giant zombie knocking down a helicopter, right? Chu Feng scanned the crowd, and everyone nodded. I even saw it with my own eyes. That zombie was like the tank zombie in Left 4 Dead, a boy in the crowd mentioned. You're right. I also saw hundreds of soldiers in the suburbs being overwhelmed by the zombie tide. Hiss. The students gasped and whispered among themselves, discussing the authenticity of the event. Zhuang Tao felt anxious and asked the reason. Why have the zombies become so strong? The zombies have mutated. The long-legged zombies that chased you before were mutated zombies. Chu Feng replied. Mutated? So the zombie tide we defended against yesterday was just ordinary zombies? Yes, if they were all mutated zombies. I would have already taken my people to escape. After hearing this, everyone lowered their heads. They did not harbor resentment because of Chu Feng's words. It's human nature. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, surviving is the top priority, and only when there's extra energy can one help others. Seeing that the time was right, Chu Feng continued to ask about the abilities. Who among you is an ability user? Quickly explain, time is of the essence. After discussing for a while, Zhuang Tao calmly responded. All right, we have ability users among us. For the next 5 minutes, Zhuang Tao introduced the situations of the ability users among the students. The types of abilities include body gigantification, rock body transformation, and temporary invisibility. These are not very strong abilities. They are sufficient for self-protection but have limited potential for enhancement. The individuals then took turns demonstrating their abilities. Because of the presence of these ability users, the students temporarily formed a close-knit group. Afterwards, Zhuang Tao asked about the military base. What do you mean by the military base? It's a large military base over 30 kilometers away, with many survivors and tight defenses. Chu Feng answered. That's great. If we can get to the military base, we might even encounter our relatives. Chu Feng looked at this group of students. After the apocalypse struck, they had been trapped here, rarely going out except occasionally to look for food. Their relatives might have died long ago. Chu Feng shook his head, pouring cold water on them. Don't get your hopes up. Using the apocalypse phone, who can still contact relatives in Tianhai City? The group felt dejected and lowered their heads. Half of them had already lost contact with their relatives. For those who could contact their relatives, the situation was getting worse, and they could only feel anxious. Zhuang Tao thought for a moment and continued to ask, what should we do then? Now that it's the apocalypse, you should think about how to live with hope. After saying this, Chu Feng turned and left. He had already obtained information about the location of the ability users. From now on, collecting corpses and seizing abilities would become much easier. Chu Feng returned to the camp, and someone followed behind him. He turned to take a look and found it was the 6 high school girls he had escorted before. What do you want with me? Our deal has ended. Chu Feng's expression was stern and still cold. However, these high school girls had already gotten used to it. Su Xinru stepped forward and said, "We are here to sincerely thank you. If it weren't for you, we might have." Chu Feng, tired of hearing it, interrupted. All right, let's get to the point." The 6 girls chuckled at Chu Feng's bluntness. Su Xinru collected her thoughts and said, "We all want to go to the military base. We don't know if you can contact them. Have you all thought it through? If you go to the military base, you will have to follow orders. At least it's better than staying here. We've only been here for a day. And they already ordered us to exchange all our points for food. Didn't you use your abilities to control their thoughts?" Chu Feng asked with a smile. "No, I don't want to expose myself just yet, and we haven't misused our points," Su Xinru replied. "A wise choice. Once your mental control ability is exposed, few will be willing to accept you." What Chu Feng said was not unfounded. Once the mental control ability grows, it can control a large number of ability users for one's own use, let alone ordinary people. Therefore, they would face rejection from other ability users and small groups. However, the military would be very much in need of such ability users. Would the military be willing to take us in? Su Xinru asked. "Your mental control ability is very useful to the military. They would be happy to accept you." "That's great. When will you contact the military base?" The 6 of them whispered and looked delighted. Chu Feng looked towards the distant sky. His hearing was now very sharp. The sound of helicopter blades from 2 kilometers away was clear to his ears. He said, "No need to contact them. They have already arrived." Chapter 91, Zombie Samurai. Special forces arrive. The military is rushing here. I just don't know what their purpose is. Chu Feng's meaning was vague. The 6 high school girls suddenly felt a bit tense. Su Xinru asked the question they had been worried about. Am I the only one with abilities? Will the military take the other 5 away? They probably won't, Chu Feng answered. Then what should we do? Seeing the panic on the 6 girls' faces, Chu Feng couldn't help but find it amusing. They clearly had mental control abilities, but were still timid. Chu Feng reminded them, "Aren't you able to control minds? Just control their thoughts and have them take you all away. Is that possible?" "I feel a bit overwhelmed," Su Xinru said with a worried expression. "You underestimate your abilities too much, but I can't even control you." "Huh?" Chu Feng immediately turned his head, revealing a murderous look. This group of girls was truly ignorant to the point of being foolish, not understanding how to hide their thoughts. The 6 were frightened into standing still, a chill running down their spines. Su Xinru hurriedly explained, "I didn't mean anything else. Don't misunderstand. I warned you before. Have you forgotten?" Saying this, Chu Feng approached the 6 girls. "We haven't forgotten, really," Su Xinru said in a terrified tone, while the other 5 tried to step back but found their legs wouldn't listen. Seeing that the intimidation had worked, Chu Feng spoke in an authoritative tone. "You must not reveal this matter, understand?" The 6 girls looked terrified and nodded in agreement. "We will definitely keep the secret. We won't disturb you any longer. We'll take our leave now," Su Xinru said timidly. "Wait!" Chu Feng suddenly shouted sharply, and without knowing when, a more than 1 meter long bag appeared in his right hand. Someone was so scared they almost cried out. Chu Feng placed the long bag down, and a clanking sound rang out. "These weapons are for you. Each of you can pick one." "Weapons?" Su Xinru bent down to open the bag. Inside were 6 beautifully crafted tang swords with belts. These were a bunch of trinkets that Chu Feng had bought before the apocalypse. He wanted to be a post-apocalyptic sword merchant, making these people owe him a favor. "Are these all for us?" Su Xinru asked. "That's right. Take them as weapons." "Aren't you going to use them?" "I usually see you using a knife." "I have plenty of knives. You all should form a combat girl group, slaying zombies and monsters." 6 flowers of the apocalypse. Wouldn't that be a great story? Hearing Chu Feng's suggestion, the 6 high school girls' eyes lit up with interest. They each picked out a weapon and strapped it to their waists. "You all level up your attributes. You'll get used to them slowly," Chu Feng reminded them. The 6 girls took out their phones and started distributing points. They had killed quite a few zombies and accumulated dozens of points. However, someone was too eager and distributed all their points at once, almost causing them to choke. 10 minutes later, 6 people wiped sweat from their brows, drew their tang swords from their waists, and began to practice their swordplay in the open area. Their movements were somewhat awkward, but their strength was sufficient. Chu Feng approached Su Xinru and quietly asked, "Are there any hidden places in the school? Take me there. There is a warehouse that is quite concealed." "What do you want to do there?" Su Xinru asked in confusion. "Don't ask so many questions. Just lead the way." "Oh, soon." Chu Feng followed Su Xinru to the outside of the warehouse. He entered the warehouse alone. Helicopters circled above the school. The military seemed to be guiding the zombies away from the periphery of the school, likely to send troops into the school. This was not a good sign. They might not only fail to drive the zombies away, but could also attract even more powerful mutated zombies. Chu Feng looked up to confirm the direction of the sound and cursed softly. What on earth does the military want to do? Are they trying to lure that tank zombie here? Everyone in this school will die? The sound of engines continued to echo from the sky. Chu Feng had to prepare quickly. He took out his phone to check his attributes. Doom points, 936 points. Attributes, strength 300, speed 300, perception 100, mental power. He also retrieved the corpse of a zombie warrior from the tech tree, ready to recreate the zombie warrior. He had killed a total of 4 mutated zombies and had several hundred ordinary zombies, so he had enough materials. He consumed 500 points to merge all the zombie corpses. With his command, the zombie warrior's corpse transformed from bones to flesh. Black-red muscles grew from the massive spine, quickly extending to cover the entire skeleton. Half a minute later, the zombie warrior stood up again. It had grown to a height of 3 meters, with shoulders 2 meters wide and limbs as thick as stone pillars, with muscles as dark as fine steel. A true biochemical combat weapon. It had grown half a meter taller and weighed 15 tons. Unfortunately, it hadn't grown to the level of the tank zombie. How many corpses did that tank zombie consume to grow to a height of 5 meters? Chu Feng murmured to himself, recalling the scene of the tank zombie swatting a helicopter down. It had fallen from a height of 300 meters, landing safely and even collapsing buildings along the street. Aside from heavy bombs, Chu Feng couldn't think of any other solution. He then retrieved a set of armor from the tech tree. He consumed 400 points to evolve the armor into giant heavy armor. Ding! Successfully evolved into giant heavy armor. Permanently effective. This full-body armor became 3 meters tall, with 2 centimeters thick fine steel plating, weighing over 300 pounds, entirely pitch black and imposing. The zombie warrior donned the armor, fully revived. Chu Feng controlled the armored zombie warrior to start attacking, punching through a 15-centimeter thick wall. Strong. It should be called a zombie samurai now. Chu Feng couldn't help but exclaim, very satisfied with the combat power of the zombie samurai. Suddenly, he heard the low rumble of engines entering the campus. Several helicopters landed on the campus. Chu Feng did not include the armored zombie samurai back into the tech tree. This time, he wanted to showcase his own military strength. Let's go? With his command, the zombie samurai took heavy steps, tearing through the iron doors and crashing through the doorframe. Unstoppable. Chu Feng walked out from the back of the school and found that many survivors had gathered on the playground. He saw Luo Xuanxue surrounded by a group of high school girls from a distance. Luo Xuanxue's height of 1.75 meters stood out prominently. The high school girls couldn't help but swoon over the cool older sister with a sword at her waist and a ponytail. However, Chu Feng's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Behind him stood a mysterious humanoid creature clad in heavy iron armor, wielding a giant sword. Each step the zombie samurai took echoed like a clash of metal. People stopped and turned, dumbfounded. They wondered in their hearts, what on earth is that towering humanoid creature? Chu Feng did not approach the crowd, but found a stone bench under a tree in the distance to sit down and observe from afar. The leader of the special forces on the playground was Chen Ming, who seemed to recognize Chu Feng. He pushed through the crowd and crossed the playground. Just then, Principal Zhang Jiming arrived and came forward to shake hands and exchange greetings. However, Chen Ming directly ignored him and walked past. He quickly reached the tree, smiling broadly and extending his hand. Good to see you again, Chu Feng. Chu Feng did not stand up, but directly asked Chen Ming about his intentions. What are you doing here? Chen Ming reluctantly lowered his hand, not angry. He had been dealing with ability users during this time and was used to being treated this way. Hot-tempered ability users even refused to meet him. Chu Feng was one of the more agreeable types. Chen Ming sat down on the stone bench beside him and said, "We received news that there are ability users here, so we came to check it out. It can't be that simple, right?" Chu Feng glanced at Chen Ming suspiciously. Hee. Naturally. We also need to take the ability users away. So far, how many ability users have you taken away? Chu Feng asked. That's classified. Okay, goodbye. Chu Feng saw that Chen Ming was still using the same excuses, dusted off his pants, and stood up to leave. Seeing this, Chen Ming immediately panicked and reached out to try to keep him. Just as he took a step, he felt the ground tremble beneath his feet, causing him to lose his balance and half kneel down. Chen Ming turned his head to see the zombie samurai crushing the concrete floor, a crack extending to his feet. nearly causing him to fall. Chu Feng turned back and teased, "No need for such courtesy. Get up." He reached out to help Chunming up and led him to a hidden corner. This scene left the onlookers dumbfounded. Some began to imagine what had just happened. Chunming wanted to challenge Chu Feng, but Chu Feng elegantly turned around, releasing his pressure, instantly forcing Chunming to kneel halfway, while Chu Feng gentlemanly helped him up. The Apocalypse's ability users are terrifying indeed. Chunming brushed off the dust from his pants, looking disheveled but not angry. He somewhat liked Chu Feng's humorous style of doing things. He turned to look at the towering zombie samurai and grinned. "Your armored warrior is indeed impressive. How did you obtain it? Could it be your ability? Why are you always fixated on other people's abilities? I want to ask some questions. But you just say it's classified. It's really difficult to deal with you stiff people." Chu Feng rolled his eyes in disdain. Chunming thought for a moment and smiled. "Don't take offense. It's the military's nature. Just ask whatever you want." "All right. Which ability users have you taken away?" Chu Feng asked directly. There are those with 10-meter teleportation, finger energy blasts, and range perspective abilities." Chu Feng listened as Chunming listed them one by one. The abilities mentioned were all ordinary single-target abilities, not very strong. They were quite suitable for forming a small team of ability users. That's right. The military is secretly training them and sending them on missions to hunt zombies. Chunming answered. "Missions? Where?" "Of course, within Tianhai City." Hee. Chu Feng suddenly laughed, thinking that this behavior was tantamount to sending them to their deaths. The smile was a bit chilling, and Chunming asked in confusion, "Is there a problem?" "Every time you send ability users into the city, you attract a large number of mutated zombies, which is equivalent to sending them to their deaths. That's impossible. We are very careful every time we act, deploying multiple helicopters to divert the zombies, and only then do we secretly send in personnel." Chunming unconsciously clenched his fists, recalling possible oversights during the operations. He noticed Chu Feng's disdainful gaze, feeling increasingly uncertain. Chu Feng then asked back, "Has the military ever sent people to reclaim cities? Didn't you notice that the zombies are mutating?" "We have indeed encountered some powerful zombies, but with our firepower, we can still cope for now." "Have you encountered that tank zombie? Are you talking about the one that climbed buildings and swatted down helicopters?" Chunming asked. "That's right." Chunming recalled the information from other special forces teams and then informed Chu Feng of the real situation. A special operations team once attempted to track and attack this tank zombie. The autocannon initially caused some damage, but soon it grew a hard, bony shell and could recover from injuries in an instant. The special operations team called for fighter jets and launched laser-guided missiles, but failed to eliminate it. After hearing Chunming's account, Chu Feng felt a chill run down his spine. How could the military make such a foolish mistake? He sighed heavily. "A terrifying zombie is about to be born. Do you understand?" How could this happen?" Chunming was also infected by the emotion, becoming very anxious. "You must concentrate your fire to kill it. It has already hidden away and is slowly evolving. By the time it reappears, it may have grown to 7 meters tall, and missiles will no longer be able to hit it." Chunming lowered his head, recalling that he had previously suggested using heavy firepower to completely eliminate this tank zombie. But it was vetoed by the military high command, who said it would risk harming civilians and destroying the city. He nervously asked, "Is this zombie accelerating its evolution?" "Yes. Originally, it would take a year to evolve, but now with your help, it only takes this zombie a week to complete its evolution." Chu Feng's words carried a sense of helplessness. He was already feeling like retreating, wanting to hide in the mountains and avoid these fools. After thinking for a while, Chunming regained his composure. Could the military's current actions indirectly lead to the emergence of a large-scale mutated zombie? Yes. We should start clearing ordinary zombies from the outskirts of the city before focusing on eliminating the mutated ones. All right, I understand. I will contact the military immediately to report this information and organize a quick retreat. Chunming immediately stood up, a serious expression appearing on his face. After talking with Chu Feng, he felt restless. Chu Feng, on the other hand, regained his calm and jokingly asked, "You believe my words so easily and report this information to the military? Aren't you afraid of trouble?" "Just kidding. The information you provided explains many things, and I truly admire it," Chunming said with a smile. "Just don't come looking for me if something goes wrong. That won't happen, but it's time to inform you about your supernatural ability, right?" Seeing the curious look on Chunming's smiling face, Chu Feng stood up and touched the zombie warrior. He fabricated, "My ability is to absorb and create individual zombie soldiers." The zombie warrior vanished into thin air. Chun Ming exclaimed, amazing. You can even store zombies in another space and summon them at will? They move according to my thoughts, Chu Feng replied. How many zombies can you control now? Currently, I can only control one. Chun Ming lowered his head, stroking his chin and shaking his head slightly. What a pity. If you could control all the zombies, this zombie apocalypse would be over. My ability isn't at that level yet, and this apocalypse cannot end, Chu Feng said, his expression darkening as he poured cold water on the conversation. Chun Ming's smile stiffened, wanting to end these dizzying topics. He changed the subject. Forget it. Let us not talk about this. You're a supernatural being, and I happen to want to take you back to the military base. How about it? Chu Feng smiled. The opportunity to get heavy firepower had finally arrived. He said, I also have some transactions I want to discuss with you. Chapter 93, Evacuation Plan Transaction? Tell me more. Chun Ming asked. My request is simple. You must help me keep my supernatural ability a secret. Otherwise, none of you supernatural beings will be able to leave. Suddenly, Chu Feng seemed like a different person, showing no mercy. Chun Ming looked at him suspiciously, unable to grasp Chu Feng's thoughts. Why? Isn't it safer for you to awaken your abilities and enter the military base? Before the apocalypse, I had enough of others' orders. During the apocalypse, I will act according to my own will and will not listen to anyone's commands. Chu Feng's expression was fierce with a hint of madness, speaking with conviction. Chun Ming understood that supernatural beings have the capital to be proud, so he didn't plan to delve deeper. All right, then let us do it your way. But you may not be able to go to the military base. The base is already overcrowded. Then I'll trade with you under different conditions, Chu Feng said. What conditions? Supernatural beings will come to ask for my opinion, and I also know of a powerful supernatural being. Is this true? Chun Ming asked excitedly. As long as I nod, the supernatural beings will agree to leave. Great, I'll contact headquarters to ask about the situation. Then, Chu Feng followed Chun Ming to the center of the playground. The Special Forces team gathered together, waiting for orders from the military high command. As Chu Feng walked through the playground, the gathered survivors all stepped aside, fear in their eyes, parting to give him away. This is the desired effect. He turned to see Luo Xiunshui's popularity was indeed high. A group of little fans was surrounding her. Luo Xiunshui exuded an aura of heroism. Her figure tall and her chest full and upright, looking like an automatic combat doll. The shorter Lu Mingyue was lost in the crowd, nowhere to be seen. Chu Feng shook his head and chuckled, walking straight to the 3 helicopters. 1 Meet 8 transport helicopter and 2 WZ-10 attack helicopters. He whispered, drooling at the sight. He reached out to touch the warm fuselage, even feeling an urge to bring the helicopter into his technology tree. However, a Special Forces soldier was on guard. So Chu Feng dismissed the thought. He saw Chun Ming in the call and hurriedly come to the center of the playground. Everyone, please be quiet. We are here to take away the supernatural beings while leaving some survival supplies. The crowd immediately erupted in discussion. Someone raised their hand to ask, You're only taking away the supernatural beings. What about us, ordinary people? Don't worry. The military is doing its best to clear the zombies, and there are only a few zombies within a few kilometers of the school. This place is safe. Chun Ming explained. Don't change the subject. In this world, how are we ordinary people supposed to survive? The crowd's emotions grew increasingly agitated. Sensing they were being abandoned here, Chun Ming remained calm, reassuring them. Everyone knows what kind of world it has become. Everyone is struggling to survive. And we soldiers are the same. Where did you come from? We came from a military base 30 kilometers away, and that base is no longer safe. How did you get here? The military has to clear thousands of zombies every day to safely take off the helicopters to come here. Clearing thousands of zombies every day? The crowd erupted in another round of discussion. Doesn't that mean the military base has to deal with small-scale zombie waves every day? Now, even the military base is not safe. Someone continued to ask. Then where is safe? Chun Ming shook his head at the crowd. There is no safe place anymore. We flew here by helicopter, and along the way, the streets and alleys are filled with zombies. What should we do? For now, as long as you don't cause a commotion that attracts a zombie wave, this base is still very safe. You don't plan to stay here? We will lure and clear away the zombies on the outskirts, and our main mission is to take away the supernatural beings. The topic circled back to the issue of supernatural beings. Many people lowered their heads in disappointment, realizing they were not the ones being rescued. Seeing the timing was right, Chun Ming continued to ask, Is there anyone in the school who is a supernatural being and willing to come with us? What is the benefit of going with you? Zhuang Tao among the crowd asked. Supernatural beings are very rare. The military will protect you and provide better living conditions. What about our friends and classmates in the school? Can't we take them with us? The crowd turned hopeful gazes towards Chun Ming, who regretfully shook his head. The base is already overcrowded. We cannot accept more survivors. Please understand. Is there a safer base that the military is responsible for protecting? Yes, there are already several large survivor bases established in Tianhai City. Guarded by the military on the outskirts, Chun Ming answered seriously. A wave of joyful discussions erupted among the crowd. Someone raised their hand and asked, "Can we go now?" The journey is far and requires planning, so it's not possible for now. Just then, Principal Zhang Jiming suddenly interjected. Your army should be protecting civilians. Now the world changes every day. Who would believe such unguaranteed words? Yeah, take away a few people and leave the majority of ordinary people behind. Who knows if you'll just leave us? Someone echoed. The crowd's emotions were reignited as they stepped closer to the Special Forces team. Chun Ming immediately raised his gun to deter the crowd. As far as I know, the army has already lost thousands of men. The tide of corpses is too terrifying. So please understand, we are truly powerless. His words made the crowd quiet and desolate. If even the army can't fight against zombies, we're safe. Seeing this, Zhang Jiming still didn't forget to stir the pot. Then what about all the ability users under my command? If the base falls into chaos, what will we do? Chen Ming narrowed his eyes, staring at this stubborn Zhang Jiming. The two had already reached an agreement, and now he dared to go back on his word. Chen Ming calmly replied, "So I will only take the ability users who are willing to leave." What willing? They're all part of this base. The base has its own rules. No one can leave. Zhang Jiming shouted defiantly, glaring at the people around. The crowd dared to be angry, but said nothing. Seeing that no one dared to refute him, Zhang Jiming's face was filled with complacency. The school was still under his control. These survivors would eventually be harmed by Zhang Jiming. Chu Feng sneered from the corner. He raised his hand to break the silence and asked, "I want to leave here. Where is the nearest survivor base?" Seeing someone speaking out of turn, Zhang Jiming immediately turned to look. However, when he saw Chu Feng's face, he suddenly wilted and didn't dare to look him in the eye. Chun Ming continued, "There is a soccer field base 15 kilometers to the west, where a few hundred soldiers are stationed. It's very safe. Are there many zombies along the way? The army has organized planes to lure some zombies away. The route is temporarily safe." "Good, thank you." After receiving a clear reply, Chu Feng expressed his gratitude. He rested his right hand on the knife handle, turned around gracefully, and, with two girls, walked towards the gate against the sunlight. Seeing this scene, a few high school girls became infatuated and whispered, "Ah, so handsome." Zhang Jiming, on the other hand, watched with gritted teeth, wishing Chu Feng would hurry up and leave. As Chun Ming watched Chu Feng walk away, a hurried voice suddenly came from the radio. "Captain, it's bad. Tens of thousands of zombies are heading towards the school." Chapter 94. Fire Attack on the Zombie Tide. 1. Some people heard the voice from the radio and panically asked, "Is the zombie tide coming again?" Everyone stay calm. Don't panic. Chun Ming tried his best to calm the restless crowd. He confirmed the situation with his team again. "Did you see clearly? How far is the zombie tide?" "For kilometers away, and there are quite a few bloated, slow-moving zombies among them." "Damn, how could we encounter these mutated zombies?" Chun Ming couldn't help but curse. This group of zombies mutated after soaking in water. They are stubborn and will only move in one direction. They have extremely high defenses. They must be attacked on the head with rifles to be killed. Moreover, they are not sensitive to sound and cannot be lured to change direction. Noise might even attract more zombies. Chen Ming calmly replied, "All right, I've understood the situation. You all stay safe and retreat quickly." Turning back, he faced a sea of eager eyes. Chun Ming immediately felt a headache as he glanced at the direction where Chu Feng had left. Now that he had a mission, there were still many underage students in the crowd. He hesitated. After thinking for a moment, Chun Ming urged, "Ability users among you, who wants to come with me? Please state it immediately. The school base is no longer safe. Some in the crowd are itching to move." A group of students led by Zhuang Tao stepped forward. "I am an ability user, but if I leave, what will happen to my classmates? I will send a helicopter to pick up the ability users, and then arrange several buses to take the others to other bases. Is there enough time? The speed of this zombie tide is relatively slow. We can still arrange it now," Chen Ming replied. "All right, I still need to confirm with someone before I can give you a reply. Please wait. Time is tight. We need to act quickly." Then, Zhuang Tao led the other students away, ignoring Principal Zhang Jiming's obstruction. They found Chu Feng and the two girls at the school gate. Wait, Chu Feng, can we ask you some more questions? Speak quickly. Chu Feng replied casually, not stopping his actions. He moved a table over, preparing to climb over the wall to escape. Will the military base treat ability users well? Of course, the army is recruiting ability users and training them to become stronger. Chu Feng answered. What about the treatment of others? I haven't seen it. You need to ask that Special Forces captain. The students exchanged a few words. And Zhuang Tao continued to ask, can we follow you? No, I'm not your guardian. In the apocalypse, you must fend for yourselves. Chu Feng decisively refused while helping Lu Mingyue and Luo Xuanxue up onto the wall. He glanced back, his eyes unyielding. He finally said, you should follow the arrangements of the Special Forces and go to the next base. This place is no longer safe. Act quickly. After saying this, Chu Feng also climbed over the wall and left the school. The two girls had been waiting outside for a long time. The three quickly donned their protective gear. The situation was dire. There must be tens of thousands of zombies, and the school was in their path. Luo Xuanxue controlled the reconnaissance while reporting the situation. Let me see. Taking the phone, Chu Feng felt a pang in his heart, as if someone had squeezed his heart. There were just too many zombies. Leading the pack were those bloated, towering zombies. He recalled scenes from the park. Ordinary knives and guns couldn't harm these zombies. Each time he killed a zombie, he had to expend a significant amount of points. It was a thankless task. However, this time he planned to take a shortcut. The zombie tide was slowly approaching the school, and there was still time to set traps. He could pour gasoline on the path the tide had to take and use fire attacks to reap points. Just as Chu Feng was contemplating this, Chun Ming suddenly climbed over the wall. When he saw Chu Feng, he immediately stepped forward to greet him. Great. Chu Feng, you haven't left. I was just about to find you for help. Help? I won't do it for free, Chu Feng laughed. I know, you want weapons. I'll give you my pistol and ammunition later. That should satisfy you, right? Chun Ming's words made the three of them unable to hold back their laughter. Luo Xuanxue and Lu Mingyue looked at Chun Ming with smiles in their eyes, laughing politely yet appropriately. Chun Ming realized something was off and asked in confusion, what's wrong? Are these conditions not generous enough? If you want me to help, give me all your rifles, and I'll consider it, Chu Feng scoffed. No way. The gun is with the person. The gun is our comrade. Forget it. We're leaving. Chu Feng sighed, secretly cursing these people for being so rigid and klitsch. He turned and walked towards the direction of the zombie tide. Chun Ming hurriedly caught up and asked in confusion, why aren't you escaping? You're heading towards the zombie tide? Now is a great opportunity to earn points. How can we let it pass? Chu Feng grinned confidently. Hiss. Chun Ming was horrified, thinking these three wouldn't want to confront the zombie tide directly, would they? He asked, are you crazy? There are tens of thousands of those zombies. Crazy? I took medicine before, Chu Feng joked. Oh, what time is it now? And you're still joking? Chun Ming was anxious and quickly stepped forward to block Chu Feng. I'm not joking. I plan to use fire attacks on the zombie tide. Right now, the zombies are all crowded on the road. This can also slow down the advance of the tide. This is a rare opportunity. Fire attack. Chun Ming lowered his head and pondered for a long time. Fire attacks might be a good method. How did he not think of it? When he looked back, Chu Feng and the other three had already walked out several dozen meters. Chun Ming even saw Lu Mingyue waving goodbye to him. He immediately chased after them. After all, he was a Special Forces soldier. How could he lag behind? During the run, Chun Ming notified other nearby Special Forces to gather around him. Why are you here again? Chu Feng frowned and asked. He initially wanted to shake off Chun Ming and not expose too much information about his abilities, but Chun Ming clung to him. I think your idea is good. Do you want to work together to slow down the zombies' advance, so that others can find a vehicle to evacuate the survivors? All right, but don't fall behind. I've called other soldiers over too, but where are we going to find gasoline? Follow me later. There's a house ahead with plenty of gasoline inside. Chun Ming had no doubts and followed Chu Feng and the others for 15 kilometers. Chu Feng stealthily entered a house and took out more than 50 barrels of gasoline from the technology tree. He then signaled the others to start moving the gasoline. They had a total of 10 people pouring gasoline onto the road. The entire gasoline path was over 200 meters long. They also placed more than 10 barrels of gasoline in the middle of the road. 20 minutes later, a scout quickly ran back to report, Captain. The zombie tide has reached a position 400 meters ahead. Okay, I understand. You all quickly take your positions. 6 Special Forces soldiers grouped into pairs and dispersed to the upper floors of the 2 buildings, occupying the best shooting positions. At the other end of the straight road, zombies advanced in a dense crowd, their footsteps heavy like elephants, their roars deafening. Chapter 95, Fire Attack on Zombie Tide, Part 2. The zombie tide advanced slowly. Chu Feng estimated that this wave of zombies numbered at least 50,000, half of which were overweight zombies. He reminded Chen Ming, "Tell your soldiers not to waste bullets on those overweight zombies." "I understand. I've fought these kinds of zombies before. It takes an average of 5 bullets to kill one." Chen Ming responded with a nod. "I almost fell into their hands last time too. You dared to fight them without a rifle? I admire you." Chen Ming sighed quietly. "So hurry up and get me some rifles," Chu Feng said irritably. "Hee, let's talk about it next time." Chu Feng shook his head helplessly, feeling exasperated dealing with these people. Did he really have to steal from them? After waiting for another 5 minutes, the zombie tide entered the attack position. Everyone stood ready. Chu Feng ignited the gasoline and quickly retreated. The flames surged like the tide of the Qian'ang River, rapidly engulfing the feet of the zombie tide. The 30-meter-wide street filled with thick black smoke. The zombies emitted low growls, their advancing pace unyielding. The front row of zombies continued to move amidst the flames, twisting their bloated bodies and enduring the scorching fire. Seeing that the zombie tide was approaching the first gasoline barrel, Chu Feng reminded, "Quick, shoot the first gasoline barrel." Chen Ming immediately corrected his shooting stance and aimed at the first barrel. He pulled the trigger, accurately hitting the barrel. A massive fireball erupted in front of the zombie tide, knocking over more than 10 zombies. However, those zombies got back up again, their skin and muscles charred and peeling. Yet they continued to move forward. The smell of burning flesh was overwhelming, and the zombies' roars filled the air. Chu Feng drew his pistol and ordered, "Take advantage of the zombies' roars to fire at will." With his command, rifles and pistols fired in unison. They were over 100 meters away from the zombie tide, and the roars of the zombies drowned out the sound of the rifle fire. Everyone aimed for the heads of the zombies. Due to the flames, the zombies' thick faces shrank. The bullets easily pierced through their skulls. "This is promising," Chen Ming exclaimed joyfully. "We've only killed a few dozen zombies. There is still a huge group behind." Chu Feng replied, "Where do you think all these zombies came from? How did they become so tough? When the flood happened, these corpses were soaked in the rivers, which is how they ended up like this." I really didn't think of that." "Stop thinking. Shoot the gasoline barrels quickly." In the next 5 minutes, huge fireballs exploded among the zombie group. The orange flames engulfed the tide of zombies. On the 200-meter-long stretch of road, a sea of zombies lay fallen. However, more zombies continued to surge from the back, trampling over the bodies and pushing forward without hesitation. Black blood flowed, corpses burned, and thick black smoke rose 10 meters high. Seeing this situation, Chu Feng's mind raced. This kind of fire attack could not stop the zombie tide. It could only slow its advance. He said, "We should go. We have achieved the goal of delaying the zombie tide's advance. My ammunition is also running low. I'll order everyone to retreat now." Chen Ming nodded in agreement. "How is the situation at the school?" A soldier reported that the helicopter had taken the opportunity to evacuate the ability users, and other survivors had boarded the evacuation bus. "All right, let us go. Everyone retreat." With Chen Ming's command, the special forces scattered along the 2 sides of the street through several grenades. The zombie horde was blown down in pieces. 100 meters away, everyone watched as Chu Feng poured the last barrel of gasoline. Suddenly, they heard the low, muffled growls of the zombies. Chu Feng quickly returned to the team, and the scene before him made his pupils contract in shock. The stacked wall of corpses was 2 meters high, continuously pushed forward by the zombies from behind. Amidst the raging flames, several tall figures approached slowly. Chu Feng squinted to see and recognized these towering figures. They were the giant vomiting zombies he encountered in the park, and they were even taller now. He immediately warned everyone, "Fall back." Everyone obeyed and quickly stepped back 10 meters. Just as they steadied themselves, the zombies in the flames began to move. The few tall zombies' bellies swelled and contracted, their necks rising. A sound of vomiting echoed. Everyone stared in astonishment. A large group of towering zombies began to vomit out corpse water, extinguishing the fierce flames in just half a minute. Thick black smoke filled the air, steam rose, and a terrible stench permeated. It would not be an exaggeration to call this stretch of street a rotten hell. The scene was truly eye-watering. "Let us go. This is bad." Chu Feng turned and started running, with the others following suit. They had not run far when heavy footsteps sounded behind them. Chu Feng turned to look. 5 bloated zombies were charging at them. their legs flailing wildly and their massive arms swinging about. It was like a scene of wild pigs charging forward. Chu Feng turned to the group of special forces and asked, "Do you have any weapons left? Quick, get them out, or we'll be done for." "Who has grenades and extra bullets?" Qin Ming asked anxiously. "I have 2 grenades and 7 magazines." Qin Ming quickly ran to Chu Feng's side. "Little brother Chu Feng, what should we do? Do you have any ideas?" Chu Feng did not answer immediately. He turned to observe the surroundings. He discovered a fork in the road to the right front and pointed at it. "We'll run toward that fork and take care of these 5 zombies. Otherwise, they will keep chasing us." "All right, everyone, follow orders and prepare for battle." The group quickly ran into the fork as per Chu Feng's command. In this critical moment, Chu Feng also decided not to hold back. He raised his hand and summoned a 3-meter-tall zombie warrior. Several Special Forces soldiers had only observed from a distance before, but now, seeing the zombie warrior up close, they were completely awed by its imposing presence. "Little brother Chu Feng, I forgot you had this big weapon. Why didn't you take it out sooner?" Qin Ming patted Chu Feng on the shoulder. "Now is a crucial moment. The zombie warrior is not invincible. It can be injured and killed too," Chu Feng replied. "Little brother Chu Feng, you decide. You come up with the battle plan, and we'll follow your command." "Okay, listen carefully." Then, Chu Feng arranged for the 2 girls to move to a safe position at the back and had the Special Forces soldiers stand ready in the best shooting positions. The zombie warrior drew its sword and stood in the middle of the fork. The sound of heavy footsteps came from outside the intersection. Everyone took notice. Before Chu Feng could finish speaking, 5 bulky and tall zombies executed a maneuver around the drainage ditch. 4 of the zombies couldn't stop in time and rolled far away. One zombie managed to brake sharply and drifted into a side path. Seeing its prey, it immediately charged forward. The zombie warrior attacked its head. The zombie warrior obeyed orders, stepping forward with its left leg and swinging its sword back. The gaps in its armor rubbed against each other, producing a metallic clang. The giant sword swung down with immense force, cleaving the attacking zombie's head off. Blood gushed out, and the body fell helplessly. The other 4 zombies, like rolling gourds, directly crawled on all 4s towards Chu Feng and the others. Chu Feng continued to give orders. "Strike their heads at the right moment. And don't get caught up in prolonged combat." The zombie warriors continued their assault. The zombie warriors obeyed orders, raising their arms high, wielding the giant Tang sword, and aiming at the charging zombie.